Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Does anyone know what the PAL region is? PAL stand for Pokemon Awakens Love. It's a region that supports all 6 regions known to the Pokemon world. Some people like to go to PAL because according to the media, it was very beautiful. It was very sunny during the spring and summer, many colorful flowers and lush green trees and grasses in the many natural habitats PAL has, and all their water bodies are crystal blue, sparkling and clean. The bushes were also bursting with berries for Pokemon to eat. The general environment a paradise for Pokemon, hence the name. If a trainer is caught abusing Pokemon within this region, it's an immediate death sentence, as PAL takes the welfare of Pokemon, whether wild or trainer, very seriously. With this in mind, pollution is also considered a crime here. If you are caught tainting the environment in any way, you'll be sent to jail. And let's just say landing yourself in PAL's jail is never a pleasant thing, it's much worse than the jails in other regions. Trainers are expected to do everything they can to protect their own Pokemon, which is why all the trainers living in PAL have to learn how to fight in one way or another without their Pokemon. PAL contains all the Pokemon in the 6 regions, and also, sometimes, even legendaries flock here to relax in this paradise. Let's not forget those that protect and run PAL. Officer Jennies around the region are nothing compared to them. They are called hunters, people that have proven themselves through rigorous examination to be an elite member of humanity. If you can pass the hunter exam, or exam from hell, as PAL people may call it, since out of 1,200 applicants, only about 10 pass and get their license, and some actually died in the exam, you have many benefits, such as 95% of all public facilities can be used at no cost. Furthermore, all such services are provided at first class, unrivaled freedom to travel around the regions, almost no legal responsibility for murder, and so much more. Most people from the G-Men members are actually hunters provided by the PAL's prince and princess, which is why they are considered formidable. PAL is a principality, which means they were ruled by a prince or princess. Of course, they have contests and Pokemon showcases too. However, the contests are different. Instead of winning 5 ribbons and participating in the Grand Festival for the Ribbon Cup, there are 2 types of contests, normal and super. Normal contests are also split into 5 categories: cool, beauty, smart, tough and cute. There are also 4 ranks: normal, super, hyper and master. As for super contests, it is also split into the 5 categories like the normal contests, but the rankings are as follows: normal, great, ultra and master. You need to win ribbons from normal rank from a certain category in order to enter the next ranks contest in the same category. To be a top coordinator, one needs to win master rank in at least one category for either contest type. And for showcases, instead of winning 3 princess keys, they had to win 5 in order to earn the right to participate in the master class. Those who win the master class tournament would earn the title of PAL Duchess. In order to earn the right to battle the Elite Four, they must win the Battle Frontier Challenge. Their Battle Frontier works differently from other regions in terms of collecting symbols. There are only 4 symbols altogether, but it's cut into 12 pieces. So in order to get one whole symbol, one must defeat the group who holds the 3 pieces. The 4 pieces are called the Flame Symbol, Wind Symbol, Earth Symbol and Water Symbol. There is a special chip inside, placed by one of the PAL Elite, that would fix the 3 pieces to merge it into one piece without showing that it was once in 3 pieces once a challenger got all 3 pieces of one symbol. Due to the fact that the symbols are all cut differently, there is no way the pieces one group is holding can merge with the pieces that is held by another group. After that, the trainers would register for the trainers tournament, where the winner wins varying rewards and the right to challenge the Elite Four. However, every 25 years, there would be a quarter anniversary, where there would be a twist to make battles more exciting and challenging. Since it was there for 60 years, they had 2 quarter anniversaries. During their 25th year, the trainers were required to have a team specializing in one type when battling at all times. The Pokemon type they choose to specialize in must be registered when they register for the trainer tournament. The 50th one required the tournament choose their partners and form a tag team, as it was a tag battle, and there would be 2 winners as one tag team can win. However, it also has the most difficult Elite Challenge, or be champion, as the Elite Four of the PAL is also something else altogether. The PAL Elite Four is well known to have the only members that specialize in 2 types instead of just one. Each member of the Elite Four are also hunters, who had at least 2 stars in their field, and has unique abilities that make them stand out among the other regional elites. Not only that, the members of the Elite Four are also famous for something else besides their elite status. The Elite Four members themselves were very well versed in the art of Mega Evolution. No one could even get past the first member of the Elite Four. Only one person has managed to defeat all 4 members and be crowned champion. And that is Ashura Red Satoshi Ketchum, better known as Ash Ketchum. Said 21-year-old boy, or should I say man, since he was now of age, was currently in his high-tech office, can be served as a meeting room too, which was complete with computerized talking walls, electronic maps that shows the entire PAL region and a giant rectangular table with control panels, doing his own paperwork. With him was a certain Pikachu, sitting on his shoulder and watching him work. Ash smiled a little and patted his Pikachu, who let out a coo of contentment. A Lucario was with him as well, sitting next to him, watching the television screen at the far end of the room, which was currently showing a news reporter reporting on a man that was caught trying to smuggle out Pokemon eggs from the local daycare center, and was caught by a crime hunter. Ash had grown to be a very handsome man. The tips of his hair at the sides were no longer facing sideways, instead it was facing downwards, some were cut to ear length, while others were combed back and were touching his neck. He did not know how his birthmark vanished, he only remembered someone from Team Galactic had burnt his face, and his face was severely damaged, and remembered passing out, but when he woke up, his face was healed, but his birthmarks were gone. Oh well. He did look better now without them anyway. His skin was now cream-colored instead of tan, due to spending more time indoors now, and his eyes were usually somewhat half-closed, making him appear calmer and more aloof, which made him even better looking. They really should know better than to steal anything from our region, right, Master? Lucario tried to break the silence by making small talk. Ash made a noncommittal noise in his throat. Pikachu sighed. He still remembered the incident 5 years ago. Can't wait to see Mum. Right, Pikachu? He asked his longtime partner and best friend. Hi, Pikachu. Pikachu replied happily. Ash smiled at Pikachu, as his house was in sight. He was about to open the door to announce his presence, when he heard voices. He furrowed his brow in confusion, as he recognized those voices. Brock Slate, former gym leader of Pewter City, Misty Waterflower, Cerulean City gym leader, May Maple, a Pokemon coordinator from Hoenn, Max Maple, younger brother of May, Dawn Berlitz, coordinator of Sinnoh and daughter of Johanna Berlitz, a former top coordinator, Iris, a girl who dreamed to be a Dragon Master someday, Syllan, one of the 3 gym leaders in the Striaton Gym and A-Class connoisseur. His mother was in as well, and she seemed to be arguing with his friends. Wait, was that Trip's voice? Why would he be here as well? Now why would they all be here at this moment? Ash thought. They were supposed to be off on their own journey chasing their own dreams, not be in Pallet Town discussing whatever it is. He crept closer to listen to their conversation. He immediately wished he hadn't done that. But, Mrs. Ketchum, he made it to the top 8 again. Misty sneered. He just wouldn't accept that he would never be the top, and we have to tell him. I agree with Misty. He's always using that rat during the battles that led to his loss. Brock said. How dare you call my son an idiot? Delia shouted. He loves his Pokemon like they are his own family. Well, he's an idiot if he can win by just pure friendship. Iris said scathingly. He doesn't know you have to have power as well. He was a complete dumbass to use Pikachu against powerhouses like that Latios in the Sinnoh League, although he did defeat that Latios. Dawn added in. No wonder he lost all the leagues he participated. Mrs. Ketchum, just ask him to give up. Yeah, he'll always be that kid who would never win against any of us. May agreed. He lied to us, he said he'd be the best time and again, but it never happened. Perhaps, Mrs. Ketchum, he might stay home with you, which is what you want, right? Max pleaded for Delia to see their way. No, we're not, said Mrs. Ketchum angrily. I think my son has the potential to achieve his dreams if he keeps trying. Mrs. Ketchum, I think this is because you love your son, but it's time for him to open his eyes. Trip persuaded. Thank you, Mother. Ash thought, smiling, despite feeling the sadness, betrayal, anger and hurt by what his friends said. He still had to hold back Pikachu as it wanted to just charge in and electrocute his friends on the spot with a thunderbolt. Let me go, Ash. Pikachu hissed. I want to make them suffer for what they said. No, we have something else to do. Ash replied, clutching to his struggling Pikachu. He dashed off towards the Oak's laboratory just as Delia shouted, no, now get out. Mr. Mime, psychic, and caused the traitors to be thrown out of the house. Ash, my boy. How have you? He trailed off in shock as he saw the look on Ash's face and the angry Pikachu. Ash, are you alright? Gary asked from behind Professor Oak. Tracy nodded his concern. Ash told the Oaks and Tracy everything he heard, and they were shocked. Tracy even dropped his sketchbook, appalled. How could they? Tracy hissed. How could they say such a thing? Ash grimaced. I know. That's why I'm going to get away and train, by myself with all my Pokémon. After I say goodbye to my mum, of course. She stood up for me, you know. Professor Oak smiled. I'll arrange that. He took out what looked like a plain old watch. It may look like a watch, but it has unlimited functions. It can call people, send messages, gives you information of any Pokémon that is scanned from all regions, gives you a map of where you are and how to get to your desired destination. It also has a list of moves the Pokémon you scan can learn, and also allows you to carry all your Pokémon at once. It's called the Communidex. Once you put it on, it's keyed to your DNA so only you can take it off. Not even someone disguised as you would be able to take it off. Also, it is waterproof so you can keep it on at all times even when you shower. Thanks, Professor Oak. Ash gave a small smile. Ash, you have no idea what you are capable of, said Gary. Go, and make sure to come back and show us what you're made of. This is one of the rare times he didn't say, Ashy boy. Tracy smiled. Yes, I know you can do it. Ash nodded, took all his Pokémon with him, only to smell something familiar, smoke from fire. He dashed outside, only to look in horror as Pallet Town was in flames. He and Pikachu looked at each other, before dashing towards his house, hoping his mother and Mimey were okay, but saw that the house was on fire. Quickly dashing through the door which has not caught fire, he entered, only to see that his mother dead, along with her Mimey. Blood was seen on her chest, indicating she was stabbed. However, there were other injuries on her body, indicating she put up a fight. Standing over them were the traitors. Dawn's Kalava was out, indicating it was the one who started the fire, under Dawn's orders. They spotted Ash, and Trip said, hopefully you'll disappear after using your mum as an example if you don't give up. Max then quickly sent his Kirlia out to teleport them out. Shoot, they got away. Ash hissed, as he got to his mother's body, and took the knife out from her chest. Only for the doors to open and the traitors were standing there with the police. To his surprise, Cynthia was there. By their viewpoint, it looked like Ash had killed his mother and just took the knife out. There he is. He tried to kill us. Trip pointed at Ash. Ash stared at them in shock, it was them, not him. Yeah, he killed his own mother when she tried to tell him to come home. We all saw it. Iris shouted. And when we tried to stop him, he tried to kill us. Misty added. I'm so sorry, guys. I never knew Ash was. Cynthia was actually coming to Pallet Town to congratulate Ash on the top 8, but it looked like Ash's personality was all a facade, and his friends helped her see his true colors. Cynthia, please, you can't believe them over me, can you? Ash pleaded. Cynthia's eyes turned cold. Arrest him, make sure he gets a life sentence. I won't associate with a criminal anymore. Ash's blood ran cold. Even Cynthia turned against him. During his anger and hurt, he did not know that his aura was accumulating, and it chose now to activate, and everyone wondered where he went. They realized he had dropped a destroyed fish lure bait given by Misty and one half of the terracotta ribbon won at a contest with May. It was destroyed when his aura activated. He unknowingly teleported, taking his mother and Mr. Mime's bodies with him and landed in an unknown place. This place was later known as the Region PAL. Pikachu. Ash's sharp tone snapped Pikachu out of his reverie. I've been calling you 5 times already. What are you thinking about? And nothing much. Pikachu replied, sending out a nervous laughter. Ash could understand what any Pokemon is saying without telepathy as he had mastered how to use aura during those 5 years. It's also useful in combat as he can manifest his aura into abilities. However, this isn't unusual, as all elite members knew how to use aura and understand poke speech. Well, if you say so. Ash replied, going back to his work. You're spacing out again. Lucario said to Pikachu. Thinking about what happened to Master. Pikachu nodded. If you're thinking about the betrayal, at least some of their Pokemon didn't agree and abandoned their masters just for him, you know, as well as the legendaries that followed him on his quest for revenge. Lucario reminded him. Not to mention them finding out old friends and they agreed to join back here with us. Where am I? Ash asked, looking around at what looked like a royal ballroom with its lavish decorations. Welcome, Chosen One, said a voice. He turned to see a white equine resembling a centaur with a gray, vertically striated underside. The striated pattern has similar recurrences on the underside of its mane, tail, and face. Its 4 pointed feet are tipped with gold hooves. Hello, Arceus. Ash greeted coolly. Arceus sighed. His Chosen One is as cold as ever, thanks to what had happened to him a year ago. Well, let's get down to business, shall we? He nodded, and one by one, the other legendaries appeared before him. The legendary bird trio, the Mew duo, the legendary beasts trio, the tower duo, Shalebi, the 4 Regis, the Ian duo, the weather trio, Jirachi, Deoxys, the lake guardians, the creation trio, the lunar duo, Manaphy, Heatran, Shaymin, Victini, the swords of justice, the forces of nature, the Tau trio, Meloetta, Genesect, mortality duo, Zygarde, and finally, Diancie. Hi, Ash. Latias flew over to him, and nuzzled him. Too bad Shaymin, Meloetta, Victini, Manaphy, Shalebi and Mew had the same idea, and tackled him to the floor hugging him. Hi, Ash, they chirped in unison. Long time no see. Hi. Ash nodded to them. Do you all need something? We've been watching you, said Darkrai. After the betrayal by your friends and the woman you love and murder of your mother and being framed, we decided it's time for us to step in to help, to thank you for what you have done for us. Saving us selflessly, putting your lives just for us. Shaymin said. Meloetta nodded. Which is why we have decided to thank you for what you done. All of us. We have decided to support you in whatever you decide to do. After seeing what your so-called friends did, we think it the least we could do, said Mewtwo. Some of us have decided to join you in your quest, Ash, said Mew. To thank you for all you have done. What? Ash exclaimed, showing some emotion. But if you join up with me, it's dangerous. Who knows what those villainous teams such as Team Rocket would do if they find out you are with me. It sounds great and all, but you have duties to do, and I don't want it to be interrupted just for me. And you might have to participate in battles if you join with me. And I'm not going to let those villainous teams get their hands on you a second time. The legendaries were astounded, as they knew he was really and truly trying to protect them from unwanted attention and forced control. Even when he turned cold, it was clear he still cared for them. "We understand, Chosen One," said Rayquaza. "But we want to travel the world, and who better than with you? We all know you take good care of us. Since you treat Pokémon as friends, and you did us an amazing favor for all of us," said Celebi. "Yeah, since you revived me from the soul to using your aura, it has been absorbed in your body so it doesn't need guarding anymore." Latios finally spoke up. He was alive and reunited with Latias thanks to Ash. "I even told Bianca and Lorenzo I'm going with you to see the world, and they agreed," said Latias. "I even called your old Pokémon so that they'll come back to you," said Darkrai. Ash knew he lost the battle, seeing he saw what the Pokémon were willing to do to follow him. "For those who want to come, you can come, but I can't promise a pain-free journey, but I promise, I will do my best to protect all of you, and make sure I'll prove to everyone I'm a good trainer, and take responsibilities for my actions." For the first time, he smiled. The legendaries cheered at this. "Then, the ones who would be joining you will be Victini, Manaphy, Mew, Mutwo Lugia, Ho-Oh, Shaymin, Meloetta, Latias and Latios, Darkrai, Zekrom, Celebi, Jirachi, Giratina, Palkia and finally, Dialga," said Arceus. "You'll find their Pokeballs at your bedside once you wake up, along with your old friends. Remember, Ash will always be looking out for you." There was a knock on the door, and Ash curtly said, "Enter." The door opened to reveal a woman in her early 20s. She was tall and thin, wore black horn-rimmed glasses, and had her brown hair in a ponytail, with matching gray eyes. She was currently wearing a laboratory coat over her standard outfit, which was a white tank top and a pair of jeans. This was their manager, Phlox De Laurentiis, and also PAL's regional professor, who studies everything, ranging from relationships between humans and Pokémon to the all-desired Mega Evolution. "I'm sorry for the interruption, Champion Red." Phlox greeted. "What is it this time, Phlox?" Ash sighed. "Well, there is a request sent to us about the Champions Tournament." "The Champions Tournament?" Ash asked Phlox. "What's that?" "Once every few years, the champions of each region gather in Driftvale City in Unova and compete to see who is the strongest. It's like a get-together for the champions, you know. Only this time, it's to advertise the Pokémon World Championship that is to be held in our region, Ash." Their manager replied. "Which is why instead of the usual 6-on-6, this one would be a 3-on-3. So, what does this got to do with us?" Ash raised his eyebrow. "They are short one player in the tournament, so they requested us to send one of us down so they have enough competitors." "Who are the competitors?" Ash asked nonchalantly. "Steven, Lance, Wallace, Cynthia, Alder, Iris and Diantha." Phlox reported. "Alder may have lost his position as champion to Iris, but he was the only one who once held the champion status, which is why he is in 2. Ash narrowed his eyes. "Did you just say Iris?" He hissed. "Yes, apparently she was recently crowned the Unova champion after defeating Alder." Phlox answered, oblivious to Ash's change of tone. "So who should we send out into the Champions Tournament?" Ash thought carefully, and said, "Rosalind will go to represent our region." "Are you sure?" Phlox asked. "Yes." Ash replied, waving the girl off. "Also, Rosalind will wear a disguise, because we must not reveal our identities until the Pokémon World Championship starts." "Very well." Phlox nodded. "You know after that we need to head to Luanto City, as after that, we'll have the opening ceremonies, right? You have your invitation I sent, right?" "I get it." "And do you mean this stupid letter?" He held out one that was addressed to him, which said, "Dear Red Satoshi. There is a tournament coming up called the Pokémon World Championship. It is held in the PAL Battle Arena to decide who the best among the best is, and I believe you are more than capable of winning the tournament. Your invitation has been attached to this message. Please hand your invitation in 3 days' time to the PAL Pokemon Center near the Battle Arena if you wish to participate. Yours sincerely, Phlox De Laurentiis, Manager of the PAL Elite Four. P.S. Glad to know you're still alive, Ash. You were incredibly hard to track down. Congrats on being the PAL champion, and hope to see you there. By the way, all your so-called friends are there, so stay calm and don't give in to your hate, Scott. P.P.S. You better show up to the tournament or else I'm going to sick my men on you, and drag you there. You must participate in this tournament. Don't let those traitors get to you. Charles Goodshow. Yes, I mean that stupid letter, hey. It's not stupid. Phlox scowled. You make sure you are there, or I'll drag you there myself with Charles. Ash waved her off. Whatever. Send a note through the express mail and tell them we are sending Rosalind as the final player. Phlox sighed. Well, just call the others here to make your final decision as to whether you'll attend the Champions Tournament, and I'll pop over and check on the transport arrangements. Ash shrugged, as Phlox left the office. Why did you send Rosalind, of all people? Pikachu asked. Even Jude is stronger than her because of his double-type advantage. Precisely. I want to give them, especially Iris, a little reminder that not even the strongest among them cannot overcome the power of the PAL elites, and even our weakest elite may be well beyond the level of the other regional elites. Ash answered darkly. He knew the champions were the strongest. They were the ones who managed to shine among the other trainers, and are their region's very embodiment of hope. Pikachu nodded, as Ash went to send a message to his other elites. Nothing like a swim to take my mind off things. A boy with black hair and amber eyes commented. He dived off the dive board that is 10 meters above the swimming pool, and somersaulted into the pool, executing a beautiful jackknife. His purloin, already in the pool, splashed him, which caused him to shout, "Come back here, purloin," and swim after her. They laughed as they splashed together in the pool. This is Jude Harrison, a water dark specialist, and the first member of the elite. He is a sea hunter, whose job is to hunt in seas for animals and treasures. He is the best at swimming among the four of them. He is currently wearing swimming trunks. Isn't this the life, purloin? Jude asked, as he floated lazily in the pool. Indeed. Purloin replied. Just then, Jude's Communidex rang, signaling a new message. Jude groaned, and pressed a button to read the message. He widened his eyes at the message. Change of plans. We're going back to the plateau. He told Purloin, as he dried himself, got dressed in one of his outfits which consists of blue shirt with black jacket and a black jeans, and called out his Mantine, as Purloin hopped onto his shoulder. Mantine, fly us back to the plateau. Mantine nodded, and they shot off towards the plateau. A girl with black hair with hot pink highlights, black eyes as dark as midnight, and wearing her usual outfit, red top with a magenta jacket and a white and pink skirt, with hot pink boots, was searching a house with an approved search warrant, her espion helping her. Police were outside currently waiting for her instructions. A criminal nicknamed Long John, due to his height, had just escaped from the police and is on the run. She suspected someone must have hidden him in their houses. Her fifth and current stop was Madeline Clark, his ex-girlfriend's house, though she insisted that she wished Long John would go to hell after they broke up. She is Rosalind Pyra, the second member challengers have to face in the Elite, the fire psychic specialist of the Elite Four. She is a crime hunter, whose job is to crack mysterious cases around the world. It was nothing out of the ordinary. The bedroom was a single bed with single pillows, blanket, and the like. The bathroom also held all women's products, and the kitchen also did not hold anything ordinary. When she opened the closet, it also held women's clothing and coats. So the house was occupied by a single lady. Rosalind narrowed her eyes when she saw something. Are you done? Madeline demanded. Can you leave? Now. Yes, I am done. And I know Long John has been hiding in this place. Rosalind smirked. Arrest her for being an accomplice. What? Madeline stuttered. But how? Elementary. One of the coats I saw was too long for a girl your height, indicating the coat was worn by someone else who is much taller, in this case Long John. Rosalind replied, as the police came to take Madeline away. Just then, her Communidex rang, and she read the print message sent by Ash. You guys wait for the criminal to show up, and notify me if he's arrested. For now, I'm go back to the plateau. With that, she summoned her shiny molters, let her espion climb on, and flew back to the plateau. Another boy, a year or two older than Ash, was assembling what looked like machine parts in a game console. He had brown hair and baby blue eyes. He was currently wearing a simple white t-shirt with a light blue vest, with dark brown jeans, complete with a belt which kept his standard 6 pokeballs. If I put these together, the electrical current would flow continuously without burning out the minuscule copper wire. He used a drill to put the said machine parts in place. He was currently working on a game stimulator which he felt it would help the others greatly with their aura training. It was highly based on the horror game Five Nights at Freddy's. This is Philip Robinson, a steel electric specialist, and the third member of the Elite Challengers Face. He is great at technology and inventing things. He was also the one that helped replicate the Communidex for the other members of the Elite at Ash's request. He is an information hunter, whose job is to go to great lengths to uncover rare or hidden bits of information. Common activities for information hunters like him include searching for rare books, hacking to retrieve protected data, and tracking down people who know desired facts. Now, if only I can find a way where we can use our aura to create a conscious so we can get into the game and play instead of using controllers, and make it so that when we get taken out, we'll simply return back to the real world instead of dying in real life. Philip knew the game training stimulator would be completed if he could just figure out a way, but his Communidex rang, alerting him to a message. He opened the message, and widened his eyes. Okay, back to the plateau I go. He summoned his Skarmory and flew towards the plateau. A girl, who looked like she is in her late teens or early 20s, was chasing down a man. The man is running frantically for his life. He suddenly screeched to a stop as he ran into a dead end in a dark alley, although it was afternoon, and knew he was cornered. Spare me. He stuttered. How was he to know that the girl he was hitting on was a professional assassin? The girl stood at the end of the alleyway. She had ebony black hair, complete with amethyst eyes and high cheekbones. Her soft pink lips were curled up in disdain, and her eyes were currently emotionless. She is Pakura Amuri, the Ice Fairy specialist and the leader of the Elite. She is currently wearing a black shirt complete with a white jacket, and a short white skirt leggings. The leggings just reach to her knees. She is a blacklist hunter. Her job is to track down dangerous and wanted criminals, and kill them if she must. She fingered her revolver, sneering at the man. Now why should I spare you, she replied. The reports say you abuse Pokemon and even try to escape the law. Why do you think they sent me after you? I'm supposed to kill you. And of course, you men always can't resist a woman, which is your downfall. The man looked around. Well, at least no one here would hear you scream. With that, he lunged at her, thinking he can overpower her, but she vanished, and reappeared, slamming his head against the wall. He struggled but her grip was too tight. She shook her head at his idiocy as she positioned the gun at the back of his head. Enjoy your time in hell. She smirked, as she pulled the trigger 3 times. Blood splattered all over the wall, and Pakura flung him aside, disgust on her face. She shook her head as she casually blew on her gun. They really don't remember I never miss my target. Her Communidex rang, and when she saw the message, she summoned her Togekiss and flew towards the plateau. Well, it looks like we are going to have to leave earlier because Rosalind has to participate in the Champions Tournament which is going to be used to advertise the Pokemon World Championships. Ash was addressing his Pokemon. His old Pokemon consists of Pikachu, Venusaur, Charizard, Meganium, Feraligatr, Blastoise, Typhlosion, Snorlax, Kingler, Mook, Heracross, Noctowl, Crawdaunt, Swellow, Pidgeot, Butterfree, Glalie, Garchomp, Superior, Scrafty, Lapras, Gengar, Sceptile, Torterra, Imbor, Samurott, Crocodile, Levany, Gigalith, Seismitoad, Infernape, Floatzel, Unpheasant, Glisker, and Tauros. And then, of course, there are his legendaries. There's also the new Pokémon he caught, Reed. He saved them, and they followed him until he agreed to catch them. Gardevoir, Lucario, Zoroark, all the evolutions, Roserade, Spiritomb, Mismagius, Clefable, Wigglytuff, Gyarados, Salamence, Togekiss, Xatu. Another thing was, while traveling with Pakura, he had traded 29 of his Tauros in exchange for these Pokémon, Mytiana, Ninetales, Arcanine, Crobat, Electros, Slaking, Greninja, Shiny, Tyranitar, Kingdra, Honedge, Milotic, Metagross, Dusknoir, Gorlick, Beartic, Volcarona, Goodra, Dragonite, Flygon, Houndoom, Scyther, Absol, Agron, Delphox, Chestnut, Talonflame, Electivire, Shiny, Drapion, and finally, Blaziken, Shiny. So you could tell how big of a team he has. Last but not least, there's the defected Pokémon, who got attached to his elite members as they spent time with them. May's Skitty, Glacian, Blaziken, Dawn's Pachirisu, Piplup and Buniri. Skitty and Glacian went to Pakura, Pachirisu went to Philip, Piplup went to Jude, and Blaziken went to Rosalind. He kept Buniri, because it wants to be by Pikachu's side. He almost didn't keep those Pokémon. Hey Ash. Mutwo said, interrupting his aura training. What is it, Mutwo? Ash sighed, deactivating his aura levitation and landing on the ground. Do you remember May's Skitty, Blaziken, Glacian and Dawn's Pachirisu, Piplup and Buniri? He asked. Ash darkened at the mention of his former friends' names. What about them? He asked emotionlessly. Well, it seems like they do not agree with what the traders said, and wish to join you and your friends in your quest when I told them your current location. Yeah, sure. Ash said sarcastically. And why would I believe them? Mutwo silently handed him the remains of the Pokeballs. They smashed these themselves, saying they do not want to be with their trainers anymore. Ash knew Mutwo is not lying, since he's a legendary psychic Pokémon and know what Pokémon are actually thinking. Fine, bring them in, he said. I'll see what they have to say. When he teleported them back to him, the Pokémon immediately smiled, but their smiles dropped when they saw the look on Ash's face when he saw them. You got 1 minute to talk. Ash said coldly. Hi Ash, it's good to see you again. Skitty said hesitantly. We've been waiting for you to come and take us away. Glacian quickly jumped in. Yeah, although she won more ribbons, because of her arrogance, she always lost. And we're tired of her boasting she'll be upgraded the Queen of Hoenn. I wished the daycare worker give my egg to you, you know. I'm not going to let Pikachu out of my grasp this time. Buniri declared. He's more important to me than Dawn. Please say you'll let me see him. I swear, I didn't know Dawn would do this. I spent a lot of time with May, but even I think she's changed, and not for the better, and especially what she did was horrible. Blaziken remarked, looking tentatively at Ash. And I'm not going to let her discriminate you. You are a great trainer. Why can't she see that? I've traveled with you, and I think you are good. Piplup said. Pachirisu hopped on Ash's shoulder. Yeah, Dawn even needed help from you to catch me, and she repaid this by trying to stomp on your dreams, even committing a crime she got away with. How dare she? Can we join you and your elite, Ash? They asked in unison. Please. Ash knew they were telling the truth, using his psychic powers, and it's not just sweet talk. But he needed to be careful. One chance is all I give. I will not hesitate to release you the moment I find out any of you are still associated with them. The next moment, they pounced onto him for a group hug, thanking him for the chance. "Hey, Ash." Rosalind called out to him. "We're here." Ash went to the rooftop to greet the 4 members of his elite, as they dismounted from their Pokémon. "So what's going on?" Jude asked. "Are we set to go to Luanto City?" "Yes, but the Champions Tournament is short 1 player, and we had to send one." Ash replied. "So we're making a short detour to Driftvale City to drop off the participant first, along with all of you, and Phlox would follow you there to help you keep to schedule." "Who did you send?" Philip asked. "Rosalind. Because we won't be introduced until the Pokémon World Championships, so Rosalind would be wearing a disguise. You two make sure you're disguised too, so go pack a good disguise, and we'll get going." Ash instructed. "You're not going?" Jude asked. "No." Ash shook his head. He himself isn't going to the Champions Tournament because he had needed to hide since he was branded as a criminal by all the regions except PAL, the Zodiacs and the elite members believed in his innocence. Although he highly doubted anyone can recognize him in his current appearance, he still thought it would be better if he's revealed during the Pokémon World Championships. Anything can happen during the Champions Tournament, such as their disguise blowing off when there is a strong flying type attack such as Hurricane being used. The others nodded, and went to get ready, and Rosalind went to check on her Pokémon as she had to battle. It was a relatively short ride, 30 minutes by car, from their plateau to the train station. They rarely traveled in a car, only one owning one was Pakura, and the only 3 who had driving licenses was Pakura, Ash and Jude. The station were fortunately, not swarming with reporters and they made their way to the doorway. The doors closed behind them and began to move at once. Although Ash had traveled by train many times due to his hunter duties, the speed always took his breath away. This train was a high-speed model that averaged 250 miles an hour, and they would reach Driftvale City in less than 16 hours. The train is also much fancier than even a first-class plane. They were each given their own chambers that had a bedroom, a dressing area and a private bathroom with hot and cold running water. There were drawers filled with fine clothes, and Phlox told them for now, they could do whatever they want, wear whatever they want, as everything is at their disposal, and just meet for supper in an hour. Ash peeled off his outfit, which consisted of a black t-shirt with a long-sleeved dark blue jacket and dark blue pants, complete with a necklace that had the 8th musical note attached around his neck, and took a hot shower. He sighed in relaxation, as all the paperwork really wore him off. Then again, as PAL's current prince, he had to make sure his region is running well, and maintain connections. He dressed in a pair of jeans and a dark green shirt. He retrieved his necklace, and remembered how music had become important in his life. When he and Pakura were still traveling together, she would whistle or sing complicated songs whenever boredom befalls them. He admitted to himself that her voice was beautiful, high and clear and so filled with life, which is quite a contrast to her personality. Music had always calmed Ash down whenever he was on the verge of an emotional outburst, or in the middle from a nightmare, for early parts after the betrayal, at that time. He bought this necklace as a reminder. He sighed when he was reminded of Cynthia, as despite what she did, he is still in love with her. Phlox came to collect him for supper, and he followed her through the narrow, rocking corridor into a dining room with polished paneled walls. There's a table where all the dishes are of course, highly breakable. The other elites were sitting there waiting for them, and Ash noticed someone was missing. "Where is Paku?" Ash asked. "Last I checked, she wanted to take a nap." Phlox replied. She sounded irritated about her absence. Who wouldn't? She is the least cooperative elite member among the 5 of them. Ash just gave her the okay look and sat down, ready for supper. Ash staggered to another compartment after a while, the one that contains the newspapers and magazines, while his Pokémon went to sleep first. He thinks it's a good time as any to check up on the traders via TV, to see what happened to them during the 5 years, besides Iris as. She apparently became Unova Chmapian, but not for long, not if Rosalind had to say about it in the Champions Tournament. They did receive an invitation to participate in the Pokemon World Championship, so he figured he'd take a look at his victims' competition. He turned on the TV, grabbed a magazine, and fetched a notebook. He listened, read and wrote down notes at the same time. Apparently, Max had participated in the Evergrande Conference and made it to the top 4 and runner-up for the Lily of the Valley Conference. Wonder if he'd win if he tried the second time, like me. Ash had won all 6 of the Pokemon Leagues within 3.5 years, participating in average 2 in 1 year, as they happen on different dates, he can register in them. How did he go from region to region so fast? Simple. His teleportation allows him to teleport anywhere he wants, no matter the distance, as long as he had been to the place before. More energy is used the further the destination is, however. As he couldn't use his Kanto to Unova gym badges again since it was registered before, thus making it invalid, Pakura kindly lent him her badges to use, since despite collecting badges during her journey, she had never participated in any conferences. Only for Kalos did he use his own badges, for Kalos was the only region he never traveled before being, betrayed. So, Kalos was the only region he had won on first try, but it was commendable as by the time everyone knew of his winning streaks. After winning Unova, the 6th league, he was torn between taking on one of the regional elite challenge or taking Pakura's suggestion on taking the PAL Battle Frontier, winning their trainers tournament and taking on PAL's elite challenge, as PAL had no champion yet, and that was when Pakura revealed herself to be their leader. After a day of thinking, he decided to give up the regional Elite 4 challenge, and decided to take on the PAL elites, and after finally defeating Pakura, the championship crown was his, along with the title PAL Prince. May continued to be known as the Princess of Hoenn, and apparently won all 5 ribbons from Johto, participated in their Grand Festival, but lost in the top. She also competed in the Sinnoh Grand Festival, but she lost in the semifinals. Her fellow coordinator, Dawn, won the 5 ribbons from Hoenn, and got top 16 in the Hoenn Grand Festival, and also from Johto, but he knew for one she didn't win the Wallace Cup she announced she wanted to take part in, as the Aqua ribbon wasn't part of the list of ribbons she got in Johto, and secondly, the person who won that Aqua ribbon was his very own leader Pakura. She got in the Johto Grand Festival, but lose in the semifinals. Ash listened as the TV reported Sillin was offered to take an exam to become an S-Class connoisseur. However, Sillin said due to the upcoming Pokemon World Championship he's participating in, he would take it after the competition was over. Brock, of course, became a trophy-winning breeder, earning popularity in his own region. He is aiming to be a doctor as well, and to be known as a popular breeder in the other regions as well, according to Kanto News, and reporters wish him the best of luck. Misty herself was doing well too. She had joined her sisters into water performing, and her gym is now well known due to the good battle they give as well as the exotic water performances given. She had discarded her old hairstyle and her hair was now at shoulder length, and she had combed it forward, with some spikes, which made her look better than he last saw her. And how is Trip? Well, it looks like he had runner-up in the Indigo League Conference, and he tried Johto as well, but got to the top. Looks like they all are doing well. Ash said to his Pokemon. Wonder how long their good fortune would last once they arrive in PAL. Of course, he was out for revenge. But could he get revenge against Cynthia? Ash sighed, and put down his notebook. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him from the glass panel in the door leading to his compartment. I knew it. Pakura thought, watching Ash's movements with her eyes narrowed. He still loves that blonde slut. She wondered how come nice people like her fiancé gets killed, but mean people like Cynthia never do. She doesn't understand what Ash sees in her. Sure, she is beautiful. But she only cared about her public image, as she just called the authorities on him instead of hearing him out. Doesn't he notice? Pakura stalked back to her compartment, to go order some warm milk from an attendant. There is any number of them on the train, cooking on them, waiting on them, guarding them, as taking care of the passengers on the train is their job. Meanwhile, Ash nodded. He had enough information for now, and it is time for him to retire for the day. After he brushed his teeth, he changed into a pair of pajamas, and climbed into bed, being careful to avoid Pikachu and Lucario. The sheets were soft, silky fabric, and a thick comforter gave immediate warmth. Always giving the best hospitality, our region. Ash thought, as he let the train rock him into oblivion. Rosalind was disguised as a wandering trainer in her teens, as they knew that they would be reaching the station soon, and they had to say goodbye to Rosalind and Phlox. They would be watching the Champions Tournament in television in Luanto City. She was checking on her Pokémon as she was the one who was sent to represent their region. They stood in silence as the train sped on. As the tunnel went on, Phlox had to hold Rosalind's hand to soothe her nerves, and Rosalind gave her childhood friend a weak smile. The train slowed and bright light filled the compartment as the train finally pulled into the station. Phlox pulled out her schedule. You all know after this tournament, we all have to hurry back to this train to Luanto City, right? We have to get there before the other guests do, we're the hosts after all. Yeah, I get it. Rosalind replied. Why did they hold the Champions Tournament so close to the Pokémon World Championship? Jude sighed. Phlox shrugged. Wait, you're not going. Philip was surprised. Pakura shook her head, indicating she wanted to accompany Ash there. Rosalind, it doesn't matter if you lose this, what we want is for Iris to make a bet on her champion position, and if she loses, make her give it back to Alder. Philip said. Ash turned to his friends, surprised. What are they planning? Don't worry, she will be out of that position before she could even say, champion. Rosalind said confidently, knowing why she didn't want Iris to remain as champion. Swear it, on something you care about. Jude said. I swear it on my life. Rosalind promised. On your family's lives. Pakura insisted. On my family's lives. Rosalind nodded, as they left the train with Phlox, waving goodbye to Ash and Pakura. Once the train doors closed, Ash turned to Pakura. What was that about? He gave her a suspicious look. I know you're mad at the four of us for planning this behind your back, but we agreed if she loses her position before the Pokémon World Championships, it'll be a huge psychological blow to her, which would be part of your revenge. Besides, we don't want that little girl to be in the VIP box with us when we watch the championship matches. Ash nodded. Pakura had a point there. Well, least we won't be alone. I hear those, not so important trainers would be arriving in PAL via ship or plane as we speak. Since we do have a few hours to kill, we might as well watch the first match of the Champions Tournament. Ash said, as they both headed to the television room. They clicked on just in time to see Rosalind and Iris facing each other on the battlefield, only Rosalind was addressed by Fiery Phoenix, which was her nickname in PAL. Iris looked different from when Ash remembered. Her long deep purple hair was now tied in a different way, her hair was in one long ponytail that reaches to her but, the sides were looped back and tied back, and the top of her hair above her ponytail was tied like iris blossoms. She was also wearing a new outfit consisting of a white and carnation pink dress with flowing ribbons and frilly ends, with very large and long sleeves with bright pink cuffs. She wears small golden crown upon her head with 2 emeralds encrusted within the triangle-shaped sides. On her feet she wore white sandals with a round green gem encrusted in the center of each shoe. Supposedly, it was royal garments, similar to that of a princess, but in Ash's opinion, Pakura looked much more than a princess than Iris ever could. You're not a champion. Why did they even let you in? Ash could sense a hint of condescension in Iris' voice. Well, I am a member of the PAL. Rosalind replied. Tell you what, why don't we make the stakes up a little? Like how? Iris asked, snorting. If you win, I'll give you information on where to find legendary dragon Pokémon such as Latias or Latios in our region. Legendary Pokémon do flock to our region as well. I might even give up my key stone to you so you can use it to mega evolve your Pokémon. Iris' eyes lit up with what Ash thought was greed. Information on locations of legendary dragon Pokémon and Rosalind's keystone. It's like her birthday and Christmas rolled into one. But if you lose, you give up your champion position and give it back to Alder. Rosalind went on. I accept. Iris said. There was no way she can lose. She's the champion. Alright, then, battle begin. The referee announced. Dragonite, one more earthquake. Iris called out. Rosalind was using her second Pokemon, switched out, and hadn't lost any Pokemon, while Iris was down to her last Pokemon. Delphox, throw him off with Psychic before he can reach the ground and use Mystical Fire. Rosalind called out. Delphox nodded, and did what he was told. When Dragonite was plunging towards the ground, Rosalind shouted, finish off with Giga Impact. Delphox hit a falling Dragonite, who flew and hit the wall behind Iris. He slid down with swirls in his eyes. And Dragonite is unable to battle. Fiery Phoenix is the winner. Well, you lost, so from now on you're no longer the Unova champion. Rosalind said. What? You can't do this. Iris shouted. Yes, I can. Because you agreed to the bet, to give it up if you lost. And the audience here can vouch for it. Rosalind said, as everyone nodded, backing Rosalind, as she was telling the truth. At least she isn't champion anymore. Lucario cheered. I became the very best. Ash's Pikachu defeating Pakura's Sylveon and being crowned champion. Like no one ever was. Ash succeeding his hunter mission of infiltrating a base and taking the blueprint. I have to prove my innocence. Ash glaring at his former friends smirking down at him. And find out who I trust. Cynthia and Pakura both smiling at him. I will do what I must do. Ash facing off against a silhouette. Fighting for my rights. Ash defeating the traitors, and Cynthia was stepping back in horror. Each elite to understand. The PAL Elite Four standing in a pose. The power that they have. Ash's Elite Four showing off their abilities. Hell. It's you and me. Ash and Pikachu standing over a mountain that overlooked PAL. The wind was blowing in their faces, and they were smiling. I know it's my destiny. Ash accepting the task Arceus assigned to him. Elite Four, oh, you're my best friends. Ash's Elite Four all nodding at him, saying that they got his back. In a world we must defend. The Elite Four surrounded by the villainous team's grunts, and they prepared their weapons to fight back. Chosen One, a heart so true. The legendaries all smiling at Ash. Our courage will pull us through. Ash turning his back towards the regional champions, shunning them, and walking away, while they stare in shock and sadness, Jude looking out into the lake, Philip narrowing his eyes in anger, Rosalind clutching to a ring she wore as a necklace, Pakura standing at the background as she sadly watched Cynthia and Ash together, but someone handed her a knife. As soon as she touched the knife, Pakura dispersed into petals. The blood-stained knife dropped, unnoticed. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pakura traveling with Ash in the Kalos region, teaching him weapon and hand-to-hand combat, Ash sitting Pakura down one night telling her about battle strategies and combinations. Hell, gotta get them all. Ash listens impassively as the judge sentences the traitors to a life sentence. Hell. Ash running past everyone, and jumping towards the sky with Pikachu. By the time Rosalind was crowned the winner of the Champions Tournament, Ash and Pakura had reached their destination. The champion and leader stepped into the Luanto City train station, and exited, making their way towards their destination just as the sun rose, and they were greeted by Go, a league official. In addition, he is a member of the Battle Frontier, holds one piece of the Earth symbol, and a zodiac from the Hunters Association. Hello, Prince Red and Princess Pakura. I've been awaiting you. Go said in his official businesslike tone, bowing to them. All of you are to register at the Pokemon Center for the tournament. The opening ceremonies and the tournament would start at 8 p.m. As for your rooms, instead of staying at the Plaza Hotel with the other participants, you guys will be staying at a tower connected to the battle arena along with the other region gym leaders, Elite Fours and champions. You'll be staying at the 14th floor, also the highest floor, and here are all the keys to the rooms available, so you can choose whatever room you want, and change rooms if you so wish to. The battle arena had a tower designed exclusively for the gym leaders, Elite Four and the champions of the regions, mainly to keep them safe away from the paparazzi. This will be their home until the tournament ends. Each region has 2 entire floors, except for PAL since they don't have gym leaders. They just simply step on an elevator and press the number the league officials told them beforehand. Easy enough to remember. The walls of the elevator were made of crystal so that they can watch the people on the ground floor shrink to ants as they shoot up into the air. Each of them would be given their own rooms which consist of a bedroom, a dressing area, and private bathroom with hot and cold running water. There are also so many automatic gadgets that Ash was sure he won't have time to press all the buttons. The shower alone had a panel with more than 100 options he can choose regulating water temperature, pressure, soaps, shampoos, scents, oils and massaging sponges. When a person stepped out on a mat, heaters come on that would blow dry their body. Instead of struggling with knots and wet hair, one can just place their hand on a box that sends a current through their scalp, untangling, parting, and drying their hair almost instantly. There is also a closet full of clothing designed to fit any taste, the windows zoomed in and out on parts of the region at his command. Ash would only need to whisper a type of food from a gigantic menu into a mouthpiece and it appeared, hot and steamy, before him in less than a minute. There is also a desk, TV and computer with fast internet connection. There is also a place where they can place all their Pokeballs. Go directed Ash to his room, and as Go talked, Ash learnt that Gary, Paul, Tracy and Professor Oak are going to arrive soon, though only Gary and Paul are here to participate in the tournament. He told Ash he had duties, so he left Ash to his own devices. Come, let's go register first. Ash said to Pakura. She nodded, and she followed him to the Pokemon Center to register. Alright, good luck to both of you. Nurse Joy said, as they registered for the tournament. As they registered, Ash heard a voice he never want to hear again. Max, slow down, the tournament isn't going to go away, said a certain brunette coordinator. No, I've got to register quickly so I can get to my training and book the best rooms in the hotel. A bespectacled kid answered. Ash and Pakura looked at each other. Pakura hastily took Pikachu off Ash's shoulder in case they recognize him using that Pikachu. As they made their way back out, unfortunately, Max bumped into Ash. Hey! What do you bump into me for? Apologize. Max demanded. The girls behind him were drooling over his appearance. Yup, I was right. They don't recognize me. Ash thought. There you are, guys. Charles nodded to Lance and his Johto elites, who closed the door behind him. The meeting room was filled with all the other regional elites and champions, and Alder was in the meeting room, as he is the champion again. Now, before you go to Luanto City, I might as well tell you about the PAL elite members, as you won't be seeing them until the opening ceremonies. I've just been sent the information by Phlox. The Johto elite nodded, as they sat down at the remaining seats. Now, I want you to throw away all you know about each other, because these elites are different from a typical Elite Four member. They are all at least champion level. Nobody, and I mean no one, even got past the first member. Are they that powerful? Sydney questioned. You know the person who won the champions tournament earlier against Iris, Cynthia and Steven? She's one of the weaker members. Charles said. You're kidding. Cynthia shouted. No, I am not. The rank list given to me says so, and Phlox never lies. You can imagine what power the stronger members will hold, especially the champion. Charles answered, as the others shuddered at the implication. Are they users of Mega Evolution? Diantha asked. Yes. According to Phlox, they are able to Mega Evolve more than once and more than one Pokemon in a single battle. Is that even possible? Glacia was surprised. These people are also famous in other aspects, so you might know them, but of course, what you didn't know is that they are members of the PAL elite. Charles crossed over, and turned on the screen, and a video of a boy in a quiz competition appeared, where he answered questions of various topics promptly, and taking away his opponent's time. Philip Robinson, 23 years old. He is a genius inventor, and very good at making and playing games as well. He is also a game show contestant, always winning lots of money participating in them, and knows how to answer questions quickly without using any cheats. Winner of the Grand Slam 3 years ago, where he had competed against other game show winners as well. Very good strategist in battle, specializes in electric and steel Pokemon, and real tech savvy. Charles said. Nicknamed Genius Boy by many. Man, he had made a lot of stuff the world hasn't seen yet. Stephen mumbled. He knew as he had longed to use some of Philip's inventions that was featured in magazines or newspapers for his journey collecting stones, but it was apparently not on sale, and if they wanted to use, they had to negotiate with Philip, but no one would find him in public outside an event. What is his elite rank? Drake asked. If I remember correctly, he is the second strongest member, behind the leader. Charles said, as he clicked to the next video, which shows a girl in an author's convention. She was smiling and signing her books for her fans. Rosalind Pyra, 22 years old. She's a best-selling fantasy author and she is also a Mahou Shoujo manga writer and she's a Pokemon history expert. She illustrates her own books and designs her own book covers, as she is a famed artist as well, won 15 art competitions straight in a row. Specializes in fire and psychic types, and of course, is the one who won the Champions Tournament earlier. Oh my god. It's her. I love her works. Chantal gushed. She writes so well, I have every single one of her books and manga. So they sent her? Alder asked. Yes, they did. Charles replied. Nicknamed Fiery Phoenix, she will be a strong opponent. Her rank? Cynthia asked evenly. Third, technically fourth, according to my list. Charles said. Impossible. How can I, one of the strongest champion, lose to her? Cynthia thought, clenching her fists. She is pretty cute. Siebold commented, as Charles moved on to the next person, who was walking down the red carpet wearing a tuxedo. Jude Harrison, right? Lorelei recognized the boy. Yes, he's 25 years old, making him the oldest of the group. Charles explained. You're kidding. Aaron said. No, I am not. He's a very famous actor and he does his own stunts unlike most other actors, winning many awards. He is also supermodel as well, a variety show host, and is also a famous net idol, having his own blog. The video changed to Jude telling one of the guests, an actress, in the show not to worry, as she had answered the question correctly, and the girl stood back to the trap door, only for it to open, and she fell into the sea of sponges. Jude chuckled, as he said, I lied. You were wrong. He is also an S-class Pokemon connoisseur, which means he has his own shop in PAL. Needless to say, that shop has lots of business. Charles finished. He is known as the entertaining socialite and the merman by fans, which means he had 2 nicknames. Specializes in water and dark type Pokemon. Should have known he is a water master when we heard the merman. Drasna said. His rank is 4th, and technically 3rd. Charles said. Why did the PAL elite swap Rosalind and Jude's ranks the other way round? Lucian asked. Don't ask me, ask the leader or the champion. Charles shrugged, as he introduced the 4th member, who was shown making an elegant performance, presumably during a Pokemon showcase. Wow, she's beautiful. Will exclaimed, and the other guys had to agree, as they too were stunned by her beauty. Cynthia glared at the girl in the screen. Glad you think so. Pakura Amuri, 21 years old. She. Oh my god. Pakura Amuri. She's a member of the elite. Wallace interrupted. Something wrong, Wallace? Stephen asked, as Charles nodded. I can't believe it. Wallace exclaimed. What's wrong, Wallace? Stephen practically shouted. Oh, sorry. You see, Pakura's a top coordinator just like me, but she's labeled as a legendary one. Like Dr. Abby? Glacia asked. Dr. Abby was given the title of legendary coordinator in Hoenn for winning the region's grand festival in her first year with just her then Skitty, but then retired right after that. No, Pakura's in a whole new level altogether. What made her stand out among the other top coordinators is that she is famous for winning 6 grand festivals in the 6 regions straight in a row, and having master rank victories in all categories, which makes it a total of 40 ribbons she won in her region. Counting the ribbons she has to win in order to enter the grand festival in the other regions, that makes a total of at least 70 ribbons she has won in a short span of 6 years, making her the best of the best. That's including the aqua ribbon she won at the Wallace Cup back in Johto. I watched her win without losing any points, not even in the finals. Wallace explained to Wide Eyes. Wait a minute, she's also the former Kalos Queen. Won that title when she was only 12, making her the youngest winner ever. Had that title for 3 straight years before she gave up Pokemon performing. Diantha said. Not exactly. She went on to participate in PAL Pokemon Showcase, and won the title of PAL Duchess. She is now the current PAL Duchess. Charles said. Is she? Caitlin asked. Yeah, she is the leader, and strongest among the Elite Four. She specializes in Fairy and Ice Pokemon, which means fans occasionally call her Dragon Slayer, but more often, they call her PAL's Princess, because she is the Princess of PAL. So PAL is a principality? Bruno asked, and Charles nodded. Wow, imagine the power she has in that region. Karen murmured. Yes, she will be a lethal opponent. And finally, the champion. Charles said, as the video changed to a boy defeating Pakura's Sylveon with his Pikachu, and Pakura looking on with shock. When the winner looked up, he was revealed to have black hair that was combed down and cream-colored skin, with calm brown eyes. Red Satoshi, 20 years old. First person to be able to defeat all 4 of the members, which makes him their very first champion. Had won all 6 Pokemon Leagues during the years, and was the one who shut down the villainous teams, earning him the title of Silent Hero. He is also the current PAL Prince. Imagine the power he has, being able to defeat all 4 of the PAL Elite members. He is someone you should look out for. Wow, he's handsome. Phoebe exclaimed. Cynthia looked at Ash's face, and nodded in approval. He would be hers. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Red Satoshi and Max Maple. Substitutions are not allowed. The match ends when one side is out of Pokemon. Trainers, choose your Pokemon. Brock announced. It all started when Ash refused a battle and was about to leave for dinner with her, but Max started to hit on her once he saw how beautiful she was, and asked her out on a dinner date, and she said nothing, but looked at him in disgust. Ash interrupted saying, he agreed to a battle. Max claimed he would win and take her out on a date after that, and here they are. Mytiana, I choose you. Max said, as he sent out a Mytiana, who growled at Ash. Xatu, lend me your aura. Ash chose the Psychic Mystic Pokemon. Dark Pokemon is immune to psychic moves. Max shouted. Well, at least this will be easy. Pakura frowned, but said nothing. You may have the first move. Ash offered. Mytiana, let's start this off with Toxic Attack. Max commanded. Take it. Ash said, and Toxic badly poisoned Xatu. Perfect. Now use Crunch. Max cried. Dodge and use Signal Beam. The Signal Beam hit spot on, which pushed Mytiana back. Use Takedown. Max shouted. Dodge by flying up and use Miracle Eye. Ash told his Xatu. Xatu flew up, and his eyes sparkled as he stared at Mitayana. What kind of move is that? It didn't even affect my Mitayana one bit. Max sneered. Now use Psycho Shift. Ash shouted out. It won't even affect my Mitayana one bit. Take it. Max asked his Pokemon to take it to prove that it won't affect his Pokemon. Surprisingly, his Pokemon glowed purple, indicating it is badly poisoned. What? How? He demanded. Miracle Eye removes a Dark-type Pokemon's immunity to Psychic-type attacks. Which means, your Mitayana can be attacked by Psychic moves now. Ash explained. Surely a smart aleck like you would know. That's why you asked Xatu to take the toxic attack. Max accused. Ash smirked, and nodded. That's right. Mitayana, use takedown, one more time. Max snarled. Dazzling gleam. Ash countered. There was a sudden powerful flash that made those watching the match cover their eyes. When the light died down, Mitayana was down with swirls in its eyes. Mitayana is unable to battle, Xatu wins. Brock announced. Gallade, I choose you. He sent out the same Ralts he had befriended, only this time he had evolved to one of his final forms, Gallade. Gallade, use Power-Up Punch. Max shouted. Dodge, and use Future Sight. Ash countered. Close combat. Max shouted. Xatu, dodge it again. Ash said calmly. Xatu used his wings to fly up high, avoiding Gallade's barrage of punches and kicks. Now, Xatu, air slash. Dodge it. Max shouted, as Gallade jumped to the side to avoid it. Ash calmly said, while he's dodging, use air slash, followed by aerial ace. This time, both attacks hit Gallade, and since it's part fighting, those moves were super effective, knocking him out. Gallade is unable to battle, Xatu wins. Max, send out your last Pokemon. Max got angry, and sent out his last Pokemon. A Banette appeared. Banette, use Shadow Ball. Max cried out. Banette created a black ball in front of its mouth and fires it at the Xatu. Just then, an attack came from the sky, hitting Banette. What the? Max was surprised. What happened? Future Sight happened. Now, use Ominous Wind to blow the Shadow Ball back to it. Ash said. Dodge it, Banette. Banette dodged it, but that was what Ash is waiting for. Xatu, get behind Banette using Teleport and use Confuse Ray. Ash said. It hit Banette dead on, and Banette is confused. Banette, use Shadow Ball again. Due to confusing, Banette damaged itself. While it is confused, use Psyshock. The Psyshock fainted the Banette instantly. Banette is unable to battle, Xatu wins. Brock announced. The winner of this match is Red Satoshi. Come on, let's go. Ash said to Pakura, and they left for the tower, where delicious smells of their dinner were wafting from the dining room. They set up dinner for their Pokemon first, before sitting down for their dinner, which was chicken and chunks of oranges cooked in a creamy sauce laid on a bed of pearly white grain, mashed potatoes, rolls shaped like flowers, and for dessert, a pudding the color of honey. Ash and Pakura were eating dinner in the tower together. Their Pokemon were also eating at the living room, when his Communidex rang. So, how did it do? Ash asked, the moment he answered. Pakura looked up from her mashed potatoes, listening to every word. I won the tournament. Might make a good start at our publicity to the world. Rosalind replied. You won, huh? Ash said to Rosalind. That's great. Did anything happen while we were gone? Jude asked Ash, as they ate their dinner in the train. Thank goodness the train also provided dinner for their Pokemon. Yeah, something did. Ran into one of the murderers of my mother. Ash spat angrily. What happened? Philip inquired. Challenged me to a battle, but I refused. We were about to leave when Max noticed Paku, and he started hitting on her, asking her out on a date, saying a girl like her needs a great, handsome, manly trainer like him to take care of her. The other male traders also started drooling over her. Got mad at him hitting on one of my friends, so I decided to battle him. Won with only my Zatu, he was weak. Well, we can't argue that Pakura isn't one of the most stunning, sensuous people on the planet. Jude shrugged. So, we shall see you when we reach? Sure. Ash nodded. We'll need to prepare for the opening ceremonies once you reach. We'll send you a message once we reach, alright? Philip said. We'll meet at the prep place. Ash nodded, and closed the communidex. We'll meet our prep team in an hour's time. Ash informed Pakura. Finish your dinner, and after our downtime, we will go to the remake section at Aquamarine Style, where everyone would be prepared for the opening ceremonies. When Pakura came out of the bathroom, much to her shock, her fiancé Shiki was lying on her bed, crunching a bag of potato chips she had bought a few days ago. How's your day? He asked. He had messy black hair with purple eyes. He need not wear glasses as he had enhanced eyesight but wears them anyway. Pakura had always believed that he was one of the most handsome men in the world, if not, the most handsome one. She was lucky to have a fiancé like him. Could have been worse. Pakura muttered, as she sat on the edge of the bed. I could tell by his eyes when he walked past my room that he still loves that Cynthia woman, you know. After what I did to help him forget her. I even helped heal his face so he doesn't have to look like a burned bread. She sighed. Hey, you still have me, right? Shiki was smiling. Pakura shrugged, but nodded. Shiki was the only person to whom she could pour out her sorrows. Shiki would often drop by for a chat. She supposed he used teleportation to get into her room. She didn't mind. At least she knew someone was looking out for her. So what are you going to do about it? Shiki asked. He's your regional champion. What else can I do? Pakura muttered. Maybe help him and this Cynthia girl get together. Makes sense. Shiki nodded. Don't fall in love with him. Remember, you have me. I'll never. Pakura retorted. Never is a very strong word, Paku. Shiki said knowingly. I have a feeling something would happen that has something to do with that Sinnoh champion. Pakura sighed. Something wrong, Mutwo? Ash asked, as he prepared to take a quick shower before meeting his other elites. Bad news, Ash. The 5 leaders, Giovanni, Maxi, Archie, Cyrus and Getsis escaped from prison, along with their most trusted guards this morning, including those from Team Flare. They are coming for you and your elite. Tell them to stay on guard. Knew I should have killed them like I did Lysandra. Ash thought. Alright, got it. Oh, and one more thing. Mutwo said. Ash looked up. Yeah, what? I just want to tell you to find out who you can truly trust, and be careful of the quiet one. With that, he returned to his pokeball. He understood the first, being wary of who he trusts, as the other regional guests are coming, and he knew most thought he was a criminal. But be careful of the quiet one. What does that mean? Ash shrugged, before going for a shower. He'll think about it later. Pakura sighed as she ran her fingers through the thick layer of bubbles in her tub. Cleaning her up was just the beginning of her prep for the opening ceremonies. Aquamarine, who was also her personal stylist, seamstress and dress designer, said, remake her to the natural beauty base first. I'll work from there. Natural beauty base turned out to be what a person looked like if they stepped out of bed looking flawless but natural. It meant her nails were perfectly shaped but not polished. Her hair was left alone and not styled. Her skin was smooth and clear but not painted. There wasn't any noticeable enhancements, but not that they need much of it, seeing Pakura's looks was already naturally flawless. Pakura wondered how long Rosalind would take to be in natural beauty base once she arrived, as she got to go first since she was early. As she rinsed the lather from her body, there was an attendant waiting with a towel. She patted herself dry, and dressed in a gown not unlike those from the hospitals, except it was pink in color. After that, she was sent to a little room with couches and magazines. She supposed it's the makeover base, where they give the makeup, manicures, hairstyling, etc. She got to read magazines and was even served cherry cola and provided a phone while her nails are being painted, and her hair being styled. Her face was relatively clear of makeup, only having lip gloss and eyeshadow on. Aquamarine entered with her dress, but she can't really see it since it's covered. "Close your eyes," she ordered. Pakura obeyed, and she felt the silken inside as she slipped the dress over her body. She stepped into her flats, and Aquamarine was adjusting and fidgeting at her dress. "Okay, now you can open your eyes," Aquamarine said. Pakura did, and she was in a dress, which reaches to her knees, which was blue at the top half in addition to flowery lace, but pink at the hem. The bottom part of the dress was alternated between pinkish lavender and hot pink. At the middle of the part where top and bottom half of the dress were separated there was a ribbon-shaped jewel made out of diamond, which sparkled like ice crystals. She was also wearing light blue platinum tiara that was intertwined into a heart shape in the middle. In the heart-shaped gap, there was a smaller sapphire diamond heart in the middle. Attached to her back were wings that looked like it was made out of blue crystal to give an illusion of wings made out of ice. To finish the costume, her shoes were glittery pink and blue flats that sparkled in the light. She went to meet the others where the chariots were located, and only Ash was there. He was wearing what will either be the most sensational or deadliest costume among the 5 of them. He was wearing what looked like medieval-looking black tunic with navy blue trim, a silver belt around his waist, and shiny black boots with a brown ring around the rim of the boots. His cape was simple as well. It was entirely black, giving him an unfathomable air about him. There was a sword to complete his outfit. Ash looked up, and checked her outfit. Aquamarine outdid herself this time. Ash commented. "Thanks." Pakura replied. "Jean did a great job on you too." Ash gave her a wry smile, just as the other 3 entered, already in their costumes. Philip was wearing a shiny and flashy silver outfit that caught the light around them, but it looked like his outfit was also electric bulb studded, as what Ash thought was pearls was actually light sources, and there were lights emitting from those points. He was also wearing a headdress that mimicked the complex inner workings of electronics. The said headdress also have lights attached to it like his outfit. He was also wearing shiny silver boots. His hair was also falling out of the headdress, which made him look even better. Jude was wearing a blue tunic that is tinted in black, complete with dark blue pants, that represented Wave's appearance at night with starfish pins on his shoulder and a crown in the shape of a spiral seashell that looked to be decorated with seaweed and black pearls. He was wearing turquoise boots that was decorated with white pearls. Last but not least, Rosalind was wearing what looked like a magenta and red 2-layered gown that had ruffles and spikes at the edge of her sleeves, complete with a necklace that had a charm which resembled a crystal ball. She was wearing a magenta and red ballet flats with red spikes at the side to resemble flames. On her hair was a headdress that seemed to be on fire, with flame-shaped wings protruding from its side. They had planned to wear costumes that reflects their type specialty, except Ash, who wore a costume to reflect his nickname, since he doesn't have a type specialty, unlike his elites, and make a good impression among the other participants and audience, since they are the elite the other participants never heard of, and first impressions are always important. They planned to ride the chariot from the remake center through the city circle back to the battle arena stage, where Rosalind, their MC, would give a welcoming speech. The 5 took the time to admire one another's costumes. "Wow, you all look great," Philip commented to them. "You too, Philip." Ash smiled at him. "I'm envious." Rosalind was looking at Pakura's costume. "You look amazing as well, don't worry," Jude said. All their faces were relatively clear of makeup, just a bit of highlighting here and there. Probably to show their natural beauty. "They are going to love us," said Philip. The others, except Pakura, nodded in agreement. They climbed into their own chariot, as every elite has his or her own one which is pulled by 4 rapid Ash. Jude is going to go first, followed by Rosalind, Philip, Pakura and finally, Ash. Ash hid his Pikachu in the chariot, and also sent out his Ho-Oh to fly behind him, since Ho-Oh is going to light up the torch. When all are in position, the music played, and they started moving. Meanwhile, the audience and participants were waiting to see what the PAL Elite is like. There were cameras all over the path on the way to the battle arena, and connected to the screen, where they will show the faces of the elite. Some of the audience were seated around the courtyard that is on the way to the battle arena, for there were so many people coming to witness this ceremony. To see the elite members themselves, there wasn't enough space in the arena. Those from other regions didn't know anything about the PAL Elite, and they wanted to see what they looked like, and guess their type specialty from their costumes. Even those in the VIP box, mainly gym leaders, Elite Fours and champions, are looking forward to the ceremony. The doors finally opened, and the audience cheered as they saw the elite. Meanwhile, the screen at the battle arena turned on as well. There they are. There they are. The members of the PAL Elite. Charles Goodshow announced from the announcement box in the battle arena, when the screen came on. With him was Phlox, the manager of the PAL Elite. First up, is Jude Harrison. He is making a splash in his entrance. Just hear the crowd. Sure enough, the crowd was cheering when they saw Jude. Rosalind's outfit just reflects the fiery spirit in her. I am sure that the crowd is fired up just by looking at her. Phlox commented. Philip looks just tech-savvy in his outfit. I like the lights in his costume. It reflects his specialty really well. An electrifying appearance, I must say. Charles said, as he watched Philip's fans going crazy over his outfit. And there is the leader of the elite and PAL's princess, Pakura. She looks just dazzling in her outfit, too beautiful for words. She listened as the males were whistling, and even the male gym leaders, Elite Four members and champions were stunned at her beauty. What's that? At the background? Charles pointed. Ash is riding on his chariot, his cape billowing behind him, looking expressionless. The wind was also blowing away at his fringe, exposing his handsome face. Behind him was a magnificent bird with feathers are predominantly gold and red, with yellow tail feathers, a white underside, and green feathers at the tip of its wings. There's our silent hero and our very own PAL Prince, Champion Red. Phlox said in joy. And is that a Ho-Oh behind him? The crowd's initial alarm quickly changed to shouts and cheers of Champion Red, Silent Hero, Ho-Oh. Every head was turned their way, and the cameras were trained on them. Ash lifted his chin a bit higher, and gave a smile and waved at the audience, and everyone throws flowers at Ash's chariot. The number of roses was enough to completely cover the floor of his chariot. Champion Red. Champion Red. Champion Red. His name was being called from all sides. Ash nodded and waved at them, which gained favor from the audience. Who knows? He might be able to use their support to his advantage against the traitors. The chariots finally reached the battle arena, and everyone cheered as they saw the 5 chariots enter. Ho-Oh, sacred fire in the torch. Ash commanded. Ho-Oh swept down, and released a gold rose-colored flame from its beak at the torch, igniting it, as the audience cheered at the spectacular move. They finally stopped in front of the stage, and the 5 of them got off their chariots, Ash returning his Ho-Oh with thanks, and walked towards the 5 seats reserved for them at the stage, in the midst of cheers. Now, we give the mic to the PAL's representative, the entertaining socialite, Jude Harrison. Everyone clapped and cheered as the boy stood up, and made his way to the front. Thank you, Mr. Goodshow. Jude said. Welcome, everyone, to the Pokemon World Championships. This year, we hold the tournament at the Pokemon's favorite paradise region, the PAL, short for Pokemon Awakens Love. There were cheers and clapping from the participants. Various participants come here from all regions, even the best from our regions participating, making this one of the largest tournaments and one of the most important one of the year. I hope this tournament would be a great experience for each and every one of you, and hopefully maybe even get to know some friends. Do remember the rules and regulations, and make the best out of your time here. Do your best to win as well, because the winner would win a large sum of 5 sextillion poke dollars in cash, the title of strongest Pokemon master in the entire world, a free apartment or villa in any of the regions you choose, the diamond and gold encrusted trophy handmade by Philip Robinson. Philip, our genius inventor, has also generously offered some of his very own inventions as part of the prize, which can be chosen by the winner. Everyone cheered as Philip was well known for his amazing inventions, and he never gives them to anyone. From where he was standing, Philip waved at the audience. For us, it's a great honor to be here as well. Due to the huge number of participants, we are to have preliminary tag battles for the first 3 days. Each pair are to use 6 Pokemon, 3 for each trainer. You will know your partner on the day the tournament starts. All of you have to win against at least 2 other pairs to be able to get in the tournament round, and have 3 chances to do so. Pairs who win 2 rounds are automatically in the top 128 people. I wish to see spectacular battles tomorrow, and hope to see cooperation between trainers should they be paired up together. There was murmuring, as Jude went on, the tag battles would last 3 days, but if you won both battles for the first 2 days, there would be no need to participate on the 3rd day of tag battles. Which means, the 3rd day of tag battles would a break for those who had won the first 2 days, since the 3rd day would be another chance for the participants to get a spot in the top pairs would be known tomorrow before tournament starts. And now, before we end, we shall go on to the exhibition match, where a regional champion would be picked to go against one of us. Of course, who the champion would go against would be random too. Jude stepped aside as Phlox came up with 2 boxes. The champions in the VIP box tensed as Jude picked out a slip of paper from the box. Charles had mentioned a 10-minute exhibition match between one of them and one of the PAL Elite member as part of the opening ceremonies. It contained one of the champions' names and they hoped to be the one that was picked. And our lucky champion is, Kalos champion Diantha. Jude announced, and Diantha sat stunned, before she left the VIP box to the stage. Jude offered the second box to her. Now, pick your opponent from the other box. Diantha placed her hand, felt those slips, and eventually picked a random slip. It was folded so she opened the slip. To her puzzlement, it only said, C. Oh, I forgot to mention we only wrote our rankings. C stands for champion, so you'll be facing our very own champion Red. Jude announced, as Ash stood up from his chair. Both of them walked to the battlefield to start their exhibition match. I hope to see an elegant performance from you as PAL's champion, as I saw what your weaker members can do. Diantha said. Ash silently nodded, and took out a Pokeball. The exhibition match would have a 10-minute time limit. Battle begin. Jude announced. Show a magnificent performance to everyone. Diantha said, as she threw her Pokeball to reveal a Gardevoir. Ash noted Gardevoir was wearing a Mega Stone. Espeon, lend me your aura. Ash chose the Sun Pokemon. You may make the first move. Diantha offered. Espeon, start by using Tackle. Ash commanded. Diantha made eye contact with Gardevoir, and Gardevoir nimbly dodged that attack, and reappeared behind Espeon. So she can command to dodge by mere eye contact, huh? I'll have to make her go on the offense to see if she can command moves as well. Ash thought. Espeon, quick attack. Diantha nodded, and Gardevoir kept dodging the quick attack. Ash gave a subtle nod and Espeon changed his tactics, and appeared where Gardevoir was dodging, and hit Gardevoir, sending it flying. Diantha was surprised. She did not see that coming. Psybeam. Ash called out. Shadow Ball. Diantha countered. Aha, so she can't command moves after all. Ash thought, as their attacks clashed. Espeon, Iron Tail. Espeon got to Gardevoir in an instant, and swung its metallic tail at Gardevoir, sending it backwards. Gardevoir, are you alright? Diantha asked, concerned. Gardevoir nodded, and Diantha said, alright, Moonblast. Shadow Ball. Ash countered. As both clashed once more, Ash told Espion to use Toxic on Gardevoir, which poisoned the opponent. He's good. Diantha thought. Gardevoir, Signal Beam. You use Signal Beam too. Ash commanded. Both moves met in the middle and exploded, just as the timer ran out. Time up. Jude announced. The exhibition match ends in a draw. Amazing. Not many people can overcome my bond with my Gardevoir. Diantha walked to Ash. Is Espion your partner? Ash shook his head. You must be mistaking me for Rosalind. With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving Diantha to wonder why is he behaving like that. After the ceremonies, Ash showered and dressed in a navy blue shirt with black pants, before going out to join his fellow elites. He noticed one person was missing. Where's Paku? Ash asked his elites. Last time I saw her, she said she wanted to be left alone, as usual. Rosalind said. She did send out all her Pokémon to eat though. She jerked her head towards the living room, where all their Pokémon were eating. Ash also sent out all his Pokémon for dinner. Jude rolled his eyes. Seems to me she doesn't want to be near us or something. Why did they even install the food service in our rooms? He was irritated by her absence, as the food service meant she can eat in the comfort of her own room, and who can blame him? Ash internally sighed. He wanted to tell the elites about the prison escape, but he'll have to wait until breakfast since one elite is missing. I'm sure she's just busy preparing for the contest and the Pokémon showcase our region organized. Ash replied. There was a contest alongside the tournament too. While the tournament rounds are held in the morning, contest rounds were held in the late afternoon. It works like a grand festival in other regions. Whoever wins the contest will get a special PAL ribbon that allows them to compete in any region's grand festival they want, no matter how many ribbons the winner has won. Which meant that even if this ribbon is the only one you have, you still can enter the grand festival in any region. The winner also earns the right to meet any of the legendary coordinators of their choice up close. As for the Pokémon showcase, it would be held once the top 32 starts, and it would be held in the late afternoon, and the Pokémon contest would be held in the early afternoon. Whoever won the contest would have a special princess key that would earn them the right to enter the master class of any Pokémon showcases, no matter if the winner didn't have enough princess keys to enter the master class. Pakura was designated to be the judge for both of them, which made her rather busy. Well, I think it's been one exhausting day. Rosalind said. So let's eat. The dinner came in courses. A thick carrot soup, green salad, lamb chops and mashed potatoes, cheese and fruit, a chocolate cake. Although Ash was used to the high quality and quantity of food back in the plateau, he couldn't help but slightly stuff himself, although unlike 5 years ago, he had much better eating etiquette. As they finished the main course, Philip started to talk to Ash. Hey, Ash? Philip asked tentatively. Ash looked up. What are you going to do if you're up against any of them? Philip asked haltingly. There was silence, as Ash answered coldly. Their Pokémon would be in the Pokémon Center when I'm done. You guys too, if you are up against them, show them no mercy. Are you going to tell that to Pakura? Jude asked, shuddering at Ash's tone. That tone usually meant he was out for blood. I don't have to. Ash replied. And furthermore, they won't be leaving PAL alive. There was silence, before Jude asked, what are you going to do after supper, Ash? I'll work on Shelebi's charge beam. It's still a bit shaky. Yeah, I think you better work on that too. Jude shuddered. Nothing disconcerted Jude more than that uncontrolled charge beam, where he had an unpleasant experience involving one and him swimming in the pool some time back. Hopefully Shelebi can control its charge beam soon. Ash was petting the time travel Pokémon, Shelebi. It's okay if you can't master Charge Beam today. You just need practice," he said. They were at a clearing near a forest, where Ash had been using some trees as target practice for Shalebi's Charge Beam. He even used Lucario's Ice Punch to mark the spot Shalebi was to aim the Charge Beam. So far, Shalebi wasn't able to even control the move, as it always dispersed when it shot Charge Beam, and it was totally off target, and wrong tree as well. Currently, he is trying to comfort Shalebi, who lowered its head and eyes sadly at the fact that it couldn't master Charge Beam despite being a legendary. "You really think so?" Shalebi shyly looked up to Ash. Ash nodded. "Pikachu, why don't you show Shalebi how to do it again?" "As you wish," Pikachu said. He formed an orb of yellow electricity in front of his mouth and it fired a beam of yellow electricity from the orb at a tree, frying it instantly. "All you need to do is to concentrate on containing that orb, and aiming well. That's your priority." Shalebi nodded, and tried again. This time, it was able to make a small orb. "Very good, Shalebi. You're getting there. Try and shoot a beam out from the orb at that tree," Pikachu encouraged. Shalebi obeyed, but it still missed, and the impact was rather small. Ash clapped his hands along with Pikachu and Lucario. "Great attempt, Shalebi." Lucario smiled, as Ash nodded his approval. Shalebi rubbed its hand on the back of its head, as if it was embarrassed about the compliment. "Thank you guys. I think we better go to bed. Let's have an early night, we have to wake up early tomorrow," Pikachu suggested. Just then, Ash detected two people approaching. He returned Shalebi secretly, and climbed up a tree with his Pikachu and Lucario that is set in a clump of other trees, offering concealment, so he can see exactly who they are while they can't see him, and thanks to his physical enhancements, it isn't unusual as all elite members possess physical enhancements, he will most likely be able to hear what the approaching pair are talking about. "So, what did Charles tell you during the briefing?" a girl asked. They were walking through clearing towards the tree Ash was in. Ash recognized this voice belonging to Claire, leader of the Blackthorn Gym. "Just information on the PAL elites, and a bit of what they do," a man's voice replied. "After that we were taken on the PAL train here, like you." Ash recognized this voice to be Lance, the Johto champion. Ash knew about those trains. It was the same one that got them to PAL. It looked like Phlox, their manager, arranged for them to take the gym leaders, Elite Fours and the champions from their regions to PAL. All of them most likely got to enjoy the best accommodations, gorgeous floral arrangements, delectable foods, and lush surroundings. The money everyone earned in PAL is high, especially hunters, and thus they could afford all these. Usually, only hunters can use it, but for this tournament Phlox apparently made an exception for their guests. After the briefing, Charles told me about the legendary dragon duo we all admired. Apparently, this is their home region, but something happened and they disappeared 5 years ago. No one even knows where they are now. Lance informed his cousin. "You got that right." Ash thought inwardly. "Not even I know where they are, what happened to them, or their real names for the matter. If you want to find them, good luck." Pikachu and Lucario, picking up on Ash's thoughts, nodded. "Speaking of dragons, how is the investigation Dragon Clan massacre and theft of some of their Pokémon?" Claire asked. "It's going nowhere. I can't seem to find a clue whatsoever on the identity of the culprit or culprits." Lance sighed. "I still wonder why would someone do such a thing, Lance?" Claire said. "To wipe out the entire Dragon Clan, and as if they aren't satisfied enough, they stole the dragon Pokémon belonging to them and set our town in an eternal blizzard. Not even the Pokémon could clear the blizzard with their abilities or moves for some weird reason." Lance looked like he wanted to say something, but decided against it, as Claire said, "I wonder who would set our home in an eternal blizzard and let all the dragon Pokémon half freeze to death." Ash raised his eyebrows. "So, every single one of Blackthorn City's Dragon Clan elders were wiped out. It must have been kept a secret from even the media, when he was traveling all the 6 regions with Pakura to compete in the Pokemon Leagues again and training in PAL, or being on the run depends on perspective, Pakura had always been reading the morning paper and was reading some of the articles she found interesting to him, and read about the gossips in magazines as well. He deduced the massacre must have happened between the time he ran into Claire in Unova and the time he became champion, as if it had happened before he ran into Claire in Unova, her expression would have shown. Judging by the looks on Pikachu's and Lucario's faces, this must be news to them too. Hopefully we can find whoever killed the elders, or at least find somebody that can reverse this blizzard. Claire continued, as they got closer to Ash's tree. We can decide what to do with the culprit, when we find out who it is, that is. Lance muttered. They were directly under the tree Ash was at now. I'm sure this region has the answers we seek. Claire replied. We just need to open our eyes, perhaps the culprit is closer than we think, maybe it was the cursed child wanting revenge. Lance said. Ash knew he wanted to express what he really thought, but for some reason, held back. The pair of them walked past the tree, and Ash waited until they are out of sight before jumping down, somersaulting, and landing on the ground safely, followed closely by Pikachu and Lucario. Ash wondered if the blizzard was caused by an aura user, since Claire mentioned the Pokemon couldn't even dispel it. That was highly likely. Should he tell them? Nah, this is their business, not his, so they should find out themselves. Besides, he already had a lot on his plate without worrying someone else's home being destroyed. Had it been years before, he might probe around, ask prying questions, find clues, and charge in to help without thinking about the consequences or his life for the matter, but now, he realized sometimes leaving them alone to figure it out is better. But then again, he should hunt the culprit and make them pay, not because he liked Lance and Claire or anything, in fact he suspected they, like many others, sided Cynthia and indirectly, the traitors, but he can't afford to have someone like that in their region. He should get rid of this person, read kill, before he or she does pose a danger to them, since Ash's intuition told him that whoever killed their clan is in their region, and his intuition has never been wrong so far. I think things has just gone interesting. Ash gave a chilling smirk. Come on, let's get to bed. His Pokemon nodded, as they made it to the lobby, where Lucario pressed the elevator button, and they rode up all the way to the 14th floor. There's no one in the sitting room, which probably meant that his elites are probably in their rooms retiring for the night, or doing their own stuff. Ash changed into one of the pajamas provided, and laid in the soft, silky bed, pondering about Mutwo's words, and the conversation he heard tonight. It seemed to him that there are more mysteries to solve than he initially thought, not just about the 5 bosses that escaped from jail. And somehow, he knew he'll be the one to solve every single one of those mysteries, and be the one to end the danger the mysteries would pose. What do you think, Pikachu? He asked his ever-faithful friend. I think there are a lot of mysteries going on around from the beginning. Pikachu said. Just that we were too busy to notice until the tournament. I have a feeling they are all connected. Ash nodded in agreement. You know, buddy, something tells us that before we can take on our dear 5 bosses, we must first figure out what exactly is going on inside before we can take on the outside. Yeah. Night, Ash. Pikachu yawned. When I find out who is causing all these, I will kill that person and drifted off to a restless sleep. Gray light was leaking through the windows when a rapping on the door roused him. Rise and shine, Ash. Rosalind's voice was calling him to rise. Today the start of the tournament. She sounded cheerful and bubbly. Ash sighed. How does she get so much energy in the early morning? Ash wondered what it must be like in her head, and what thoughts filled her waking hours. She was one of the 3 elites, the other 2 being Jude and Philip, that had loving families that believed in them that Ash himself ultimately lost thanks to the traitors. Actually, now he thought of it, age-wise, Rosalind was somewhere in the middle as she was older than Pakura and him, and younger than Jude and Philip. Ash wondered if Rosalind would even leave home if not for the fact that she crossed paths with Pakura, who by that time, was already the elite leader. Ash remembered Rosalind only left home to follow Pakura on her journey, although Pakura never invited her along. It's nice to grow up in a loving family, but it's heart-shattering when somebody takes it in front of your eyes. Ash thought bitterly. Don't worry Mum, I will avenge you. Oh, how he can't wait for the day he gets his revenge on them. Wake up, Pikachu, Lucario. Ash mumbled, shaking his partner Pokemon awake. Time for breakfast. As both of them stirred, he staggered to the bathroom, and refreshed himself. He dressed in his standard trainer's clothes, a casual black shirt with a navy blue jacket, his signature necklace, and jeans. He also put on his fingerless black gloves, where on the left glove, a keystone was embedded into it. Pikachu hopped onto his shoulder and he entered the dining room. As soon as he did, he sent out all his Pokemon to have breakfast in the lounge. Ash looked to his elites. As usual, Pakura is missing, but her Pokemon's out here eating breakfast. Morning, Ash. Come have a seat, said Philip, waving him over. The moment he slid into his chair he was served an enormous platter of food. Eggs, ham, piles of fried potatoes. A tureen of fruit sat in ice to keep it chilled. The basket of rolls set would last a family for an entire week. There's elegant glasses of orange juice, cups of coffee, and cups of hot chocolate. Ash took an empty plate, and filled it with a substantial amount of everything on the table, before starting to eat. Over the eggs, Ash asked, Is Paku awake yet? She's the one that woke me up, so what do you think? Rosalind asked, pouring herself a cup of coffee. She used the connecting door to get to your room, didn't she? Jude inquired. There were 2 connecting doors for each pair of rooms. To gain access to 2 rooms, both of them need to open the connecting door in their own room. Jude's room was connected to Philip's and Rosalind's to Pakura's. The room that was connected to Ash's room was currently unoccupied. Only Rosalind couldn't get into Pakura's room because she always kept her connecting door locked, and only unlocked it briefly to wake Rosalind up, before going back to her room and locking it again. Apparently, she wanted to prevent Rosalind from going into her room via the connecting door. Yeah. Rosalind confirmed. But she locked it again once I was awake. Told me to tell you all in no circumstances are we to go into her room without permission from her. Rosalind said. If not she won't hesitate to give us a piece of her mind. She looked rather hurt when she mentioned this. Why would Pakura prevent her access to her room? Hadn't they known each other before she became elite? Didn't she trust her? The questions were racing through Rosalind's mind. By the way, what Pokemon are you guys going to use for the tag battle? Philip asked, deciding to make some small talk. Definitely not our legendaries. Jude joked. Philip shot him a, you don't say, look, and turned to Ash. Hey, Ash, what Pokemon are you going to use? For today, I'll go with Kingdra, Scyther and Jolteon. Ash replied. He looked at Philip, as if to say, and you? I'll go with Heliolisk, Galvantula, and Excadrill. Philip said. Rosalind. Slowking, Delphox, and Rapidash. Rosalind listed. And I'm going with Scrafty, Malamar, and Cloyster. Jude informed them. Whoever our partner is, I hope their type specialty cancels out at least one of our weaknesses. Yeah, I hope so too. Rosalind said. Ash doesn't need to worry, since he has Pokemon of various types, and he doesn't have a type specialty. Ash made a noise of agreement, just as the sound of a door opening can be heard, and Pakura emerged from her room, dressed and ready to go. She was wearing one of her trainer outfits, a white top, that showed her chest well, with a pink skirt, complete with black boots, a light pink jacket and a belt to hold her 6 Pokeballs. Her hair was loose, and put up in a hair band that had a ribbon attached to it. Morning, Paku. Ash greeted his leader. Pakura nodded. What Pokemon are you going to use today? Jude inquired. Pakura looked around at her Pokemon, and pointed to Jinx, Flogers and Mawile. You're going to Mega Evolve your Mawile, aren't you? Philip voiced his suspicion. The PAL elites were also well known to use Mega Evolution during battles, and each of them had their key stones worn as part of their outfit, while their Pokémon had the appropriate Mega Stones. Jude's one was in the form of a bracelet. Rosalind's a ring, Pakura's one was a charm, and Philip's one is a stick pin he attached to his shirt. Once per battle, only a single Pokémon for each trainer may Mega Evolve. While this is true, another thing about the PAL elites are, their bonds with every single one of their Pokémon are so strong, they can Mega Evolve their Pokémon anytime, thus bypassing the rule. Ash discovered this loophole shortly after he became champion, thus he was the first person to Mega Evolve more than one Pokémon when he was battling. Pakura simply shrugged at them. "I have news for all of you," Ash said, since all his elites are here now. "Yeah, what?" Philip sounded curious. According to Mutuo, the 5 leaders and their guards had escaped from jail. There were cries of shock from his elites except Pakura, who stayed quiet. The Pokémon looked up, wondering what the chaos was about. Ash's voice rose above the others. "Enough." It was amazing how cold and calm he sounded despite the situation. They shut up upon hearing Ash's voice. "They will come for us, and I want you to have your guard up at all times. You never know when they will attack. That's all." He didn't mention Mutuo's warning of being careful of the Quiet One, because he still didn't know what it meant yet, and wanted to figure this out himself. "Got it," they said in unison, as they finished their breakfast and joined Pakura in the lounge to start returning their Pokémon back to their Pokeballs, except for those intended to use for battle later, and went to place all of the Pokeballs into their respective rooms, before meeting back in the lounge. When Ash went back to the lounge, his elites were already ready and waiting for him. All of them had at least one Pokémon out of their Pokeballs, like Ash. Jude's was Purloin, Rosalind's was her Espion, Philip's was Pachirisu, previously Dawn's, and Pakura's was her Sylveon and a Skitty, previously May's, that was riding on her shoulder and hidden in her hair. "Come on, let's go," he said, and they rode down the elevator to the lobby, and walked out of the tower to the arena. When they arrived, it was empty. They must be the first ones to appear. Ash noticed a huge board full of headshots of people. The tag pairings must be out, Ash remarked, as he and his elite got closer. Ash scanned the board for his face, and found it somewhere near the top few rows. Next to his face was Pakura's. "Looks like it's you and me," Ash remarked, as Pakura nodded. Jude raised his eyebrows at his partner. It was a girl with blonde hair and has light gray eyes with a fair complexion. She was also wearing a helmet. Corona, leader of the Shalar Gym in Kalos. Specializes in fighting types. Pakura mumbled, startling them. "How did you know?" Jude asked. She used to travel around and collect gym badges with her previous traveling companion before she started coordinating. Did it only for fun though, since she never registered for any conferences. Rosalind explained. "I also collected badges when I was traveling with Pakura, but by that time, she already had all the badges from Kanto to Kalos, so she started collecting ribbons out of boredom." "Really? What badges do you have?" Philip asked them. "I have the badges from Johto to Sinnoh," Rosalind answered. "Okay, whatever, let's see who are our other partners." Philip interrupted. "Hey, you got Malva," Rosalind commented to Philip. "And I got, is that Erica?" The others nodded when they looked. "Hey, Red," a voice said. Ash turned to see two people smiling at him. The first person had brown spiky hair and black eyes. He was wearing a black polo t-shirt with a brown jacket. He was also wearing khaki pants. The second person had shoulder-length purple hair and black eyes, and he's wearing an outfit similar to his original outfit, a black shirt with a jacket that is predominantly black, but has ultramarine color in the middle of the jacket and the wrist part of the jacket sleeves over it. "Hello Gary, Paul," he greeted coolly. "Hello, Ash," a third voice said. Ash looked up to see a boy with black hair and matching eyes wearing his usual green shirt and orange pants. He also wore an orange bandana around his forehead and was carrying his trademark sketchbook. Another was a late middle-aged man with gray hair and black eyes. He is wearing his usual lab coat over his red shirt and fullvest pants. Tracy. Professor Oak. Ash nodded. Hey, Red. It's been a long while. Paul said. And how is Pikachu? Ask him. He jerked his thumb towards Pikachu, who gave the peace sign, and said, I've never been better. I heard you became the very first champion of this region. Congratulations, I must say. Professor Oak complimented. You were amazing in your battle against Princess Pakura. The footage you sent us was exciting, I was on the edge of my seat when I watched. Pikachu gets the credit. Ash replied smoothly. How modest, Ash. Pikachu said. So who's your partner? Gary asked the two of them. I got Olympia, gym leader of Anistar City. Paul replied. How about you? Gary was muttering a few curses, before saying. I got Trip. I'll just take out his Pokemon and win myself. Just make sure you send his Pokemon to the emergency ward. Ash said shortly. Noted. Gary said. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I heard a red Satoshi kicked Max Maples but last night during a mock battle, is that true? Ash nodded. He then told them the story about Max accidentally bumping into him when he and Pakura were trying to get out of the Pokemon Center as fast as possible to avoid conflict, but failed, as Max was hitting on Pakura, and he decided to battle him till he wouldn't harass her anymore. Although he was tired since they were traveling on the train for a long time due to stopping at Driftvale City for the Champions Tournament and then back again. Well, that explains why Max was beaching about this handsome guy, and the girls were drooling over him. Paul shrugged. Then they came up and tried to ask me if I know about this guy. Told them to go away, but they persisted, even asking me if I knew anything about Dawn's and May's missing Pokemon. Well, who knows what happened to them? I don't know and I don't care. So to make them go away, I had Gastrodon use Ice Beam on them. They became a human popsicle, only not as delicious. He concluded, chuckling. By the way, Ash, we got to tell you something. Professor Oak sounded nervous. Gary and Tracy suddenly had somewhat solemn expressions on their faces. Though it was mixed with confusion as well. Paul had his usual stoic expression. I'm sorry we didn't tell you earlier, and we wouldn't tell, but Paul insisted that you need to know. He glared at Paul, who shot him a look that clearly told Professor Oak he has the right to know. Ash raised his eyebrows. You see, during the years where you left Pallet Town. Professor Oak hesitated. The residents of Pallet Town vanished one by one. Only Gary and Professor Oak are the ones left in Pallet Town. Paul finished bluntly. Said to have vanished in the middle of the night. That left Ash to think. Who would kidnap the residents of the Pallet Town? Ash didn't bother to say anything, and simply got up and walked out. He was followed by Pikachu and Lucario, who are calling for him to wait up. A pair of amethyst eyes watched him leave. Of course they vanished. I was the one who took them away from Pallet Town, and confined them safe in the properties I own. I needed them to clear Ash's name, and they can't give witness accounts unless they are assured they are safe, and they are no longer safe in Pallet Town. The traitors must have threatened them. The amethyst-eyed girl thought. She slipped out of the battle arena after him. Are you all right, Ash? Pikachu asked. They had finally reached the edge of a lake. You okay, Ash? Lucario inquired. I'm fine. Ash replied. I just wonder who would take the residents away from their home. And why? Ash stared thoughtfully in the water. It's been 5 years, I wonder who took them. Ash thought. Whatever it is, I hope they are okay. Thinking about it won't do you any good. A voice said cuttingly. Ash looked up, and was surprised to see his ever-stoic leader, Pakura. "What do you know, Paku?" Ash snapped. "What does Pakura know anyway? She is the one who doesn't keep in contact with her family, and check how they are doing. What was more, she left them by choice and she never even wondered what happened to her family." He remembered the huge arguments she usually have with his other three elites whenever this issue arises. Pakura didn't seem fazed by his tone. "I know that when my entire family died, I certainly didn't dwell on it." Pakura answered blandly. That startled Ash. "Wait, what? Your whole family died?" Ash asked in shock, as he realized he and Pakura were similar in that aspect. "When I was 15. Pakura said flatly. "I don't get it. Why did you let the other elites think you never kept in contact with them?" Ash frowned at her. "Do you really think I need those idiots' sympathy that my family died while they still have theirs?" Pakura looked at him like it was obvious. "I don't like it when all people do is pity and say comforting words whenever they find what someone has been through. It's pathetic really, since words doesn't help the one who is suffering." Seeing Ash's stunned look, she went up to him, and grabbed his collar. "You came so far, and are you going to give it all up and go looking for some missing residents in your hometown? No. You are going to stay here and get your revenge on those pigs that killed your mom, and prove your innocence." She pushed Ash against the tree trunk, letting go of his collar, and Ash hit the tree, and slid down on the ground. Pikachu and Lucario scampered to his side to check if he is okay. "Besides, I know the residents are going to be fine. Maybe they have your willpower, and they are somewhere looking for you or trying to find their way home." Pakura assured him. "I definitely know, because they have been asking me about you every time I go check on them." "Pakura's right, you know," Pikachu said with conviction, once he confirmed Ash is fine. "You are here, you came so far, and your main objective is to get revenge on those who killed your mother and framed you. Are you going to withdraw your revenge to look for them?" "No. Because you are here now, and you have to concentrate on your goal. You have to show them what the results of your training are. I don't want your emotions to affect your performance, and when they find out it's you, they will mock you, and what is worse, the others may try to arrest you for the murder of your mother." Lucario nodded, agreeing with Pikachu. "You have to clear your name and get your revenge." "That's right," Skitty added. "You can't let them get away with what they did, this is your chance, as everyone is here." Under Pakura's care, Skitty had a mature, smart and serious side to her, in addition to excellent teamwork. Ash looked to the Pokemon and Pakura each waiting for a reply from him, narrowed his eyes, and gave a single nod. "You're right. I'm sure they are somewhere, staying strong. I will show them." "Thanks." The Pokemon and Pakura seemed satisfied by his answer. "Good, now you know. And life goes on," Pakura's Sylveon said. "Let's go back to the battle arena." Ash nodded, and followed the others back to the arena, which is by then crowded, as trainers tried to get a glimpse of who are their partners on the board. Among them were the other regional elites and champions. He caught a glimpse of pink highlights in Rosalind's hair, and slowly made his way towards her. "Red. Where were you?" Rosalind demanded. "Gary said you ran off, and we were so worried." "Fresh air." Ash waved her off. "Besides, Paku was with me." "Where's Gary and Paul anyway?" "They are already in the arena taking a seat. They said they'll come look for you again after the matches end." Rosalind answered. "They said their battles are after lunch break. Due to the many matches, there's a lunch break in between for trainers to take a break. For those who finish their battles in the morning, they can choose not to return to watch the afternoon matches. Which is what Ash and his elites are going to do exactly, since their battles are in the morning." "Well, that explains why Pakura wasn't with us just now," Philip muttered. "Come on, let's go get our seats." Ash checked the schedule of the battles to take place back in the VIP box. "Alright, Looks like Philip's battle is to be commenced first. Next would be me and Paku, Jude and finally Rosalind. And it looks like we're against Misty and Brock. He smirked at the last sentence. By the way, good luck, Philip. Thanks Ash. With that, he left the VIP box with his Pachirisu, Malva and Viola. He'll be fine. Pikachu assured Ash. Who said I was worried for Philip? He pointed at Philip and Malva facing off against Viola and Iris. He was 100% sure that Philip and Malva would win, but he hoped the other pair can make it to the top 128, because Iris is going to pay for what she did. And no one is going to stop him. Oh, I get what you mean. Lucario growled at the Iris girl. Just then, there were cheering, and Ash spotted the referee, Evan, walking to the middle of one side of the arena. Let's get started, shall we? Evan asked, only to be answered by cheers. Alright, from the green side, we have leader Viola, and former champion Iris. And from the red side, we have elite Philip and elite Malva. There were louder cheers for the latter pair, mainly for Philip, their favorite genius. To Ash, it did not seem like a battle, more like a one-sided massacre. Being the third member of the PAL elite, Philip is powerful, yes, but to end the match with just his Excadrill, with Malva's help, in a mere 15 minutes is something else as well. It's almost as if their opponents didn't put up much of a fight. Philip yawned, as medics rushed in to bring Iris Lapras, her third Pokémon, to the emergency ward. Lapras didn't even put up much of a fight at all, like the other two Pokémon she sent out, the other two also had a one-way trip to the emergency ward. Finally, it was his and Pakura's turn. So, are you two going to go now? Rosalind asked, when Philip, Viola and Malva returned. Ash and Pakura nodded. With that, they left the VIP box together, and walked towards the entrance where they will have to enter the arena from there. Lucario, I want you to watch our matches carefully, alright? There's always room for learning. Ash said. Got it, Ash. Lucario nodded. Good luck, Ash. Pikachu encouraged him. From the green side, we have leader Brock, and leader Misty. The two gym leaders walked out to the arena waving to the audience. And from the red side, we have elite Pakura, Pal Princess and Champion Red, our silent hero. The crowd cheered louder for the latter pair as they walked out and took their places at the marked spot. Misty gave Ash a sultry wink and Ash sneered. This will be a 6-on-6 Pokémon battle, as each trainer can use 3 Pokémon. Switching Pokémon is allowed, and the first side to lose all 6 Pokémon loses. Evan explained. So trainers, you may send out your Pokémon. Starmie, I choose you. Misty threw a Pokeball and out came Starmie. Steelix, come on out. Brock summoned his Steelix. Let's go, Jinx. Pakura sent out the human-shaped Pokémon. Scyther, lend me your aura. Ash called out. You. A bug. Misty shrieked, ticking both Ash and Scyther off. Stop screaming or I'll give you something to scream about. Scyther muttered darkly. Looks like she didn't change. Pikachu mumbled. I'm so going to humiliate her by sending her Pokémon to the emergency ward. Scyther snarled. You do that. Ash nodded. Battle begin. Evan brought the red and green flags he has been holding downwards. Steelix, use Flash Cannon on Jinx. Brock commanded. Starmie, use Scald on that bug. Misty added. Ash twitched. That bug? Jinx, let's use Safeguard. Pakura yawned. Jinx formed a shield around her and Scyther, effectively blocking both attacks. Once Safeguard was deactivated, Ash started his attack. Scyther, Signal Beam. Ash commanded. The Signal Beam hit Starmie, which made it skid backwards. Starmie, get up. Misty encouraged, or rather, demanded. Starmie slowly, but surely got up. Now, use Swift. Shadow Ball. Pakura called out. The Shadow Ball destroyed the Swift, and hit Starmie. Steelix, Stone Edge. Brock yelled out. Scyther, X-Scissor. Ash countered, bored. The X-Scissor managed to slice all the stones in half. Before anyone could react, Ash said, now, use Brick Break. The Brick Break was super effective, causing Steelix to be significantly damaged. Use Energy Ball, followed by Draining Kiss. Pakura coldly commanded. Jinx didn't let Starmie recover, and used a powerful Energy Ball, and Draining Kiss to drain Starmie's energy. And now, Psychic. The Psychic spun and threw Starmie into Steelix. Starmie, use Rest. Misty called out. Steelix, Rock Tomb and help cover Starmie. Brock commanded. Scyther, Vacuum Wave. Ash countered. The Vacuum Wave destroyed the Rock Tomb, and it went on to hit Steelix, who skidded backwards and hit Starmie. Jinx, Dream Eater. Pakura took the chance to drain some more of Starmie's energy. By the time Dream Eater was done, Starmie woke up. Starmie, Thunder Wave. Misty shouted. Jinx, Psychic it to Steelix. Pakura countered. The Thunder Wave affected Steelix, who was now paralyzed. Ash and Pakura looked at each other and nodded. It was time to end this. Scyther, Rock Smash and Brick Break. Jinx, Psychic. Scyther let out a barrage of Rock Smash and Brick Break, and Jinx used Psychic to throw Starmie against the wall, floor, you name it. Giga Impact. Ash commanded. Hyper Beam. Pakura called out. There was an explosion as the two attacks connected with Starmie and Steelix respectively, and when the smoke cleared, both were down with swirls in their eyes, and severely injured. As medics came in to get them to the emergency ward, Evan called out, Starmie and Steelix are unable to battle. The winners are Jinx and Scyther. Green side, please choose out your next Pokemon. Ash checked his Communidex's stopwatch function. That didn't even last 2 minutes. His stopwatch said 1 minute and 37 seconds, as Misty and Brock sent out Politoed and Marshtomp respectively. Ash and Pakura then returned their Pokemon, after murmuring some words of thanks. It looks like Champion Red and Elite Pakura has decided to switch Pokemon. What would they send out next? Ken wondered, as Ash and Pakura and sent out Jolteon and Florges respectively. Battle begin. Evan said. Politoed, start things off with Bounce. Misty cried out. Politoed bounced up high, and started to aim, ready to attack. Florges, Grassy Terrain. Pakura called out. The battlefield changed to grass with the move. Marshtomp, Earthquake. Brock commanded. To his surprise, the Earthquake was half the power it should be. What the? Brock was puzzled at the turn of events. Ash sighed. Grassy Terrain cuts the power of Earthquake, Bulldoze, and Magnitude in half. Didn't you do your homework? Jolteon, use Thunder Wave. Jolteon used Thunder Wave just as Politoed used Bounce. Politoed fell to the ground, as it was now paralyzed and unable to execute the move. Politoed, Bubble Beam. Misty called out. Jolteon, Pin Missile. Ash countered. The Pin Missile overpowered Bubble Beam, and Politoed was hit by the move. Marshtomp, Hydro Pump. Brock called out. Magical Leaf. Pakura said. The Magical Leaf cut through. Hydro Pump, and the move damaged Marshtomp greatly because of 2 reasons. It is doubly weak to grass, and the Grassy Terrain powered up the move of grass types. Now, Petal Blizzard. Pakura commanded, as Marshtomp was swept up in the petals. It fell to the ground, and now struggled to get up. Finish it. Solar Beam. Solar Beam hit Marshtomp just as it was getting up, and it was blasted in the air. It lasted for half a minute before the beam dissipated. Marshtomp fell from a great height and on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Marshtomp is unable to battle. Evan declared, as medics came to check on Marshtomp, and declared it needing to be in the emergency ward. Misty snarled, and shouted, use hyper voice on Florges. Disarming voice. Pakura countered. Both of them clashed, and it slowly overpowered the hyper voice. Pakura gave a single nod to Ash. Jolteon, full power thunder. Ash shouted. Jolteon took this opportunity to shock Politoed for 1 whole minute, before stopping, and at that point, the disarming voice hit Politoed, letting it fall to the ground with swirls in its eyes. The medics came in again to send Politoed to the emergency ward. And Politoed is unable to battle. Green side, please send out your last Pokemon. How dare you? This should be against the rules. Misty shouted. The rule was as long as the trainers do not mutilate or kill the Pokemon in any way, it isn't against the rules. Evan interrupted. Besides, you signed up for this tournament, and action-packed battles is sure to have brutality. Pakura said calmly. Misty glared at her, and sent out her Gyarados, while Brock chose his Crobat. Pakura switched to Mawile, who was wearing a Mega Stone, while Ash chose to remain with Jolteon. Battle begin. Evan announced. Gyarados, Flamethrower. Misty shouted. Dodge, and use Volt Switch. Ash countered. The Volt Switch was super effective on Gyarados, and at the same time, switched Jolteon out with Kingdra. So that's why he stuck with Jolteon. Pakura thought. Mawile, let's use Stone Edge. Crobat, Wing Attack. Brock called out. The Wing Attack managed to repel Stone Edge. Gyarados, Twister. Misty commanded. You use Twister too. Ash countered. As both clashed, with Kingdra's Twister winning, Ash called for a Dragon Breath, and both Twisters and Dragon Breath hit Gyarados. Meanwhile, Pakura called for a Fairy Wind, which blew Air Cutter away. Mawile then went in for a Thunder Punch, which was super effective on Crobat. Before Brock could react, Crobat's wings were frozen, thanks to Ice Beam. Crobat struggled to break the ice with Steel Wing as the ice was difficult to break. Kingdra, use Draco Meteor. Ash called out. Kingdra nodded, and shot an orange sphere in the air, and it rained down on both Crobat and Gyarados. Mawile was unaffected due to her typing. When the attack ended, Ash and Pakura decided to finish it with Scald and Play Rough on Crobat and Gyarados respectively. Both of them did not stand a chance to dodge, and took the full hit. They fell down with swirls in their eyes. Gyarados and Crobat are unable to battle. The winners are Elite Pakura and Champion Red. As usual, medics come in to check on the Pokemon again, as the other pair walked away. Oh my! Drasna was looking at the battle with shock. The PAL champion and leader are not one to be trifled with. That was brutal. Aaron was watching the scene with astonishment written on his face. All their Pokemon are being sent to the emergency ward. They didn't show any mercy at all. Looks like those Pokemon are out of battle for a while, and won't be able to compete tomorrow. Marlon said. Hopefully those are not their best Pokemon. You only saw a little of what they can do. Jude remarked dryly. Are you serious? Whitney asked Jude. If they didn't need to resort to Mega Evolution to win, there's no point for them to lie that they are easy to beat. Lucian said. Didn't you see Pakura's Mawile wearing a Mega Stone, but she never used it? Meanwhile, a certain Sinnoh champion thought she should get Red to train her Pokemon sometime. The door to the VIP box opened and Ash and Pakura entered. You were amazing, guys. Rosalind cheered. Did you see the looks on their faces when they lost? You are amazing as usual. Lucario said. I'll never forget the looks on their faces for the rest of our lives. Pikachu giggled. It's only the beginning, guys. It's only the beginning. Ash said in a somewhat ominous tone, as Jude left with his purloin, followed by Corina, Whitney and Winona. Ash watched blankly as Jude also finished in 15 minutes flat with his Malamar alone, with all three of Corina's fighting Pokémon, which included resorting to Mega Evolving her Lucario. Ash shook his head. Whitney and Winona didn't really stand a chance against Jude and Corina, Jude mainly. One-sided battles really gets boring after a while. Whitney started crying, and she was comforted by Winona. "It's your turn, Rosalind," Ash said. Rosalind stood up, and left the VIP box to the front of the entrance of the battlefield, her Espion following behind, along with Maylene, Flannery and Erica. Of course, due to Rosalind being the only elite, she was the only one who never lost a Pokémon. He didn't have to say for the other three, who lost all their Pokémon, although Flannery's Pokémon is supposed to resist Rosalind's Pokémon's fire-type moves, she was simply overpowered by Rosalind. After that, it was lunch break, and everyone in the VIP box headed to the tower for their long-awaited lunch. Except one certain PAL leader, who thought that the traders shouldn't stay in the hotel room while they are in PAL, since they do not deserve living in those rooms. With that thought in mind, she made a detour, her Klefki's Pokeball in hand. For the rest of them there are other problems. The number one fear and annoyance of all celebrities. The paparazzi. Now why are they the number one fear and annoyance? The reason is simple. They follow you around, taking your pictures without permission, asking incessant questions, and use all means to find any information about you, and post it on the newspaper or magazine, even if you didn't want that information out. Basically, with paparazzi around, you have zero privacy, because they will never give you that. Even if you wish for a quiet time with your family or a friend, they would never give you that. While it was true their local paparazzi would leave them alone, and ask permission before they post, it doesn't apply to the other regional one, who somehow snuck into the plane or ship to PAL. Which explains why all of them, sans Pakura, are running towards the battle tower, where they will be safe, chased after by paparazzi shouting questions to them, and even asking them out, much to their horror and disgust, especially Ash, since he's considered to be the most mysterious, and one of the best-looking, elite, alongside Pakura. Pikachu is struggling to get a grip on Ash's shoulder, and Lucario is trying to catch up to the group. Philip fell behind to use his power to disable all the electronic devices carried by the paparazzi. As a genius inventor, one of his abilities was the capability to activate and deactivate various mechanisms, both electronic and biological, as far as 10 kilometers radius. With this range, he can select specifically which devices to activate or deactivate, which in this case, he's selecting to deactivate the reporters' cameras and microphones. While they were distracted trying to figure out what's wrong with their equipment, which meant they had slowed down their speed, the PAL elites took a run for the doors, and they quickly closed the tower doors in the paparazzi's faces with Ash's telekinesis. They were sure they had shaken the reporters off at this point, since they had given up staking out the tower, due to the fact that in the past, Pakura and the other three elites would constantly water balloon bomb them from above as a game. They have gotten soaked one too many times with Pakura's expert aim, she never missed her target. That was definitely close. Philip gave a sigh of relief, clutching to his Pachirisu. Indeed. Jude muttered. Pikachu is regaining his balance on Ash's shoulder, panting. The other region reporters must have snuck in to cover the Pokémon World Championship for whatever newspapers or magazines they are working for. And this is most likely the biggest event of the year, that's why they are chasing us, since you all are the host region's Elite Four. Lucario said. You could be right, Lucario. Rosalind mumbled. Philip, would you do a quick check upstairs if there's anything for us? Philip nodded. Yeah, sure. He went up the elevator alone, while the others waited downstairs. 10 minutes later. What's taking him so long? Ash frowned. I only said to do a quick check. Rosalind wondered. I think something happened to him. Let's go. Jude suggested. They went up the elevator, and entered their quarters, only to find that it is empty, except for the huge pile of letters in the sitting room. Philip's Pachirisu is sitting near the letters, looking at the pile in concern. "Philip, can you hear me?" she asked. "Philip, where are you?" Rosalind shouted, since he had to be somewhere near the pile. Guys, some help please." A muffled voice was heard from under the pile of envelopes. "He's buried under the pile of letters." Jude covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. "Very funny, Jude," Philip said from under the letters. "Just get me out of here." It took both Ash and Rosalind's telekinesis to get the pile of letters off Philip. Shortly after the elevator dinged and Pakura stepped in the quarters, and looked impassively at the pile of fan mail. They wondered where she had been all this time. They did not notice the 4 hotel keys that were protruding slightly out of her pocket. Philip got up from the carpet and dusted himself off. "As usual, we have fan mail." "Sillin. Where did you place the hotel keys?" Iris demanded. All of them were standing outside their hotel rooms, locked out because their hotel keys were missing. They planned to go to their rooms and order room service for lunch. "I was sure they were in my pocket." Sillin frowned, searching for the keys in each of his pockets, but to no avail. "If we don't find the keys, the concierge is going to kick us out," Max warned him. "Remember what he said?" Sillin sighed. "Yes, I get it. He said that the keys themselves were expensive to make, and he's only handing them to us for free since we are tournament participants, but in the condition that if we lose one key, we either pay the cost for a replacement key, which we can't afford since the cost is high, or we get kicked out, and we'll have to live in the Pokemon Center rooms." "I'm hungry," May whined, as Trip sighed, looking at his transceiver for the time. "Just hurry up and find the key. We're wasting time," Misty yelled. She isn't in a particularly good mood since the battle with Red and Pakura. "Ugh, if I wasn't kicked out as champion, I would have had the battle tower room," Iris mumbled. "Believe me, I wish we didn't opt out too," Brock added. Brock didn't say any more, as he himself was in a bad mood. Pakura threw the last envelope to the ones with Philip's name on it. "Okay, I sorted them," she told the other elites, pointing to the 5 different piles. "Look for the ones with your name on it." "Thanks, Pakura." Whose is this?" Rosalind asked, pointing at one of the envelope piles that had actually reached the ceiling. Pakura pointed to herself, indicating it was hers. "Well, you are the most popular elite," Jude replied, with a hint of envy in his voice. "Isn't surprising, is it? After all, she's the princess. She rules PAL," Rosalind said, earning herself a glare from Pakura. "It's just a title," Pakura said darkly. After all, technically she was dethroned by Ash when she was defeated during the Elite Challenge. Much to her chagrin, he allowed her to remain as princess. "Which makes you the face of the region, along with Ash, of course," Rosalind chirped. Pakura gave her a look that clearly told her to shut up or she'll really get it. Ash spared them a glance, before going to the pile with his name on it, and started looking through his letters. There were a few creepy ones from fangirls proposing marriage, but there were some sincere ones as well. Some also attached pictures of themselves along with the letters. A few made Ash throw it into the fireplace immediately, as those pictures clearly showed they have no dignity. Ash coughed, and continued on. Back at the plateau, he made Pakura handle all his mail, while he did his paperwork, so it is the first time he's opening fan mail. But he daren't react the way he wanted to, for that would let the others know it was his first time. Said person must have known it too, for she shot him a sharp look, before turning back to her pile of fan mail. Ash noticed that her mail included job offers from modeling agencies, entertaining industries such as acting, and various nightclubs as well, which she didn't even look at. Sylvian was helping her straighten out her unwanted mail, while Skitty is pawing away at the envelopes. "It's the usual stuff," Rosalind sighed. "You thought by now they'd know we don't do dates with fans or strangers." She watched her espion use psychic to put the unwanted mail into a neat stack with mild interest. "Well," Jude said, carrying the unwanted envelopes in his arms. "Let's throw the unwanted mail into the fireplace." "Yeah, sure," Ash replied absent-mindedly. They placed the unwanted mail into the fireplace, and Ash nodded to Rosalind. "You know what to do," he said, as she shot flames from her hands into the fireplace. To make sure the fire doesn't get too big or the smoke doesn't engulf them, Ash placed a psychic barrier in front of the fireplace. "I lose my appetite skimming through all those pictures from fan mail." Jude sighed. "We should have eaten lunch before we did that." "Not exactly," Philip remarked dryly. "If we did, what we really think may end up all over the carpet." Ash nodded in agreement, just as his poke gear rang. He immediately picked it up. "Hello," Ash said. "Hello, Prince Red." It was the Hunter Association's chairman, William Anderson. "I have a case for you to solve." "Can't Rosalind do that?" Ash grumbled. "Well, this case is extremely difficult, as it hasn't been solved for 6 years, and we figure someone of your caliber could crack it," William said sheepishly. "All right, I'll come down now," Ash mumbled, as he closed the poke gear. "I'll be going to the Hunters Association headquarters. It looks like I have a new case," Ash said, as he left with Pikachu and Lucario. He made his way to the tall building, and then to William's office, which had a computer with a hologram keyboard, and some footage he assumed to be from security cameras. William Anderson was a young man in his mid-20s at best. He had brown hair and sapphire blue eyes, and spoke in a British accent. He was an accomplished 3-star poacher hunter, and his job as a hunter is to study Pokémon and protect them from poachers. He looked up when Ash entered and said, "Hello, Prince Red." He held out a hand for Ash to shake, which he accepted. "Let's not make any small talk, William," Ash said curtly. "Direct as usual." William replied smoothly. "Very well. Here." He handed Ash a brown file, which Ash opened. Inside contained the information that the association knew about the dragon duo. "And what do you want me to do?" Ash asked, looking at the information. "The mission I'm about to give is to find out where their whereabouts are, find out why they disappeared, and if you can, the real names of the dragon duo members. After all, they are our previous rulers," William answered. The other crime hunters and lost hunters had been trying this case during those 6 years, but they couldn't find any clue whatsoever. Ash nodded, and took the file with him as he left. He needed some time to look over the files. But first, he had to feed his Pokémon. Later, he was sitting in a cafe studying the file that he received from William, eating a piece of sandwich and a cup of iced chrysanthemum tea, while his Pokémon were chatting to each other about who knows what. He read that in addition to being the strongest dragon masters the world had ever seen, they were also extremely strong psychics, and is possibly stronger than even Rosalind. Apparently, they debuted 9 years ago, participating in the trainers' tournament that they held every year. Every 25 years, it would be marked by a quarter anniversary, where it would call for a glorified version of the tournament to make battles even more exciting. So far, there were 2 quarter anniversaries, the first requiring the trainers' teams to specialize in one Pokémon type only, and the second required for a tag team battle, and only one pair can win, which means there were 2 winners. That was the year that the Dragon Duo had won. When it came to the quarter anniversary, they usually did the reading of the card, which contains the twist, months beforehand so that the trainers can prepare for the twist that would be happening if they had registered. Their reign over the region lasted only 3 years before they suddenly vanished, leaving a note that the Dragon Princess left behind. Ash grimly noted that they didn't include the note itself, which meant he had to scrounge the library for old newspapers to find out more clues. "Sorry to interrupt, but may I sit here?" a familiar voice asked. Ash looked up, and nearly choked as he saw Cynthia smiling down at him. Pikachu glared at her, ready to shock her if he must. Lucario frowned, as he didn't like the way things are going. He looked around, and sure enough, there was only one seat left, the one in front of him. On one hand, he still loved her, and this might be a good opportunity to be close to her without the incident getting in the way. On the other hand, however, he can't risk letting her know who he really is, or else she might turn him in, and maybe, not even Pakura can stop her. What to do, indeed. Ash curtly nodded, and Cynthia's smile grew wider, as she sat across from him. However, instead of starting on her food, Cynthia had decided to talk to him. "So, what have you got there, Red?" Cynthia asked. "A top-secret case." Ash mumbled shortly, reading the Dragon Prince's profile. "Oh," Cynthia said. "Part of your work?" Ash nodded, not even looking up from the files, which annoyed Cynthia. "So, you solve cases as part of your job?" Cynthia pressed on. Ash didn't know what to say to her. He was a contract hunter, and he is those types of hunters who are constantly hired by corporations in order to do specific jobs, such as biological survey, ecological research, or any other miscellaneous job, such as solving cases, like what he is doing right now. "You can say that," Ash replied. "I didn't know Red does cool jobs like these." Cynthia thought. "Is it a PAL trend? They have escaped, and they won't stop until they have hunted you down. You know it." Shiki frowned at Pakura, after he had told him of what Ash had said. The two of them were taking a nice walk in the forest, along with her Pokemon. "They're coming to get you." Pakura frowned at him. Ash had taken down the villainous teams, and only the bosses and some others escaped. What good are they without a team of minions under their command? As if he read her mind, he said, "You know what will happen if they capture you. It will all be over for the PAL elites. And that includes Ash." Pakura stared at him. He seemed to know everything, and had never lied to her once. Pakura decided to trust his words, and made a mental note to plan her moves from there. After all, he had stayed with her through thick and thin. Sometimes, when he knew she wasn't in the mood to go out, he would come over to her room to chat with her instead. She had thought then that if there were only one blessing in her life, it was definitely having Shiki in her life. "I think this is a great spot, Shiki, huh?" They had reached a beautiful garden, and in the middle, there was an Eevee dancing in the middle of a stage-like rock. Pakura had to applaud this Eevee's courage to pursue her love of dancing. "Do you really need another evolution?" Shiki asked her, coming up next to her. Pakura shook her head. She already had all the evolutions she had wanted, so there isn't any point of getting another one. Her Sylveon and Skitty were looking at the dancing Eevee as well. Pakura thought it might be a Pokemon that hatched recently from her egg, since it was smaller than the normal Eevee. "Let's leave her alone," Shiki suggested, and Pakura nodded in agreement, as she chose to a spot that was full of flowers. Pakura opened her basket to reveal beautifully decorated poke puffs. Her Pokemon on hand happily took one and devoured them, as she left the basket on the rock. She opened her file, and proceeded to read about her next target. The Eevee smelt the sweet smell of poke puffs and approached the group, secretly taking one from the basket while their backs were turned. Shiki seemed to sense something, and turned, only to see Eevee taking a poke puff. "Hey! What are you doing?" Shiki shouted at Eevee. Pakura closed her file, turned around, and Eevee scampered away in fright with the poke puff the moment Pakura saw her. Pakura chased after it, since Eevee had stolen her Pokemon's dessert. Pakura suddenly screeched to a stop when she realized she was running towards a cliff, but Eevee didn't realize this, and ran over the edge, sending her plummeting towards the ground way below. Pakura took out her gymnastic ribbon, and managed to grab Eevee with it, who by then, fainted from fright. She sighed as she carried the little Eevee back to their spot. "Sorry, guys, we'll have to cut it short. Eevee is probably traumatized. Let's take her to the Pokemon Center." Her Pokemon nodded, as she closed the basket, carried Eve in one arm while her file and basket in the other and walked with Shiki to the Pokemon Center. As she passed the cafe Ash was in, she saw Ash and Cynthia chatting with each other, and she swore Ash's expression had something soft to it, which made her nearly drop the unconscious Evie. Shiki gripped her hard by the arms. "We did not see it." "What?" Pakura asked. "We didn't see that scene. We were so engrossed in our conversation on the way to the Pokemon Center, we did not look into that cafe window." "Got it?" Pakura nodded, as they continued on their way. She did not notice Skitty and Sylveon looking at each other, and shaking their heads. Later, Ash left the cafe after saying goodbye to Cynthia, ready to train his Pokemon. He really did enjoy talking to her again after 6 years. He wondered if he could convince her that he was innocent while not revealing his identity. Ash went out into the garden that is leading to the forest. "It's a nice day, isn't it?" Lucario asked. "Definitely." Pikachu replied, while Ash merely nodded. Just as they responded, he heard a rustling noise above them. Ash suddenly stopped, and narrowed his eyes. "Did you hear that?" Despite the rustling noise being soft, he can hear it with his enhanced hearing. Pikachu and Lucario nodded. Since Pokemon has more sensitive hearing than humans, they can detect the noise as well. "Do you want to check it out?" Pikachu asked Ash, who looked up, trying to see if there was anything causing the noise with his enhanced eyesight, but nothing so far. "Can't hurt, can it?" Lucario shrugged. "Besides, we can defend ourselves, if there's any danger to the noise." "If you say so." Ash replied skeptically, as he walked to the tree, where he thought the noise was coming from, and started climbing up to investigate the source of the noise, Lucario waiting below the tree. Perhaps it was just a wild Pokemon, but since the tree he is currently climbing on doesn't offer much concealment, it's highly unlikely. Halfway through the climb, something heavy dropped on Ash's free shoulder, and Ash lost his grip and fell to the ground. He used telekinesis to slow down his fall, and stopped a foot from the ground. He then let himself down slowly, and landed on his feet softly, Pikachu clinging on the back of his shirt for dear life. Lucario ran over to him to make sure he's okay. "What landed on me?" Ash thought. "Hi, Ash, long time no see." A familiar voice greeted them. Ash raised his eyebrows. He knew that voice. He looked to the speaker, and sure enough, a purple, simian Pokemon with 2 tails, each with a large, rounded hand with 3 red-tipped fingers was grinning widely at him. "Ampabomb. It's been a while." Pikachu waved at him. Lucario raised his eyebrow. "Oh, yeah, you two haven't been acquainted." "Ambipom, this is Lucario." "Lucario, this is our old friend from Hoenn and Sinnoh, Ambipom," before Ash traded her away to Dawn. Lucario frowned at the last word. "Isn't she one of the people who killed Ash's mother?" "So, what are you doing here, Ambipom?" Lucario inquired. "Oh, I'm done training with that old guy, and thought I'd go back to my trainer, but when I heard what she did to Ash all those years ago, I knew I can't stay with her, because who knows what else she would do. I went off to try to find you, and heard gossip about the upcoming tournament in this PAL region, so I thought I'd head here and try to find you. And now, here I am. You look even better than the last time I saw you, but I still recognized your scent." Ambipom replied cheerfully. By her aura, Ash knew she wasn't lying. "So, how are you doing, Ash?" "Fine." Ash replied. Ambipom was slightly taken aback at Ash's slightly cold tone. "Do you want to return to us, Ambipom?" Pikachu asked eagerly, as he snatched an empty Pokeball from Ash's pocket. "Definitely." Ambipom jumped to the Pokeball, and pressed the capture button herself. She was SCKED in, and the Pokeball dinged without even shaking. "I guess I just caught an Ambipom." Ash was looking at the Pokeball Pikachu was holding. He let Ambipom out again. "Ambipom, we're going for training, do you want to come along?" Lucario asked. "Sure. I can't wait to test out my skills," Ambipom said. The mist is so thick. I can't see a thing. Claire complained to her cousin. Her cousin sighed in response, knowing they had walked too deep into the woods, and now they're lost. And it's really cold here. Claire mumbled, as they wrapped their capes closer to them. Something caught their eye among the mist. It was an aerodynamic body and glass-like down feathers. The lower half of its body is red with jet-plane wings and fin-like feet. It has a blue triangular marking on its chest. It's a Latias. Claire said, awestruck. It was the first time she had seen a legendary dragon Pokémon. I'm going to catch it. Forgetting about the cold, she started to follow Latias. They were led to a beautiful meadow where Latias had stopped. She did not notice that she was being followed, but another Pokémon did. Claire sent out her Dragonite, and decided to start attacking, but they suddenly heard light footsteps, and they found themselves staring at a familiar Pokémon. The Pokémon had slender legs and dainty paws and has lilac fur. Its ears are large, and it has purple eyes with white pupils. There are tufts of fur near its eyes, and a small, red gem embedded in its forehead. It also has a thin, forked tail. At first they thought it was Rosalind's Espion, but this Espion is bigger in size. The Espion narrowed its eyes at them, standing in front of the Latias protectively. It said something to Latias, who flew off again. Claire ordered her Dragonite to chase after Latias, but it was held back by Espion's psychic. Espion yipped a few times, and started with a swift attack. Dragonite, dodge and use Thunder Wave. Claire called out. Surprisingly, Espion let Thunder Wave hit. The reason why was shown when the next second, Dragonite was paralyzed. Espion's ability must be Magic Bounce. Lance cried. Dragonite, use Dragon Rush. Claire ordered. Espion countered with a Giga Impact, which overpowered Dragon Rush, and hit Dragonite. They did not see a girl rushing into the scene. The girl had long black hair cascaded down her back with bangs covering her eyes, so they could not tell her eye color. On her head was a platinum tiara, decorated with various jewels, such as rubies, emeralds, sapphires, pearls, topaz, amethyst, and diamonds. She was wearing a red off-the-shoulder formal gown, with a pale red sash around her waist, and the sash was decorated with gold dragons. The extra cloth in front of the bottom part of the gown was also decorated with draconic patterns. On her neck was a black choker with a gem embedded into it. When they examined carefully, a drawing of Latias and Latios could be seen at her choker, with the gem in between them. The Dragon Princess placed a mind control on Claire, who was forced to return her Pokémon, before she got knocked out. Lance turned, and gasped, as he recognized the formal outfit. It was the Dragon Princess in person. That was the last thing he saw before the Dragon Princess used her psychic powers to knock him out. We should erase their memories starting from the point where they saw your Latias. Espion said to the Dragon Princess. Indeed. If not, Claire might go after my Latias again, and Lance might tell someone that he had seen me, and everyone would come looking for us. I can't afford for this to happen. With that, the Dragon Princess proceeded to erase their memories, and teleport them back to their rooms in the tower. With that job done, they headed back to the cave, where the dragon duo resided. There were defenses up in the cave, such as only true dragon masters can see the cave through the mist created by the dragon duo's combined powers. However, the mist also contains strong psychic power that compels anybody who can see it to ignore it. The cave was much larger than it looks outside, and it could have passed for a living space, for it had a campfire in it, a sleeping bag, a table that looked like it was used for making herbs and storing first aid items on, another table that were laden with cakes and bread, a work table that had tools on it, a sewing station, a few target boards that had arrows and knives stuck to it, a well for water, an oven, some plants that grows berries and fruits, and various other necessities. Leaning to the side of the cave was a hot pink bicycle, and next to it was a black bow with a few sheaths of arrows. Other weapons were also scattered around the corner of the cave. The Dragon Princess noted that the Dragon Prince isn't in, most likely out doing grocery shopping or perhaps training his Pokémon, but she suspected he must have used an illusion to disguise himself. She wished she hadn't chose Dragon Mastery. For being the best at dragon training, they would be forever remembered as the ones every dragon user dreams of battling one day, and their final opponents at being the best dragon master in the world. If they found out what her original hometown is, the citizens currently living there would most likely try to get her to return to the hometown, so they can get the glory that the member of the dragon duo was born there. Well, she won't stand for it. Not even their brightest stars, Claire and Lance, would stand a chance against her. For now, she would watch their movements. If they pose a threat to her, she would kill without hesitation. That is a promise. Philip went up a flight of stairs that lead to the roof. There's a small dome-shaped room with a door to the outside. At night they can see the city lights from this garden, and they would glow like a vast field of Volbeat and Illumise. It was usually cool and windy over at this place, with fresh air as well. They had built a flower beds and potted trees all around the roof, and from there hung hundreds of wind chimes. On a windy night, the chimes were loud enough to drown out conversations, which is perfect for those who are trying not to be heard. Pachirisu immediately went to examine the blossoms, while Philip set down his equipment, and began working on his new invention that he was working on earlier before Ash called him back to the plateau. "Is that the game you were talking about?" Pachirisu asked. "Well, I'm going to revamp a game Stimulus, where it takes the player into an arena against 12 animatronics. You know, those animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's series?" Philip asked Pachirisu. "Oh, that notoriously horror game." Pachirisu shuddered. "Yeah, the arena is based on the second Five Nights at Freddy's game, but the office is based on the first, as they have doors." Philip replied. "What's the purpose of the game?" Pachirisu asked. I think this would be a good training for our aura abilities, you know, should we be in a situation where we do not have any weapons, and we have to depend on our aura abilities. The thing is, I'm trying to figure out a way that should the animatronics injure us, it won't be reflected on us once we are out of the game. But unfortunately, only aura users would be able to activate this device, since the device depends on aura to run." Philip said. "Sounds like a cool device." A female voice said. "Why thank you, Pacharg." Philip turned to the source of the voice, thinking it was his Pokémon, only to see a very pretty woman with short light brown hair, designed in a somewhat star pattern, light blue eyes, and violet eyeshadow. She was wearing her usual outfit that consisted of white choker and white long-sleeved blazer with lapels that possess large buttons and also a small collar, the blazer finished with 3 petal-like ends and the sleeves has 2 golden lines on the cuffs. There were 2 lacy objects on the back of her outfit that resemble cloud-like wings that is likely to be connected to the blazer. She also wore a simple white shirt with 2 golden lines near the end of the shirt. Finishing her fairy-like attire, she wore short white pants and white low high-heel boots. She was carrying her usual pink purse and on her neck was the Mega Charm. "You sure are easy to scare, Philip," Diantha said, amused. "Diantha," Philip said curtly, as he started to pack up his stuff. "Wait, I thought you're going to continue on your invention." Diantha was surprised that Philip was packing. "Not if you are here. I'll just go back to my room," Philip mumbled. Being a shy type, he isn't really one to initiate conversations, and preferred to keep to himself, although he still considered more approachable and talkative than Pakura, and Ash, is. "But, I think your invention is great." Diantha tried again, but before she could say anything more, Philip had ran out the rooftop door down the stairs. Diantha stood there, stunned. What's with him? Diantha thought. Ash squeezed through a secret tunnel located near the forest, and it led him to a huge forest clearing. It's a place Pakura had showed him years ago, when they were trying to hide from the press soon after he was crowned champion. She was also targeted because she was his final opponent. Since then, it had been a good place to train his Pokémon in private. Ash silently used his telekinesis to throw all his Pokeballs up into the air, and they all opened, revealing all his Pokémon. Papa. Manaphy gave Ash a bear hug as soon as he was released. Ash non-verbally hugged him back, not saying anything. Papa, where's Mama? Manaphy asked. Ash knew he was referring to the elite leader, Pakura, as Manaphy got attached to her over the 6 years, and loved her cooking very much, including the poke puffs Ash often fed his Pokémon. It also didn't hurt that whenever Manaphy got injured in battle, Ash would send him to Pakura to heal him up, as one of her abilities is to heal Pokémon. Ash remembered Pakura told him about the time where she first met Manaphy. He remembered that day, Manaphy let himself out of the Pokeball just to interact with Pakura. Pakura was serving up some poke puffs for her own Pokémon, when a blue blur slammed into her, knocking her to the ground. Fortunately, she managed to close the basket so that her poke puffs do not fall out. What hit me? Pakura mumbled, looking down at whatever was on her stomach. It was a small, blue, aquatic Pokémon with stubby feet and club-like arms that are longer than its body. It has a red gem on its chest and a yellow dot below the gem. Its onion-shaped head has a pair of long blue antennae, which have small spheres on the ends. Its irises are dark blue with yellow sclera, and there are 2 yellow dots of eyelash markings extending from the eyes. Do you want a poke puff too? Pakura asked, offering it one, who took a bite, and gave a cry of delight at the delicious taste. Who are you? Pakura took out her Communidex, and the Communidex said, Manaphy, the seafaring Pokémon. Born on a cold seafloor, it will swim great distances to return to its birthplace. Water makes up 80% of its body. This Pokémon is easily affected by its environment. It is also born with a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokémon. Mama. Manaphy was saying while smiling down at her. Pakura was puzzled, until she remembered a story that Ash told her regarding a Manaphy hatching from an egg, and how it had called May Mama, and the adventures that entails. She knew Ash had legendaries, but he had never allowed her to see them, and she had never pried, respecting his privacy. And now she is seeing one with her own eyes. So, Ash is your papa? Pakura asked, and Manaphy nodded. And May is your mama, right? Pakura added, as she started to get up, but holding Manaphy so he doesn't fall off. No, she is not mama. You are mama. Manaphy replied. As Pakura carried Manaphy in her arms, Manaphy happily snuggled in her embrace. I love you, mama. Manaphy said. Pakura was about to give a funny look to Manaphy, as since when can baby Pokémon change their declaration of who is their parent, but softened when she saw Manaphy looking cutely at her. I love you too, Manaphy. Pakura mumbled, as Manaphy cooed. Mama is busy getting ready for a contest. What do you say we go see her after our training? Ash proposed. Manaphy nodded in excitement. For now, I want to introduce a new friend. He indicated the purple monkey-like Pokémon he caught a few minutes ago. For those who do not know her, she was my Pokémon who accompanied me in Hoenn and Sinnoh and decided to return to us. Hi, everyone. As some of you may know, I'm Ambipom. I was Ash's Pokémon before he traded me to Dawn, then I was sent to O for training, and I'm all finished. I heard what Dawn had did to my former trainer, so I decided to return to Ash, traveled around to find him, and arrived here since I heard about the tournament, and figured Ash would be there. Everyone, hearing this, welcomed her with open arms, and went over to chat with her, including those that already knew her. Now, get in pairs and start training. Imagine you are a wild Pokémon and your partner is a Pokémon belonging to a trainer who is about to catch you. Fight with your instincts, and do not wait for me to give you a command. Ash ordered, as his Pokémon started partnering up, and started to use their moves to attack each other. Meanwhile, he was walking around, taking notes, and giving some advice to others. So, Ash, have you tried to figure out what I meant by being careful of the quiet one? Mutwo asked, as he shot a shadow ball at Umbreon, who whacked it back with Iron Tail, and he was forced to use Psychic to avoid being hit. I was too busy. I'll work on it when I have time. Ash replied. You better hurry. Everyone's lives may depend on whether you solve them or not. Mutwo warned. Ash nodded, as he watched the other pairs sparring. After training as a reward, he decided to serve some poke puffs, and the Pokémon enjoyed them immensely. These poke puffs, delicious as always. Lugia commented. Did Pakura make them again? Mew asked, munching on its own. Ash nodded, confirming Pakura made them. Give our thanks to her later. Darkrai said, savoring the flavor of the poke puff. Tastes great. Pakura sure knows what flavor we all like. Zekrom said. And she even made spicy ones for us fire types. Flareon added, as the other fire types nodded in agreement. Best dessert ever. Ambipom exclaimed, this being her first time eating a poke puff. Ash was sitting thoughtfully, as he had watched the news last night about the mass breakout of the criminals supposedly in jail. We have confirmed that the high-security prisoners that was put in jail thanks to our champion Red, did escape from all the regional jails a few days ago. And of course, everyone has been alerted to the danger, as they may target Pal. The reporter said grimly on TV. But we believe that they would take a while to get to Pal on foot, and they would lay low, as everyone knows who they are now. They cannot attack as they left with no Pokémon or supplies whatsoever. However, recent intel tells us that two spies, Annie and Oakley, had somehow reunited with their Pokémon, and is now on the loose. It is best we keep our eyes peeled for anything. If you spot something suspicious, please report to the Hunters Association if you're not a hunter. I should have just killed them. Ash thought, grumbling inwardly. Next time I encounter them, they are not getting out alive. Judging by the shining and smooth fur your Shinx has, you have been taking care of your Shinx very well. Jude said to a boy who wanted him to evaluate his Shinx's well-being and their relationship together. And by the response your Shinx gave me when I asked about you, she likes you very much, and you guys most likely have a long friendship. I bet you guys have been together for at least 5 years. Am I right? Understanding Pokémon language is pretty advantageous when you're a connoisseur. Jude neglected to mention that the affection Shinx was showing for the boy was because she had a crush on him. Yeah, we've been together for 5.5 years now. The boy replied, smiling. Except there was something wrong with the way he is smiling. His lips were curled up at the edges, but the smile didn't seem to go all the way to his eyes. It sort of stopped at his gums. Jude frowned. Something wrong? No, nothing, it's just that, there was this girl dragged me in her station to evaluate my relationship with my Shinx, but she said that my relationship with her was worst of the worst, and insisted I get another one. I don't know who I should listen to. The boy mumbled. Who is this girl? Jude narrowed his eyes. One thing he didn't like was connoisseurs who evaluates anyhow. It's some girl called Burgundy. The boy replied. She said she's an expert in telling the relationship between trainers and Pokémon, since she's a connoisseur too. Jude tried to remember where he heard the name from, and realized Ash had told him about this girl. Apparently, she has a rivalry with Syllan, but it's one-sided on her part. When Ash first met her, she was pretending to be good enough to run her own connoisseur shop, and she made Ash show her all his Pokémon, and she said all of them were horrible and he need to replace all of them, and seemed to want to replace Ash's Pokémon without any reason to back it up, and when asked, she replied with, "Are you doubting the words of a connoisseur?" When asked about her rank, she was revealed to be a C-class connoisseur, but according to Ash, she thought that all professionals would say the same thing she did about his relationship with his Pokémon. As an S-class, Jude had to disagree on what Burgundy said about Ash's relationship with his Pokémon, and Jude thought Burgundy was just a conceited little brat. Back then, he was eager to hear Ash's adventures in Unova as he was from Humolo City. Oh, that girl. Jude waved him off with disdain for Burgundy. Did you know she was just a C-class connoisseur? She's in the novice class, so why are you even listening to her? She's not even allowed to open her own shop for business, and people from her class are only allowed to work as assistants to A-class and above. Listen to me. I think your relationship with Shinx is great. Don't let that wannabe's word get to you. Really? The boy's smile was more confident and wider now. Thank you. Jude waved, as the boy returned his Shinx to his Pokeball and left after paying Jude, which Jude reluctantly accepted. Jude sighed. He had been dealing with a long line since lunch break, since besides offering a professional connoisseur service, he also runs a bookstore and cafe, the latter only built the beginning of this year since the cafe used to be a sweet shop next door that was ran by a family, but it shut down last year after an ancient water pipe burst in the ceiling, destroying all their stock. He was also planning to stock up on Pokechow as well. He planned for them to cater to all types and type combinations, which was why several of the shelves at the back were still empty, and maybe even stock up on Pokeblocks, Poffins and Pokepuffs as well. In addition, the other elites had the idea installing a cafe in the former sweet shop and knocking the wall between Jude's shop and the cafe down, which gave him more business. However, as far as running the shop goes, while he is good at physically making sales and running a service at the same time, he needed help in running the cafe, so he usually hired assistants to do it. He even did his own bookkeeping and bill paying, although sometimes he had to ask for help, as numbers aren't his forte. You look tired. Purloin commented. You think? Jude yawned. I had to deal with so many customers. He wished he could go for a swim or something, since his last swim was interrupted by Ash's message to get his butt back to the plateau because of the stupid champions tournament where they were short one player and Charles Goodshow had decided to disturb them to send down one person. I'll go get some nice, healthy smoothie. Purloin scampered to the cafe to get the said drink for Jude. She returned with a grape smoothie for Jude. Thanks, Purloin. Jude took a sip of his smoothie. Maybe a walk would do me some good. With that, he went out his shop for some fresh air, Purloin following behind. The first thing Jude noticed was that someone had set up a portable shop station somewhere next to his cafe. He heard loud voices inside the station, and approached closer to listen in, since there was a female voice shouting. Your relationship with your Pachirisu is the worst of the worst, a female voice declared, and he heard a familiar male voice sighing. Now let me see the rest of your party. Jude opened the curtains to find the voice belonging to a girl dressed in a long-sleeved pink shirt and over it was a red sleeveless shirt with 4 gold buttons at the stomach, a red bow at the collar, and black pants. She had purple hair with matching eyes, and had an arrogant look about her. Philip was sitting there, apparently bored of hearing what the girl had to say about his Pachirisu, who was violently shocking the connoisseur with Thunderbolt. What is going on here? Jude asked. Philip looked up, relieved to see Jude. This person just dragged me into her shop when I was taking a walk, thinking I wanted my Pokemon to be evaluated and saying that the relationship with Pachirisu is the worst. And now she is demanding me to show her the rest of my Pokemon. Philip said, looking at the girl in disgust. What are you doing? Jude asked the girl. I'm just telling Philip that he is better off with a Pachirisu that has run away instead of Volt Absorb. The connoisseur explained. Why? Jude gave her a funny look. Are you doubting the words of a connoisseur? She demanded. Must be the girl Ash told me about. Jude thought, but he said, what class connoisseur are you? I'm a C class. What about it? Burgundy asked, jutting her chin out. You know C class is just a novice class, and now allowed to open their own shop, right? Jude asked mockingly. I know, you know, but she doesn't. Philip mumbled. I think anyone would say the same thing I said about him and his Pachirisu. Burgundy shouted. I think there is no need for Philip to replace his Pachirisu. While it's true they had been together for only 3 years, so their relationship is not very close yet, but by spending time and training it, he'll most likely have a great relationship with his Pachirisu in times to come. Volt Absorb is useful as it renders electric-type moves useless, and even gives Pachirisu energy. Jude said. He's lying. Burgundy shouted to Philip. I am the real deal here. Excuse me, but I know Jude for years, and he would never lie. I doubt anyone would believe you. What kind of connoisseur are you? Philip snorted. Listen here, in PAL, we don't appreciate fakes who pretend to be professionals. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, doing whatever you like in our region. Jude warned. And who are you to tell me what to do? Burgundy asked. Ignorant, isn't she? Purloin asked. Jude nodded. If you don't know, there's no point telling you. Jude mumbled. Let's see who is right by having a one-on-one battle. If I win, Philip replaces his Pachirisu. Burgundy shouted. As if you can even win. Philip thought, as Burgundy chose Stoutland for her Pokemon, while Jude sent out his Absol. Bonjour, new tasting time, Silvu. She was cut off when Jude said, Absol, use Leer. Of course, that move caused Stoutland's defenses to drop, and Jude finished Stoutland off with a rock smash. Since Burgundy wasn't a very good Pokemon battler and Jude's Pokemon attacks are all stronger than normal, it would be a while before Stoutland can battle again. Right now, it would need the Pokemon Center. If I catch you doing this again, I won't hesitate to report you to the Pokemon Connoisseur Association, and take away your license, because you're not fit to be one. Jude warned. Now if you excuse us, we have a lot of things we have to do besides wasting our time with the likes of you. Philip added. With that, both of them left. Gardevoir was peacefully collecting berries for her trainer in one of the gardens near the forest, when suddenly, a boy shouted, Galade, Psycho Cut. Gardevoir nimbly dodged the attack, and saw that a bespectacled teenaged boy was ordering the Galade to attack her. Max looked at the Gardevoir's mega stone on her neck greedily. He had seen the Gardevoir enter the garden, and had followed her. If he captured that Gardevoir, and after getting Pakura to date him and persuade her to give him a key stone, he could mega evolve this Gardevoir. Galade, use Leaf Blade. Gardevoir dropped her basket of berries, and countered with a powerful magical leaf to blow Galade back. Double team. Max shouted, as Galade made copies of himself to confuse Gardevoir. However, Gardevoir countered with disarming voice, which eliminated the copies of Galade and hit the real one in the process. Max was getting frustrated. Why can't the Gardevoir see that she belonged to him, and let herself get captured already? Galade, Shadow Ball. However, this was countered by Moonblast, and it overpowered Shadow Ball, hitting Galade. Before Max could say anything, he and Galade were lifted up with telekinesis, and the Dragon Princess, this time wearing a casual outfit that consisted of a cerulean blue dress with a gold belt, complete with grey leggings and grey boots. She had a choker with a key stone embedded into it, and she was wearing a gold bracelet patterned with flames. She was looking for Gardevoir because she had found something, and wanted to tell her, only to run into this scene. Geez, how many times are people going to attack my Pokemon, thinking it was a wild one? The Dragon Princess wondered. That's it, my Pokemon isn't leaving the cave alone from now on, and I will increase the range of the psychic power around the cave. Hey! What are you doing? Max was struggling against the telekinetic hold the Dragon Princess had on him and his Galade. Why are you attacking my Pokemon? The Dragon Princess countered. Your Pokemon. Max's eyes lit up. Hey, would you trade my Galade for your Gardevoir? My Galade is strong as well, if you want a strong Pokemon. Doubt Galade would be able to help me win a trainer's tournament like my Gardevoir did. The Dragon Princess thought, but she said, no way. I have read your heart, and you are very power hungry, and who knows how you'll treat my Pokemon. She was disgusted when she learned he saw Pal's Princess Pakura as a door to power and a trophy wife he would soon attain and as a means for media attention. Of course you want to trade. I'll. He was cut off when the Dragon Princess looked up, revealing glowing blood-red eyes, and Max found himself trapped in an illusion after looking into her eyes, being pinned down to the ground with stakes, and the Dragon Princess approaching with a sword in hand. He screamed as she pierced him repeatedly with her sword, unable to struggle or move. Max and Galade, knocked out by Gardevoir, was lying on the ground, unmoving, as the dragon princess looked over the former. "What did you?" Gardevoir gasped when she saw the dragon princess' red eyes were glowing, indicating she had used that power. Also, the telltale sign of blood dripping from her mouth was there. "Please, princess, stop using that power. It won't do you any good." "Too late. My eyes are now permanently red. Let's go, I found something." The dragon princess mumbled, gesturing to her eyes as she wiped the blood with her sleeve, and heading towards her cave. Gardevoir gave a resigned sigh, picked up the basket, and followed her. Gardevoir knew at the rate the dragon princess is going, she was going to. Gardevoir didn't even want to think about it. Ash had decided to head to the library for more information so that he could work on the legendary dragon duo case. He was currently at the old news section, poring over back issues of the PAL Times, one of the newspapers in PAL, trying to figure out a clue to the dragon prince and princess real names, so he may get a lead, and find out more about their background. Perhaps at least he can find out what they look like, so that he can match it to the list of citizens living in PAL. Imagine his surprise and disappointment, when she found the article about two people being crowned the dragon prince and princess, but the prince and princess had their eyes covered by their fringe, which is impossible to determine their appearance, and this sentence, "The dragon prince has requested that their real names are to be kept secret, for their, especially the dragon princess, safety." The dragon princess' safety, but why? Was she in danger, and people are after them? Ash thought. He looked at the picture of the duo again. Ash sipped the mango smoothie he bought from the library cafe, and looked at the picture of the duo. There wasn't much to look at since half their faces were mostly covered by the fringe. "What I know is that the dragon princess is still alive." Ash thought. "I don't know about the dragon prince though." He remembered once, he saw Rosalind with her head bleeding, and he had asked what happened. Rosalind stated that she saw the dragon princess flying on her dragonite, but when she tried to follow, the dragon princess had teleported behind her, and whacked her on the head before she could react, knocking her out. He knew from this, the dragon princess is evasive, being able to approach Rosalind without her noticing until the last second, and she was able to detect Rosalind, but truth to be told, Rosalind is one of the worst when it comes to stealth, not being a very quiet person. It's also clear that the dragon princess did not wish for anyone to follow her, which was why she hit Rosalind hard on the head so she won't follow. Ash looked at the picture again reflectively. Could they have been people on the run before they became the legendary dragon duo? Is that why they do not wish to disclose their real names to everyone, he thought. That is a possibility. But the question is, what, or who, are they running away from? All the 6 villainous teams had been shut down by him, and Pakura, but he did most of the fighting, as part of Pakura's observations to see if he was worthy to take the hunter exam. Could the princess have foreseen that the 5 bosses and their guards escaped? Is that why she was trying so hard to hide? Ash wondered. The duo, in addition to being dragon masters, were also strong psychics themselves. Their psychic abilities are said to far exceed Rosalind's, and that's saying something, considering she is one of the strongest psychics in PAL, and she is talented enough to be accepted in the PAL elite. He decided to do more research on psychic abilities, and found one that mentioned little about psychic power, but showed a dangerous ability. Scarlet Anger. Usage is indicated by the user's glowing red eyes, activated only when a person had immense negative emotions pent up in them such as sadness, anger, hatred, etc. Scarlet Anger is actually more of a mode instead of an ability. When Scarlet Anger is activated, the other psychic abilities the user may have are much stronger and harder to resist. User also gains immense aura, which results in a speed and strength boost. Furthermore, user won't be able to feel any pain, may it be a physical, emotional, mental, basically all types of pain. The user won't feel anything should anything happen to them, so even if they were given a fatal wound, the user would not be able to feel it. Can be activated at will, but will automatically activate when the user is emotionally agitated. New users cannot get out of this mode unless they are drained of aura, but experienced ones can deactivate it at will. However, experienced users' eyes would turn red permanently due to too much usage of the power. It is unknown if it is possible for their eye color to return to their original one, as the people who possessed this ability died before the answer can be given. Illusions cast. If user knows how to cast illusions via psychic power, when this is being used is also such that their illusion is overwhelming. Furthermore, the illusion is so powerful that it causes the brain to believe anything that happens to the victim to the point where the illusion physically harms the victim's body. This fearsome ability allows the user to potentially kill their opponents with illusion alone. It can also fool those who sense with aura. Such frightening power is not without its drawbacks, however. Every time the technique is used, the user's body deteriorates, and will shorten lifespan. Also, user experiences intense muscle pain for 2 or 3 days. As it is fueled by negative emotions, the user must vent all their pent-up emotions, or else the negative emotions may turn inwards, causing their sanity to be eaten away, and may turn unstable. Users were also known to have intense headache and tendencies to cough out blood after scarlet anger is used, due to the strain it gives to the body. Requires immediate treatment if blood is seen, or the damage done to the user's body wouldn't dissipate. User may not even remember what they had done during activation. Could even lead to an early death. Trivia: it is still unknown whether the user would lose this ability if they experience positive and happy experiences, as none of the users had any happy experience in their lives, hence the activation of this power. Ash looked down at the very short list of known users of this ability, and noted that apart from Pakura Goldstein, the first princess of Pau, who later committed suicide at the age of 56, he heard, not one lived beyond the age of 30, due to the toll it takes on the body. The last user died over 60 years ago, and the ability is assumed to have died. But what if, someone in Pau, somewhere, possessed this ability and is keeping it secret? I think that if the user experiences positive emotions, or encountered positive emotions, he or she may be able to turn their eye color back, and may lose this ability altogether. Ash thought. It's just that no one had the chance to do it yet. Just then, he received something in his community decks, and it was from Pakura. I think the skitty that Pakura has is mine. It looks just like it. May was ranting to her friends as she tried on her dress for the upcoming PAL contest. She was convinced that it was her skitty. They apparently left to go there during lunch break to get new outfits for May and Dawn, since they are competing in the PAL contest. I know, and I suspect the other elites may have our other missing Pokemon too. Especially that Philip guy, he has a Pachirisu. It could have been mine for all I know. Dawn agreed. We're going to take the missing Pokemon. Even if it's not ours, we'll still take it, since they are elite trained, and must be powerful too. Oh, yeah. Iris nodded. Maybe, but for now, you shine like a star in the contest, yeah. Brock said to May and Dawn. Yeah. May and Dawn were pumped up and ready, as they looked at the dress they were wearing. No, this won't do. Dawn continued, looking at the latest dress in the mirror. What should I try on next? Then, a dress a headless mannequin was wearing caught her eye. It was the color of the engagement ring they saw Pakura wear on her finger, well, or at least she was wearing it on her left ring finger, the softest pink imaginable, and was covered all over in sparkling pink beading. It was off the shoulder with a sweetheart neckline and a huge, filmy skirt. Dawn gasped. Even though length wasn't to her taste, as she was looking for one that reaches to her knees, it was still the most beautiful dress she had ever seen. It was prettier than the one she wore in the Sinnoh Grand Festival. It was prettier than the one she wore as Princess Salvia. It was way, way prettier than the one she wore in the Sinnoh contests. It was even prettier than the one she wore in the Alamos contest as well. It was the prettiest dress she had ever seen. Can I try on that dress? Dawn asked the store clerk, pointing to the said dress. Sorry, that dress is reserved. The store clerk replied. What do you mean reserved? Dawn demanded. It's reserved for one of the judges for the PAL contest. I apologize, but this is not for sale. The store clerk answered as best as she could. No, this dress is made for me. Can't you see? Dawn pointed to the dress and herself, striking a pose in the process. The store clerk looked from Dawn to the dress, and stayed quiet for a moment before saying, I say the judge looked better than you in the dress. How dare you? Dawn wanted to punch her, but her friends held her back. Dawn calmed down. I suggest we first see what Pokemon that was same as our missing ones do they own, and once we do, we expose them with evidence, and they would most likely lose their positions, and we would get them back. Brock suggested, trying to change the subject. Yes. This is what we should do. Misty shouted, causing the salespeople in the store to shush her. Great idea. May clapped her hands in glee. With the power of the Pokemon that they have under my ownership, I will win more contests and battles in the future. I want Pakura's Sylveon too, that Pokemon is so made for contests. May sighed in her daydream. The video was attached with a message. If it wasn't for the fact that this was my personal stylist's boutique and I had to go over there to prepare for my appearance at the PAL contest, I wouldn't even bother going to the same place as those shitheads. I figure you'd might like to see this. Pakura. Time for a sabotaging plan. Ash thought, as he packed up the newspaper articles and the files, and left the library, plotting something to get back at May and Dawn. While it's true he wanted them dead, he didn't want them to go without a parting gift. First he had to humiliate them, make sure everyone knows of their treachery, and see everyone vent their thoughts on them. But first, he is going to see a farmer, and then find Philip and Pakura to help him in a plan he was formulating in his head. This is all your fault, Sylvan. Iris huffed. They are all currently in Pokemon Center rooms, and having their luggage tossed out of the Plaza Hotel didn't put them in good mood, because they had just lost a free luxurious place to stay, and had to settle for average accommodations. My fault. Sylvan protested. I swear I placed the keys in my pocket, really, but for some reason it wasn't there. Right, and Groudon can fly. May replied sarcastically. Break it up, guys. Brock said. The two girls glared at Sylvan, before looking away. I knew I shouldn't have opted out of the Battle Tower rooms. Misty grumbled. Now it's too late. Never mind that now. Max grumbled. We also need to find out who stole our keys. I bet it's one of those elites that did it, well, not Pakura, though she would never do that. Max and Brock drooled just at the thought of the beautiful princess. If either of them had her hand in marriage, PAL region would be theirs to rule. And by merely dating her, they would get attention from the media and they can further their careers. The girls looked at Max and Brock, somewhat disgusted. But why would they do anything to us? We haven't done anything to them. May replied. I say we get more information. Their taste has a strong flavor, yet there is something strange. Sylvan said. Let's go to the library. I heard they got the biggest library and lots of computers you can use for free. Tripp suggested. Sure. The others nodded, and headed to the library. Meanwhile, the Dragon Princess was walking with her Latias and Latios, invisible, and holding the something she had found earlier, which turned out to be a calling card that had 2 lipstick marks on it, which she was sure belonged to the pair of criminals Annie and Oakley. She was still smoldering about Max, who tried to attack her Gardevoir. She did not know much, other than the fact that they tried to steal a Soul Dew and the Ian Pokemon Latias and Latios, not the ones that she owned, as they needed those to activate the defense mechanism of Altomare, DMA, so they can take control of Altomare. Now that they have escaped from jail thanks to some mass breakout she had heard on TV. She wondered if they are going to go after the Ian duo again, not for the DMA, but for themselves to keep and use for battles, as they are legendary dragon Pokemon after all. The Dragon Princess also had other thoughts in her mind. When she first saw that Dawn girl, her first impression is that she looked exactly like Princess Salvia. She knew Princess Salvia, since as when she was still having reign over PAL, she had been invited to Arrowroot Town Palace for dinner a few times. However, Dawn's personality is so different from her, at least from what she had seen, and she thought Dawn is a pretty bitchy person. How did those two have the exact same appearance, she'll never know. Just then, there was a net of energy coming towards one of her dragon Pokemon, and the dragon princess took out a knife, infused it with aura to slice them in pieces. A Psybeam and a Nightshade attack, which Latias and Latios blocked using Safeguard and Protect respectively. The dragon princess detected two people above her and she looked up only to see the criminals she had read about before standing on a tree branch, Annie and Oakley. They were wearing glasses that probably showed where invisible Pokemon were. They somehow retrieved their Pokemon as next to them was an Ariados and an Espion. And what do you women want? The dragon princess snarled. Pretty simple, really. Annie said, as they somersaulted down to face her. The Latias and Latios that you have in your possession. What do you want with them? The dragon princess asked. I am sure it is not to activate the DMA again. Perspective. We figured Latias and Latios would make a good addition to our team. Now hand them over, or we'll have to take them by force. Ariados and Espion began growling at the dragon princess to try and intimidate her, but the dragon princess merely sighed. Do they really think they can beat her? She took out her laser gun, while sending out her Delphox and her female Meowstic to combat their Pokemon. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. The dragon princess mumbled, as she started to shoot at them with her pistol-like blaster, which had several modes: Energy Magnum, Heat Ray, Stun, Poison Gas, Tranquilizer Darts, Beam, and Needle. The women dodged easily, and the dragon princess had to note that they had an excellent balance and athletic abilities, which may be a blur to a normal person, however, she still can see their movement with her eyes. You know what to do. The dragon princess communicated with Meowstic and Delphox via telepathy, and they prepared to intercept Ariados and Espion, who at their trainer's command and telling them the location of the invisible Ian duo, began firing a rapid swift and string shot at the legendary dragons. Latias, Latios, return. The dragon princess returned her Ian duo to their Pokeballs. Espion, get the Pokeballs. Annie ordered, and Espion used Psychic to get them, only to be smacked by a Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, the dragon princess decided she should attack as well, changed the gun to beam mode, and shot at Annie's leg, which made her stumble slightly, as her leg was burnt. Annie and Oakley used their acrobatic skills to dodge the beams the dragon princess was shooting at them, and did not notice when the dragon princess teleported, and Annie was somersaulting towards her. The dragon princess grabbed Annie by the arm and threw her over the branch, and slammed her onto the ground violently. Annie fractured her leg due to the height the dragon princess threw her. In addition, she was hit by a swift attack her own Espion fired, but Meowstic dodged. Meanwhile, her Meowstic fired a Psybeam and it clashed with Espion's Psybeam, but her Meowstic Psybeam quickly overpowered Espion's Psybeam, and the Espion crashed against the tree. Her Meowstic snarled, as she used her powerful psychic move to throw Espion around. Oakley decided to try to attack the dragon princess while she was engaged with Annie, but she had sensed her coming from behind, and gave her a powerful kick that was so fast Oakley couldn't even see it, and she was sent flying, coughing out blood, as she took on the aura-infused kick unguarded. Oakley! Annie called out, but that was her last word as the dragon princess was in her face a second later, and her throat was slit. The last thing she saw was the dragon princess with her hand covered in an icicle which is shaped like a sword. The sword was dripping with blood, her blood. Oakley panicked when her sister fell to the ground dead. Ariados, string shot. She wheezed, clutching to her damaged stomach. Delphox, mystical fire, full power. The dragon princess countered calmly, which fried Ariados to a crisp, and it fainted. Oakley weakly held up her Pokeball to return Ariados. Weak. The dragon princess thought, her features written with disdain, but was covered by her fringe. She decided to change the gun mode to needle shoot at Oakley again, who was able to nimbly dodge the needles she was shooting at her. However, that was just a ruse for her to jump back, as behind her was her Meowstic and Delphox. Where do you think you're going? Oakley looked up to see a blue color surrounding Espion indicating the Dragon Princess had released it. She examined Annie's pokeball. This has quite a nice design. I think I'll keep it. The Dragon Princess commented. She looked at Oakley's pokeball, which Oakley had dropped. I think I'll take yours too. But first. The Dragon Princess concluded, as she slowly advanced on Oakley, showing her gun. Oakley tried to back away, but she hit a barrier that the Dragon Princess had conjured up. The Dragon Princess approached, hitting her gun against her palm repeatedly. She aimed the gun in between Oakley's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Pakura yawned as Aquamarine was prepping her for the cameras as a judge for the PAL contest. She was dressed in the same pretty dress Dawn had wanted, and Aquamarine was brushing out her hair, as she is going to let her hair loose, and add a tiara on it. Aquamarine took one of her hands and held it out for inspection. Now, what do you think for the nails? A pink that matches your dress? Or a deep red? It doesn't matter. Pakura waved her off, as Aquamarine gave a wry smile and started doing her nails, while Pakura simply continued reading a magazine called Pokemon Friend. Her Sylvian and Skitty were reading an old copy of Poke Chic, the one where it featured her doing a photo shoot as the winner of the Heart Home collection years back. There was a tap on her dressing room door, and Ash stepped in. Can I have a minute? Ash asked Aquamarine. He was with Pikachu and Lucario. Aquamarine nodded, as she was done with her prep, and left the dressing room. Ash had to admit that Aquamarine had did a good job on Pakura's outfit and hairstyle, as it had enhanced her natural beauty. The outfit also showed off her curves very well. What is it? Pakura asked, snapping Ash out of his thoughts. We all know that Dawn and May are participating in that little contest. Ash said. I do not want them beyond the appeals, and since this is on national television, I want them to be humiliated as well. Ash said in a matter-of-fact tone. What do you have in mind? Pakura asked. If I am not wrong, the coordinators have a back room with lockers where they keep their stuff, right? Ash inquired. As in their change of clothes and all that? Yes, and only I have access to the key combinations to the lockers. Pakura trailed off. Knew it. I want you to choose 2 lockers, and fill it with these Rapidash manure, and assign these lockers to May and Dawn. Make sure not to be adjoining or they will get suspicious. Once they open, the manure would hit their dresses. And since they have no time to buy another one, it's likely they would try to take one of yours from your dressing room. And then phase 2 comes in. He handed her 2 heavy buckets, which Pakura slightly wrinkled her nose at due to the smell. What do you have in mind? Pakura asked, interested in the plan. I remember one of the gowns Aquamarine designed for you burned, and revealed another gown in a different color and design when you twirled around. Can you get Aquamarine to modify 2 of the dresses in such a way that when they twirl around to show off their new dresses, it burns the dress completely off, rendering them naked or at most, in their undergarments? Ash asked. I like your thinking. Pakura was nodding, a hint of her smile on her lips. And as for their appeal, I'll try to wreck the performance myself with my psychic powers, and since whenever I use psychic powers there isn't a telltale light blue aura, everyone would think it was an accident. Ash explained. I see, but there are security cameras in the locker room. Pakura said. Not to worry, Philip would take care of it. Ash waved it off. He will signal you when he had deactivated the cameras. All right. Pakura nodded, just as her Communidex rang and saw it was from Philip. She then carried a bucket, Sylvian was carrying the other, left her dressing room towards the locker, ready to put Ash's plan in action. Revenge time? Shiki asked, appearing next to her, as she made her way to the locker room. Pakura nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, Ash figured just death is too merciful. I don't know why you are going along with this. Haven't you seen him being with that bimbo earlier? Shiki frowned. I thought we agreed that we didn't see anything. Pakura replied. Shiki sighed. I know, but you know what I mean. He is all I hear from your mouth now, makes me wonder if I have been replaced. He was trying to joke, but the sad tone indicated otherwise. Don't be ridiculous, you can't be replaced. Pakura said. You will always have a special place in my heart. She held up her left hand, which on the ring finger, had a 2-carat pink heart-shaped diamond on a platinum band. I'm wearing your ring, remember? Glad you still know. Shiki nodded in approval. Want to go for a walk in the forest or garden after you are done with this prank? We still have time to spare after all. Pakura nodded. A walk might be what she needs. Unfortunately, the walk Pakura had with Shiki made things somewhat worse. Why? It came in the form of the Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Hello, Pakura. Cynthia said, with somewhat of a sneer in her tone, and though her face did not betray anything, her eyes showed jealousy and anger. Hello, Cynthia. Pakura replied coolly. As she did not add the word champion in front of her name, it was clear she does not respect Cynthia, as normally, Pakura would add titles in front of a person's name as she was a very formal person. Where's the champion in front of my name? Cynthia asked. Respect has to be earned. You didn't earn mine for sure. Pakura replied. You have to respect your betters. Cynthia warned. Pakura pretended to examine her nails. How is turning an innocent boy to the authorities in and trying to stuck our champion make you a better person? I stopped Ash before he could kill another person, and at least I know who I want. Cynthia countered. Our champion won't be that stupid to fall for your tricks. Pakura said coldly. We'll see. Cynthia ran a hand in her long blonde hair. Put up with me, Pakura. You'll be seeing me more often once I join your group. With that she walked past Pakura. Unfortunately, Ash is still in love with her. Shiki said in disgust. I could tell. Pakura mumbled. Wonder what he sees in her. Do you think he'd realized Cynthia is a manipulative bitch? Shiki was glaring at the direction Cynthia left. Probably until it's too late. Pakura replied. And after all I did for him too. The first move she would make after being in your little group is to take you out. I don't know if she would incapacitate or kill you, either way, the elite would fall. Shiki warned. I don't care much about the elites actually. Pakura mumbled. At least do it for me. Shiki pleaded. Pakura looked at him. She knew he wanted to be an elite member, and would have even been the elite leader if not for the circumstances that caused him to be unable to be a member. Now she was stuck in the role. Fine, I'll do it. For you. Meanwhile, a pair of brown eyes snapped open, and she found herself on a soft bed in a strange place. At the bedside was a box full of sweet-smelling treats. What happened? Evie thought. The door opened, and a woman with bright pink hair worn in round rings, and wearing a Mexican pink-colored dress with a white nurse apron, and low-heel Mary Jane shoes entered the room, carrying a tray. Ah, Evie, you're awake. Nurse Joy was saying. You've been out for a few hours. She set down a bowl of pokchow and another bowl of water for Evie, who gratefully gulped it down. As Evie ate her food, Nurse Joy explained that a girl had brought her here because she had fainted from fright and probably needed rest from a near-death experience. The girl had also left a box of desserts known as poke puffs for her to eat, and brought down the box for Evie to see. She saw that the poke puffs were beautifully decorated with various icing or sprinkles, just like the one she stole from the black-haired girl. Wait a minute. Maybe that girl was the one who left it for her. She tried one, and it was heavenly, like the one she took earlier. That confirmed that she was the one who left her here and brought those sweets for her. Nurse Joy released Evie after doing a checkup to confirm she was healthy, and Evie rushed out of the Pokemon Center, trying to find the girl. And finally, over at that side. Rosalind pointed to her left at the final exhibit, which was a painting of a woman with wings and is hanging from a rope. The feathers from her wings were either broken or fallen off, and there was blood dripping from her neck to the ground, is called The End of Hope. Painted by Noel Wilson during the time the dictator ruled over this region, before he was beheaded by Pierce Alexander Lane, our very first PAL prince. This painting symbolized that under the dictator's cruel ruling, the region and people had very little hope to survive and have a good life they longed for. As she is one of the best in the history of Pokemon, she was assigned as the tour guide for tourists who would visit the museums all over the region if she had the time. Sadly, most of the time she had other duties to do. And now, you are free to explore the museum. Please take your time. Rosalind politely bowed to the tour group, and decided to get a drink from a machine, as she was thirsty from all the talking. She stood at the corner with her espion, observing the tourists with mild interest. However, her break didn't last for long as a group of 3 men came up to her, and one said, "So, I heard you are a strong psychic." Rosalind frowned. It depended on how they look at it, as she doesn't fight with her psychic powers. It was more like telling the future kind and to an extent, mind reading and memory erasing. She dare not try her mind reading powers on the champion and the leader, especially the leader, because the one time she tried, she was thrown into the dungeon for 2 weeks. The dungeon is a place located 1 floor below the basement, and it is really cold and dark, and only illuminated by a green light which gave it a very scary atmosphere. At one point in their lives, they have been locked in at least once, either by Ash or by Pakura, and only Pakura hadn't been in there before. Ash had been locked in once. Everyone knew that Rosalind was an incredible fortune teller. It lied in her ability to make prophecies that always came true. For her, there were 2 ways to make a prophecy, verbal, or written. Either way, when she makes prophecies, her eyes would become dull, signaling she goes in a trance. However, her verbal prophecies usually have reference to more than one person, and the written usually referred to one person only. There is something unique about the written one as well. Whenever she gets into a trance and writes a written prophecy, there would be a summoned spirit. Everyone called it the lovely ghostwriter due to the fact that the color of the spirit seen was pinkish purple, that would manipulate her arm to automatically write her fortunes that usually came in the form of poems. It was because of her fortune-telling ability, that was never wrong, that she was celebrated as one of the strongest psychics in PAL. However, she still fell behind the dragon duo in terms of psychic powers. Apparently, she heard that no one could lie to the dragon duo, and they can potentially kill even professional hunters like her with their psychic powers alone. She knew the dragon princess had psychic shields, as there was this once she tried to read her mind from behind when she followed her, but got nothing, and that must have angered the dragon princess, for she hit her on the head really hard for that, and knocked her out. Rosalind dreamt to be labeled as a clairvoyant by the citizens one day, just like the dragon duo had been. Unfortunately for her, her fortune-telling ability appears once in a blue moon, and she wanted to develop her ability to the point that she would be able to activate it any time she wanted. Maybe, she could use her ability to help predict futures for people and give advice on how to avoid the inauspicious ones. She bet she'd be paid a lot for that. Something like that. Rosalind replied, sipping on her drink. So are you, or are you not? Another interrogated. I am, but... Well, tell us. A third demanded. Tell you what? Rosalind was puzzled. Tell us how to gain psychic powers. The first ordered. I don't know. I was born with it. Rosalind said slowly. The 3 men were furious. They wanted to replicate psychic powers so that they could hypnotize any girl into going out with them, which was why they sought Rosalind, who was known to be the strongest psychic, and Rosalind refused to share her secrets. We'll make you tell us. They were about to assault her, when a hand calmly pulled Rosalind out of the way before her espion can react. Now, it isn't very nice to assault a lady. Siebold said. He was one of the people in the tour group. Rosalind looked up at him, surprised. Back off. This is between her and us. The third guy replied. Starmie, use psychic. Before anyone can react, Siebold sent out his Starmie, and the psychic blasted the three of them out of the roof towards the sky. "Thanks a lot," Rosalind said gratefully to Siebold. "No problem, Rosalind," Siebold replied. "I didn't expect you, a member of the Kalos Elite Four, to be interested in a museum," Rosalind said. "I thought your interest lies in cooking, Siebold." She knew all these was because she had read about the other members of the elites at some point in her life. "Perspective," Siebold complimented. "I am here because I wish to know more about PAL attractions, and I hear you were giving a tour." Rosalind nodded. "I wonder if you can match our leader when it comes to the quality of cooking. She is a good cook herself. Do you want to try?" Siebold raised an eyebrow. Rosalind was about to answer, when her Communidex rang with a message. She read it, and then said, "Sorry, I've got to go. Duty calls. Anyway, thanks again." With that, she rushed out of the museum with Espion. True to Ash's words, May and Dawn entered early, and were wearing their contest dresses already, and as soon as they opened the locker door they were assigned to, the manure fell out, and hit them, ruining their dresses. They were forced to take a shower to get the smell off them, while cleaners came to clean up their locker, muttering something about lockers not being a place to store fertilizer, as they assumed the previous user must have wanted them for fertilizer, but forgot to come retrieve it. The bigger issue was their dresses, as they were now ruined, and they won't have time to get it washed, cleaned and dried in time for the contest. Neither would they have the money to buy another dress, as the two dresses were fairly expensive. Now they were wandering around in their normal clothes, looking for another dress to wear, and as they passed Pakura's dressing room, they perked up when they heard Pakura sigh and mumble something about Aquamarine sending her two dresses which would burn off and reveal another dress and design when the user spins around long enough, and that she would never twirl to show off anyway. May and Dawn looked at each other, excited about getting the said two dresses for themselves, just as the door opened, and they hid as Pakura walked past them with her Sylvian and Skitty. Much to Dawn's irritation, she was wearing the very same dress that she wanted. When Pakura was out of sight, they rushed in, and sure enough, there were two beautiful dresses Pakura had apparently hung against the wall. One of the dresses was a pale gray dress which was off one shoulder, and there were sparkles at the right side of the gray dress that looked like snow. The other was entire royal blue in color, with a gold belt in the middle. "Those dresses are more beautiful than the ones we bought. What's more, I think we can fit in the dress. Let's take them," May suggested. "Won't we get caught?" Dawn asked. "Look, this may not be a beauty contest, but you know the best-looking coordinators always seem to pull more support from fans." May went in the dressing room, and took the gray dress. "Come on. Our dresses are ruined, and these are our only choices, but they are the best choices. We'll even give the twirl and show off another dress to help our performance." Dawn smiled, as she took the other dress. She was definitely in the plan. They also stole a bag from the dressing room to hide the dresses, and snuck out of the dressing room. Unbeknownst to them, Pakura watched the entire scene, and said to her Communidex, "You're right, Ash. They took the dresses hook, line and sinker. Good. All of us will be in the audience watching the show to unfold. I think Makoto would like some pictures for the paper as well. Humiliating them on national TV should be enough, but for Ash, he wanted those who never follow contests to know all about what happened too, to make it even more mortifying." Jude was sighing as he looked at himself wearing a light blue buttoned-up shirt with a red ribbon around the collar, along with a dark blue formal jacket and matching pants. As one of the best variety show hosts, he had been enlisted by Pakura to be the host of the PAL contest and later, the PAL showcase, as he usually added the right note of fun to the proceedings. Jean had left earlier, as he was done with his prep for the contest. He had arrived earlier because Ash said he wanted to borrow his camera for tonight's contest and Jude had to come pass it to him before his prep. "Look at you. Like you came right off the fashion runway," an amused voice said. Jude looked up, and saw Diantha in the reflection of the dressing table. "Hello, Diantha," Jude said wearily. He knew Sabrina, Bryson, Diantha and Alessa as they were fellow actors, the first three, and a supermodel, like him, the latter. He had even worked with them at some point in time. I thought you wanted to see the PAL cities. Good to know PAL locals don't disturb celebrities. Diantha commented. Anything interesting happened today? Jude asked. Apart from Philip running away from me? Diantha joked. So I see you met Philip. Jude said. You'll have to forgive him for running from you, he's actually socially awkward, you know. But he's still more approachable than Red or Pakura. Your champion and leader are practically unapproachable from what I've seen. Diantha frowned. That bit was obvious. Jude combed his hair back a few times. You'll get used to it after a while. Just leave them alone and they'll leave you alone. But never try to PSS them off. You step out of the line, let's just say it wouldn't be pleasant for you. After all, among the five of them, the one with the highest chance of killing their targets would be Pakura, followed closely by Ash. Pakura had been in the killing game longer than Ash did, and also, she's a blacklist hunter. What do you mean by that? Diantha asked. Jude shook his head. Aha, that is a secret exclusive to the PAL elites, and those close to them. He had dropped the usual cheerful tone that he had, and replaced it with something forbidding. Before Diantha could respond, an attendant called Jude, saying the contest was about to start, and Jude swept out of the dressing room, leaving Diantha to wonder what Jude was talking about. She was fairly sure that the PAL elite members were hiding something judging by what Jude said. Meanwhile, Jude stepped out onto the stage, to many cheers. All right, everyone. Let's get this started. Jude declared, as everyone was screaming. Welcome to the PAL's Contest of the Year. I am Elite Jude and I will be hosting this event. There were cheering and clapping from the audience. Of course, many coordinators, even those who won the regional grand festivals before, come from all over the region to compete against one another, and the winner would get. Here, he held up a pure white silk ribbon which is inlaid with gold. The top half looked more like miniature angels' wings on a golden grafted flower, and the silk at the bottom was let free like a typical ribbon. This would be the prize for the winner, the PAL's special ribbon, where it can be used as a ticket to the grand festival, even if this is the only ribbon you have in your possession, and it's only offered in this tournament only. Everyone's eyes shone at the beautiful ribbon that was definitely made of real silk and maybe even real gold. Please welcome the three judges of the PAL contest, Gym Leader Fantina from Sinnoh, Champion Wallace from Hoenn, and our very own Princess Pakura from PAL itself. The three of them walked out onto the contest battlefield, and to the judges' stand. Fantina and Wallace waved to the audience, while Pakura simply remained silent and stoic. And now, to open the appeals round of the contest, Princess Pakura would make an exhibition appeal for all to see. Jude stepped to the side of the stage, and allowed Pakura to take the stage for her appeal. Gardevoir, Milotic, time to shine. Pakura threw two of her Pokeballs into the air, and as they opened, one showed a huge droplet concealing the Pokemon, and landing on the stage with a spectacular splash, which produced sparkles, revealing Milotic. The other produced very pretty sparkles and a huge heart, and Gardevoir emerged from it. Milotic, start things off with a twister. Gardevoir, lift twister up with Psychic, followed by disarming voice at the bottom of the twister. Pakura commanded. The twister was lifted up with Psychic, and when Gardevoir layered it with disarming voice, the pink heart shapes were spinning around, making the twister look like it was alternated between gray and pink. It was then put down again. Alright, fire a focus blast. The focus blast turned the twister into a light blue color, making it alternate between light blue and pink now. The audience was in awe of the pretty tornado. Now use Moonblast, Milotic, use Ice Beam. After that, fire the fusion move into the twister. The Ice Beam froze the Moonblast, and Gardevoir threw the frozen Moonblast inside, letting the twister rip it up, and it looked like the twister was spitting out pink and blue droplets, which was destroyed with Thunderbolt, letting it explode in sparkles. Milotic, use Dragon Tail to give Gardevoir momentum. Gardevoir, jump into the twister. After that, you know what to do. The two Pokémon nodded, and followed her commands. The audience was perplexed. What was Pakura thinking? Meanwhile, a certain EV, who heard the commotion in the contest hall, decided to go check it out, and gulped when she saw a lot of people. She decided to hide at the corner of the contest hall behind a pillar, and peeked out. Much to her delight, she saw the same girl she had met earlier, and she was giving a performance. Milotic used Dragon Breath to destroy the twister, and follow it up with Dragon Pulse and Water Pulse. The Dragon Breath effectively destroyed the twister, and exploded in small sparkles, but Pakura wasn't done. Standing there was Gardevoir jugging Moonblast, Focus Blast, Energy Ball, Shadow Ball, and adding a Water Pulse and a Dragon Pulse from Milotic with her Psychic. Throw them all up, and Milotic, surround them with Aqua Tail. The Aqua Tail made the moves all sparkle in the light, and both of them fired hidden power simultaneously at the moves that Gardevoir threw up. It clashed, and exploded into a brilliant fireworks, and the explosion result even left colorful sparkly droplets that rained down on everyone. Everyone was mesmerized by the appeal, as it was clear Pakura had been practicing hard for it, considering the amount of moves used just to pull this off. Pakura gave a small bow with her Pokémon, signaling she was done with her appeal. The EV's eyes were sparkling, dazzled at Pakura's performance. It definitely dreamt to be part of a performance like that, and knew Pakura could help grant her wish. Mama is amazing. Manaphy had let himself out of the Pokeball to see her. He was now on Ash's lap, and was tall enough to peek out, but also short enough to duck and hide from May and Dawn if needed. Now Manaphy, make sure May and Dawn doesn't see you, okay? Philip said. We don't want any incident happening. Okay, Philip. Manaphy replied. Pakura was given a standing ovation for the appeal, as Jude said, wow, that was an extremely magnificent performance. What do you two have to say? He turned to Fantina and Wallace. Oh, my, the best appeal I have ever seen. Fantina commented in her French accent. The ability to keep the audience entertained, and the mystery of what Gardevoir was about to do next, it keeps us suspended, and it was all worth it. The elegance of Milotic and gracefulness of the Gardevoir makes a great match-up. She was able to utilize a lot of her Pokémon's moves to keep her appeal beautiful and original. I love it. Wallace said. And there you have it, folks. They have spoken, and they loved the appeal as much as you do. Let's give another round of applause to Pakura and her team. Now, let's have our first contestant out on stage to show off his appeal. Ash yawned at most of the appeals, which mirrored what Pakura was feeling at the moment. Those appeals are beautiful, yes, but they lacked originality, since he knew she had seen so many of those on TV before. Can't those people think up of their own ideas and not get some rip-off from a previous contest? Ash knew that while Paku valued the beauty of an appeal, she valued the originality even more. She believed that if one wants to earn the title of top coordinator, they have to have their own style, and give different ones for each contest so that it'll be unpredictable, and make the audience want more. While it's nothing wrong to be inspired by another appeal seen before in contests or grand festivals, she thought it stealing credit if they used appeals that are highly similar to the ones she's seen before. That is part of the reason why she won 6 grand festivals straight in a row, because she never used the same combinations twice. When is the sabotage happening? Rosalind whispered. I think it'll be soon. Philip replied. He had disabled the cameras for the locker room, so they won't link Pakura to the sabotage, and also, he saved the footage of May and Dawn stealing the dress for Pakura, as she mentioned she wanted it to be used against them later. They perked up when May came on stage, and sent out her Venusaur and Wartortle. Manaphy ducked down, making sure May couldn't see her. Ash had planned this carefully after all. Since May was to go first, he got Jude to get Paolo, his personal designer and stylist, to offer Dawn a makeover to prepare for her contest in his makeover room, and hold her there until it was her turn, so that Dawn would just enter stage directly after that, and not realize what the dresses actually does when she twirls. There was no TV in Paolo's makeover room, so Dawn won't find out what happened. However, Ash had also made sure to tell Paolo not to let Dawn look in the mirror, as he was going to make Dawn's hair similar to what would happen if she got electrified, including the sparkles to make it look like her dandruff is sparkling, but only no water-type moves would work on fixing her hair this time. Good thing is that coordinators have to return to the locker room after their appeal, so May won't be able to warn Dawn. Rosalind would also erase Dawn's memories once she entered, so she can't tell on Paolo. Unfortunately, May had decided to twirl first to show off her beautiful dress. When May heard the screams of the crowd, May knew it was because the smoke from the fire was devouring her dress, and she is not worried as Pakura had stated it would reveal another dress. Besides, the fire wasn't burning her. The smoke thickened, covering May, and when the smoke cleared, there stood May in only her underwear, and everyone could see that she isn't wearing a bra, which meant her BRSTs were exposed, as she was striking a pose. Some of the audience, especially the women, started screaming, others covered their eyes, those who were consuming things spat out whatever they were eating or drinking, and some men looked interested at May's assets, although it wasn't much to look at. Others were murmuring something about naked princesses, and staring at Pakura, who glared, as she was not about to let them see what's underneath her clothes. Ash didn't seem fazed and continued filming the video of the humiliation and taking pictures for the newspaper to give to Makoto. Maybe he can send the video to the news channel to discuss it as well. Rosalind and Philip covered their eyes, not wishing to see the scene. Jude looked very pale when he saw May's body, the microphone trembling in his hand. That was something he did not want to see. Fantina was covering Wallace's eyes, as she shouted at May. Pakura meanwhile, was pretending to sigh, and placed her forehead on the table. "What's going on?" Manafi asked, as he was hiding. "I'll tell you later." Rosalind's espion whimpered, as she ducked down the moment May's dress burnt off. May was puzzled at their reaction, so she looked down, and screamed, as she realized she was wearing nothing but her underwear. She quickly covered herself up, returned her Pokémon, and rushed back to the locker room to dress back in her usual clothes. "Alright, disaster aside, let's ask the judges if they want to give her another chance," Jude said, as he turned to the three of them. "What do we do?" Wallace asked. "Should we give her another chance to perform?" "Yes, but make sure she's not naked," Fantina replied. "Put her at the very last on the list," she told Pakura. "Fine." Pakura mumbled, penciling in May's name at the last on the list, which did not go unnoticed by Ash. He smirked. It looks like he still has a chance to ruin May's appeal. Some of the audience clapped at their decision, as May is the Princess of Hoenn, and they were looking forward to see what she has in store for them. Others, however, were disturbed at the scene she had displayed earlier. "Alright, without further ado, let's give it up for our favorite music coordinator, Nando," Jude announced, as they had to continue the show. Ash watched as Nando came out on stage, ready to perform. He allowed Manafi to peek out to watch again, seeing as May was out of sight. Nando sent out Altaria and Lopunny, and he decided for Altaria to use Aerial Ace, and while doing that move, he got Altaria to use Sing, and followed by Perish Song, so that the colorful musical notes glowed gold, and the execution of the move looked more elegant with Aerial Ace. Altaria, use Sunny Day. Lopunny, use Thunder Wave. The Thunder Wave gave the musical notes an electrifying appearance, and the Sunny Day made the musical notes even more beautiful. No surprise there. Ash thought, watching the colorful music notes float in a pretty glow before it was destroyed by Lopunny's Thunderbolt, sending rainbow sparkles all over the stage. "At least it's still better than most of the appeals we saw," Rosalind commented to Philip, who nodded in agreement. "And thank you, Nando, for the spectacular performance." Next up, we have one of Johto's top coordinator, Marina. A pretty blue-haired girl that Ash remembered seeing in magazines and the video about double performances in a website walked out onto the stage, to cheers of some of the fans, and Ash noted they were wearing t-shirts with her on it, giving Ash the impression she was some sort of idol. Marina sent out her Jigglypuff and Misdreavus, and they performed a little synchronized dance, before she told Misdreavus to use Shadow Ball and Jigglypuff to use Shock Wave, which fused together to make the Shadow Ball look like a meteorite. She then had Jigglypuff to throw Misdreavus in the air with Psychic and had the Misdreavus use Ominous Wind to add trails of purple in the path of the meteorite. To finish off, she had Jigglypuff use Flamethrower on the meteorite, and both exploded into colorful sparkles which dazzled the audience. Everyone seemed impressed, including Fantina and Wallace, but Pakura stayed as impassive as ever, her expression unreadable. When asked for her comment, she did not say anything. Manafi's eyes were sparkling at the performances. "Papa, do you think Mama would allow me to perform with her?" Ash gave a small smile. Who wouldn't smile, with such a cute childlike charm Manafi possesses, though he was an able battler? Of course, Manafi. Ursula was next, and Ash remembered she made a unique appeal during the Sinnoh Grand Festival, using evolution of her 2 EV while using hidden power to make a very unique appeal. He wondered what she had in store this time, as she sent out her Vaporeon and Jigglypuff, and started her appeal. Dawn did not know what everyone was laughing about as she walked in the stage after she was done with her makeover, not noticing that her hair was looking funny. Ash allowed Manafi a glance, and he ducked down again, laughing at Dawn's hair as well. Rosalind knew this was when she comes in, and subtly erased Dawn's memories. She felt her mind has been swept clean of something, but the show has to go on, and decided to send out her Clefable and her Kalava. So she had obtained a Clefable, huh? Ash thought. She decided to start her appeal first, which consisted of Clefable, which apparently she caught and evolved quickly using the Moonstone, since Clefable's rather clumsy, using Ice Beam to make an ice structure, and Kalava would use Flame Will to ride along the Ice Beam's path, creating an ice slide, Clefable behind him. However, Ash used his psychic powers to push Clefable off so that it fell off the slide, and hit the ground. He pushed Kalava as well, and Kalava, panicking that some invisible force was touching it, accidentally used too much power, destroying the ice slide. However, Dawn was able to make use of the sparkles to fall on her, allowing her to look great when she was twirling, and the audience covered their eyes this time, except Ash. He was filming it, as the dress burned off. For the second time, the audience, for those who didn't cover their eyes, treated to an underwear lingerie model show, but unfortunately, again, Dawn wasn't wearing a bra, exposing her assets to the entire contest hall, for now anyway. This one was funnier in the sense that her hair looked like it had been through an electric-type attack. Dawn was wondering what everyone was so shocked about, and thought she looked stunning, only for Pakura to gesture for her to look down. When she did, she shrieked, and ran out of the stage. There was another scream, which indicated Dawn had looked into the mirror and saw the state of her hair. That would definitely ruin their chances of getting into the battle rounds and their reputation as coordinators. Ash thought, snickering to himself. His elites and Pokemon were also trying not to laugh out loud with some of the audience. He wondered if Makoto would slander them as slots in his article when he sends these to him later. Meanwhile, May was sobbing at the humiliation that she got in a clothing closet located somewhere outside the locker room that is a great place for privacy since no one ever seemed to need extra clothing, like she and Dawn did, but they chose to take Pakura's because her ones are much more beautiful than the ones currently in the closet. She was sure that the dress changing would win her more fans, but her chances are now ruined thanks to the dress somehow burning off, exposing her body to the entire contest hall, including the judges, and everyone is probably laughing at her misfortune. She saw all the judges' disgusted expressions. Actually, Pakura's one was unknown as she placed her head on the table. The question is, would she get a chance to perform her appeal again? A while later, the door opened, and one of the judges, Pakura, was looking down at her. What? May asked, somewhat rudely. Pakura had to stop herself from smirking at May's state. We decided that you'll be performing last. Pakura said curtly. May's eyes shone. Really? Thank you. Pakura was about to leave, when May asked, Dawn didn't twirl, did she? What do you think? Pakura hid a smirk, and as she made her way back, she said, to May's horror, by the way, I know what you did. May wondered if she knew about the theft of her dress, or the fact that she collaborated to kill Ash's mother 6 years ago. They had gotten away with it by framing Ash himself, and the others believed it. They did not know about Pal, as they did not get any news on how Pal reacted when the regional champions reported this incident to them. What are you doing? Philip asked Rosalind, who had her notebook and pen out. I was trying to write down some inspirations for my next painting. Rosalind smiled. These appeals had given me a good idea. I say they are a work of art themselves. She spun her pen and continued writing a sentence or phrase, but Ash frowned when she wouldn't stop writing. That was when he realized Rosalind's eyes was dull. She was making a written prophecy. Her ability of prophecy construction only shows itself once in a blue moon, and only when there's extreme danger coming closer, ones that may mean their lives or deaths. To show up right now, it meant something big would happen. Her prophecy-making ability has shown itself again. Pikachu whispered, watching Rosalind. My dear prince. I'm losing my mind. I did so much. Won't someone help me in kind? I am the quiet one. Silent and tranquil. I move in silently for the kill. On my own free will. I was abused by society, abused by evil. And deserted by you for another. I slowly shut everyone out. I am now seeking revenge. For all that they had done. Hiding my deadly secrets. Because you seek them, my prince. I wonder if you will hate me. If you knew what had happened. I'll let everyone feel my pain. And I don't care if there's no gain. Anger and hate takes over. I already became a red-eyed monster. Soon I will be lost for good. Can you see the truth? Open your eyes. And save me before it's too late. Ash took the poem, very sure that the message was meant for him. No doubt, this poem is from the person who caused the mystery's point of view. And this person is definitely a user of scarlet anger, judging by the fact that the person refers himself or herself as the red-eyed monster. Ash thought, remembering if scarlet anger is used too much, the user's eyes would turn permanently red. I was right, there is still a user of the scarlet anger alive. He knew now that the person causing the mysteries was most likely female, as she was conveying a message to the person she referred to as her prince, indicating the person she was in love with was a guy, but this guy never reciprocated her feelings, instead loving another person, and the girl is most likely losing her sanity from all the tragedy she had been through, the boy she loved abandoning her for another person, and the constant usage of scarlet anger. Ash took a picture of the poem, and sent it to everyone via the Communidex. What do you have there? A voice asked. Ash jumped, and turned to see Cynthia smiling at him. Manaphy frowned, not liking where this was going. He didn't like Cynthia being with Papa. Didn't Papa remember what she did to him? The corner of Ash's mouth twitched upwards for a split second, much to Rosalind and Philip's disapproval, as they looked up from reading the poem briefly. Nothing much. He replied, putting the poem in his pocket. Just enjoy the show for now. Cynthia smiled, and leaned in closer to him. As Ash's full attention was on Cynthia, he did not notice Manaphy hopping away from his lap, and bolting to Pakura. Mama, carry me. She looked down to see her child Manaphy extending his arms. Pakura obliged, and carried Manaphy in her arms. The smile Manaphy gave her gave a little comfort, but not much. An EV who was watching Pakura looked in envy at the Manaphy. Unbeknownst to them, Pakura had heard everything thanks to her good hearing, thought she was reading the poem. She only had time to dimly note that Rosalind's prophecies are always right on the mark, when she suddenly had a splitting headache. Not the headaches people usually have from too much work, it's those headaches that renders her dizzy and unable to stand, and need to lie down. Are you all right, Pakura? Wallace asked in concern, seeing Pakura grit her teeth slightly. I'm fine, Champion Wallace. Pakura replied, rocking Manaphy, who cooed, and snuggled in her chest. "I'm just fine." In reality, she wasn't, because she knew exactly what the poem was talking about, unlike the others. And seeing Ash with Cynthia didn't help matters at all. Halfway through an appeal, an attendant, who tends to the coordinators before their performance, rushed to the judges' table and asked if one of the coordinators could be moved to the last to give him time to find his Pokemon, which was missing, and let May take his place, as the other coordinators needed more mental time to prepare themselves, and she had volunteered to go next. "Is May ready?" Wallace had asked. The attendant nodded. "She is. Don't worry, she's wearing clothes." The attendant meant it as a joke, but none of them laughed. Fantina said curtly, "Very well. Then she can do her appeal after this." Pakura, somewhat irritated, started making changes to the list again. "What's going on, Paku?" Ash was using telepathy to communicate with her. It was apparent he had seen the scene. Apparently, one of the coordinators are moved to last because his Pokemon went missing and he wanted to find him, and May volunteered to take his place. "She's next." Pakura replied in her mind, as she absent-mindedly petted Manaphy, who was sitting on her lap, and peeking out from the judge's table to watch the performances, in case May or the camera spots him, since the camera is trained on Pakura quite often. But he didn't mind, as long as he gets to be with his mama. "Very good." Ash replied, but he was interrupted by Cynthia yawning, and leaning back on her seat, and giving Ash a beatific smile. Ash inwardly admitted she looked beautiful in the way she presented herself, ignoring the somewhat disapproving looks his Pokemon, his elites, and their Pokemon was shooting at him. Cynthia may be beautiful, but so is Pakura. And he doesn't notice her, does she? Pachirisu whispered to the Pokemon group. That's because Ash still loves her, despite what she did. Espion was somewhat ticked off. I don't trust her. Philip whispered to his Pokemon. He watched Rosalind in mild interest, who was shuffling tarot cards, most likely using these cards to predict the upcoming events that would happen. Philip heard her mumbling, "Hanged man, I foresee a dark-haired young person, tragic losses early in life, in love with an unattainable person, and one who dislikes questions and people interfering with their life." Rosalind turned to Philip, holding the Hanged Man card. "You know, when it comes to love for this, the theme can be one of letting go. Letting go of an unattainable lover, for example, will bring about the possibility that someone that one can be with will be there for them. One-sided love always hurts, don't you think?" Philip nodded, not noticing Ash was taking her mutterings to consideration, and taking note of it in case it might help him in his Dragon Duo case, just as Jude announced that May was now to come up on stage to show off her appeal, although she was wearing one of the old pink and white dresses from the closet, which looked relatively ugly, looking like Cinderella's dress after it has been ruined by her stepsisters. Thankfully, the audience was tactful enough not to say anything. Most POW locals are generally tactful and polite. Venusaur, Wartortle, take the stage. May's Pokeballs opened with bubbles and flower petals to reveal Wartortle and Venusaur respectively. Wartortle, use bubble. And Venusaur, use petal dance. This caused a pretty effect where the petals were swirling around the bubbles, and the bubbles were sparkling in the lights, making the petal dance shine as well. Ash sat up straight, watching for a time to sabotage her performance. Wartortle, use Ice Beam. The Ice Beam froze the combination, and May planned to use Razor Leaf to break it so that it would explode into beautiful pink and blue sparkles, which was expected as she had practiced it. Now, use Razor Leaf. May commanded. Now. Ash used his telekinesis to redirect the Razor Leaf, and May was puzzled when Razor Leaf missed its target, and was sent sailing towards the stage lights above, severing the wiring, and letting several of the lights fall. Unfortunately, it was directed somewhere near the judge's table, and only Pakura was quick enough to grab Manaphy, and jump away from her seat. Ash, thinking quickly, used his own telekinesis once more so that the stage lights won't hit Wallace and Fantina, and gently laid the stage lights on the ground. You got to be kidding me. Pakura groaned, as the contest hall was now in partial darkness. Ash just put my position in jeopardy with that stunt. If word gets out what actually happened, I'd be fired. She wondered why she was willing to risk her position for Ash's revenge. Jude called for a break so that Philip and some other crew members could go repair the lighting set again. The audience left the contest hall to get some dinner, while Philip went high up the ladder to start working on the stage lights. Wallace and Fantina are talking to some other regional guests, including Jude and Rosalind, and it was apparent the regional guests had nothing better to do, since they are here now, as usually they aren't interested in contests. Wallace was telling them about the amazing appeal Pakura put up, and Fantina was agreeing with Wallace, adding her comments about being one of the most beautiful appeals she had ever seen, and even exceeded the appeals seen in grand festivals. Meanwhile, Ash left the contest hall to get some dinner from the tower. The others had decided to get something light as they weren't very hungry, so he went alone with his Pokemon, and he was accompanied by Cynthia. This sight did not go unnoticed by Pakura, who simply sighed at Ash's blindness. Cynthia turned and gave Pakura a sweet smile, which Pakura saw as a smirk. Or maybe it was a smirk, but if anyone saw it, they would think it was a pretty smile. Pakura simply rolled her eyes in turn. "Aren't you going to rescue him?" Shiki asked. "What's the point?" Ash had shown plenty of times he is capable of taking care of himself. Pakura mumbled, but she settled on playing with Manafi, while letting Sylvian and Skitty have free reign of the place. Meanwhile, Jude and Rosalind joined the group of chatting regional guests, who apparently had nothing better to do. "Rosalind, Jude, can either of you pass me the stage lights?" Philip called from high above the ladder, interrupting his conversation with the other regional guests. "Sure." Jude shrugged, and with his strength, lifted the light in one hand with ease, and threw it towards Philip like a baseball, to the shock and awe of the other regional guests. They gaped when Philip also caught the spotlight in one hand, and nodded his thanks, before working on fixing the spotlight and attaching it back to the ceiling. "How did you guys pull that off?" Flint asked, surprise on his features. "It's so heavy." "Oh, we do training for ourselves besides Pokemon training, you know," Jude said. "PAL trainers are expected to be able to protect their Pokemon as well in our own way." "So, what training do you do to protect your own Pokemon?" Steven asked. "Oh, we do all sorts of training whenever we are free, you know, such as via this game Stimulus Philip." Rosalind started, but she was cut off with a voice saying, "You guys are telling them too much." Jude and Rosalind jumped, and turned to see their leader with an unreadable expression. "Sorry, Pakura," they said in unison. The other regional guests looked at them curiously. What was it that they wanted to say before being interrupted? And what kind of training do they actually do when they are free, and what does it have to do with the person now fixing their stage lights? "Well, anyway, Steven, look out." Out of the corner of Jude's eye, Philip lost his balance and fell, along with the ladder, and the ladder was heading Steven's way. Before anybody could react, a trail of ribbon was wrapped around his waist, and he was pulled to safety, just as Jude caught Philip, and the ladder fell to the ground. Steven sighed in relief when he was safe, and turned to look at his savior, only to blush when he saw the beautiful leader's face just right next to him. Evie's eyes were awed at Pakura's quick reaction to situations. Her child, Manafi, was clapping in joy at her quick thinking. "You okay, Philip?" Jude asked, as he placed Philip back to the ground. Philip nodded, though it was clear he was pretty shaken about the fact that he fell off a high ladder. Pakura stayed quiet, giving Philip an appraising look, before turning to some other crew members who were resting, and said, "You guys, take over for Philip. Now." The crew members practically fell over themselves to complete the task she had given them, well, who wouldn't, considering it was a request from the PAL's princess, and it didn't hurt that she had extreme beauty. Pakura also threw two things at Philip, which turned out to be a mini candy bar and a can of soda, as sugar does help someone relieve their shock, or so she heard. "Thanks, princess." Philip smiled in relief. Pakura made a gesture that is something between a nod and a shrug. Philip joined the talking group, munching on the candy bar, where the subject then changed to the upcoming fashion show where Valerie and Alessa were scheduled to model the latest female PAL clothing, while Jude was to be the host and commentator. Jude was the one who had selected those two because he had known them while working for the modeling industry years ago. Jude had moved to PAL because he wanted to improve on his career, and after being accepted into the PAL elite by the Dragon duo, he stayed there permanently. In the process, he became a world-famous supermodel, a famed actor, internet idol, and even became a variety show host, which makes him the most popular socialite in the entertainment industry. So, how are they going to advertise the male clothing? Faulkner had asked. It was all female clothing because they had designed more female clothes than male ones. Jude shrugged. They are going to advertise it through magazine, which means I'll have to go for a photo shoot. You guys should come for the fashion show. It's an hour after the contest in 2 days' time. The guests nodded, stating that they would check out the show. Speaking of checking out, Pakura had sneaked out of the contest hall to check on Ash. Claire was carrying a box of tapes from the library, and went up to the 5th floor, where the Giotto elites and her cousin resides inwardly grumbling on how heavy the box of tapes were. When she reached the 5th floor, her cousin, who was watching TV, looked at her in surprise. Luckily, he was alone. "What are you doing?" he asked. Claire tossed the box of tapes onto the table. "It's done," she simply replied. "What's done?" Lance asked. "I've got the recordings of the trainers' tournament from the library." Claire replied. "Why would you do that?" Lance gave her a funny look. "This tournament is a great opportunity for us to restore our clan's reputation. We had worked hard for many years, which has gone down the drain in one measly day since the fact that our clan has been killed and their stuff and Pokemon had been stolen from them, in addition to the eternal blizzard they had put us in, which means no one would even visit my gym anymore, and it makes us look bad too." Claire exclaimed. "What's the point to this?" Lance asked. "The point is one of us, probably you, will be taking home the victory, to start building our reputation again. These are the recordings of all the winners of the trainers' tournament. We're going to watch them and learn some strategies we can use and everything we can about those PAL elites. And if the killer of our clan is in PAL, we can get revenge by defeating his or her Pokemon, because he or she may be the winner of a trainers' tournament." Claire replied. "I doubt I can win the entire tournament since there are the other Elite Fours and champions to think about, and they want to win as much as us. Not to mention the PAL elites, whose abilities we hardly know. Except Rosalind's, but she's stronger than 3 of the champions already, and she's said to be the weakest one." Lance thought, as Claire rummaged through the box of tapes, which was marked with the year of the trainers' tournament and the name of the winner, and sure enough, found the tapes with Rosalind's, Jude's, Philip's and Red's names, and passed them to Lance, as she tried to look for the one with Pakura's name. "That's weird," Claire said after a few minutes. "What's weird?" Lance asked. "I can't find one with Pakura's name on it." Claire frowned, checking the list of tapes that was supposed to be inside. No, Pakura's name wasn't among the winners. The Dragon Duo's tape is missing as well, but apparently, according to this list, they had won the 2nd quarter anniversary. Lance was mildly surprised at this news, that the Dragon Duo were quarter anniversary winners. According to Charles Goodshow, quarter anniversary winners were more prestigious as the winner is considered to have overcame all odds with the twist that was given to win the trophy. "It'd be great if we can find the Dragon Duo and challenge them to a battle," Claire remarked, as she knew the significance of winning the quarter anniversary as well. "Claire, you have to remember they also specialize in psychic Pokemon, to increase and support their dragon training," Lance reminded her. "Chances of us winning with dragon Pokemon would be quite slim." "True, but you know every dragon master dreams of battling them someday. They are like every dragon user's final opponents when it comes to the path of dragon mastery." Claire agreed. "Well, do you want to watch those tapes or not? Have you found Pakura's tape?" Lance asked. Claire shook her head. "I couldn't find one. It looks like she never won the trainers' tournament, which is weird, considering she is the leader of the elite. Lance wondered how Pakura became the leader if she had never won the trainers tournament, as if he wasn't mistaken, one of the requirements needed to challenge an Elite Four in all regions is to win the regional tournament, and he assumed this rule also applies if one wants to be an Elite Four member. We can always get the contest, Grand Festival, and Pokemon Showcase tapes if we want to find out how Pakura battles. Lance remarked, remembering Pakura was a legendary coordinator, Pal Duchess, and according to Diantha, she was a former Kalos queen. Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Before Lance could say anything, Claire rushed off again, presumably to get the tapes. She's really serious about this. With the cursed child thing and all, I doubt they don't deserve this. I need a break. Lance inwardly sighed. Ash and Cynthia were at the 14th floor of the Battle Tower eating dinner, and talking about the contest appeals and the PAL region in general. Well, Cynthia was talking. Ash was eating quietly, ignoring Cynthia's attempts at banter, as he did not know how to keep someone entertained when talking, and answers with a yes or no or just stayed silent. To Cynthia, that just made Champion Red even cooler in her eyes. Can you tell me more about PAL? Cynthia requested. Like what? Ash mumbled. How about, hunters? Cynthia was curious to know what they are. She knew that PAL is run by hunters, at least that was what the PAL website said when she checked the library computers. Ash frowned, before answering, a hunter is a person that has proven themselves through rigorous examination to be an elite member of humanity. If you pass the examination, a hunter would be rewarded with a license to go almost anywhere in the world and do almost anything. Hunters usually are the ones to protect the region and their Pokemon from criminals, Pokemon poachers, and abusive Pokemon trainers, but they can devote themselves to tracking down priceless items, valuable information, and other stuff. What examination? Cynthia was curious. Officially, it is the hunter exam. Ash replied. But since it is so intense people die from it, it was called the exam from hell by many. Meanwhile, sitting at the 14th floor door that leads to the stairs, Pakura sighed. Of course, Ash warmed up to Cynthia just like that. What does she have that she doesn't anyway? Listen to them, it's so obvious he is opening up to her about our region. Shiki was disgusted. Pakura did not say anything, but she nodded. Manafi whimpered when he overheard his papa and Cynthia. He doesn't want Cynthia as his new mama. Pakura is a good mama, he won't leave her. But what if the two of them separates? Just the thought of it worried little Manafi. Pakura seemed to have sensed Manafi's distress, as she silently rocked and petted him, which made Manafi feel better, as he was with his mama. She listened as Cynthia talked about how she enjoyed the train ride here, since the train compartments were comfortable and the food was delectable. How about I throw you on the tracks for the train to run you over? Pakura thought scathingly, as Cynthia finally asked Ash what kind of hunters all of them were, and that was when Pakura decided to interfere, as she stepped into the 14th floor, and said somewhat frigidly, okay, Champion Red, that's enough information to give to some foreigner, don't you think? Although her tone did not give anything away, one could tell she meant it as an insult. Ash and Cynthia turned in surprise, though the latter's expression turned to anger. And who do you think you are, telling your champion what to do? Cynthia replied. Considering I am the leader of this elite, and have been here longer than he did, I am sure I have some say over what we tell other people. Pakura said dispassionately. Oh yeah. He's still the champion, which means he still has more say, and the final decision is his. Ash was amazed Cynthia was willing to stand up to him as into what information he can give away. Cynthia looked down at the Manafi in Pakura's arms. May had told her about a Manafi that called her mama, and wondered if it was the same Manafi in her arms right now. I don't think you are fit to be this little one's mother, considering your attitude. Cynthia said, and cooed to Manafi to get his attention and perhaps get him to choose her as his new mama, but Manafi looked frightened, and clung to Pakura's dress. Considering what you did, I don't think you would last long here, and I hope you commit suicide in the end. Pakura spat, clutching to Manaphy protectively. Cynthia Mock gasped, and clutched to her heart. But of course, to Ash, her distress seemed real, and went over to her, grabbing her arms to steady her. Cynthia, pretending to be in distress, ran off towards the arriving elevator. Pakura hated to admit it, but Cynthia looked regal and attractive on the outside no matter what expression she had on her face. Ash rounded on Pakura. How could you say that to her? She was just curious. Ash shouted. It isn't wrong to be curious about a region you never been to before. Pakura doesn't seem fazed. Considering she didn't listen to you when you were Ash Ketchum, what makes you think she'll listen when you're Red Satoshi? Maybe she has changed. Ash countered. You'll have to apologize to her later. Pakura coldly raised a brow. Never. Ash's Pokemon has to applaud Pakura's defiance against her champion. They didn't like Cynthia either, but who are they to speak up when it's their trainer they're talking about? Ash was at a loss of words. Did she just say she would never apologize to Cynthia, even if she was in the wrong? He was about to give her a piece of his mind, when he was snapped out of it by Manaphy, who was whimpering. Ash looked guilty for frightening Manaphy, and took him from Pakura's arms to soothe him and cheered him up with some poke puffs. Since Pakura could neither join in on comforting Manaphy nor snap at Ash, she thought the best thing to do was to clear out for now, and left the battle tower. Besides, she still had a contest to judge. As she left, Ash said after her, Paku, this isn't over. Shiki caught up with her. Your champion may be powerful, but he's an idiot if he thinks she has changed. He remarked. Pakura nodded in resignation. She wondered if Cynthia had known about the benefits hunters can get, since information is easy to get from the computer in the library, and figured that since Ash was handsome, powerful, having access to Mega Evolution, and had all the perks of being a hunter such as not paying for public facilities can be used at no cost, and all such services are provided at first class, unrivaled freedom to travel around the world, with access to places that normally doesn't open to ordinary members of the society, and the fact that they do not need to pay when buying stuff, and maybe Cynthia was taking advantage of the free benefits Ash would have provided if she was his girlfriend. Pakura hated Cynthia for having this effect on Ash. Oh yes, she does. She knew Cynthia would ruin everything Ash has worked for. How she wished she could have killed her right here and now, to eliminate this threat. But then, Ash would hate her if she did that. Shiki seemed to have sensed her thoughts, as he placed his hands on her shoulders, and said, Paku, listen, no matter what happens, you still have me. And you know I can't wait until this ring. He indicated her engagement ring. Is replaced with my wedding band. I'll be waiting. Just hang on. Pakura nodded, and walked towards the forest, and unknowingly walked past the Saffron City gym leader, Sabrina, who was out looking at the lake with her signature Pokemon, Alakazam. Sabrina's eyes followed her as she walked past. How mysterious. Sabrina remarked. I can't see into her future, neither can I see into her memories. I wonder if it means something ominous is going to happen. Ash was holding up a tape in his hand, which was stated that the year of the trainers' tournament was 50, which would make it the second quarter anniversary. And the name of the victors were marked as the Dragon Duo, which disappointed Ash, as it didn't have the Dragon Duo's real names on it. Ash had taken it from the box of tapes from the library earlier in the day, and since he had finished his sabotage job, he figured he could spend some time watching this tape. He figured if he wanted to solve the missing Dragon Duo case, he had to get as much information about the Dragon Duo as possible. He had somewhat gotten over the fight he had with Pakura earlier. I do want to see how the quarter anniversary works. Pikachu stated, weighing the Dragon Duo's tape in his hand. Ash agreed with Pikachu, and put in the tape, settling back in the couch and losing himself in the 50th Trainers Tournament. A younger Ken Anderson, the current commentator of the Pokemon World Championship, stepped out on the stage, followed by a young boy dressed in a white suit, holding a simple wooden box. He began speaking, to remind them of the system to pick a worthy ruler to take care of PAL, created by one of the previous rulers of PAL, and one of the requirements was for the person to win the trainers' tournament. When the laws of this trainers' tournaments were laid out by a previous ruler, the said ruler also dictated that every 25 years the anniversary would be marked by a quarter anniversary. It would call for a glorified version of the trainers' tournament to make battles much more interesting, and see if participants can overcome the odds the twist may give. Ken went on to tell the audience what happened in the first quarter anniversary. On the 25th anniversary, as a reminder that type disadvantages can be overcome with the right moves and strategies, each trainer is required to have a single type team and must stick to the said type for the duration of the tournament. The type they choose to specialize in must be registered when they register for the tournament as well. A single type like the regional gym leaders and Elite Four members. Interesting. Ash thought. And now, to honor the second quarter anniversary, Ken said, as the little boy stepped forward, holding out the box as he opened the lid. Ash could see the tidy, upright rows of yellowed envelopes. Whoever devised the quarter anniversary system had prepared for centuries of trainers' tournaments. Ken removed an envelope clearly marked with a 50, and ran his finger under the flap, pulling out a small square piece of paper. Without hesitation, he read, on the 50th anniversary, as a reminder that teamwork is required in Pokémon battles, each trainer is to find a partner to participate in the trainers' tournaments together, and both partners in the tag team must have the 4 complete symbols from the battle frontier in order to be able to register as a team. One tag team can win, which means there would be 2 winners. The editors cut off to the preliminary rounds, and there was little time to focus on all the battles, but since the Dragon Duo were the victors, Ash got to watch all their battles in full. The Dragon Prince wore a casual outfit that consisted of dark blue jeans and a white shirt, complete with a black jacket, and his keystone was in the form of a black bracelet that was on his left wrist. He was wearing sneakers that was dark blue on the bottom where the sole is, and black for the rest of the parts. His fringe was combed downwards, shadowing his face. Ash knew there was something dark and handsome about his appearance, as he noted the tape captured some envy written in the girls' faces for the Dragon Princess to be able to have him as a partner. The Dragon Princess on the other hand was wearing a dress that was white from neck to chest and light pink down the rest. The outfit had white long sleeves, with lace cuffs at the end, and had a white bow tie on the chest part of the outfit. Her shoes were pink with bows on it. In other words, it was a typical sweet Lolita outfit. Her black hair was let loose, and it reached slightly below her shoulders, and she wore a pink headband with a bow. Just like her partner, her fringe was also covering her face, but there was an undeniable sweetness about her appearance. Unlike the Dragon Prince, who didn't have a Pokémon outside the Pokeball, the Dragon Princess had one Pokémon on her shoulder, which was an EV, which made Ash wonder what EV evolved into later. Her keystone was in the form of a black choker that was on her neck. Ash noted the pair only occasionally exchanged a glance with each other, and they seemed to know which moves their partner was going to use, which Ash knew it was probably due to their telepathy. Their moves were very synchronized, but Ash found out that the Dragon Princess stuck to defensive and supportive strategy when it comes to battle, while the Dragon Prince was all-out offense. So that was why they made the perfect match. Ash thought, jotting down some notes. The Dragon Prince attacks with his Pokémon all the way, and the Dragon Princess increases the power of those moves, and is able to cover for him by preventing opponents' attacks from hitting the Dragon Prince's Pokémon. Ash knew it was going to be a long battle, as when they reached the semi-finals, each person can use 6 Pokémon, which meant that it was a 12-on-12 battle, which makes this quarter anniversary having the longest tag battle in history, and having used the most Pokémon in one battle. The final match consisted of the Dragon Duo with 2 girls called Alexandra and Allison, who are twin sisters by the looks of it, with the same straight red hair, blue eyes, and olive skin. The way they behaved was also exactly the same. And here we are, the final match of the 50th Trainers Tournament. A commentator announced. On the green side, we have the Robertson twins, Alexandra and Allison. And on the red side, we have what everyone dubbed them as the Dragon Duo, and this duo had won their matches with either Dragon or Psychic Pokémon. They must have requested for their names not to be revealed. They only grant this request to trainers who are already a professional hunter. That means. Ash's gaze lingered on the cute girl that was known as the Dragon Princess. It was hard to believe that the Dragon Princess is already a hunter at this point. Then again, appearances can fool people. Look at Pakura, for instance. Lucario pointed out, replying to a comment Pikachu had made about how surprising it was for the Dragon Princess to be a professional hunter since she looked harmless. Volbeat Ilyamized, I choose you. The twins sent out the Firefly Pokemon, which was a counterpart to each other. Meowstic, take the battlefield. The dragon duo shouted in unison, as the Dragon Prince sent out a female one, and the princess sent out the male one. Let the battle begin. A referee, not Evan, announced. Ash paused the tape when the dragon duo had lost only 3 Pokemon, 1 from the prince, 2 from the princess, and the twins had lost half of their Pokemon, 4 from Alexandra and 2 from Allison, and went to his room for a shower, followed by his Pokemon just as the elevator dinged, and the 3 elites came up, since the workers informed them it would take quite a while to fix the lights. We've said too much. Jude ran his hand over his hair in frustration. Now they are going to wonder what kind of training we do. Don't they do these kind of training for the G-Men organization too? Rosalind wondered. Philip shook his head. Don't be naive, Rosalind, even if you're a member of the G-Men, they don't train as intensively as we do. I bet none of the G-Men members can survive the Hunter's exam, or their missions, for the matter. Sure, they know how to operate some weapons, but I bet even you can defeat them in close combat any day. Everyone knew Rosalind was average at close combat, as she tends to fight while keeping a distance from her opponents, rather than being in close range, and usually relied more on kicks than punches, although her punch is powerful enough to send a person flying if they are not aware. I guess you're right. Rosalind nodded. They are all curious about us since while we are world famous, this is the first time they had met us in person. In addition they learned about our elite statuses and being the so-called hosts, they'll only ask questions about our lives. In fact, the Kalos gym leader Viola has a sister, Alexa, who's a journalist at Lumiose Press, and she's here to cover the Pokemon World Championships, and she is most likely granted a press pass for the event, as she is related to a participant. I think she might want to find out more about us to write in her articles as well. I don't know if she's the type to intrude in our privacy like the other regional reporters, but it's better to avoid her, and Viola if we can. Jude added. Right, but Jude, everyone knows you're the social butterfly in the elite, and the gym leaders from Johto, Hoenn and Sinnoh recognized Rosalind as one of their challengers of their gym. Philip pointed out. If you two avoid them, they'll suspect we're hiding something, and will try even harder to find out about us. I don't know how they still recognize me. I mean, none of the gym leaders even recognized Pakura, and she did accompany me to my gym matches. What's more, she challenged their gyms before, and some even saw her a second time when she came with me. No offense, Rosalind, but Pakura's physical appearance changed more drastically than yours. You could have passed for a 16-year-old with your cute looks, and Pakura looks older than you. If I were an outsider, I'd think Pakura was the older one. Jude replied. In other words, you're saying she matured faster than me? Rosalind pouted. The boys nodded. Anyway, next time we talk to the guests, we better not say too much, lest we accidentally say something about Champion Red, and we'll all be doomed if they find out who he really is before we expose the murderers. While the Hunters Association and PAL region did not believe that Ash would kill his mother, the majority of the other regional people do, and would clamor for his arrest and execution. We can't let them win, and I, like Ash, want them to be humiliated, and be surprised when they realized who exactly defeated all 4 of us. Jude declared. And none of us must ruin this. Especially you, Rosalind. Philip and Rosalind nodded, and Philip noticed something on the television. Hey, what's this? Philip pointed to the frozen screen, which shows a scoreboard of 12 empty slots on each side, and it looked like the boy and girl pair was winning. Ash must have gotten the second quarter anniversary tape from the library, and is watching the dragon duo. Rosalind concluded. He must have wanted information on the dragon duo before solving the case. He was assigned to it, after all. But, you're the crime hunter, shouldn't the job be assigned to you? Jude wondered. I admit, yes, but the thing is, they have been missing for 6 years now. If the head of crime department, who has 8 years more experience than me, cannot even solve it, what makes you think I can? I doubt my psychic powers can locate them because I hear they are much stronger than me in terms of psychic power. Which was why they gave the case to Ash. Rosalind explained. There are many departments in the Hunters Association, which was named after the type of hunters there are. Usually, the best one would be selected as the head of the said department. As Ash and Pakura had 3 stars in their field, naturally, they are the heads of the contract department and the blacklist department respectively, but they had an assistant head, for they had other duties to commit themselves to. The other 3, on the other hand, only had 2 stars, though Philip was close to getting 3, which was why they aren't the heads. The department heads usually had authority to handle incidents happening within their own department, and also put out members' names to give another star or fire them and give reasons why, but these cases had to be reviewed by the members of the Zodiacs first, and if approved, the action requested would be taken. Otherwise, nothing would happen. The department heads can assign tasks and missions to their members, if they were given to them via a Zodiac member, but if the chairman and vice chairman gives the case themselves, it means they had to handle the case by themselves, no questions asked. When one first becomes a hunter, they would automatically have to work for the Hunters Association, which is another reason why being a hunter is a dream of many locals, as it guarantees them a job, and a hunter earns a lot of money due to the danger and risks, which many saw as an adventure. But, even then, there would be an exam to test if they are worthy of working for the Hunters Association in the first place, and there are 4 parts to the exam: an obstacle course that assessed their physical condition, a written tactics and Pokemon facts exam, a test of weapons and Pokemon training proficiency, and a stimulated combat situation, where trainers figure out how to protect their Pokemon. If they fail, they would have to keep taking this exam until they pass. Once they do so, they had to choose a department as well, which meant they would be given a crash course on what each type of hunters do. They had to choose carefully as once they chose it's permanent, and could never be changed. Should they make a decision, the head of the chosen department would test them themselves, and decided if they pass or fail. If they pass, they are in. If not, they either train and come back in a month or choose another. In other words, to be officially called a professional hunter, one has to pass a total of 3 exams. The hunter exam to get the license, the exam to get in the Hunters Association, and the exam to get in their desired department. What are you guys talking about? A bored voice asked, and they looked up to see Ash with his hair wet. Apparently, he had went for a shower. We're just wondering why Rosalind wasn't assigned to the Dragon Duo case. Jude replied. Now I think of it, which departments did the Dragon Duo work for? Rosalind asked. Ash checked the Dragon Duo file. It was the Blacklist department. The Dragon Prince was head of that department for 3 years before he disappeared, and the position was given to. Ash trailed off when he saw Pakura's name as the successor. The elite members looked at each other, wondering why Ash trailed off. In the silence that followed, delicious smells of their dinner came wafting from the dining room. Come on, let's eat, said Rosalind. Jude and Philip followed her to the dining room and took their places, while Ash went back to watching the tape, and started on the cream and rose petal soup, while all their Pokemon started on their dinner as well. I wonder if Paku knows the Dragon Prince. Ash thought, taking notes about the Dragon Duo's fighting styles. I'll ask her later. Pakura's mood lifted slightly as she just saw Brock and Trip carry an unconscious Max away from the forest. It looked like Max was attacked, and was left unconscious, though there were no signs of visible injuries. Not that she cared, because she was tired of him hitting on her, and asking her to date him. Like she would date a little boy, who apparently saw her as some trophy to be won, like all other guys. Why would she want a boyfriend who only saw her beauty, talent, fame and money? And then there was Ash. Pakura sighed. Ash really needed to wake up and face the reality. She doesn't really see what is so good about Champion Cynthia. Well, sure, she is beautiful, and she loves her own Pokemon like he does, and is kind and helpful as well to other trainers, but at the end of the day, she still chose her image over a friend, not even hearing him out, and now she had put a bounty over Ash's head, which made Pakura call in her connections to help disguise Ash so they could travel around the regions without the police or G-men on their trail. Even Ash's Communidex was programmed by Philip, requested by Pakura, to say, "I'm a Communidex programmed by Professor Oak for Pokemon trainer Red Satoshi. My function is to provide Red with information and advice regarding Pokemon and their training. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced, in order to avoid suspicion." Pakura thought she did everything for him, taking him under her wing, training him alongside the other three at her request, even giving him key stones and mega stones so he could mega evolve his Pokemon, and acted like a mentor to him, while they traveled so Ash can win the 6 Pokemon Leagues. She even let him use her badges to register for the tournaments, as his has already been scanned years ago when he participated in all those Pokemon conferences. After that, she decided to reveal her status as the PAL Elite Four leader to him once he had won the 6th one, which was supposed to be kept secret until the Pokemon World Championship, which was the Kalos League, and told him that PAL doesn't have a champion yet and hoped he'd challenge them, and become their champion instead of taking the Kalos Elite Challenge, as she could see he would be an asset to them if he became their champion, with his abilities, achievements and whatnot. After Pakura revealed her status and the unique Pokemon League PAL had, Ash then decided to take on the PAL Pokemon League as well, and make his mark there, and had asked her to be his guide again. "I'll count on you then, Paku." That was what he had said. During his journey in PAL, Pakura watched him become a full-fledged professional hunter, winning all the Battle Frontier symbols, with his Latios to help him get there, as all the Battle Frontier buildings are in different cities, and he knew where they are since Pakura told him, easily sweeping the competition in the 58th Trainers Tournament. Everyone still thought that year was especially exciting, and finally taking the Elite Challenge. Pakura did not expect Ash to be able to reach her, but there he was, facing her in her arena after taking the pink crystal elevator, decorated with icicle wings at the side of it, to where she was waiting at her personal arena. Neither did she expect her Sylveon to collapse before Pikachu did, which meant he became their very first champion and dethroned her as PAL's princess, but Ash decided that they should run PAL together. But at the end of the day, he still loved the woman that had called the authorities on him, forcing him to run from Pallet Town to PAL, and tonight, he even stood up to her. Shiki said bitterly. Pakura nodded. She wondered how long it would take before Ash takes her princess title and gives it to Cynthia, so he can stay close to him. Maybe her elite leader status would be given to her as well, who knows. Guess it's too late. We can do it, you know. Shiki said quietly. What? Pakura asked. Leave this place. Run off. Make a new life somewhere else. You and I, we can make it. You need to run after this tournament, you know what will happen if they catch you. Shiki suggested. But. Pakura trailed off. Ash has shown ample times he can take care of himself, like you said. Shiki said firmly, knowing what she was thinking. I doubt he would notice even if you disappeared. There's still a long time to go before the tournament ends. Pakura muttered. Besides, what if we're found out? They are starting to notice something is wrong. We won't. Shiki assured her. You need to be strong. That's why I chose you. Pakura opened her mouth to say something as sensed someone unfamiliar approaching. She turned to see a tall, slim boy, probably a young adult by the looks of it, with messy black hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a pair of baggy gray pants, a black leather jacket, and a blue shirt with a white undershirt. He was also wearing a pale blue scarf. Alan froze. Pakura's back was completely turned towards him. How did she know he was approaching from behind? Hello, Princess Pakura. Alan gulped nervously, still unnerved by the fact that she knew he was behind her without turning around. Pakura nodded in greeting. Alan heard that Pakura Amuri is something of a living legend in the world of Pokemon performances, as first of all, she had won 6 grand festivals in a row, and all 40 ribbons in her own region, making Wallace look like an amateur. It does help that she was an experienced battler in battle rounds, and in addition to her combinations having beauty, they also had power, which overwhelmed most of the coordinators. He had heard that she was able to ruin combinations before they were even formed, and was able to react instantaneously to any moves an opponent may make, while making a beautiful combination, and usually, her opponent's points were drained quickly, or their Pokémon ended up knocked out by the sheer power of the moves. He knew Pakura had won the Kalos Pokémon Showcase Master Class Tournament when she was only 10, making her the youngest Kalos Queen the region has ever had, and the only one who kept her title for 3 consecutive years, before she decided to move on to compete in the PAL showcases. While other Pokémon performers were hard-pressed to find a way to make themselves look great before their performances to impress the judges, although Pokémon showcases aren't beauty contests, the best-looking participants seem to gain more favor from the audience, or trying to figure out a way to keep the audience's attention during the free performance. Pakura never wanted for anything, instead spending more time on her training, rather than focus on her appearance, as that time she was already extremely adorable. When she was still participating in the Kalos Pokémon showcases, she was considered cute as opposed to beautiful, and can charm the judges. She also did not care about the attention the audience had on her, so long as she had fun. It took a while for her competitors to realize that despite her sweet appearance, she was the one to know how to do elegant but risky stunts perfectly in her free performance, but when they realized this, it was too late, and it was all over once she was done, and when the Master Class tournament ended, the crown was hers. The audience had been drooling over her ever since. The Kalos region were devastated when Pakura gave up Pokémon performing in their region years ago, and some even stated she was the most brilliant performer they ever had. He never heard of her again until he arrived here, and that was when he realized she was in PAL all along, making her own mark in that region. It was also a surprise to him that when he came here, he learnt she was now a part of the PAL Elite Four, and the strongest member at that. He wondered if she was a Mega Evolution user. Though he couldn't see her keystone. Alan had to admit that Pakura was one of the most stunning, sensuous people on the planet. She was tall for a girl, and had a body many females would kill to have, with cream-colored skin and eyes the shade of the precious amethyst gems. "Can I help you?" Pakura coldly raised a brow, and Alan shivered at her icy tone. "I was wondering the best place to train," Alan said, though he couldn't hide the fear in his voice. Pakura's eyes looked down, and saw his mega ring, which was in a form of a large black bracelet on his wrist. A Mega Evolution user, huh? Pakura thought, looking at his keystone in mild surprise. "I think it's that direction. That is where they offer concealment so no one can see your training, and it's relatively quiet there, so they can train in peace. There are also plenty of berries to help restore your Pokémon's energy or cure a status ailment. If you are lucky, the wild Pokémon there can help you in your training. They are pretty friendly and powerful, as they do train by themselves." Shiki pointed to the said direction, and Pakura mimicked his movement. Alan thanked her, and left. Shiki watched him leave with mild interest. "I have a feeling his goal is for his Charizard to be the most powerful Mega-evolved Pokémon." Looking at Pakura's inquiring look, he said, "I sense Charizard's aura in one of his Pokeballs. It won't be the last time you're meeting him, that's for sure. Once he realizes all of you are masters of Mega Evolution, he is bound to ask for a battle. His first choice would be either you or Ash." Pakura nodded, just as a message beeped on her Communidex. It was from Philip, stating the lights were fixed, and asked her to return to the contest hall to do a small appeal to test out the lightings. "Come on, let's go," Pakura muttered, and Shiki followed behind. Gardevoir, return. The Dragon Princess returned her fallen Embrace Pokémon, as the poison had taken its toll, and as a last-ditch effort, used Destiny Bond, which the Dragon Princess had ordered because Gardevoir wasn't going to last long with the poison due to the type. Main Xiao had fallen along with Gardevoir thanks to Destiny Bond. At the scoreboard, it was indicated that the Dragon Princess already lost her 4th Pokémon, and would be at her 5th Pokémon, while the Prince lost 3, and is now on his 4th. Meanwhile, the twins were down to their last two Pokémon, when the Dragon Prince finished off Allison's Musharna with a powerful Venoshock, thanks to his Dragalge. As the Pokémon was already poisoned, just like the Princess Gardevoir, it dealt double damage. I wonder why they aren't commanding with their thoughts yet. Jude commented. The other three had joined him in watching the tape after their dinner was done. Ash thought Jude had a point, as the dragon duo had not commanded with their aura or thoughts, despite being the strongest psychics in PAL. He wondered if they were holding back on the twins, as he wrote something in his notebook, and added a star next to it. Beats me. They were only using telepathy on each other, as far as I can tell. Rosalind was disappointed, as she knew they were better than her in terms of psychic powers and they weren't utilizing it in their battles. Even without them, they have strategies in battle the twins had trouble trying to read. Philip added. You have to remember those two did design some strategies in battle that was subsequently used by other trainers. The twins were down to their last two Pokémon, and it was a Gardevoir for Allison, and a Gallade for Alexandra. The difference was, the two of them were wearing Mega Stones, and true enough, they pressed their key stones, and the two of them Mega evolved into Mega Gardevoir and Mega Gallade respectively. The Dragon Prince returned his Dragalge, and in unison, the two of them threw out their Pokeballs to reveal a Latios and Latias respectively. Just like Gardevoir and Gallade, they were wearing Mega Stones. Would you look at that? The announcer exclaimed. The Dragon Duo are in possession of the legendary Ian Duo, Latias and Latios. Interesting. The twins said in unison, as they noted that the Ian Duo were wearing Mega Stones as well. Let the battle begin. The referee announced. Gardevoir, start things off with Moonblast. As Moonblast was a fairy-type move, Allison knew it would be super effective on the Ian Duo, who was part dragon type. Gallade, help out by using Shadow Ball. Alexandra commanded. The Dragon Duo made brief eye contact, and nodded, before turning back to their Pokémon. The Ian Duo waited until the very last second, before dodging both attacks. What? The twins were surprised. They must have wanted to wait until the twins were down to their last Pokémon before they start to command with their thoughts, to make it easier to take down their last, and probably strongest, Pokémon and give them less time to be able to counter their telepathic commands. Philip deduced. So I was right. They can command with their aura or thoughts, just like us, only they were holding back. Ash thought, writing the word, confirmed, next to the sentence he had written earlier. They have this match in the bag already. Alright, then, double team. The twins shouted in unison. Mega Gardevoir and Mega Gallade created multiple copies of themselves, which spread all over the arena, surrounding Latias and Latios, as all prepared to attack the Ian Duo with Shadow Ball once more. Latios simply fired Dragon Pulses at one of the Mega Gardevoirs and Mega Gallades as Latias used Protect on both of them to deflect the Shadow Ball, and the copy the Dragon Pulses hit turned out to be the real ones, hence they were damaged and the copies all vanished. Ash took note that the Dragon Duo, or at least the Dragon Prince, can detect the real Pokémon's location from the double-team copies, just like them. It was clear that the twins were getting frustrated at not being able to read the Dragon Duo's strategies, other than the fact that the Dragon Prince does most of the attacking, while the Dragon Princess covers for him. It didn't help that had the ability to telepathically communicate with their Pokémon and give commands without saying a word, which meant they can't tell how they would counter moves, or what attacks would come next. I think it's best to take out the Latias first. Alexandra whispered. The girl is mainly defense after all. Allison nodded, and they decided to target the Latias first. When they next attacked, the Dragon Princess realized they were both targeting her Latias, which forced her to call out an offensive attack to defend herself. The attacks met in the middle and exploded into a cloud of smoke. Latios then attacked with a Luster Purge at Mega Gallade, who shot a signal beam back, but despite the power increase by Mega Evolution, it overpowered Signal Beam, and knocked Gallade back, but Gallade managed to fire a Shadow Ball to Latias. Gardevoir, meanwhile, shot a Moonblast, and both of them used Psychic on their moves to hit Latias. It was successful, as both moves collided with Latias, and exploded. Alright. The twins high-fived each other. Latias. The Dragon Princess shouted, panicking, as Latia's Latiosite suddenly emitted blue trails of light, and her keystone reacted to it, and Latias Mega evolved into Mega Latias. Ash took note of this special moment, writing it down in his notebook. Usually, it was the trainer that pressed the keystone, and the Mega Stone would react, causing Mega Evolution. This is the first time he saw the reverse happening. He wondered if he could lay the decision of Mega Evolution up to his Pokémon to give his opponents a surprise. How unexpected. It looks like Latias has sensed her trainer's distress and managed to get the keystone to react to the Mega Stone. The announcer commented. Well, then, Latios, show them the power of our bond. With that, he pressed his keystone, and Latios Mega evolved into Mega Latios. The moment they had used Mega Evolution, it was all over. Legendary Pokémon in general are still more powerful than non-legendary Pokémon, no matter if Mega Evolution is used or not. With the use of Mega Evolution on legendary Pokémon, the twins were basically screwed. The Dragon Princess first used Recover to heal Mega Latias, before taking on Disarming Voice with Toxic, and it poisoned Mega Gardevoir. Meanwhile, Mega Latios countered close combat with Steel Wing, effectively landing some clean hits on Mega Gallade. The Dragon Prince then called for a Draco Meteor, which damaged Mega Gallade badly. As expected, Mega Gardevoir was safe, but so was Mega Latias. The prince explained that Mega Latias had used Reflect type on Mega Gardevoir, and Reflect type changes the user's type to match the type or types of the target, which means that Mega Latias was now a Psychic Fairy type, thus immune to Dragon type moves. With that explanation finished, the Dragon Prince then made his attack, and Mega Latios finished Mega Gardevoir off by hitting it with Steel Wing multiple times. It didn't hurt that Mega Gardevoir was badly poisoned. Meanwhile, Mega Latias fired a mist ball at Mega Gallade, which sapped Mega Gallade's energy to do special attacks, and he was finished off with a double Shadow Ball, and the battle ended, with the commentator announcing the Dragon Duo's victory, as everyone was standing up to clap and cheer for the winners. The princess jumped into the prince's arms, squealing about their victory, while the Dragon Prince simply gave a small smile as he hugged the girl tightly. Ash clicked off the tape, and they sat in silence for a while. Finally, Jude said, "One can tell that those two are very close. I'd eat my purloin if they weren't lovers by that time." He indicated to the TV. He earned himself a smack from Purloin for the eating comment. "I have a feeling, as long as they have each other, everything would be fine to them." Rosalind agreed. "But the problem is, why would they vanish if they had everything going for them?" Philip wondered. "Unless they didn't vanish at the same time." Ash said grimly. He was very sure that one vanished first and the other one did as well, presumably to find their partner. The question is, who vanished first? As they contemplated the unspoken question, Philip's poke gear rang with a message. It was from one of the Pokémon contest crew, stating the lights were fixed. "Well, we got to go. See you." Ash and Rosalind nodded, as Jude and Philip left. "Princess, we need you to make sure the lighting equipment is working fine. Would you do the honors by doing a small appeal?" One of the workers requested, as Pakura entered the contest hall after Jude did. Her Sylveon and Skitty ran up to her for a hug as soon as they saw her. "Well, I'll make an announcement to everyone so they can come back and we can continue the contest." Jude volunteered, as everyone nodded in agreement. With that, he left. Evie was watching the scene from behind the pillar, wagging her fluffy tail, imagining what it would be like to be under her ownership. Pakura studied the lighting for a moment, before taking out a Pokeball. "Roserade, time to shine." She sent out the bouquet Pokémon. Pakura never used Roserade for elite challenges, she was specifically used for contests and Pokémon showcases, just like Milotic and Cinccino, as they did not fit her type speciality in elite challenges. Start things off with Petal Blizzard, and get inside to use Dazzling Gleam. Roserade released multiple shining heart-shaped blue petals, and sent it upwards, so that Petal Blizzard would fall and surround her. She then used Dazzling Gleam, which made the Petal Blizzard shine. Now, use Energy Ball, followed by Aromatherapy. The Energy Ball absorbed the petals and it flew upwards, creating a trail of petals behind it, and Roserade released a fragrant green powder from the roses on her hands, which made the move even more beautiful as it made the Energy Ball and Petal Blizzard sparkle. Finish it with Shadow Ball, Petal Dance, and Magical Leaf, and make sure the two combinations intercept. The Shadow Ball, surrounded by Petal Dance, and propelled by Magical Leaf, clashed with the first combination, and exploded into pink, blue and green sparkles that dazzled everyone. Although to Pakura it may be a small appeal, to the audience, it was better than the appeals they seen even on the grand festivals. Pakura returned her Roserade when the sparkles faded. That was exquisite. Wallace was awestruck by the, to Pakura, small appeal. If it was seen on a grand festival, it's get high marks in an instant. Very unique. Fantina was nodding in approval. Wallace, I look forward to tossing a coin to see who can give an exhibition match along with Princess Pakura. I'm sure both of us hope we'll be the lucky one. Wallace chuckled. Evie, who was still hiding, was spellbound by the small appeal, and her interest in performing, preferably alongside Pakura and her Pokémon, just increased, and with that thought, she ran out to the stage to start her performance. Okay, the lighting's fine. Philip noted, but he yelped as an Eevee came running up to the stage under the lights, and began firing Shadow Ball to the sky, and followed by a swift. However, they fell back down, and exploded around Eevee causing smoke all over the stage. Pakura grabbed Eevee before she could use another attack. What do you think of my performance? Eevee asked cutely to her captor. Pakura blinked. Why was this Eevee asking her opinion? I think she wants to perform as well. Pachirisu commented to Philip. Pakura looked at Eevee, and considered her, before saying shortly, can be improved. Eevee's eyes sparkled at the comment, and nuzzled her. Will you improve my performance? Pakura looked at Eevee in disbelief, and then it dawned on her that she was the same Eevee she saw dancing earlier. So Eevee had a dream of performing on stage one day, which supposedly makes Eevee a good addition to her team, as she is a Pokémon coordinator and performer. Before Pakura could answer, however, the audience filed in, causing her to carry the little Eevee to sit at the judges' table, much to her delight. A few hours later, when Pakura promptly left as soon as the last appeal was over, she weren't aware that the Eevee she left behind hopped off the table and went after her. Why wouldn't he wake up? May was worried for her bother. Adding to the fact that she was still shocked over her humiliation didn't help. Her dad had just left their Pokémon Center room after visiting his son and comforting his daughter, promising to investigate on what happened to Max and the mystery behind her humiliation and her blotted performance. It beats me. Misty felt for a fever, but found nothing. What had happened in the forest? Iris sighed. She wished she had the ability to read the memories of humans as well, not just dragon-type Pokémon. But alas, her abilities only go so far. A sobbing noise interrupted, and Iris turned to the girls, who was still shocked about their humiliation. Dawn was still crying over her humiliation. Hey, cheer up, I think your appeals went great in the end, even if there were a few setbacks, said Misty comfortingly. I bet your pictures would be the first to appear. I'm still behind Zoe, though. Dawn forced out a laugh. You're almost as good as a top coordinator, Dawn. Trip assured her. After all, you made it to the final round, and you only lost by a few points in the finals in your very first grand festival. Dawn managed a watery smile. Hey! What about me? May protested. I think your title says it all, Princess May. Sillin interrupted with a joke, without looking up from the magazine he got from the lobby. He wanted to borrow the tapes that showed something called a trainer's tournament so he could get a picture of what the PAL Elite were capable of, but unfortunately, someone else must have had the same idea, as the box of tapes were all taken, including the Pokemon contest, past grand festivals were even included, ones, and he had to resort to magazines, and found little information on their battling styles. "Hey guys, I brought margarita pizza for a snack." Brock entered the room carrying a pizza box. "I figured we can watch a movie while eating this, to help relax." The others eagerly got the pizza off Brock's hands, and Misty went to select a movie. "I guess I have a clear picture on how they battle, and recognize them based on their battling styles," Ash thought. "I'll go for a walk, it might clear my head." Since it was already 11+, it's highly unlikely anyone would outside at the time, so it can give Ash some time to mull over things. Pikachu and Lucario, realizing their owner was about to leave the tower, followed him and ran into the elevator, just as he pressed the elevator button to the lobby. Ash walked through the picturesque garden, a cool breeze brushing against his hair, with his two partners, contemplating the current situation. Ash did not understand why Pakura had to be so rude to Cynthia, as evidenced by what happened during dinner. To make things worse, when she came back, she simply threw her bag on the living room couch, crossed to her room, and closed the door before Ash could even request her to apologize to Cynthia. Pakura slamming the door means no one should disturb her, or they'll be in for, well, let's just say it's a surprise you never want to find out about. Sure, she did turn him in to the authorities all those years ago, but it's because she had no choice, he told himself. He convinced himself that Cynthia has changed over the years, and a second chance should be given to her. He had loved Cynthia, and knew she would never do anything without a reason. Pakura's judgment of Cynthia is also questionable, as being a blacklist hunter, and the head of the blacklist department, she has an extremely revengeful personality. Ash had the impression she had never loved in her life, knowing only how to hate others. He knew when it comes down to it, she'd choose revenge first. Ash doesn't want Cynthia to suffer from his revenge. After all, he loves her. It occurred to him that when he had mentioned this to the others looked like they had wanted to side Pakura over this. He could tell by the way they looked at one another. Must have been because they knew her longer than me. Ash thought, inwardly sighing. How could he convince them Cynthia has a good heart, she was just misguided. And then there was the mysterious user of Scarlet Anger, alive and somewhere in PAL. Apparently, according to the Pokemon facts, PAL Edition the user can rarely control the full extent of their abilities, and as such their subconscious will often regulate that power, leading to their personality being eaten away as well, in addition to their mental state and physical state, and it would eventually turn the individual into a monster that's a danger to everyone around them. Because of the strain this ability gives the body, and the many side effects, Scarlet Anger is classified under forbidden abilities, which usually means to be cautious when using it, as the abilities listed under the category is very dangerous when used. Ash knew the person mentioned in the prophecy was an experienced user, considering the poem mentioned their eyes were already permanently red. He was snapped out of his reverie when a voice called out, "Hey, Red." Ash turned in surprise to see his friends, Gary and Paul. Ash raised an eyebrow, as if to ask, "What are you doing out here late in the night?" "Well, we're taking a walk, like you." "Nature of this place seems to give us an inner sense of peace. Surely you must feel the same way?" Paul asked Ash, falling into step beside him with Gary. Ash nodded, as Gary went on, "Tracy is busy in his room sketching sceneries based on this region. He was so amazed by the beauty of the environment. He has expressed an interest to meet up with Rosalind sometimes and talk about their drawings and maybe get some inspiration from her, after all, she is his art idol. Do you think you can arrange that?" Ash nodded again, indicating he would arrange the meeting. "What do you have there in your notebook?" Paul inquired, looking at the notebook on Ash's hand. "Notes on the dragon duo." Ash mumbled. "Why would you need notes on them?" Gary was curious. Ash gave a look, before answering, "I was assigned to their disappearance case. They disappeared 6 years ago. So you were getting information on them for the case, huh?" Paul nodded in understanding. "Yeah." Ash replied. What did you get so far? Gary asked. Ash handed them his notebook, and they read what Ash had written. Where did you get all these information from? Paul questioned. From the library. They have old tapes of the trainers' tournament there. Ash replied, as he took back his notebook. I plan to go to the internet and see if I can find any exhibition matches between the two, as I hear they did give an exhibition match for one of the trainers' tournaments. Anything else you would like to tell us? Gary asked. Ash showed them the clip that Pakura had sent over this morning. Well, that explains it. They were seen getting dresses, so you took it as an opportunity to humiliate May and Dawn. Am I right? Gary voiced out his suspicions. The corner of Ash's mouth curled up into a smirk. I would say it was a bit extreme, taking away a girl's dignity like that, but then again, you have changed a lot, no thanks to them. Paul remarked nonchalantly. So they are trying to take your Pokemon, am I right? Pretty much. Ash shrugged. Do you want us to handle them? Gary offered. Although I know my elites can handle them by themselves, it'll be nice to know I'll have backup. Ash nodded, leaving them to look at each other with evil smiles on their faces, already planning on how to get back at them. Rosalind's ability has shown itself today as well. He showed the poem that Rosalind had written earlier. Paul and Gary read the poem, apprehension on their faces becoming more prominent as their eyes went lower. Someone is definitely out for revenge, but against who or why is unknown. Paul said thoughtfully. And it looks like the prince the person in the poem is referring to is you. I wonder. Ash mumbled. It could be anyone, ranging from the Dragon Prince, or even Lance, as people from PAL occasionally calls him the Blackthorn Prince. We'll help you in any way we can, Ash. Gary nodded. Ash nodded. When Ash returned, there was a package that was addressed to him. Using his aura, he tried to detect for any traps, but found none. He wondered when the package got there, but it must have been after everyone went to their rooms, as otherwise, they would have had informed him. He opened the package, and to his surprise, inside sat an egg case, and in the egg, it sat a pale gray egg. There was a note in it that said, I figured you might like this egg to take care of, Champion Red, or should I say Champion Ash? Yes, I know who you are, no need to hide. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, yet. But you better take care of this egg, or your identity would be busted. Ash clenched his teeth when he saw the note. What was this person playing at? He didn't recognize the handwriting either. The first thought was one of the psychic specialists. But that was impossible, as his Indomitable will enabling him to be immune to all forms of temptation, including psychic powers. So there was no way they would be able to tell his real identity, as not even Rosalind was able to break it. But what about the dragon duo? Their psychic powers were exceptional, even stronger than Rosalind's. He had never met a psychic stronger than the dragon duo. And assuming they did use their psychic powers to find out about him, that means. It dawned on Ash that at least one member of the dragon duo is somewhere in PAL. Ash frowned, as he saw movement in the bag Pakura thrown on the couch, and he opened the bag, only to see an EV panting as she jumped out of the bag. Thanks, I was beginning to suffocate. It's so stuffy in there. EV panted. What are you doing in there? Ash gave her a funny look, knowing Pakura doesn't own an EV. Evie gave a sheepish look, and told him that when Pakura was cleaning herself up in the dressing room, she took the opportunity to sneak in the bag full of clothing her stylist had sent her, in hopes she would take her back to her tower, and maybe catch her, as she had taken a liking to her. Ash sighed, but he went to get 2 bowls, and filled the bowls with Pokemon food and water, and even a poke puff as dessert, which Evie happily gulped down. Her eyes shone in delight at the poke puff. Why don't you spend the night in my room? Ash offered, after he had cleared the bowls away. I can take you to her in the morning. Evie nodded in happiness, as she bounded to Ash, and let him take her to his room for the night. Somewhere, the dragon princess sat in the cave, looking towards the exit. She held a wine glass on her hand, which was half full from liquor. I wonder if he received my gift yet. A smile curled on her lips, as she was the only one who knew the egg came from the 2 meow sticks she had. Known to be stronger than even Rosalind in terms of psychic power, it'll be an insult if she can't uncover deceptions, like Red's real name. Actually, he's just using his middle names as his alias, but then again, how many people know his full name, and his actual first name, as Ash is a shortened version of it. She heard footsteps, and turned to see her dragon psychic Pokemon, her Espion taking the lead. The dragon princess wasn't stupid. She knew the scarlet anger was eating away at her mental health, her life and her personality. It was only a matter of time before she completely loses herself. The only thing she can save was her physical health, thanks to her healing powers. Espion glared disapprovingly at the wine glass on her hand. You really should stop this habit. It isn't helping your health, with your scarlet anger. You'll die at this rate. That won't be so bad. The dragon princess mused, her red eyes glittering with morbid amusement. Knowing Champion Ash, he'd find out who I am before the tournament ends. The question is, what would he do? The dragon princess had written the poem word for word, and passed the paper for her Pokemon to read. This is the prophecy that Rosalind made earlier in the day. Apparently, she had this prophecy-making ability that is never wrong, but only comes out when they are in danger, to warn them what they may face in the future. Does that mean? Garchomp was asking, but trailed off. Nevertheless, the dragon princess knew what he wanted to ask. Her eyes glowed red, as she said, the PAL elites may be powerful, but so am I. They will find out that I would do anything to keep my secret. Anything. Ash found himself to be in a garden that is similar in appearance to one of the famous paradise gardens found all over PAL. He was in the middle of a sweet-smelling green meadow, and the sky was azure blue, with fluffy, billowing white clouds. The meadow stretched for miles, and there was a forest on one side, and a clear stream on the other. There were plenty of flowers growing all around him. He wondered where he was, since Pikachu and Lucario are not with him, and none of his Pokeballs are with him either. Ash, you've grown. A woman's voice could be heard from his right. He turned and gasped. Mum. He whispered. Come give your mum a big hug. Delia said, as she opened her arms. Without hesitation, Ash threw himself in his mother's arms. As soon as he did, she whispered, I am so proud of you, my baby boy. Your dream of becoming champion has come true. And not just any region, it was the most prestigious region. I'm sorry, Mum, that you had to go through what they did. Ash muttered. It was my fault. No, Ash, it is not your fault, and it never was. They were the ones at fault. Delia said firmly. Mum, did you know about the disappearance of the Pallet Town residents? Ash asked hesitantly. Delia hummed thoughtfully. Yes, but they are not dead, if that's what you mean. In fact, they are doing quite well, and is waiting for you to reveal yourself so they can come out and testify against the murderers without backlash. I am guessing you have an ally somewhere. Ash was perplexed. Whoever did it must have thought he was innocent. It must have been someone from PAL, as the locals believed he was innocent. My time is up. Ash, promise me, no matter what happens, you must stay strong. Ash nodded. I will. And one more thing. His mother said as she started to fade. Ash stared at her, wanting to embed the image of his mother in his brain forever. Uncover the deceptions, and find out who truly loves you. Ash sat up on the bed, gasping. His head was in a turmoil. What had his mother meant by finding out who had truly loved him? Didn't Cynthia love him for who he is? He had known his mother for all his life, until she was killed 6 years ago. If she had been watching him, wouldn't she not say anything if he wasn't in danger of falling for someone who didn't love him at all? Or was it just a warning not to stray away? He knew he had the ability to have many visions in the form of dreams, which told him the events of the past, sometimes, the past that he saw in his dreams wasn't his. Other times, he had dreams of people, dead or alive, talking to him. He checked the clock. It was only 3 a.m., and he still had a few more hours before everyone wakes up for breakfast. Without waking his Pokemon and the little EV that was sleeping on the basket he had provided, he went to the sitting room to clear his head, and to his surprise, he found Pakura sitting at the couch reading a book. He wondered if he should even speak to her, considering the events that had happened earlier in the evening. "What are you doing up?" Ash asked, raising his eyebrow. Pakura calmly put a bookmark, which Ash saw it was shaped like a Sylveon, closed her book, and shifted to face him. "I could ask you the same thing," she replied coolly. "I can't sleep," Ash replied. "Nightmare. Want to talk about it?" Pakura asked. Ash figured it could not hurt to tell his leader, and proceeded to tell her everything about the dream that he had, and the conversation he had with his deceased mother in detail. He did not notice that Pakura had a flicker of, "this can't be," look on her eyes for a split second before it disappeared when he got to his mother telling him about the missing residents of Pallet Town. "So, are you going to try and find them?" Pakura asked. Ash looked thoughtful. "Well, my mum said they are well, so I figure I'll find them after I solve the case of the Dragon Duo. I have a feeling that the Dragon Duo is connected to Pal's mysteries somehow." That was what his intuition told him, and his hunches are usually so accurate they seem to border on premonition, and he wondered if it had to do with his psychic powers, as he had never been wrong so far. The others, even Rosalind, usually trust his hunches to be true. Pakura inwardly sighed in relief when Ash said it, as she reached for her cup of cocoa, drinking it. "There is also an interesting note I received tonight." Ash handed her the piece of paper. Pakura frowned as she read the note. "Well, Ash, it looks like whoever wrote this definitely possesses psychic powers. How else would they find out your secret?" Ash sighed. "I thought I was immune to psychic powers, with my indomitable will and all. In a sense, yes. You are immune to mind control, mind reading, memory manipulation and illusionary techniques via psychic power. However, you're not immune to clairvoyance abilities, where they have the ability to gain information about an object, person, location or physical event through extrasensory perception. Only those with psychic shields can counter it, and even so, it's only to a certain extent." Pakura explained. "How did you know?" Ash asked. "I read a lot." Pakura replied curtly. "Also, the Dragon Duo are great clairvoyants, so my bet is that one of them sent you the egg. How or why I don't know, but yeah." Ash nodded. Pakura definitely had a point there. "Speaking of the Dragon Duo, I'd like to ask you something." Ash went on. Pakura made a noise of acknowledgement. "Do you know who the Dragon Prince is?" Ash asked. Pakura gave him a funny look. "What makes you think I know him?" "According to the information in the file I got from William, the Dragon Prince was the head of Blacklist Department before you. When he disappeared, you became the successor." Ash replied calmly. "Oh, that," Pakura said. "Don't ask me, we don't see the head of department much, or the assistant head for the matter, as that position was the Dragon Princess. Apparently that second-in-command position was created so they can share their workload, in addition to running the region. I don't even see them at work." "How come?" Ash asked. Pakura sighed, and explained. "They always took work home. We corresponded through letters, not in person though. It changed when one day I was called to William's office, and he just told me I was the new head of department." End of story. So the Dragon Princess was the assistant head of department. Interesting. Ash thought. What a lot of interesting things Ash was learning about the Dragon Duo today. But then again, Ash supposed it made sense, as the Dragon Duo was very close to each other and all, and of course, would want to spend as much time with each other as possible. Well, maybe that dream meant you are still shaken over your mother's death. I know a family member's death is usually hard, but that just means you need to become stronger, in their memory. I doubt your mother would want you to mope. Pakura concluded. Now I think of it, how did your family die, Paku? Ash was curious, as he never heard her mention her family until the day the tournament started. I don't want to talk about it. Pakura replied curtly. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, she headed back to her room, closing the door behind her, which auto-locked. I wonder who killed her family. That's the only reason why she won't say a word. Ash thought, before returning to his own room to try and get some sleep. That is probably why she evaded the question. It was half an hour later before he found sleep, but the rest of his slumbers were filled with disturbing dreams. He was being arrested and tried by the PAL jury, and he was found guilty, and his former friends were cheering and mocking him, while Cynthia didn't bother to look at him. Even his elites didn't believe him. He was back in Pallet Town, listening to his mother's screams ringing in his ears as someone stabbed her again and again. Ash bolted up screaming at the stabber to stop as his house exploded into blazes of fire. His yells woke Pikachu and Lucario up in the process. What's wrong, Ash? Pikachu yawned, lifting his head to look at Ash. Did something happen? Lucario stretched himself, and rubbed his eyes. Eevee also woke up, tilting her head in concern. No, bad dream, that's all. Ash sighed, once he realized it was just a nightmare. Dawn was breaking through the windows. Pal seemed to have a misty, haunted air about it today. He had a headache and he must have bitten his cheek during the 3.5 hours of sleep he had. His tongue probed the ragged flesh and he tasted blood. Slowly, Ash dragged himself out of bed and into the shower, and cleaned his teeth. Once he was clean, he wore a black shirt with jeans that fit his form perfectly, along with a dark blue vest. He took his Pokeballs and his Pokemon egg, and headed to the dining room with Pikachu, Lucario and Eevee. He saw that Pakura's Pokemon are already out eating breakfast, much to Eevee's delight, as she made her way towards Pakura's Sylveon, and sent out all his Pokemon to join them. While the table was empty, there was a long board off to the side that held at least 20 dishes. Ash loaded a plate with eggs, sausages, batter cakes covered in thick orange preserves, hash browns and some French toast with added maple syrup. As he gorged himself, he watched the sun rise over the PAL region. He then had a second plate of pancakes with maple syrup, again. Finally, he got some rolls and is dipping it in hot chocolate bit by bit, the way he sometimes saw Pakura eat when they were traveling. His mind wandered to the events that had happened over the past 2 days. Today was the 3rd day he was in Luanto City, and yet so much had happened. First off, he met up with his past again, and is struggling to keep from just kidnapping them to the torture chamber or something. Second was trying to create some sort of relationship with Cynthia while gaining the approval of the other elites. He could tell from their eyes none of them approved of her. Third was the mysteries, the fourth was the Dragon Duo's case. He was also having the impression that Pakura is hiding something from him, but what is it? The other 3 elites came out of their room, bided Ash good morning, set up breakfast for their Pokemon so they can send out their Pokemon to eat, and started to fill their plates with various food. Like Ash, they themselves were also wearing different outfits as well. Hey, what's up with the new egg? Philip nodded towards the egg case that was sitting on the table. Someone sent it last night. Ash mumbled, dunking his roll in his hot chocolate and munching on it. Here's the note. He trusted the paper at them, and they gathered to read the note. A crease appeared on Jude's brow. Wait, so this person knows your identity? It appears so. Ash nodded absent-mindedly. Paku says that it may be one of the Dragon Duo that had sent the egg. According to Paku, the Dragon Duo are great clairvoyants, which explains why the person would know my identity. So it can be either the Dragon Prince or the Dragon Princess who sent me the egg. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Rosalind agreed. I kind of envy them for being clairvoyants, you know. I've always wanted to become a clairvoyant. Don't know what you're jealous about. Philip remarked. You have the ability to foresee the future, or gather insights into future events, through various means. You were never wrong in your predictions so far. Thanks, Philip. Rosalind laughed. But you know my ability only appears when grave danger is approaching. Someday, I want to be able to open my inner eye to see the future, and use my prophetic abilities anytime I want. Ash nodded distractedly, as he sipped his hot chocolate. While it was true her prophecies are never wrong, the frustrating thing is she cannot activate it by herself. He thought if Rosalind were to be able to make prophecies for anyone anytime, she would be highly esteemed by the PAL region, and probably make a fortune out of the predictions she can make. Rosalind paused to eat her stew, before asking, "Ready for the next round?" "Of course." Jude replied shortly. "Can't wait to find out who our next opponents are." "Who would you guys go with this time?" Rosalind looked thoughtful. "I'll go with Gothitelle, Delphox and Typhlosion this time." "Well, I'm sure my Zebstrika, Klinklang and Wormadam would like a chance to shine." Philip looked over to the mentioned three, who cheered when they heard they were going to battle. "I guess I'll be going with Weevil, Mandibuzz and Starmie," Jude said. "What would you go with, Ash?" "I'll be going with Umbreon, Spiritome, and Talonflame." Ash ticked off as he finished his breakfast, and sat back with a sigh, but he trailed off when the elevator dinged, and the others turned to see Cynthia on their floor. They watched as she smiled at the group, and approached their table. She then sat down next to Ash, and began to fill her plate. "Cynthia, what are you doing here?" Jude plucked up the courage to ask. "Having breakfast with my boyfriend, what else?" Cynthia giggled. Ash blushed. It's not as if he's complaining, he liked it actually. But isn't it a bit too soon to even consider it, as they haven't even been on an official date? The three elites looked at one another, and shook their heads. They lost their appetite the moment Cynthia came in. In fact, Rosalind looked at her food that was left with a few bites, and pushed her plate aside. "So, what were you guys talking about?" Cynthia asked, oblivious to the tension she had caused. "Just talking about what Pokemon we're going to use," Ash replied, yawning. "Oh. I'll be using Togekiss, Roserade and Lucario," Cynthia exclaimed. "Nobody asked you." Philip thought, looking at Cynthia with obvious contempt, but he turned around at the ding of the elevator, and Pakura stepped in, running a hand through her hair. Ash noted that she was wearing a white top with a light pink jacket, complete with a black skirt. Ash blushed as he realized the top showed off the full size of her bust, the jacket was nipped in at the waist to reveal her hourglass figure, and the skirt definitely accentuated her shapely bum well. Cynthia looked Pakura up and down, rage clearly shown in her features. Pakura, as soon as she saw Cynthia, narrowed her eyes as well, though it was more of a thoughtful way rather than an angry way. "Well, one thing I can say about Cynthia is that she acts fast," Pakura thought, as a brown blur came running to her, yipping in excitement, and jumped into her arms. Pakura looked down to see an Eevee smiling up at her. "Whose Eevee is this?" Pakura asked, eyebrows still knitted with thought. "It's a wild one. It was in your bag you threw on the couch," Ash replied. "You snuck into my bag, didn't you?" Pakura looked down at the Eevee, and frowned. "Yup." Eevee happily wagged her fluffy tail. "It looks like she wants you to be her trainer," her Sylveon remarked. Eevee excitedly turned to Sylveon and nodded vigorously. "I don't get why Pokemon like her, with her personality." Cynthia scoffed inwardly, looking enviously at the adorable Eevee who wanted to be with Pakura. True, she had a Glacian already, but it won't hurt to add another Eeveevolution. She was hoping to add either an Espeon or a Sylveon to her team. "She's hellbent on being caught by you, huh?" Rosalind went over to Pakura to put a distance between her and Cynthia. The two boys, seeing Rosalind's actions, immediately followed her, which left Ash alone with Cynthia at the table. The three privately agreed that between staying near Cynthia and near Pakura, they choose the latter any day. Sure, Pakura doesn't talk much, and when she does it is usually snarky, sarcastic or toneless. At least she wasn't destructive like Cynthia. Why did Ash even waste his time with her is a wonder to them, as Rosalind, being the psychic, knew that Cynthia was just trying to get close to him for her own benefit and probably saw Ash as a trophy to be won. Who wouldn't want such a handsome, strong, rich and extremely influential person as a boyfriend? Pakura, however, had other plans. She subtly nodded to her Gardevoir, and Gardevoir used Psychic on the breakfast dishes, levitating them over Cynthia's head. Before Ash could even react, Gardevoir dropped her Psychic, and the dishes fell on Cynthia, dirtying her clothes and her silky blonde hair. The other three elites covered their mouths to hide their laughter at the scene, though they did not know who did it, on account that Pakura's Gardevoir was behind them when she did the deed. What the dash? Cynthia stood up in shock, as she looked down at the food stains that was now littering her clothes. She tried to pick toast bits out of her hair as well, but it ended up digging deeper into her scalp. Ash rushed over to try and help clean her up, but all he did was smudge her clothes. Eventually, Cynthia slapped his hand away, and rushed for the elevator for a shower and a change of clothes. Ash rounded on his four elites. "Okay, which one of you did it?" he hissed. Jude, Philip and Rosalind looked at one another, but seeing each other somehow made them burst out into snickers once more. Pakura, however, remained expressionless. Ash glared at his laughing elites. "One of you did it, and I know it." He scowled. "Really, I didn't do anything." Jude raised his hands in surrender. "Was it you, Rosalind?" Rosalind shook her head in the negative. Ash raised his eyebrows. "Really, Rosalind? I thought it may be you, considering you have telekinesis." "No, really, it wasn't me. Maybe Philip used his invention or something." Rosalind replied. "Nope, not me. Philip showed the others that his hands are empty and do not have any devices whatsoever. One of you is lying." Ash glared at the three of them. It was apparent the four of them thought another one of their laughing members had done the prank. Meanwhile, Pakura was just watching the argument unfold, safe in the knowledge that no one suspected her. Beside her was Evie happily nuzzling her legs. She checked the communidex for the time, and decided to stop the argument by blowing a whistle, which stopped everyone mid-sentence. "That's enough," Pakura said coldly. "We have a match to go to, and I do not want to go the battle arena with you squabbling like a bunch of kids." "Sorry, Pakura," the three elites said in unison. Ash rolled his eyes. Good thing he had Pakura to set things straight. When they left the tower, with the wild Evie tagging along and Ash taking his egg case, Ash briefly caught a glimpse of the coordinators that would be moving on to the battle rounds on the television screen in the Pokémon Center, and gleefully noted that May and Dawn aren't among the participants. He could have sworn he heard an enraged scream in the distance, but thought nothing of it. "Looks like you and Pakura are going first this time," Lucario remarked to Ash, who was staring at the board impassively, while carrying his egg case. According to the board, it looked like he and Pakura were up against Trip and Max this time. Ash was sure that Trip and Max would not make it to the top 128, not if he had anything to say about it. "It looks like I'm against Sydney and Aaron." Rosalind looked at the board, frowning because she knew she was at a type disadvantage against Sydney, especially since Dark-type Pokémon is immune to psychic moves, unless Miracle Eye is used. "What's wrong, Philip?" Jude asked the inventor, who had somewhat of a sour look to his face. Philip jerked his head towards his picture, and it looked like he and Malva were up against Lenora, the gym leader of Nacrene City, and a young adult. Ash spared a glance and recognized him as Tyson, the one who had won the Evergrande Conference 8 years ago. Philip looked at the boy's picture with disdain. "He's a guy from my hometown. Apparently won the Evergrande Conference 8 years ago. Because of that, he became the pride and joy of Mauville City." He said the last sentence with a slight sneer. Rosalind and Jude looked at each other. It was no secret that Philip despised the people from his hometown in general due to being neglected by his family and being isolated by his peers unless they are taunting him. He had never returned to Mauville City ever since he left for his Pokemon journey when he was 10. You know, I think Misty and Brock won't make it to the top 128, considering they are up against Lance and Valerie. Jude tried to ease the tension, as he mentally noted that he and Corina were up against Tate and Liza, which gives Jude a huge advantage, but their combination was nothing to sneeze at either. Nostalgic, having all the old friends and rivals coming together to compete in one tournament. Pikachu commented. Indeed. Ash mumbled. Meanwhile, Pakura was standing in one corner quietly, and watched someone practicing their Pokemon's moves, presumably for their match, and had their Pokemon use Bubble. With her enhanced eyesight, she easily spotted something suspicious through the reflection from the bubbles. Pakura checked her Communidex for the time, and determined that she still has enough time to handle this matter, provided if she grants them a quick death. Although she was disappointed she wouldn't be able to play with her to-be victims, she would have to make do. With that thought, she bent down and whispered something to Sylveon, and slipped out of the battle arena, weapons on hand. Just in time as well, as when she left, the traders were on the way to the battle arena. Where's the swine princess? May fumed, as she stormed towards the building, looking for a certain female judge whom they knew the final decision lies. How come we didn't make it in the battle rounds? Dawn herself was livid. Their friends, especially the males, decided to walk behind them, as they didn't want to be in the line of fire when they unleashed their anger. Some of the passers-by stared at them, and those who have watched the contest had guessed that they didn't make it to the battle rounds. They must have received the results of the PAL contest. The passers-by thought. But who do they think they are, blaming Princess Pakura for not putting them into the battle rounds? They had the worst appeals. Coordinator Dawn must have thought she was some big shot since she won the Wallace Cup and made it to the final round of the Sinnoh Grand Festival, not to mention making it to the top 16 in the Hoenn Grand Festival and top 4 in the Johto one. A lady who was carrying a reasonable number of shopping bags whispered to her friend. Oh really? Her friend looked disgusted at Dawn's arrogance. Princess Pakura had won 6 Grand Festivals, and all the ribbons from our region, and you don't see it get to her head. In fact, she never mentioned it herself. I hear May is known as the Princess of Hoenn by some citizens of the Sinnoh region. One of the female teenagers sitting at the park bench gossiped to her sister, watching the angry coordinator storm past with mild interest. Really? Her little sister piped up, as she liked her ice cream that her sister bought. I think Princess Pakura makes a much better princess than her. The teenager nodded, as she sipped her soda. They let their achievements get to their head, which would lead to their downfall. You'll see someday, little sis. Meanwhile, Pakura was heading back to the battle arena, congratulating herself for a job well done. Unfortunately, because she had only a little time before she was due for her match, she wasn't able to torture any of her targets for information, at least not yet. She kept one alive all right for this purpose, but she planned on getting him right after she finishes her match, and he wouldn't be able to escape anyway, since she had handcuffed him, and he couldn't break out of the aura-infused windows and doors, even if he tried. She had found this outhouse years ago when she was going for a walk in the forest, and since it's isolated, it's a good place to interrogate, torture, someone without being seen or heard. Also, even if he somehow managed to escape, which she thought was completely impossible, the abandoned hut is concealed by surrounding trees, and unless one is well versed with the forest like her, there is no way he is able to get out of the vast forest. With her ability to sense people using aura, she would be able to find him easily. Pakura also made sure he wouldn't be able to commit suicide by making sure no poison or anything sharp is with him, and his Pokemon were also released by her into the wild. Nice work. Shiki caught up to her. You really got those guys good. Pakura nodded. I wonder how you killed them without getting blood on your clothes. Shiki nodded to her completely clean clothes. One of them had a trench coat, so I wore it to prevent blood from getting onto my clothes. I discarded it after they were killed. Pakura explained. Honestly, Shiki, if you came earlier, you would have seen it, and not asked me that question. Shiki shrugged. I was taking a walk around the city. I always enjoyed the beautiful gardens. Indeed. Pakura mumbled. She knew he always liked the natural beauty the PAL has, which makes this region the ideal habitats for all sorts of Pokemon. It was said that even humans relax when they breathe in the fresh clean air emitting from the picturesque nature. Shiki and Pakura parted ways once they were out of the forest, as Shiki said he had something to do, but before that, he had wished her luck for her match, and told her he'd be watching her match, before he left, presumably to do his errand. Pakura then made her way to the battle arena alone, but once she got in, she did not expect the chaos she was met with. May and Dawn were restrained by some of the PAL elites, namely Jude and Philip, as they struggled and yelled about her whereabouts, as they were going to give her a piece of their mind. As soon as her Pokemon, including the wild Eevee, saw her, they bounded over to her, with Skitty hopping on her shoulder and Eevee into her arms. Ash and Rosalind were standing to one side, ready to interfere if things went out of hand, though Pakura thought he'd only verbally step in because his hands were occupied in carrying the egg case. The poor elites were probably going to go deaf at the loudness of their voices, and the fact that they had enhanced hearing didn't help in this case, so Pakura decided to step in. Jude, Philip, that's enough. Pakura said coldly, walking over to them. I'll take it from here. Jude and Philip looked at her in relief, and promptly dropped May and Dawn to the ground, before joining the others. As soon as they saw her, they stormed up to her, as May started to jab in the chest, which Pakura stopped before her finger could even reach her chest. Pakura hated the fact that there was no space in between her BRSTS, due to the fact that she had a large bust, and if someone tries to jab her in the chest, they'd be poking her BRSTS, and one thing she hated was people touching her chest area. Well, Shiki would be an exception. Can I help you? Pakura asked coolly. Yes. Dawn shouted. Why didn't we make it to the battle rounds? You mean besides the reason why you decided to show your assets in front of the whole of PAL region and their guests? Pakura asked in a bored tone, and the girls flinched at the mention of the incident. Yes. May nodded. Reasons are simple. You screwed up your performance. I don't see how I should pity you and let you in while there are other more talented coordinators who deserve those spots. Pakura made a show to check her perfect French manicure, which was a pale pink inlaid with gold glittery nail polish at the tip of her nails. Besides, the performance you made isn't original. So what? May yelled. What matters in an appeal is that it's beautiful, that's what contests are about. I bet you were biased against us, aren't you? Pakura sighed. Were they listening to a word she said? She already gave 2 good reasons as to why she didn't let them in, and they just pounced on the second one. It's almost as if they didn't accept the fact that they messed up their performance, and most likely thought theirs was the best. Thinking it is probably the best to clear out, she started walking away. May and Dawn, however, weren't going to let the matter rest, and the former grabbed hold of the back of her necklace, which contained her key stone. Unfortunately, the force of which they grabbed it broke the chain, and her key stone fell to the ground. Ash scowled at the fact that they dared to manhandle one of his elites and destroy the chain containing her mega charm. Hold this for me. Ash passed his egg case to Jude, promptly went over and slapped May hard on the left cheek. Before May could even react, Ash backhanded her again, sending her to the floor. Dawn rushed over to help her friend, and shouted to Ash, what was that for? Ash glared at the 2 girls. That was for destroying Paku's mega charm. How is she supposed to keep it on her person without being sure that she won't lose it? You girls ought to be ashamed of yourself, blaming others of your own incompetency in the contest appeal, and even breaking one of my elite's keystone in retaliation. She won't let you in. That was when Wallace decided to step in. Dawn, I seriously regret the fact that you won the Wallace Cup, and I had to give you the aqua ribbon. As for you May, I'm embarrassed at the fact that I originate from the same region as you. How could you both gang up against us? May whimpered. No, how could you? Ash shot back. You certainly have no problem ganging up against Paku. Besides, she wasn't the only one that didn't want to let you in, so why are you only blaming her for your failure of getting in? What is wrong with you? Wallace added. Why would you do something like that? Ash slowly shook his head. That's low, girls. Real low. May and Dawn looked down at the ground. Being admonished by one of the hottest guys they hope to attain is mortifying. But, Dawn stammered. I don't want to hear any more. Ash interrupted in a tone that made it clear why he was the PAL champion and the regional prince, as he stared daggers at them. I'd like for you both to leave now. At that point, there were tears running down both girls' faces, but Ash remained unmoved. Leave this, region. Dawn hiccuped. No. Ash looked heavenward for patience. Not the region. My sight. Get out of here. May and Dawn, with a final stricken glance at Ash's direction, hurried away, in the direction of the ladies' room. Ash watched them go dispassionately, before remarking, well, all right, her keystone is intact, but the necklace holding it is broken. They are so paying for that. Are you all right, Paku? He directed the last sentence to his leader, whose expression couldn't be seen since she hung her head, and her fringe fell forward, thus shadowing her face. Pakura, who had been picking up the broken piece of her necklace, including her keystone, nodded, as she slipped her keystone into her pocket. As the announcer called for the participants to get into the battle arena, Ash put his arm around Paku and gave her a squeeze. Let's give the audience a good show. Pakura nodded, as they filed in with everyone else. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of tag battles. Ken announced. Yesterday, the action-packed battles kept us all in suspense, don't you agree? He paused to hear the crowd cheering. Now, let's spice it up with the tag battles we will have today. Would the first round contestants please go to the side of the battlefield? Let's go, Paku. Ash said, shifting his egg case, and headed towards the door. Pakura nodded, got up from her seat, and followed him to the entrance leading to the battlefield with her Pokemon. For some reason, the wild EV was bounding after them. From the green side, we have Trainer Trip, and Trainer Max. Surprisingly, only Trip walked out, much to the bewilderment of the crowd. Ken seemed a little thrown off guard, but regained his composure, and said, and from the red side, we have Elite Leader Pakura, and Champion Red, our two crowd favorites. The audience cheered and clapped as they still remembered their spectacular performance at yesterday's battle. So, where is Max? Evan asked Trip. He wouldn't wake up. In some sort of coma, I guess. Trip sighed. Hopefully he doesn't wake up. Pakura and Ash thought in unison, as the latter placed the egg case in Lucario's hands for him to take care of. It's fine, I can fight them by myself. Trip said confidently, looking at the pair. The rule is when a partner doesn't show up, his team would get disqualified. Evan was cut off by Ash saying, no. Let him fight with 6 of his Pokemon. Are you sure, Prince Red? Evan asked. The rule is the participant gets to decide if their opponent can stay in the game or not if circumstances causes the opponent to be unable to meet the requirements for battle. I say we give him a chance. Right, Paku? Pakura shrugged, which Evan took as a yes. Evan turned to Trip, and said, all right then, you are allowed to use 6 Pokemon, but as per the rules, you would have to have 2 out at a time. That was the most Trip could hope for, and decided to take both his opponents down if it's the last thing he did. Now, trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Evan announced. Trip decided to start off with his male Unpheasant and Chandelure. Alright, Talonflame, lend me your aura. Let's go, Whimsicott. Their Pokeballs opened to reveal Talonflame and Whimsicott, who were thrilled at being sent out for battle. Both sides ready? Evan asked, and the 3 trainers nodded. Alright, battle begin. Well then, you may have first move. Ash offered. Don't mind if I do. Trip smirked. Unpheasant, use air cutter on Whimsicott. Chandelure, use confuse ray on Talonflame. Talonflame, dodge with quick attack. Ash countered. Whimsicott, intercept air cutter with energy ball. Pakura said, as the energy ball clashed with air cutter, which not only managed to repel air cutter, it went on to hit Unpheasant, which wasn't very effective, due to Unpheasant's type, but it still caused significant damage due to the sheer power of the move. Meanwhile, Ash's Talonflame managed to dodge the confuse ray with its quick attack, which made Trip change his tactics. Unpheasant, air slash. Chandelure, will-o-wisp. Trip ordered. Aim them both at Whimsicott. Of course. Both of Trip's Pokémon have the type advantage over Paku's. That is why he is trying to take her out first. Ash thought. But I cannot let that happen. With that thought in mind, Ash shouted, Talonflame, counter with Toxic. That did the trick, as Toxic managed to repel both the attacks. Sunny day. Trip commanded, and the sun became much stronger. Chandelure, use Flamethrower. Solar Beam. Pakura said calmly. While Sunny Day may power up fire-type moves, it also shortens the time to charge up Solar Beam. Talonflame, Flame Charge. Ash called out. The attack hit Unpheasant, who skidded backwards with some burn marks. The Solar Beam and Flamethrower clashed, and Trip thought it was equal, until he looked carefully, and realized Solar Beam was winning. He hastily told Chandelure to stop the attack and dodge, which it managed to do just in time. Then, Chandelure. Trick Room. Trip shouted. Interesting. His Pokémon knows the move Trick Room. Lucario remarked. Doesn't matter. No matter how fast his Pokémon is, we will always be able to catch them in the end. Ash said, as a smirk crept its way into his face, watching a large light blue rectangle with light blue and white transparent walls and ceiling appear around the battlefield, encasing all their Pokémon in it. Suddenly, Trip's Unpheasant and Chandelure began moving as fast as lightning, while Whimsicott and Talonflame moved slower than usual. Ash and Pakura followed the movements of Trip's Pokémon, just as Trip shouted, Unpheasant, Gust. Chandelure, Fire Spin. Whimsicott, Unpheasant is going to come from the right. Counter with Fairy Wind. Pakura said calmly. Chandelure is going to attack from behind. Talonflame, absorb Fire Spin with Steel Wing. What? How did you know? Trip was astonished that they were able to predict the direction. It isn't very difficult when you can follow the Pokémon's movements. Ash replied smoothly, as Fairy Wind hit Unpheasant hard, and Talonflame absorbed the impact, causing the Steel Wing to glow orange with flames surrounding the wings. The wild Eevee's eyes were sparkling at the battle, apparently dazzled at Pakura's battling style. It was clear to Ash when he spared a glance at her that she had an interest in battling like that someday. Talonflame made to charge towards Unpheasant, but due to Trick Room, Unpheasant dodged easily. The corner of Ash's mouth titled upwards slightly, and he gave a nod to Talonflame, who went on to hit the walls of Trick Room, causing a huge crack. Chandelure, Shadow Ball. Trip shouted. Counter with Moonblast. Pakura ordered. Although it was fired 1 second later, the Moonblast overpowered Shadow Ball, and the Shadow Ball and Moonblast ended up hitting the Trick Room wall again, where the crack was. That was enough to shatter the Trick Room into pieces. Well, Ghost-type moves are super effective against a Psychic move. Ash remarked. Nice work, Paku. I try. Pakura replied. Trip gritted his teeth. His Pokémon were clearly somewhat tired, while Whimsicott and Talonflame hardly had a scratch. Unpheasant, Sky Attack. Chandelure, Ember. Giga Impact. If it doesn't faint, keep hitting it with Steel Wing. Ash said calmly. Counter with Fairy Wind, then use Giga Drain to take away all its energy. Once it's done, use Solar Beam. Pakura decided to finish it as well. Not only did their attacks repel trips, it went on to inflict damage as well. Their Pokémon made the second attack, which consisted of Talonflame brutally beating up Unpheasant with repeated Steel Wing. Whimsicott was consecutively attacking with Giga Drain, and finally finished it with a full-power Solar Beam that lasted for 1 minute before it dissipated. When they were done, Unpheasant and Chandelure were down with swirls in their eyes, badly bruised. At the sight of this, medics came in to take them to the Pokémon Center emergency ward. Unpheasant and Chandelure are unable to battle. Trainer Trip, please send out your next 2 Pokémon. How could you do this to my Pokémon? Trip accused. Might I remind you that you are playing with the big boys in this competition? Ash shrugged confidently, and shook his head. Perhaps this means you're not ready. Do you want to forfeit now? Pakura added, sneering. Never. Trip shouted, as he sent out his next 2 Pokémon, which turned out to be Jellicent and Vanillux. Ash returned his Talonflame after complimenting it on its good work. An ice type, huh? Pakura looked at the latter, noting that it doesn't look as powerful as hers. Pakura then returned Whimsicott with a word of thanks. Umbreon, lend me your aura. Ash decided to send out the Dark type evolution. Let's go, Klefki. Pakura decided to send out her Key Ring Pokémon. Alright, let the battle begin. Evan put his red and green flags down. Remember, his Jellicent has Cursed Body as its ability, so do not use any contact moves. Ash whispered, and Pakura nodded her thanks for the information. Jellicent, use Ominous Wind. Vanillux, Icicle Spear. Trip shouted out. Counter Ominous Wind with Fairy Wind. Pakura countered calmly. Umbreon, use Psychic and deflect the attack back on Vanillux. Ash commanded. Dodge it, Vanillux. Trip ordered. Vanillux's speed isn't too shabby. Ash mused. But, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Alright, Umbreon, Confuse Ray. The Confuse Ray managed to hit Vanillux, and Vanillux's eyes became glassy, and started to attack everyone, including Jellicent, with Blizzard. Jellicent, get out of the way and use Bubble Beam on Umbreon. Shadow Ball. Ash countered, and the Shadow Ball destroyed Bubble Beam, and went on to hit Jellicent, who was pushed back from the super effective move. Can you still continue? Trip asked, and Jellicent shook his head, and got into battle stance. Use Play Rough on Vanillux. Pakura nodded to the still confused Vanillux, who is now firing Ice Beam all over the battlefield. Klefki nodded, and attacked Vanillux, who hit against the nearest wall, but the confusion wore off. Now let's see if we can charm those 2 Pokémon. Ash made brief eye contact with Pakura, who nodded. Umbreon Klefki, use Attract. Pakura and Ash commanded in unison. Umbreon and Klefki winked, and multiple pink hearts were released from their bodies towards Trip's Pokémon. They must have been the opposite gender, as pink hearts replaced their eyes. Klefki, use Draining Kiss. Pakura ordered. As she did not specify which Pokémon, Klefki decided to use it on both of them, which meant their energy was drained, and Klefki had even more energy. However, Jellicent became surrounded in a dark indigo aura which then covered Klefki, which meant Klefki could no longer use Draining Kiss. That didn't matter to Pakura, though, because Klefki has many other moves she could use. Jellicent, Vanillux, snap out of it. Trip shouted, angry that he fell for such a cheap trick. Well then, Umbreon, Shadow Ball. Umbreon opened its mouth and fired a barrage of Shadow Ball at Jellicent, who took the brunt of the damage from all the Shadow Ball fired. Klefki, Flash Cannon. Klefki nodded, and shot a powerful beam of silver energy, which lasted for at least 30 seconds. Vanillux was struggling to stand due to the sheer power of the move, and its weakness to steel. Vanillux, don't give up. Use Blizzard. Trip shouted. Jellicent, use Surf. So your Jellicent knows Surf. Pretty good move. Ash commented. But, I already know how to counter it. Umbreon, use Iron Tail on the wave. Umbreon jumped up, and used Iron Tail to cut the wave in half, and then went on to hit Jellicent in the head with the still active Iron Tail. Alright, Klefki, Magnet Rise. Pakura decided to use the move for Klefki to dodge the blizzard. What? Trip looked in shock at the Key Ring Pokemon using Magnet Rise. Let's finish this. Ash smiled, but not in a nice way. Umbreon, use Giga Impact on Vanillux. And use Mirror Shot on Vanillux as well. Pakura commanded. The Mirror Shot lasted for 15 seconds, and right after Mirror Shot ended, Vanillux was hit hard by Giga Impact, which caused it to crash against the wall. When the dust cloud cleared, it was apparent to everyone that it cannot battle, and not only that, Vanillux needed medical attention right away. Trip gritted his teeth. Jellicent, use Rest. Jellicent began falling asleep. Heal Block. Pakura was quick to react, which prevented Jellicent from recovering, but it still remained asleep. Umbreon, Dream Eater. Ash decided to drain Jellicent of his energy. However, once the Dream Eater move ended, Jellicent woke up. Your Pokemon wakes up fast. Ash nodded in approval. But, Umbreon, use Feint Attack. And Klefki, let's finish it off with Play Rough. The two attacks hit Jellicent before Trip could even react, and Ash called out for Umbreon to use Psychic once more, and Umbreon used it to hit Jellicent against the walls and the battlefield for 1 minute, before it was put out of its misery by a Shadow Ball. After the battle was done, the medics came in again to get Jellicent and Vanillux to the emergency ward, and Ash Mach waved to the Pokemon who were being wheeled away. Sylveon turned to Eevee. Still want her to be your trainer? Eevee nodded vigorously. She didn't care how brutal Pakura is, she just knows Pakura would take good care of her. Well, suit yourself. Remember, if she catches you, you have signed up for everything she has in store. Skitty shrugged. She remembered the training Pakura gives to her Pokemon during her early days, but she knew Eevee would be just fine, as Pakura would heal up her tried Pokemon and sometimes give a massage to relieve fatigue and restore vitality in her Pokemon. The training was all worth it in the end, as Skitty now knew much more moves than she was with May, and proved to be capable in the grand festivals Pakura participated in. With the potential Eevee displayed and performing, Skitty had no doubt that Pakura would be able to hone her potential and become an asset to Pakura's future performances. Well, those two are nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Marshall shuddered at the thought of facing either of them in battle. She's one powerful fairy user. Valerie was in awe at the fairy elite specialist. She could tell by the battle that Pakura had trained her fairy-type Pokemon very well, with the moves of Klefki being above average in terms of power. No wonder she is the elite leader. Understatement of the year. Jude shuddered. Philip and Rosalind have the type advantage over her, but she still managed to defeat them. Is it true? Drasna turned to the said two elites. Unfortunately. Rosalind nodded miserably. When I applied for the last spot in the PAL Elite, as a second test, she challenged me with her Ice-type Pokemon. I was confident I'd win because Ice is weak to fire, but she defeated all 6 of my fire types with 2 of her Ice-type Pokemon. She was extremely disappointed. Must have been a bad experience. Seabold thought, watching Rosalind thoughtfully. The battle must have left a bitter taste in her tongue. Second test. What was the first? Corina asked. Oh, she had to battle against me. Jude answered. If you want to be an elite member, you have to battle the current members with the type specialties you have chosen. Because of my double advantage, she lost badly. Yeah, I wasn't let in because at that time, I wasn't even a hunter. Rosalind sighed. I underestimated the requirements to become an elite member of this region. I thought winning the tournament was enough, but apparently not. Pakura was strict in choosing her members. How did you get in, then? Chantal asked curiously. Pakura gave me 3 weeks to start training, pass all 3 exams in order to become a full-fledged professional hunter. It was extremely difficult, to be honest, but somehow I made it. Rosalind gave a small smile at the memory. You must have worked very hard to earn your place in the PAL elite. Price remarked. She did, all right. Philip nodded. But I still have a long and difficult path awaiting me in order to catch up to Jude and Philip, as one of the weakest members. Rosalind rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. The leader and champion are at a whole other level altogether, and I doubt I would be able to catch up to them. Well, no one could tell you were the weakest, after all, you defeated 3 of the regional champion in the champions tournament earlier that was held before the competition. Alder pointed out. Rosalind gave a sunny smile at the compliment, which a certain Kalos elite took note that her smile was dazzling. At the same time, a certain female champion was sitting quietly, contemplating the conversation she had heard. She felt excitement coursing through her body when she heard Rosalind mention the prowess of the PAL champion. Maybe she could get him to teach her his secrets. Then perhaps she could dethrone that beach of a leader, and take over that position herself. As for what type she wants, perhaps she could think about it later. Trainer Trip, please send out your last 2 Pokémon. Evan said. This won't be so easy for you too. Trip announced confidently. These 2 are my strongest Pokémon. I have a feeling I know who he's going to send out. Ash thought. This battle isn't going to be difficult at all. Sure enough, when Trip threw his Pokeballs, it revealed his starter, Superior and Conkeldurr. Alright, Spiritome, lend me your aura. Ash sent out the forbidden Pokémon. Let's go, Clefable. Pakura summoned the fairy Pokémon. Trainers on both sides ready. Ash, Pakura and Trip nodded. Then, let the battle begin. Conkeldurr, use Stone Edge on Clefable. Superior, Leaf Storm on Spiritome. Trip commanded. Too easy. Clefable, destroy Stone Edge with Meteor Mash. Pakura said calmly. Spiritome, counter with Ominous Wind. The Meteor Mash successfully destroyed the stones that were flying towards Clefable, and Ominous Wind managed to prevent Leaf Storm from hitting it. Come on, you got to do better than that. Ash taunted, and his Pokémon laughed. Trip glared at Ash, and called for Superior to fire an energy ball, and Conkeldurr to use Earthquake. However, they had to exert more energy than usual due to Spiritome's pressure. Ash shook his head, and called for Spiritome to use Shadow Sneak, and Pakura met the energy ball head-on with a Moonblast. She purposely powered down the said move so that it would explode, covering the battlefield with smoke. Ash took this opportunity to fire a Toxic at Superior, and Pakura took the opportunity to command Clefable to use Metronome. Metronome turned out to be Draco Meteor, and when the smoke cleared, Trip found Superior to be poisoned, and the orange orbs falling towards Conkeldurr, and in desperation, called for it to block with his pillars. That move wasn't too shabby. Ash nodded. But, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Spiritome, Hypnosis. Dodge it, Superior. Trip shouted, knowing that with Superior's reflexes, he can hopefully get out of the way. Who said I was aiming for your Superior? Ash asked. What? Trip realized he had made a fatal mistake, as Conkeldurr fell to the ground, asleep. Now, use Nightmare. Ash snapped his fingers. No way. Trip was shocked that Spiritome knew how to use Nightmare. The Nightmare hit Conkeldurr, and it shuddered as it began to have nightmares, which slowly drained its energy. Trip gritted his teeth. Both his Pokémon had a status condition, and both his opponent's Pokémon had hardly gotten a scratch like the last 2 rounds. Spiritome, Dream Eater. Ash decided to drain Conkeldurr's energy even more. Superior, intercept Spiritome with Vine Whip. Trip wildly called out a move. After that, use Giga Drain. The Vine Whip managed to stop Spiritome, and Superior drained Spiritome's energy with Giga Drain, though he looked like he was struggling to use the move, thanks to Spiritome's pressure. Ash just knew how to counter Trip's strategy, and shook his head at Pakura, who was about to open her mouth to call out a move. Spiritome, use Infestation. The infestation traveled through the vines, and hit Superior, who let go, and struggled to be free of the insects that was infesting it, and Spiritome continued using Dream Eater as normal, until it was fully recovered. Clefable, let's help Trip a bit. Use Wake Up Slap. Due to the fact that Conkeldurr was asleep, it dealt double the damage. However, Conkeldurr woke up after the move was being used, and it looked tired. Trip growled. Conkeldurr, use Hammer Arm on Clefable. Counter with Ice Punch. Pakura said calmly, and the two attacks met, with Ice Punch overpowering Hammer Arm, and Conkeldurr was hit hard on the face. Alright, Clefable, let's use Blizzard on Superior. Before Trip could react, Pakura called out another move, and Superior was struggling to stay conscious as Blizzard hit him full force, and it lasted for a minute before Pakura stopped the Blizzard. Trip's Pokemon is severely weakened already. Let's put them out of their misery. What do you say, Paku? Ash smirked. I like your thinking. Pakura nodded. Spiritome, Hyper. Beam. Ash called out. Clefable, use Psychic, followed by your most powerful Moonblast. Pakura commanded. The Psychic treated Conkeldurr like how Umbreon did Jellicent, and held it down while she fired a very powerful Moonblast, and the force of it got Conkeldurr crushed on the battlefield ground. Meanwhile, Superior was too tired to dodge, and endured the full brunt of the attack. It was clear that once again, they needed immediate medical attention. Conkeldurr and Superior are unable to battle. Which means, the winners are Champion Red and Elite Leader Pakura. Evan announced. With this, the two of them had now earned their places in the top 128. The crowd cheered as the two exited the battlefield, leaving Trip to go after the medics who were wheeling his Pokemon away. Must have been a hard blow. Ash commented, taking his egg case back from Lucario. Who cares? Pakura asked. Not me. True. Ash nodded. Well, I got stuff to do, so I'll see you later. Ash nodded, as he remembered the chain containing her key stone was broken and she probably wanted to get something else to contain her key stone, and waved goodbye to Pakura, as she headed towards the direction of the exit. The Dragon Princess watched dispassionately at Rosalind's match against Sydney and Aaron. Rosalind had one Pokemon down, and is currently using her Slowking against Sydney's Mandibuzz, and Erica was using her Vileplume against Aaron's Beautifly. Unknown to anyone but the Dragon duo themselves, they had a set of television installed to keep themselves updated about the current affairs going on in PAL. The television is usually tuned into the PAL broadcast, which is the best source of PAL news and updates about other regions as well. Right now, the PAL region is broadcasting the Pokemon World Championship matches, which is what she and her Pokemon were watching. As usual, the Dragon Prince is out, presumably to get some information, or perhaps he was getting supplies. The Dragon Princess' face was clearly written with contempt and her eyes were glowing red for a brief moment, but the glow vanished just as abrupt as it appeared. Before her Pokemon could react, she had started ranting. I can make a better psychic specialist than her. The Dragon Princess rolled her eyes at Rosalind's battling style. Why did the PAL Elite even let her choose Psychic as her specialty is a wonder to me. What were they thinking? Well, they say she is one of the strongest Psychics in the PAL region. Flygon explained. Yeah. The only ability she has going for her is her ability to tell the future. However, it only comes out in emergencies, which means she doesn't have access to her ability anytime she wants. The Dragon Princess was livid. Sure, she can erase memories, but so can I. Not only that, I can modify memories too. Yeah, we all know that her psychic powers cannot rival yours. Delphox nodded. They all knew that Rosalind was nowhere near the Dragon Duo's level in terms of psychic powers, although unlike the Dragon Duo, Rosalind was born with psychic powers. When the Dragon Princess learnt of the fact through her clairvoyance, she was extremely disappointed. I don't even know why they let her in. When she applied for the last spot, she isn't even a hunter, and had the gall to try for the last spot. The Dragon Princess shook her head. Did she even read up on the requirements to try for the Elite Four spot? Clearly, she's mistaken if she thinks she can apply for the last spot just because she won the tournament. Her male Meowstic said contemptuously. I bet you are disappointed she chose to be a psychic specialist. Understatement of the year. The Dragon Princess spat. And even more pathetic, she wanted it so badly, she begged for another chance, although she failed 2 tests. 2. Which 2? Altaria asked. The Dragon Princess sighed. The thing is, if you want to try for a spot in the PAL Elite Four, you have to battle the current members with the type specialties of your choice, starting from the weakest member. In this case, when Rosalind tried for the spot, she had to battle Jude. However, she lost badly because of the type matchup, and from what I heard, she depended on her Gardevoir to try and turn the tables. If there is one thing I don't like, is people depending on just one Pokemon in a battle. The Pokemon thought Rosalind did underestimate the requirements for being a PAL Elite member. Perhaps she thought being a PAL Elite member is just like being a normal regional Elite Four member, since as far as they know, Rosalind was an average person with an average childhood, and had no idea of the fact that the PAL Elites are also experienced killers, and are no ordinary Elite Four members. Normality was what the PAL region does not have, which is one of the reasons why they stand out. The PAL region like to be unique, which is why unlike the other regions, they are a principality. Her begging for another chance must have been so annoying that they gave her another chance just for her to stop annoying them. I am sure that she was given 3 weeks to train and become a full-fledged professional hunter working for a department. Somehow, she made it, and they let her in. The Dragon Princess said thoughtfully. Obviously, the PAL Elite members are a hazard. After all, stupid people are dangerous. Of course, she's going to try and take out the PAL Elites before they can find out about her. Espion thought. But perhaps Philip would be the most threat to her, considering he is the smartest member among the 5. But the biggest threat would be. Espion shuddered. Well, then, let's get down to business. The Dragon Princess announced. I'm back. Pakura announced, as she entered the abandoned outhouse. The man she had chained to the wall tilted his head upward slightly, before shuddering as he realized the femme fatale was back for him. Behind her was 3 Pokemon, a Sylveon, a Skitty and an EV she must have acquired in between the time she left him and when she returned. Sylveon, take EV to the corner. Make sure she doesn't see or hear anything. Pakura ordered, as Sylveon nodded, and dragged EV off with the help of her ribbons. EV protested, but Sylveon said, sorry, but it's better if you do not see this. Pakura opened her jacket, to reveal an impressive array of knives. She slowly and tauntingly selected an almost dainty-looking number with a cruel, curved blade. You know, I have a lot of time in my hands, since I just finished my match, and secured myself a place in the top. 128, she teasingly and slowly made a cut on the man's lips, causing blood to run down his chin. She grinned at the pain that was filling his eyes. Well, then, let's start with a few questions. If you don't answer. She let the sunlight shine on the blade of her knife as a nonverbal answer. First question, who sent you to this region? Pakura asked. She was met with silence, as the man weighed his options. Pakura sighed. It looked like she had to show him she meant business. The man screamed as the girl in front of him sliced at his right foot, severing it. She nodded to Skitty, who began to charge a toxic, ready to aim at the wound. I'll repeat my question, if you didn't hear me the first time. Pakura said coldly, not even fazed by the warm blood that splattered her face. Who sent you to our region? It was the former 5 bosses of various villainous organizations around the regions. The man was howling from the pain his severed foot was giving him. Right, what do you hope to achieve from coming here? She asked sarcastically, checking her perfectly manicured nails. Well, we were hoping to take out the champion, you know, since the 5 of them said he'd be a threat. The man grumbled. But he trailed off. But what? Pakura asked, still maintaining her icy exterior. He screamed as the girl started making a non-fatal wound at his stomach, and nodded to Skitty, who fired toxic at the open wound. He felt woozy, as the poison was absorbed by his bloodstream. Spit it out. She ordered in an unemotional voice. Stop stuttering. Okay. The team that was Giovanni had one more order. And that is? Pakura raised her eyebrow. Giovanni said he had developed an aura-infused weapon that could combat the powerful aura users such as the PAL Elite Four, and can be used against psychics like Rosalind. He believed that the weapon is currently in this region, and that the champion somehow had it with him. He wanted his weapon back. The man panicked as Pakura lifted her knife, but she was only amusing herself by balancing the knife at the sharpest point in her hand. Much to the man's surprise, she had the skill in doing so. Pakura wouldn't deny that she was apprehensive at the thought of Giovanni getting his hands on the weapon, but then again, who cares at this point? So, what else did he tell you? Pakura asked evenly. He said if they find the boy who stole the weapon 11 years ago, they should kill him, because he took what was rightfully his. And one trait about this weapon is that it had the R symbol branded on it, to show that it was Team Rocket's property. The man was feeling the effects of the toxic coursing through his body. Pakura laughed coldly. Is that all? When the man weakly nodded, Pakura smirked, and said, I'll keep this short as a reward. With that, she raised her knife. Later. The outhouse door creaked open, revealing Shiki. Knew I'd find you here. Shiki said, and looked down at the mutilated body of the man on the floor. It was so disfigured Shiki almost couldn't tell it used to be a human. Whoa, what did he do to PSS you off? He looked highly unsettled at the corpse. Nothing much. Pakura replied, petting her Skitty. I just did it to get some information. So, what information did you get from him? Shiki asked. That Giovanni is going to kill you for stealing his weapon all those years ago. He wanted it back. Pakura replied, looking at him with worry in her eyes. She expected Shiki to look surprised, but instead, he seemed nonchalant. He can't do anything as long as he doesn't know who stole it. Shiki shrugged. True. Pakura nodded. Shiki looked down at the EV with interest. When did you get the EV? It's a wild one. The same one that ate my poke puffs, remember? Pakura gave Shiki a funny look. Why would she be here? Shiki asked. Beats me. Pakura replied, as she took out one of Philip's bombs, placed it on the mutilated corpse, and put a barrier around his corpse. She watched emotionlessly as the body exploded into smithereens, and splattered the outhouse with his blood. Come on, let's go. Pakura mumbled. Shiki nodded, and they left the outhouse. Unknown to them, however, Sylvian asked, do you still want to be her owner after what you saw? Evie nodded. Once she made a decision, she would stick to it no matter what. I like the determination this baby Evie has. Skitty nodded. Sylvian sighed. She had been with Pakura the longest, due to her being her unofficial starter. She knows she is losing her trainer, and at the rate they were going, she'll lose her completely before the end of the tournament. She knows Pakura won't acknowledge or accept the cold, hard truth, even if it was right in front of her. What would happen to us once she's completely gone? That was a question Sylvian never want to know the answer to. A certain PAL psychic specialist watched as Philip was dominating the battle. It was clear he is venting his anger on being neglected for most of his life on Tyson's Pokemon, and he was sending them to the emergency ward, just like what Ash and Pakura did to all of Trip's Pokemon. Rosalind knew that among the elite members, she was the only one with a normal, happy childhood, with no major events that had changed her life, or her personality. The others somehow had something bad happen to them, which caused a change in their life path. She had known about the boy's changes, but she did not know about Pakura's. In fact, she doesn't know what kind of childhood Pakura had, and if she even had anything happen to her that changed her life. She had tried using telepathy to find out, but somehow, she was caught immediately, and was thrown into the dungeon they had in the basement of their plateau. She was just an average girl who liked to make art. Every day she got out her art supplies, the drawing block, the easel and the palette, and off she goes, painting about something that inspired her. She always painted when the muses moved her. Rosalind smiled at her childhood memories. She had also loved to role-play. She often got out her dolls, the fake teacups, and the imaginary friends. No one would pay attention when a little girl plays pretend, because it was a normal hobby. When she had become an elite member, albeit on probation, she realized she had to have a talent as well in order to become one, which is an activity that an elite member would take up since they don't have to go on journeys and train their Pokémon to win the trainers tournament and take on the Pokémon League. Good thing she actually had a talent, which was painting. It was true, her family begged her not to become a PAL Elite Four, as it would mean she would be taking her first steps to bloodshed, but she had assured them that she'll be fine and she would still be their sweet little girl. She hadn't known what she had signed up for, she only knew she had to have the last spot. She had realized that the PAL Elite members were experienced killers, and they were good enough to the point they feel no remorse when killing. Rosalind knew they would never let her in if she couldn't even make a kill even if she had passed the hunter's exam. Later she learnt that the three of them had been keeping tabs on her kill list during the hunter exam to see if she was truly worthy of having the last spot, and she had made her very first kills in the hunter exam. She had regretted the people's deaths, but realized that it was a kill or be killed when it comes to the PAL Elite members. She had hardened her heart so she can kill without feeling too much regret. She had wondered if she was still the sweet little girl she promised she would stay. Rosalind. A sharp voice jolted her out of her thoughts. She looked up to see Jude frowning at her. What? Rosalind asked, somewhat irritated at Jude interrupting her thoughts. Siebold has something he wanted to ask you. Jude nodded to the person sitting behind him. Yeah. Rosalind turned to the Kalos Elite member. I went to see the art gallery the other day, and saw your paintings. I was wondering if you could show me the taste that your other paintings have to help me inspire the art of my cooking. Of course, when it comes to food, not only must the chefs make it taste delightful, they must also look delicious so that customers would be willing to try them. No point if the food looks good but tastes awful, or looks awful but tastes good. Rosalind thought. Alright, but only if you show me the art of cooking. Rosalind replied. If you say so. Siebold nodded. So would you show it to me at dinner tonight? Of course. Rosalind said, and turned back to the match. What just happened? Rosalind asked her other elites. I think, you just got asked out on a date. Ash deduced, somewhat distractedly as he was watching the match between Philip and Malva and Tyson and Lenora. At the scoreboard, it was indicated Philip had lost none of his Pokémon, Malva had lost one, Lenora was down to her last one, and Tyson as well. Wormadam, signal beam. Philip called out. Wormadam fired a particularly powerful signal beam as it sensed Philip's envy and contempt towards Tyson via aura, and Tyson's Shiftry endured the full brunt of the attack. However, after signal beam ended, Philip called out for bug bite, which finished Shiftry off effectively, and earned a place in the emergency ward as well. Everyone was astonished at Philip's brutality, as normally, he was a docile and mild-mannered person. He was known to never use more force than necessary to feint an opponent's Pokémon. You could almost hear the thought in everyone's mind, what did Tyson do to provoke Philip into sing brute force? However, the PAL Elite members knew better. The hate came from years of being neglected by his parents during his early childhood, taunted by the kids living there, and the fact that no one understood him. That was why he turned to the only people who probably understood his situation, the PAL Elite members. Why? Tyson had asked Philip, distress clearly evident as he watched his third Pokémon being wheeled away. Tears were gathered in his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. "You'll have to ask your people why." Philip replied calmly. "Malva, Lenora is all yours. Because I did what I wanted to do was left unspoken, but was somehow understood by the fire-type Kalos elite member." "You said you wanted to talk to me about something?" Ash asked Pakura. During Jude's match, he had received a message from Pakura saying she wanted a word with him during the lunch break. He noted that Pakura had replaced her chain in her mega charm, and once again her keystone was on her neck. "Yes. There is some information I acquired just now," Pakura replied, as Ash realized she was taking him to the Plaza Hotel. Why would she take him there? Ash was looking around at the fancy decorations, in the lobby, as he actually never stepped foot into the hotel before, despite the fact that he was usually traveling around the region to Hunters Association meetings and being ensconced in his personal office doing work, or being in the Hunters Association building receiving information or missions. The concierge greeted Pakura cheerfully as if they were old friends, which led Ash to suspect she had been here often for reasons unknown. Pakura nodded curtly, and led him to an elevator. Ash noted that the elevator was fancy, but it was nothing compared to the Battle Tower's elevator. It had red carpeting, and had mirrors on 2 sides of the walls, and a glass wall at the third to see through. Pakura pressed the 20 button, and the door closed before they started to ascend. The doors opened to reveal a well-lit hallway with several doors, with more red carpeting covering the floor. Pakura reached one of the rosewood doors, took out a golden key from her pocket, inserted it into the keyhole and opened the door. She gestured for Ash to get in. Ash realized that it was a penthouse suite, and the penthouse was very luxurious. First of all, the walls were layered with cream wallpaper, and the carpeting was pink. The curtains were white in color, and the tables and chairs looked like they were made out of solid gold, complete with velvet cushions for the chairs. There was a mahogany desk with a lamp and computer, complete with a roller chair that had a cushion on it. There were pink roses everywhere, and portraits hanging on the walls that featured famous models wearing elegant gowns. There were lots of gold leaf all over everything, and freshly cut flowers all over the place. Ash knew that Pakura owned this penthouse, but he thought buying these penthouses are expensive, and wondered how she acquired it without making a dent in their vault located in the elite plateau. Pakura beckoned him over to the sitting room, where 2 red couches faced off over a low table. 3 of the walls were blank, and the 4th was entirely glass, providing a window to the city. Pakura invited Ash over to sit at one of the couches and took her place across from him. She pressed a button on the side of the table. The top split and from below rose a second tabletop that held their lunch. Chicken and chunks of oranges cooked in a creamy sauce laid on a bed of pearly white grain, pheasant with a selection of jewel-colored jellies, tiny versions of real vegetables swimming in butter, and potatoes mashed with parsley. For dessert, they had pudding the color of honey. Of course, Ash started on his lunch, while Pakura just looked out the glass window. "So, what is it that you wanted to tell me?" Ash asked. "I received information on a weapon Giovanni had developed," Pakura said. "What kind of weapon?" Ash asked, sounding somewhat disinterested, as he didn't see what was so interesting about a weapon, considering he had played with most of the weapons in training at a gym under the battle tower, accessible only by password in the elevator, and he had already seen the collection of military weapons and special weaponry. "It's a weapon that is developed specifically to combat aura users, and it is said to have the ability to counter psychics such as Rosalind," Pakura answered. "Wait, what?" Ash paused while consuming a pheasant. Now that got his attention. "What kind of weapon was that? Did you know what the weapon looked like?" Pakura shook her head. "Nope, no clue. But what I know is that the weapon had an R symbol branded somewhere, to indicate that it belonged to Team Rocket. Giovanni believes that the weapon is somewhere in PAL, and he is getting his minions to infiltrate our region to find it and bring it to him." "How did the great Team Rocket leader even lose that weapon?" Ash asked sarcastically. "That's easy. A boy had stolen it from them 11 years ago." Pakura shrugged. "They suspect we possess the weapon, and would probably try to get us to tell them the location of the weapon. It's a useless move if we don't even know what form the weapon has. Ash grumbled. It can be anything, a knife, a bow, an arrow, a gun, you know. Obviously. Pakura said dryly. Do you know who stole it? Ash asked. No. Pakura lied. Ash frowned at her, as if to check if she was lying via his psychic powers. As much as Pakura hated to admit, Ash was well trained in psychic powers as well, and perhaps he even exceeded Rosalind in terms of psychic power. When Ash came up with nothing, he relaxed. Well, then, thanks for telling me this. Ash said sincerely. So, we are going to find the weapon, and destroy it if we can, so that Giovanni cannot get his hands on it. Pakura's blood ran cold as soon as she heard Ash's plan to destroy it. What was she going to do? She can't stop him without exposing her knowledge. She settled on nodding, and was about to clear out, when Ash went on, and since we are here, you can't leave without having lunch with me. Wait, what? Pakura was puzzled. No thanks, I got a lot to do, I mean, I have the contest to prepare for, and... Don't be an idiot. Ash cut her off. You're the princess, remember. You can dictate when you start the prep, and as the head judge of the PAL contests, they can never start without you anyway. And as the champion, I am ordering you to stay here and eat, while we discuss how I could convince Cynthia that I am not a criminal. You're a girl, so you should know how girls think. Pakura groaned. This was going to be a long lunch hour. She seriously wanted to strangle Ash right then and there. Oh, how she wished she could kill Cynthia and get her out of her way. Meanwhile, Philip entered the garden located at the rooftop, wondering what made him act like he did today. The thought of Tyson's Pokémon going to the emergency seemed to drive the last of the strength from his knees. He slumped against the wall, then slid all the way down until he was sitting on the ground of the rooftop. He had promised Ash he would only do it to the trader's Pokémon, but Tyson wasn't part of it. Sure, the other elite members understood, but did the rest of the regional guests know? Philip shook his head. Why should he dwell on a feeble twinge of regret? Looking deep into his heart, he knew he didn't care, and neither did he regret it. He was so engrossed in his thoughts he did not hear the door open, and only looked up when he heard someone slide down next to him. He looked up to see Diantha, the Kalos champion. Oh, it's you. Philip mumbled. Yeah, it's me. Diantha replied. She had wanted to talk with Philip ever since she had watched his match against Tyson and Lenora. It was apparent despite being socially awkward and mild-mannered, he was a vicious battler when provoked. So what happened? It's nothing you need to worry about. Philip waved it off. He had already embraced his path and over time, executed his various tasks with confidence, tact, and prestige. In the end, he had it all, respect, power, popularity, and most importantly, friends that understood him. There is no way he is going to lose it to some conscience he had. I don't exactly regret what I did, to be frank. Diantha was surprised. Philip sounded colder than usual. Anyway. Philip went on. You really shouldn't associate with us. There is a reason why we seemingly isolate ourselves from the other regional guests, and why we not ordinary elites. He thought he should give Diantha a heads up, since she seemed like a sweet, graceful, and angelic young woman, and Philip thought she easily gained the attention, and affection, of her fans easily. It wouldn't be fair to taint someone like that. With his message delivered, he left the rooftop, leaving Diantha to her thoughts. Unknown to Philip, Diantha had an adventurous side to her, and loved to take risks. She had decided to investigate the PAL elites, and why Philip was determined to stop her from associating with him. The thought of investigation plan made her see it as an adventure, and she was excited to execute it right away. I am going to take out an ad in the PAL Times, and let the guests know about the upcoming fashion show, which as usual, I have to be the host. Jude groaned, as he drank his grape juice. They were having lunch together as usual, but Philip needed time to think, so he was up in the rooftop. "Rosalind, do you think you can design the ad, and make it attractive and professional looking?" "Sure, but when is the fashion show?" Rosalind asked. "It's in 2 days. Is it enough time to get the ad in?" Jude asked. "Well, it'd be cutting it close, but I'll take care of it." Rosalind nodded. "Knew we could count on you." Jude smiled. "You know, I'm glad you made it into the elite, really." "Thanks." Rosalind smiled. Jude was always one of the friendlier ones in the elite, alongside her, and even when she came to try for the last elite spot, he was the only one who was nice to her, while the others were polite but cool, and her attempt to connect with those two were mediocre at best. He was also somewhat lenient, giving her full marks for the interview section. However, it was not enough to impress Philip and Pakura, which was why Pakura decided to give her 3 weeks to become a professional hunter working for a specific department, and Jude was the only one who believed she could make it, while Philip was skeptical. Pakura had no comment, merely telling them to wait for the results. As she got in, Pakura decided to let her be the second member, although in terms of authority, Jude still had more say than she does, as he was the one that willingly gave the second spot to her. Sometimes, even without telling Jude what was bothering her, talking to Jude makes her feel better that her life as a PAL elite member would be just fine. Maybe it's just knowing that there is a friendly face in the elite. She may not be able to sense emotions like the Dragon Duo. She had heard a rumor that the Dragon Duo can sense and manipulate emotions. Though she doesn't know if it's actually true, the rumors in PAL are rarely false, so she assumed it was real, but she is still one of the strongest psychics in the region, and she is somewhat well-versed in nonverbal communication, though she isn't as good as Pakura. Rosalind couldn't help but wonder if Jude was missing something in his life, as when she looked into his eyes, she could sense the uncertainty, as if he knew something was missing but did not know what. Now she thought of it, the same look was on Philip's eyes as well, when he returned for lunch. She felt the same way too, like something was missing. Maybe it had something to do with the mysteries. And as part of the PAL elite, she will get to the bottom of this. Well, by the time Aquamarine is through with me, I'd be unrecognizable, I guess. Pakura sighed, running a hand through her silky hair. Aquamarine already became an overnight star with her dresses and costumes for me in various events. They were talking about the upcoming contest battle rounds and even the PAL showcase that she is going to judge alongside Kalos Queen Arya. Somehow, Pakura managed to steer the conversation of Cynthia to something else, though it wasn't without difficulty. This is saying something, considering she has a natural charisma that draws people to her. I don't see how her prep would make much difference, considering your natural beauty. Ash retorted, munching on his chicken. Besides, the opening ceremonies made us unforgettable in the audience's eyes. We already won them over. They can't stop talking about us. Why do we even have to make an impression to the crowd and make them love us anyway? Pakura wondered, starting on her pudding. That is because in the event that there is a tie in the match, it is up to the audience to decide who moves on to the next round. You want those votes to go to you so you can move on, right? Ash raised his eyebrows. Do we have to? Pakura tossed a newspaper at Ash that displayed the predictions on who would be the winner of the tournament, which showed the 5 of them among the favorites. Ash laughed, and shook his head. Not really, but it's best to make sure they don't vote for your opponent. Pakura nodded. Ash does have a point. I look forward to opening the battle rounds, and the PAL showcase. The winner of that showcase not only earns a special princess key to enter the masterclass tournament in any region, she also has a chance to take my PAL Duchess title away from me after all. If the winner chooses me as their opponent in the special rounds, since the winner would have a choice between me and Arya. Unlike Kalos, where whoever wins the masterclass tournament gets the title of Kalos Queen, or at least when Pakura was still a performer in Kalos, in PAL, winners of the masterclass tournament would have a final freestyle performance showdown against the current PAL Duchess. After the performances are done by both the PAL Duchess and the masterclass winner, the audience would vote with their Glowcaster as to whose performance was better. If the current PAL Duchess won, she gets to keep her title. Otherwise, the current PAL Duchess would be forced to give up their title to the challenger. That was how Pakura got the title, by dethroning the previous PAL Duchess, and how she was able to defend her title. Pakura thought back on the time that in addition of being an icon for the Kalos region when she got her Kalos Queen title for the first time, she also had to travel to collect more princess keys in order to enter the Master Class tournament just for a chance to defend her Kalos Queen title, before deciding to give up that title to move on to greater things. But by the time she gave up, they had changed the system similar to PAL's Master Class Showcase. Please, you're a member of the PAL Elite Four, there is no way the winner would be able to take that title away from you. Ash waved his hand dismissively. You never know what those performers would have up their sleeves. Pakura replied, watching the wild Eevee chase her own tail in mild interest. Besides, if I do lose my title, it's one less thing I would be busy with. As PAL Duchess, she often had to travel the region to do showcase performances for her fans, and attend dance parties that is hosted for Pokemon performers. The fans won't be happy that you lost your title, though. Ash pointed out. After all, you're the most popular performer in the showcase world, even more popular than Kalos Queen Arya. That's true, but remember Arya has only the Kalos Queen title to go by. Pakura said, as her Sylveon started rubbing her head affectionately on her leg. That caused Pakura to scratch her behind her ear absent-mindedly, which caused her to purr in contentment. Eevee, seeing this, frowned, and leapt on Pakura's lap, demanding attention as well. What are you going to do with her? Ash looked down at the wild Eevee. I don't know. On one hand I already have all the Eeveevolutions I want. Pakura mumbled. If this Eevee wants to evolve, I don't want her to evolve into an Eeveevolution I already have. On the other hand, she has a beautiful dance that may aid my performances in contests or showcases. Maybe she would be an able battler with the right training, I mean she may be able to use her dancing skills to dodge many attacks and make unpredictable movements or something. I won't evolve if you wish to. Eevee offered, interrupting their discussion. I haven't decided what I wanted to evolve to anyway. Or you don't know what you can evolve into, besides the Sylveon next to you. Ash remarked. Judging by Eevee's sheepish look, Ash had guessed correctly. You want to tell her? Pakura asked. Sure. Eevee, listen carefully. Depending on how you are raised, you can evolve in 8 different ways, which would actually offer lots of different possibilities in battles or performances. You can evolve into Flareon, a fire-type dash. Only I am not a fan of fire-type Pokemon. Pakura interrupted. Right. Ash shot her a look. Also, you can evolve into Leafeon, a grass-type dash. Not my taste either. Pakura commented. Ash sighed, and went on, or Umbreon, a dark type. Pakura considered for a moment, before shaking her head. Glaceon, an ice type, which unfortunately, she already has one. Too true. Pakura nodded. Espeon, a psychic type, which she said it isn't to her taste. Ash rolled his eyes. You can also evolve into Jolteon, an electric type, Vaporeon, a water type. I don't really want to evolve Eevee with stones. Pakura frowned at the prospect. And the one you already know, Sylveon, the fairy type. Ash indicated to Pakura's Sylveon. Well, I don't exactly want to evolve the next Eevee I catch, I do like Eevee just the way it is. Pakura said after a long pause. Eevee's eyes sparkled at the evolving potential that she naturally had, but remembered what Pakura said, so she replied with, That's great. But I guess I'll have to try not to evolve. Then we'll have to get you an Everstone. Ash replied. And after that problem is solved, you won't have a problem taking her in, would you, Paku? Pakura sighed, as she cleared their empty plates so that room service could collect them again. I'll admit, no, I won't. But I don't have an empty Pokeball with me. You'll have to wait until I get some from my secret base or from my room at the tower. Ash nodded. Each of the PAL Elite Four member, including him, owns a secret base, which is a special getaway place they usually go to relax and hide from the press and fans if necessary. Sometimes, due to the quiet environment that usually surrounded their secret bases, they would go there to get their work done as well. His own secret base was located in a bush that is hidden among the grasses that are as high as his shoulders and trees in the forest, that no one would be able to spot the entrance unless they venture deep into the tall grasses, which most don't, for fear of dangerous wild Pokemon, and the fact that it gave off a sinister feeling that it may have hidden traps. The few that dared to try usually ran back out screaming, as they would somehow trip on a wire that Ash had set to give them the impression there is a trap in there. Inside his base, however, was designed like a typical study room, complete with a computer and TV to get updates on the news in the safety of his secret base, bookshelves filled with books, and even a bed and pantry full of food in case he wanted to stay overnight. He usually went there to do his paperwork when he is traveling around the region. "Virgil! Where are you?" A cute little voice cried out from outside the hotel room. Ash frowned, as he recognized the voice, and rushed out to open the door. Sure enough, an EV was wandering outside along the corridors, calling for her owner, whose name is apparently Virgil. "Where did you come from?" Ash sighed, picking up Virgil's EV, who titled her head. "We should bring her to the receptionist. The owner would probably look for them there," Pakura said. Ash nodded. "You bring her there, then. I got to work on the Dragon Duo case. Of course, he's hell-bent on solving that disappearance case." Pakura inwardly sighed, as she reluctantly took the EV into her arms, watching Ash leave the scene with his Pikachu and Lucario. That did not please the wild EV, however, and Pakura ended up putting Virgil's EV on the ground, and they began making their way to the elevator. Once they got to the lobby, however, there was a young adult frantically asking if they had seen an EV. Virgil's EV let out a happy cry when she saw her trainer. She bounded towards her owner, and jumped into his arms, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. "Thanks for taking care of my EV, oh." Virgil looked up, and seeing Pakura, blushed a bright red. He had to admit that the girl in front of him was extremely beautiful. What was more, he recognized her as one of the PAL Elite Four members, and the current regional princess. Pakura and Sylvian looked at each other, and Virgil wondered what Pokemon Pakura had at her side. With that thought, he took out his national Pokédex, which was one of the prizes he won back in the Virtus Conference. Sylvian, the intertwining Pokemon and an evolved form of EV. Sylvian affectionately wraps its ribbon-like feelers around its trainer's arms as they walk together. It can also send a soothing aura from its ribbon-like feelers to calm fights. The Pokédex read the entry out loud. "She's so beautiful." Eevee was admiring Pakura's Sylvian. "Thank you." Sylvian replied, petting Eevee on the head with one of her feelers. "How did you evolve your Eevee into a Sylvian?" Virgil wanted to know, as judging by his Eevee's expression, he was sure his Eevee wanted to evolve into a Sylvian. He had also watched Sylvian's capabilities in an old Pokevision video where Pakura had given an exhibition performance, and was dazzled by the powerful fairy-type moves that Sylvian was able to use. You have to learn a fairy-type move, and more importantly, your Eevee has to love you very much. Otherwise, she won't be able to evolve into a Sylvian. Pakura replied simply, shifting the wild Eevee so that she was nestled comfortably in her arms. You have to figure out how to evolve your Eevee into a Sylvian yourself to grow as a Pokemon trainer. Otherwise, you don't deserve to win that Virtus Conference 5 years ago. With that, she left the hotel, leaving a determined Virgil, who wanted to prove himself to her that he was worthy of that trophy all those years ago. Philip sat near the lake, playing a game on his 3DS console called Ace Attorney, while his Pokemon were out enjoying the scenery. Earlier, he had been called to the Gamers Paradise headquarters to test out this game before they sell it to the public. Apparently, according to the creators of the said game, the game was made based on real cases, and the people were real too. Philip knew this was true, as the Hunters Associations are affiliated with various organizations all over the world, and that includes the law firm that is stated in the games. He thought it would be nice to meet all those game characters in person one day. Subsequently, he knew that there was already a Pokemon game where the player gets to explore their region and challenge the Pokemon League they're produced in their country, and according to the creators there, most of the players' favorite character in the game was Pakura. Philip shook his head at the thought. Of course, Pakura would be their favorite. After all, she was also the most popular elite member in the PAL region as well. So far, Philip had enjoyed the court battles, though he wished he was able to play as a prosecutor in the trials, as every time he played a case, the defendant always gets a "not guilty" as a verdict. It gets boring after a while. Sigh, we have such a big world out there, sometimes we forget in some countries, there are no Pokemon at all, only animals. Philip thought, as he began the cross-examination, being careful not to get a penalty. And the Kurain channeling technique is such a cool ability. It's like the user is a medium for communication with the dead. How's the game so far? Pachirisu looked over his shoulder into the screen. It's definitely fun. Philip replied, thinking of his next move. I am going to approve of the production in our region once I am done with the game. Although, I won't mind playing as a prosecutor once in a while. I mean, a not guilty verdict for every trial is getting old. Too true. His Mawile walked over to him. So have you imagined yourself playing a role in the game? Well, I guess if the 5 of us were in, Rosalind would be a detective, since she's a crime hunter and all, but I am sure she wants to stand in the courtroom since that is where the main action is, so I'll say she would be a defense attorney. Philip said. How about you? Raichu came over to ask. I guess I'll be the detective, I am not cut out to battle in court. Pakura, on the other hand, would be a prosecutor, and I am sure she would have a perfect win record, even against the other defense attorneys I have played as so far. And Jude? Aegislash decided to join the group discussion. Definitely a defense attorney. I'm sure he'll be a really cool one, as I imagine he would be working in the entertainment industry as well. How about Champion Ash? Emolga asked, flying over to them. Well, I am sure he'll be a prosecutor. Maybe he used to be a defense attorney or something. Philip chuckled nervously. Or would that be Pakura? Being the smartest of the group, Philip had suspected Pakura was keeping things from them, but left it alone because perhaps her mysterious past, nobody knew of her life before she became an Elite Four member, was too painful for her to speak of. Maybe she was just like him, if not worse, in terms of childhood. The ironic thing about the PAL elites is that each one of the members, with the exception of Rosalind, had something happen to them that had left them bitter and possess a dark psychology, which allowed them to become experienced hunters, and in extension, killers. This was one of the reasons why they seemingly isolate themselves from the rest of the other regions, and only revealed themselves when the tournament started because they didn't have a choice. This was also why Pakura dismissed Rosalind as a mere child despite Rosalind actually being older than her, because Rosalind did not know what it is like to have a negative life-changing experience and felt that she was mocking them by thinking all she needed was to win the trainers tournament in order to apply to be a PAL Elite Four member. Philip had sided the leader, agreeing that Rosalind was not cut out to be one of them. Jude on the other hand was hesitant, as he knew that he had a double advantage against Rosalind's type specialty, and asked them to give her another chance. Jude was forced to give in when Rosalind was pitted against Pakura, whose fairy ice types are at a disadvantage against Rosalind's fire, but still lost badly despite her huge advantage. Philip thought at that time, Pakura wanted to kill Rosalind on the spot out of anger, but somehow managed herself, because Rosalind had fervently begged for another chance to prove herself. Pakura must have conceded she saw potential in Rosalind, as she gave her 3 weeks to become a professional hunter. That year, Philip was asked to be one of the examiners of the hunter exam, and he was really surprised at Rosalind being able to harden her heart and burn her opponents to death at the 4th phase of the exam, not bothering giving them a quick one. He almost felt sorry that they had to make Rosalind kill her own innocence and compassion like that just to get the last spot, but then again, no one in the PAL Elite Four is innocent. Pakura had agreed to let her in once Philip had reported back to her of what he observed in the hunter exam. Philip saved his game, closed his console and returned his Pokemon, as he had decided to get a chocolate cone at the ice cream shop at Yelato Town, which was adjacent to Luanto City, which was where the Battle Arena, Battle Tower and the Plaza Hotel were located. He could do with something sweet after the events that had happened today. Jude was at a second-hand shop, looking for a suit that he would wear to an upcoming social event. While many high-class people would turn their noses up at a shop like that, Jude on the other hand liked to explore the shop, as the shop did sell some good-looking suits, and all he needed was to clean and get Pakura to tailor the suit so that he could wear it. Fashion to him is more than buying the most expensive clothes to impress others. Furthermore, not only does the shop sell clothes, they also sold other interesting stuff, such as books. Philip actually got a repair manual from this shop once before, machine parts, which obviously would interest Philip to help with his new invention, and the shop even sold some Yusuke doll sets. Yusuke dolls are one of the most popular toys sold in the PAL region. Jude wondered if he should check the smoothie shop for a nice healthy smoothie, or should he indulge a little and get some sugar energy from the bakery. A snack would do nicely while he does his admin stuff for his shop. But of course, he can do that only after getting the suit and hitting the grooming parlor for some grooming products for his Pokemon. He finally found a navy blue tuxedo that would suit his needs just great, and was about to ask the shopkeeper to get it for him when a voice said, "I never thought you'd come here." Jude jumped and turned, only to sigh in relief when it was Alessa. "Oh, hey Alessa," Jude said dispassionately. "What's up?" While it was true that had known each other before Jude moved to PAL, their relationship is strictly professional per Jude's choice. He didn't exactly want to get to a close relationship with a girl. Besides, he hasn't seen her for years already, ever since he moved to another region, but it was apparent Alessa remembered him. "I'm here to see if I could get a cheaper but usable headphone in here. I was hoping to get a new one since my old one is wearing out," Alessa explained. "According to a magazine, this second-hand shop does sell good stuff. Couldn't you just gone to an electronics shop or something?" Jude said dryly. "Not only are you a supermodel, you also own a Pokemon gym. Doesn't the Unova Pokemon League pay you to run your gym?" "Well, I have moved my gym to another building, and that cost a lot, so I am trying to ration my pay for now," Alessa replied, frowning when she saw Jude roll his eyes. "Okay, if you say so," Jude said shortly. "Not all of us are as rich as you are, Jude," Alessa said, ticked off at the way he was talking to her. "And we certainly didn't have everything handed to us on a silver platter." A heavy silence fell the moment Alessa said those words. Jude was said. How dare she think he had everything handed to him on a silver platter? She was there when the police came to arrest him after his ex-girlfriend betrayed him. He had worked his way to get his position in the PAL Elite. He certainly didn't walk through the back door to be an Elite Four member immediately. He definitely didn't by his occupations as a variety show host and an actor, who can do his own stunts, and running his own shop was not a piece of cake either. Jude also did a lot of work just to secure a job in the Hunters Association. The letter that offered him a modeling job here was a suggestion and a start to his newfound popularity. What right does Alessa have to judge him anyway? She doesn't understand what he'd been through even when they were working together. She doesn't know about the dark psychology of the PAL Elite members, exception being Rosalind, or their champion. True. Jude decided to answer smoothly after a long pause, deciding not to shout at Alessa as they were in a public shop. But then again, if you have bothered to pull your socks up, maybe you would have the letter that would offer you everything on the said silver platter. He raised his voice at the last word, which caused the few patrons to turn and stare at them, wondering what the commotion was about. Jude looked at the staring audience, and shook his head. You won't understand a thing, Alessa. You have to understand that. Oh, never mind, just stay away from me. With that, he left to look for the shopkeeper to get his suit, leaving a hurt Alessa behind, but also leaving her something to think about. If the dragon duo are of draconic origin, the only two place their original hometown would be either Blackthorn City in Johto or the Dragon Village in Unova. Ash thought, sipping his hot cocoa while sitting at one of the library's computers, doing research on the dragon duo. While it is true that the PAL region has Dracoy City, where they worship dragon Pokemon, and even have a dragon clan of their own, it isn't as old as Blackthorn cities. Something about them screams the fact that they are from an old tradition kind of dragon clan, an old tradition like the Blackthorn City Dragon Clan. He gave a thought about their own regional dragon clan, most whom lived in Dracoy City. Most trainers in that city admired great dragon users, such as Champion Lance and the members of the Dragon Duo, and aspired to be like them. Most of the trainers born there also end up being dragon-type specialists, or at least favoring dragon-type Pokemon in their team. The Dragon Clan there seemed to possess a sacred weapon called the Dragon Blade located at the shrine. This blade apparently allows the user to cut and absorb their opponent's aura, which is a useful ability. The weapon was around 4 inches long and has a diamond blade sharper than any razor, and it is said that the handle would expand and wrap perfectly around the user's hand when engaged. However, there was a catch. The blade seemed to have a mind of its own and apparently can choose their owner. If someone it disapproves of attempts to wield it, spikes would protrude from the handle of that blade in order to force them to release their grasp. However, the last time Ash had visited them with Pakura, the elders of the clan told them that the dragon blade had been taken years ago, without giving any more details. As much as I like to think the Dragon Duo came from there, I doubt it. Ash thought, deciding to check the list of Blackthorn residents, current and former, first. Not surprising, he saw a lot of them having the D for deceased next to their names, since he had overheard Lance and Claire talking about the massacre of the clan members that happened 6 years ago. The exceptions were Lance, Claire, and 3 other names Ash was sure were the names of children. Wait a minute. Ash counted the number of names listed, and tallied it with the population of Blackthorn City. The number of names were 1 less than the total population of Blackthorn City. In this case, the population includes the deceased and alive members. Somebody must have erased the information of one of the Blackthorn City members. Lucario commented, coming over to see what Ash was doing. Indeed. Ash replied. But it occurred to him that the website he was accessing was the Hunter website, and no one can actually remove information from the website itself without the permission of the Hunters Association. Only the PAL elites can do that without getting their approval, but then again, no one except Philip actually knew how to do that, as it involves some very complicated procedure. Whoever took those information away must have been a hacker hunter. Ash deduced. Or at least they are a hunter with Philip's caliber. How else can they remove information from a Hunter website? We got to find out whose information was removed, and why the person would remove it. Pikachu said. I have a feeling whoever removed it is connected to the mysteries somehow. If what you say is true, Pikachu, then that means whoever is causing these has a connection to Blackthorn City. Ash said. At least we are one small step closer to the identity of our culprit now. You're not doing your hair again, are you? Max was watching Dawn comb her hair at the dressing table in her room she shared with Misty, May and Iris. Misty and Iris were out with Brock, Sylvan and Trip, probably buying some takeout for them or looking for something to cheer Max up. He had woken up from his nightmare a few hours ago, and he was still somewhat shaken by them. If you keep that up, your hair is going to fall out. Go away, Max. May replied. What do you know about having beautiful hair? Well, I'm right about it falling out. Max replied. Look at your comb. Dawn did, and shrieked as she saw tangles of hair at the teeth of the comb. Oh no. Dawn cried. What do I do? Get a hair transplant. Max replied, laughing at his own sick joke. May frowned, thinking the nightmares must have messed with Max's head. I think the comb is too old. May said to Dawn. Let's go out and get a new one. Dawn nodded, and they prepared to go explore the shops to find a new comb. Max tagged along with them, making sarcastic remarks all the way, which Dawn and May had learned to tune out. Dawn may have spent her allowance on burgers and movies, but she made sure she saved enough to buy beauty products, which means she certainly can afford a new comb. Hey, why don't we check that out? May pointed to a shop that had caught her eye. Judging by the fact that the signboard was decorated with pictures of beautiful women and some products such as lipstick and perfume, it must be a beauty shop. Dawn nodded in agreement, and they entered the beauty parlor, admiring the various products on sale. Max wrinkled his nose in annoyance, but followed them in. "Look, this is just what we need," May pointed out. It was a beautiful pink comb with little silver studs along the side. The studs sparkled in the shop lights like diamonds. "Wonder if I would be able to afford that." Dawn trailed off when a girl with flowing red hair and doe-brown eyes entered the shop with an espion. Before anyone could react, she went up to the shelf where the beautiful pink comb was displayed, took the comb from the display, and proceeded to go to the cashier to pay for the item. Dawn was infuriated. How dare the girl just show up and take the very same comb she had her eye on? That comb was hers. She stormed up to the girl, and rudely hit her on the shoulder hard. The disguised dragon princess was surprised at being hit, and turned to face a livid Dawn. The dragon princess had decided to disguise herself with an illusion and go to town as she needed more ingredients to make meals so she can eat at the cave, and groceries to stock up her pantry. Furthermore, she had needed a new comb as she accidentally broke her old one back at the cave, and she didn't have any spare ones, which was why she decided to make her way to the beauty shop while she was at it. "Can I help you?" the dragon princess asked, taking Dawn's hand off her shoulder. As she did, she activated her psychometry ability, allowing her to see into Dawn's memories. She saw flashes of Dawn, alongside the girl and the boy with him and a few others, talking bad about a boy named Ash and planning to tell him to stop his worthless dreams, killing his mother and burning her house, and later framing Ash himself, jeering at him as he basked in despair, before he somehow escaped using teleportation. Before the dragon princess could even clearly register the memories she had gleaned from Dawn, Dawn replied, "Yes, you can. Hand over that comb. I saw it first, so it's mine." May was glaring at the girl, while Max looked her up and down, before deciding Pakura was more beautiful. "This?" The dragon princess looked at the comb. "Well, you see I need it because my only comb was broken and dash." "I don't want to hear your excuses." Dawn interrupted. "Give that comb here." May and Max decided to intervene by walking towards her with a menacing look in their faces. Espion saw this, and his eyes glowed blue, and the three of them were first surrounded by the blue glow and then floated into the air. "Hey, what the?" Max shouted. "Put us down." "Oh, I'm sorry." The dragon princess mock apologized. "My espion is really protective of me. When he saw you were about to attack, he used psychic to prevent you from reaching me." "What is going on here?" The saleslady apparently heard the commotion and went over to check. Beside her was a Gardevoir, though the dragon princess noted that the Gardevoir was male and he doesn't have a mega stone like hers. "She was trying to take the comb that I saw first. It was supposed to be mine." Dawn pointed at the dragon princess while still being afloat. "Now she is using her espion to attack us with psychic. I'll know the truth soon enough." The saleslady replied, and nodded to Gardevoir, who read all their minds as to what had happened. When Gardevoir opened his eyes, he shook his head at the saleslady, indicating the three were lying, and the psychic was self-defense on Espion's own part. "How dare you three lie to me?" The saleslady glared at the three of them. "I do not tolerate people claiming an unsold property as their own, as shops always have the policy of first come, first served. I do not tolerate your kind in here. Would you like the honor of throwing the trash out?" She turned to the dragon princess. The dragon princess nodded to her espion, and her espion promptly threw them out, slamming the shop door in their faces. "Ouch, how dare she treat her customers this way?" Dawn rubbed her hip, as that was where she landed when Espion threw her to the ground. "Yeah, I'm going to my dad and suing her. As the gym leader, I'm sure he would have enough influence to fire that saleslady." May said. "Come on, now I know the kind of scum that shops here, we'll do better at another shop." Meanwhile, The saleslady apologized for the trouble that her customers had caused the Dragon Princess, and she dismissed it. As an apology, the saleslady insisted that she took a whole hamper of beauty products and cosmetics for free. "I can't do that," the Dragon Princess said. "You have a business to run." "Oh, don't worry about that," the saleslady chirped happily. "Aquamarine Alexandrite, Princess Pakura's personal stylist, uses most of my products and cosmetics for Princess Pakura's prep, well, alongside other brands, of course. She needs the variety. She pays me a lot for those items, and the amount she pays me, it's enough for me to buy a nice apartment in this region." "Okay, that if you say so." The Dragon Princess reluctantly accepted the free hamper, and walked out of the shop with them along with her new comb. "Have no heart to tell her you actually don't use makeup?" Espion laughed. "Maybe I can take some of them, such as a lip balm, lotion, or perfume if I can. It can't hurt taking the shampoos and soaps either, considering it's a necessity. The rest I'll just send anonymously to Aquamarine Style." The saleslady did say that Aquamarine uses them when preparing Pakura anyway. The Dragon Princess replied. Still, that was awfully nice of her. But she trailed off. "What's wrong?" Espion asked. "I'll tell you when we get back to the cave," the Dragon Princess replied. "Can we help you?" Diantha asked a woman that had just stepped out of the elevator into their quarters. "You are needed in the Hunters Association headquarters." Apparently one of the regional champions requested an audience with Chairman William, and he decided to call all the champions for a meeting. The topic of meeting depends on the champion that requested an audience. "I'm just here to escort you. Please follow me," the woman replied. Diantha nodded, as she followed the woman into the elevator. Diantha decided to make small talk with the woman. "Your region really gives the best accommodations to guests. We may be the richest, but with this comes danger," the woman replied. "Many Pokemon poachers seek the Pokemon flocking here to relax, especially the legendaries. All of us believe in protecting our Pokemon like how they would do us if we are in danger. That is why we train to fight, and in order to keep the crime rate low, we are allowed to kill as long as we have a hunter's license." "Does it include the PAL Elite members?" Diantha asked. The woman nodded, as they exited the battle tower. "I can safely say that not only are they elite members, they are also professional hunters, and therefore experienced killers, which makes them extremely dangerous. Our elite members protect our region alongside those working in the Hunters Association." The woman sent out her Gyarados, and beckoned for Diantha to get on, as they are flying to the building, since walking would be quite a hassle due to its distance from the battle tower itself. Diantha admired the view from where she was, as the region looked very beautiful even from up the sky. Diantha noticed a huge white building which had at least 10 stories, which she assumed was where official business was usually conducted. She thought the building would house several offices and departments. The woman noticed her looking in awe and said, "All the workers have their own offices and we do have several meeting rooms in each floor as well. We installed a cafeteria in case they didn't have the time to go out to eat due to their workload. Even our own elite members have their own offices, though they rarely use it." "Who asked for the meeting anyway?" Diantha asked. "Cynthia," the woman replied. Trailing a few steps behind that woman, Diantha tried to collect herself from what the woman had told her so far. She wondered if that was what Philip meant when he said it is best not to associate with him. The woman led her to one of the meeting rooms, which Diantha noticed was high-tech, as it was complete with computerized talking walls, electronic maps showing the movements of various hunters out on a mission, and a giant rectangular table with control panels. There was also a television screen, where it was currently tuned to the PAL newscaster, though it was currently muted. The other regional champions, except Champion Red, were already assembled and seated around the huge table, and no one looked particularly happy. A young man whom Diantha assumed to be William looked up from his files, and said, "Thank you, Aquarius." "Aquarius?" Diantha was puzzled. Oh, the Zodiac member each have a codename that they call each other by, based on the star signs they represent. Ryoko here represents the sign of Aquarius. William explained. Ryoko bowed to the chairman, and said, "I'll take my leave now, Chairman Anderson." With that, she exited the room. "All right," William said, as the door closed. "Sit down, please, Champion Diantha." Diantha took a seat between Lance and Wallace, wondering what was going on, and why would Cynthia ask for an audience with the chairman of the Hunters Association. William got to the point. "I called you all here today because Champion Cynthia had requested an audience with me. I would like your input on this, because apparently it is an international problem, rather than a regional one. Champion Cynthia, your request please." "Chairman William, do you know about the Delia Ketchum murder case 6 years ago?" Cynthia asked. "I have a bad feeling of where this is going." Wallace, Lance and Diantha thought. "Yes, the Hunters Association has heard of this case before, but we didn't really think it was important, considering it doesn't actually involve us." William replied. "Why do you ask?" "I would like for you to assign one of your hunters to capture Ash alive, if possible," Cynthia said calmly. "Our sources believe that he is still in hiding, and is still alive. We believe he is hiding in this region, due to the fact that this region had been isolating itself before the tournament." "Cynthia, did you actually witness the murder yourself?" Lance spoke up. "According to the case file, all you saw was Ash holding his mother with the knife that is the murder weapon. For all you know, she was already dead when he found her and took out the knife from her, and you came in just in time." Cynthia sighed. "I don't want to implicate Ash either, but all evidence points to him. What is more, we have witnesses in the form of Trip, Brock, Misty, May, Max, Dawn, Scylla and Iris. The report started that their testimonies are exactly the same. What more do you want, Lance? A footage of the murder itself? Do you wish to let the faint-hearted be sick before you are satisfied?" Stephen interrupted. "Lance has a point," Wallace said, frowning at his friend. "For all we know, the 8 of them could be conspiring against this Ash boy, and they are lying. I agree if there is one witness, but 8 of them?" Alder was incredulous. "That is why I wish to enlist the Hunters of Pal to capture Ash, so we can deal with him," Cynthia said. Although this broke her heart a little, as she had loved him, she had to do her duties as Sinoa's champion. "There is also something else. The residents of Pallet Town have gone missing 4 years ago, and we believe Ash had kidnapped them. Look, the locals in the Pal region actually do not believe Ash is the murderer, and neither do we." William interrupted. "What is more, where do you think Ash can hide those Pallet Town residents? Maybe he killed them too?" Alder suggested. "If that is so, the bodies of those residents should be found by now, wouldn't you say?" William countered. Stephen opened his mouth, but William interrupted with, "A dead body does float in water, you know. If you are suggesting he dumped the bodies in the sea full of Carvania and Sharpedo, wouldn't be he caught by now?" The champion stayed silent. William had a point. "Besides, if Ash managed to evade you and all the officer Jennies from around the 6 regions all these years, then I don't see how our hunters can do any better, unless you are suggesting we send down Pakura." "Pakura?" Diantha finally spoke up. "Why would you send her? She may not look it, but she is the best assassin in the Pal region. She can track down any of her targets, and she never misses a target she is chasing down. But the problem is, she kills all her targets, so if you want Ash alive to pass down judgment, then you can forget it." William replied. A shudder ran through the people in the room at the implications William has made about their regional princess. "Look, if he is really in our region like you said, I say since this is our region, we have the right to hold a trial for him." William went on. "What's the point of a trial?" Alder asked. "The boy's guilty. There are 8 witnesses to this crime. They saw him stab the knife in his mother's chest, and he tried to kill them too when he saw them. They had to be treated for trauma. A year later, the residents of Pallet Town went missing. I have a feeling they were pretending. Lance thought. I don't believe a boy who would do anything to save his friends and Pokemon would suddenly become a cold-hearted killer. Besides, there is no way he would kidnap his own neighbors. I think it's fair to hear him out in a trial. Diantha said. We going off topic here. Stephen interrupted. The purpose of this meeting was to request for Chairman William to assign a hunter to capture Ash alive. Yeah, that's right. Cynthia agreed. Have you tried looking for him yourselves? Wallace asked. We tried. We even alerted all the Officer Jennies to keep a lookout for him whenever they were sent on a police mission. Cynthia said, her tone taking a serious turn. We couldn't find a trace of him, which makes us believe he is hiding in this region as we had never searched here. Wait, why are you asking? Don't tell me you didn't alert your Officer Jennies. I didn't see a reason to, actually. Stephen admitted. I mean, why would he hide in his own Kanto region? That would be stupid. Neither did I. Wallace added. Lance and Diantha shook their heads, indicating they didn't alert their own Officer Jennies either. Cynthia let out an exasperated sigh. Did the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn and Kalos Regional Pokemon League randomly pick their champions? I think Stephen, Wallace, Lance and Diantha did the right thing in not alerting those Officer Jennies. William said after a long pause. Do you actually want a boy dead? He's only like 20 years old, if he is still alive today. We do not want him dead. Cynthia replied. We want him to be captured alive so he can face punishment for the crime he did, and question him on the whereabouts of his neighbors. Then I think you looked into the wrong place. William said coolly. First of all, we mostly kill our targets. Secondly, we don't believe Ash Ketchum actually killed his mother, or kidnapped his neighbors. Unless you really have proof other than the 8 witnesses whom I think are frauds, then we won't send hunters to hunt the boy down. What? How dare Dash? Alder started, but was quietened with a glare from Cynthia. So what do you propose? Cynthia asked evenly. So let me get this straight, you want to enlist our services to capture Ash Ketchum because he is wanted for the murder of his mother and needed for questioning for those residents in Pallet Town, right? William summarized. Cynthia nodded, her face determined. Okay, then what are your fees? William asked. Remember, since you said he is a dangerous murderer, we classify this mission under S-rank. And if you wish to send our hunters in an S-rank mission, you would have to pay more than 100,000 poke dollars. They are paid that much for a single mission alone. Diantha was surprised. Cynthia weighed her options. While it is true she was paid a lot as Sinnoh's champion, the amount of money that has to be paid for a hunter's services would make a dent in her bank account. Can't say anything. William sounded somewhat smug. Well, then, I'll ask all of you to settle a debate. An alternative to this situation has already been placed on the table, and I would ask you champions to decide. A majority would approve the plan. No one may abstain from the vote. What I propose is that in lieu of finding Ash Ketchum and punishing him immediately, when we find him, we would hear him out instead, and decide on the judgment based on his side of the story. All the 6 champions turned to him. What? Stephen said. We hold a fair trial, with me selecting the defense attorneys and prosecutors to help with the commencing of his trial. Are you joking? Alder asked. No. I should also tell you that if we do hold the trial, it will be known that it was done with your approval, although the individual breakdown of your votes will be kept secret for your own security. William told them. You may cast your votes. No. Cynthia said. We can't let a matricide like this loose in this world. Okay, I admit, it breaks my heart doing this, but it's my duty as a champion to ensure the safety of all trainers. Why not? Lance retorted. It seems very fair to me. We didn't hear his side of the story. I vote yes. So do I. Wallace added. We can't just hand down judgment like this. What kind of champions would we be? That was why I asked for the help of the Hunters Association. Cynthia looked at the rest of them. Alder? I vote no with Cynthia. Alder said. So would Iris if she was here. But she isn't, since she foolishly bet her champion position in a match against Rosalind. Lance reminded him. No. Stephen said. I vote no for our region. But if it's for myself, I'd have voted yes. And it's up to you, Diantha. William turned to the last champion. Diantha weighed her options carefully, thought everything through, and said, I vote yes. Looks like we have a stalemate. William said. It seems to me we need a seventh vote, someone who won't be biased against this. How about Champion Red? Lance suggested. William shook his head. Unfortunately, we cannot choose him, because he was originally from the Kanto region, and he might be biased towards those from his own region. I propose we choose the next person in line. Princess Pakura. Stephen answered. That's right. She was from the Johto region, so she should be fairer in her decision. She won't know the breakdown of the votes, so do not worry about that. Cynthia wondered if Pakura would vote yes just to spite her, but Pakura did not know who Ash is, and judging by what William said, she was pretty bloodthirsty. Perhaps she would vote no just to see blood flowing. Unknown to them, at Cynthia's collar, there was a single piece of confetti attached there. Meanwhile, Pakura was sitting at the riverbank, holding various paper dolls, but specifically tuned into the paper doll of Cynthia, listening to every word said in the meeting. Sylvian and Skitty were picking berries around them for Pakura. Try all you want, Champion Cynthia, but William is on our side. More specifically, Ash's side. And with me having the final vote, we have the chance to prove Ash's innocence. Pakura thought. And I took those Pallet Town residents for a specific reason. Why would I kill them when I need them to clear Ash's name? A few phone calls to the Dracoi City's Dragon Clan, and Ash got some more information on the Dragon Duo themselves. They were most willing to divulge more details on them when they realized just who was calling them, and they were excited that the PAL champion and prince somehow got their residential service number. Apparently, the Dragon Blade used to reside in their own dragon shrine, in a treasure box, but there was this one day where a few people claiming to be officials from the Hunters Association came to the Dragon Shrine to check for any suspicious activity. As they did not do anything wrong, they allowed the officials to check. However, as soon as those officials left, they realized they had stolen the treasure chest that contained the Dragon Blade. At some point, they were visited by both members of the Dragon Duo. When they learned of what happened, they promised to look for the Dragon Blade and return it to its rightful place. The Dragon Blade was returned to them in the said treasure box like promised. However, when the said visit was made to return that weapon, the Dragon Princess was alone, and refused to say anything about the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Princess had silently poured her draconic power into the treasure chest, and poured holy water over it, causing a dragon made out of pure aura to emerge from the blade. The dragon streaked around the shrine, before going through the Dragon Princess, before rising into the sky and turning into a star before their very eyes. The members of the Dragon Clan had the impression that the blade had chosen the Dragon Princess as its wielder, and encouraged her to try and touch the blade. Sure enough, the blade did not protrude out spikes when she touched it, indicating it really chose her. The members of the clan did not interfere when she decided to take it with her in the end because the Dragon Blade had chosen her to be its owner, and they cannot argue with the blade's decision. They also stated that barely a day after it happened, the Dragon Princess vanished, leaving a note behind. Ash made a mental note to check the old newspapers, as it's most likely they posted the note in an article or something. But it is known that the Dragon Duo is inseparable. They do practically everything together. But if the Dragon Princess had shown up alone at that time, it means something did happen to the Dragon Prince. Ash thought. So the Dragon Prince actually vanished first, and the Dragon Princess is either in self-imposed exile or she decided to disappear along with him. She must have loved him a lot if she actually gave up her position as the regional ruler to look for him. Just then, the phone in the sitting room rang, and Ash went over to answer. Pikachu and Lucario watched him curiously. "Hello," Ash said. "Hello Prince Red, is Princess Pakura around?" It was William. "I would like to speak to her." "No, she isn't." Ash trailed off as the elevator dinged, and Pakura stepped into the quarters. "It's for you," Ash said, passing the phone to Pakura. "Yes, Chairman William," Pakura said. "So it was a tie in the votes. What do you want me to do?" "The final vote goes to me." "Why? You want me to give the final vote now?" "Okay, I vote yes." "Thank you, bye." Pakura hung up the phone. "What was that about?" Ash asked. "Oh yeah, I got to tell you something. I had eavesdropped on the regional champions meeting with my ability, and I heard a lot of interesting things." Pakura said. "Tell me everything, right from the beginning." Ash replied, interested to hear what Pakura got. Pakura obliged, and began telling what happened during the meeting, not leaving one single detail. She didn't even omit what made William decide to hold the meeting. When she was done, Ash was thoughtful. "I see, Cynthia still doesn't believe I didn't do it, huh?" Pakura rolled her eyes. "Obviously. She thought you were guilty because she saw you holding your mother's body and the knife, and bam." Pakura snapped her fingers. "She assumed the worst. That was because she was influenced by the traitors." Ash answered, trying to defend her, but sounded unsure. Pakura immediately pounced on his timorous tone. No, she clearly stated that she did it as Sinnoh's champion. It's clear she values her title more than her so-called love for you." Pakura retorted. "Oh, what do you know about love, Paku?" Ash said cynically. "Do you love me or something?" "I do, actually," Pakura admitted. Ash looked at her incredulously. "What? Like a little brother?" Pakura hastily added, when she realized what she had just said. "Well, see you later." With that, she retreated to her room with her Pokémon. Ash sighed. Just as he thought, Pakura is ignorant when it comes to romantic love. Quite the contrary, I think she knows the best when it comes to romance. Lucario said, as if he had read his mind. "What makes you say that?" Ash asked. "If you actually observed." "Carefully, Ash, she has an engagement ring on her left ring finger. It means Pakura is already engaged to someone." Pikachu sighed. "But how come she never introduced her fiancé to us?" Ash wondered. "That's the question of the day, isn't it?" Lucario shrugged. "Another question, another mystery. Does the fact that Pakura didn't introduce her fiancé to them have something to do with the mysteries in general, or even the disappearance of the dragon duo?" Meanwhile, Pakura closed the door, sighing in relief. Why did she just slip that out in front of him? For Arcea's sake, he was still chasing the Sinnoh champion. What is it that Cynthia has that she doesn't? Sure, she is the most beautiful regional champion, and is also very popular among fans, but so is. Pakura stopped this train of thought, suddenly realizing that she was comparing herself with Cynthia. "You might as well prepare to go to Aquamarine style to prep yourself for the battle rounds of the contest." Shiki's voice interrupted her. Pakura jumped slightly, only to see Shiki sitting on her bed. "Oh, hi, Shiki." Pakura sighed. Shiki gave what seemed to be a sympathetic smile. Look at the bright side. At least he would get a trial, and he sounded unsure when he was talking about Cynthia. Pakura nodded, as Shiki had a point. "Oh no!" a voice cried from the other side of the connecting door. Pakura rolled her eyes, but decided to check on Rosalind. When she entered the room, Rosalind was staring at her burnt dress at the ironing board. It was clear she was trying to iron one of her dresses for her dinner with Siebold, but apparently burnt it by accident. Pakura recognized the burnt dress as one of the ones that she had worn to a disco during the time where they celebrated the fact that she was taken off probation, and became an official elite member. "Prefer skirts and shirts, don't you?" Pakura called out, which made Rosalind jump. Yeah. Rosalind said sheepishly. "I wanted to look nice for tonight, so I thought I'd go with a dress, but it was a bit wrinkled, which is why I am ironing it, but alas." Pakura looked down at the soot on Rosalind's hands. "Go wash up," Pakura said curtly, and Rosalind hastily obeyed, going to the bathroom to scrub off the soot and sweat she got from her failed attempt at ironing her clothes. When she came out, to her surprise, Pakura had laid out one of her own stunning dresses for her. It was one of the more adorable ones, being in a soft pink color with white lace decorating the hem and the slightly puffy sleeves. Pakura even provided a pair of pink sequined low heels that had a pink bow on each shoe. Rosalind turned to look at Pakura, as if to ask if she was sure she would lend one of her outfits to her for her date, only to be met with a look that clearly stated not to ask. As Rosalind dressed in the clothes and wore the shoes, which was comfortable due to the fact that inside was made of satin, Pakura was behind her, helping her tie the white ribbon that was part of the outfit, which made Rosalind look very cute no matter what angle someone views her from, even behind is no exception. Pakura made her sit at the dressing table as she combed her hair back, and made it stay in place by putting a pink headband that had a pink ribbon glued to another ribbon that had dark brown polka dots on it attached to the headband itself. Rosalind gasped at herself in the mirror. Siebold would feel like a pedophile once he sees her. "Thanks, Pakura," Rosalind chirped, as Pakura straightened her heart-shaped necklace. "Take this, you worthless thing." Pakura tossed her a brown handbag that was shaped like the head of a shiny buneri, and left Rosalind alone to pack what she needed in her handbag. "She's cheap enough to accept your old dresses for a date, huh?" Shiki asked. "I did outgrow those adorable dresses," Pakura replied. "And it seemed to fit her, since everyone thinks she's cute." "Why does she need to dress up tonight, anyway?" Shiki inquired. "She's going on a date," Pakura replied. "That girl acts as if she deserves everything she is having right now. I don't even know why I let that idiot in the first place. I don't know why you even bother giving her a chance. Way she acts so cheerful, you would think she thought she deserved it." Shiki sounded disgusted. "Yeah, I don't who she thinks she is. When she applied, her psychic powers are atrocious. I practically invented that version of her by letting her in the PAL Elite Four and agreeing to train her." Pakura spat. "Never mind, I'm going to go to Aquamarine style. I need to get ready for the battle rounds of the contest. Well, whoever the Dragon Prince is, he must have originated from Blackthorn City. Why else would the information be erased? I'm ready to bet that the profile that was removed was that of the Dragon Prince," Ash said, sighing. It looked like he had to scrounge the old newspapers in the library for a clue as to who the Dragon Prince was. As Luanto City's library contained all the newspapers that is dated as far as the year PAL region was created, it is going to be a long and dreary chore indeed. "Okay, you need to relax," Pikachu said. "Yeah, enough information gathering for one day. Why don't we go and watch Pakura in her contest? Manafi is looking forward to it," Lucario suggested. Ash shrugged, as it couldn't hurt. He went to his room to place his case file and for a quick shower, before dressing in casual jeans and an azure shirt, complete with a black vest. When he checked if he didn't miss anything, including his egg case, he took the elevator to the lobby and made his way to the contest hall. Instead of making his way to the performance stage, which can be changed to a battlefield in the case of contest battles, he made his way towards Pakura's dressing room, where he saw the latter sitting at the dressing table straightening her pale pink gown. A fancy diamond necklace replaced her mega charm, and her key stone was now in the form of pretty white pearl bracelet with a tiara charm hanging from it. The tiara charm currently contained her key stone. Her Sylvian and Skitty were admiring their owner. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Pikachu asked. Ash nodded. "Yeah. She isn't our region's beauty queen for nothing. Frankly speaking, he would have gone for her, if not for the fact that she did have a fiancé, albeit he had only found out earlier today, and he was still hoping to get Cynthia. Are you sure? A voice in his head asked. Surprisingly, the voice sounded like Pakura. Ash stayed silent, not very sure of what he actually wanted. Pakura saw Ash's reflection behind her and said, "So, you came to watch?" "Well, nearly half of us are involved in the event. What champion would I be if I don't show my support?" Ash replied, walking in, and sitting on a stool next to her, placing the egg case down next to him. In reality, while he did come to see Jude and Pakura, he was mainly interested in the combination moves Pakura would come up with, as she was scheduled to have an exhibition contest battle against either Wallace or Fantina. Ash had to admit that her performances were the most beautiful that he had ever seen, and he did watch contest appeals and their battles during his journey as an ordinary trainer. He was only introduced to Pokemon showcases when he traveled to Kalos, but still thought Pakura was the best performer he had ever seen, a sentiment that the citizens of Kalos agreed to, and bemoaned the fact that she gave up her Kalos Queen title all those years ago to try and achieve something bigger. You might want to know this. The PAL region is going to organize a cooking contest tomorrow afternoon. Pakura informed him. She had overheard this from Silan via her ability to listen in to conversations. Silan is going to participate in it, and apparently, the judges consist of world-famous chefs. The winner, of course, gets an apprenticeship under the chef of his or her choosing, a large sum of prize money, a coupon giving the permission of the user a free 1-year supply of food from a gourmet restaurant of his choice. Silan thinks this would enhance his A-class connoisseur reputation. Just then, a woman called for Pakura to get ready, as the event would start soon, and Pakura stood up. "Well, love you. Bye." She kissed her hand, and blew. Ash shook his head, but returned her gesture in kind, as she gracefully left her dressing room. A cooking contest, huh? Ash grinned, as his head began to plan a sabotage that involved Silan. If he played his cards right, he might even be able to defame Silan, and perhaps strip him of his connoisseur license. "Welcome, everyone, to the battle rounds of the PAL contest," Jude announced, as everyone cheered. And after careful evaluation from over 300 coordinators who participated in the appeal rounds, the judges have finally narrowed it down to 32 participants, which is no easy feat. Finally, here we are, with the 32 participants waiting in the dressing room for their turn to battle. Coordinators, say hello to your fans. The audience screamed as the screens showed the 32 participants at the dressing room waving through the camera at the crowd. Ash got a seat in the front row, and just as he settled down with Lucario carrying his egg case, a pokeball opened, and out came Manaphy, who settled nicely on his lap. "I can't wait to see Mama battle," Manaphy said excitedly. "Me too, Manaphy." Ash petted him on his head affectionately. So, to kickstart the battle rounds, Princess Pakura would have an exhibition battle against one of her fellow judges. To decide who gets to battle her, a coin would be flipped. "Heads or tails?" Jude asked the two judges. "Tails," Wallace said. "Heads," Fantina replied. "All right, here we go." Jude flipped a coin, and slapped it on the back of his hand. He removed his hand, which turned out to be heads. So leader Fantina would have the right to participate in the exhibition match alongside Princess Pakura. Jude declared. "Oh, man." Wallace groaned, somewhat disappointed. "Don't worry, Champion Wallace. If I get a word in, maybe you can participate in a closing exhibition match or something." Pakura muttered, which caused laughter among the audience. "Great idea." Wallace managed a smile. "Would the two ladies please make your way to the center? I hope to get a great battle, Mademoiselle Pakura," Fantina said in her French accent. "Me too, Leader Fantina," Pakura replied shortly, as they took their places at the opposite side of each other. "Ladies, send out your Pokemon, please. AI Choices, Mismagius and Drifblim." Battle position, Vu plate. Fantina threw 2 of her Pokeballs, which flew high into the air. One of the Pokeballs opened with a towering cloud of black smoke, and another opened with purple flower petals that looked somewhat ominous. When the effects combined, it looked like the flower petal were dancing around the smoke. The first Pokeball opened to reveal Drifblim, and the other opened to reveal Mismagius. Lapras and Aromatisse, time to shine. Pakura threw 2 Pokeballs as well, and one opened with many blue bubbles, while another opened with a barrage of pink flower petals. The pink flower petals went into the bubbles, making a pretty display, before exploding into pink and blue sparkles, revealing the 2 Pokémon, Lapras and Aromatisse. 5 minutes on the clock, and battle begin. Jude announced. You may make your first move. Pakura offered. Alright, Mismagius, Shadow Ball, and Drifblim, use Thunderbolt. Fantina started off. Too easy. Lapras, use Ice Shard to intercept Shadow Ball, and before Thunderbolt hits the Shadow Ball, counter with Disarming Voice, Aromatisse. The Ice Shard destroyed the Shadow Ball, and went on to hit Mismagius before it can even dodge using Levitate, and meanwhile, the Thunderbolt was stopped by Disarming Voice, before going around the Disarming Voice to electrify the move, and making Disarming Voice look even more spectacular. The fusion move managed to hit Drifblim, causing damage. In this instant, Fantina lost some points. Not bad, mademoiselle. Fantina complimented. Thanks. Aromatisse, Moonblast. Lapras, Signal Beam. Pakura commanded. The Moonblast and Signal Beam fused together, and the colorful Signal Beam surrounded the beautiful pink Moonblast, making it a very pretty move indeed. Fantina lost more points, but she wasn't about to give up yet. Send them back with a double Psychic. Fantina countered. I know you would do that. Aromatisse, Fairy Wind. Lapras, Icy Wind. The 2 moves fused together to form a sparkly wind that contained blue and pink sparkles that hit the 2 Ghost-type Pokémon. When the moves hit, the 2 Pokémon were shivering and trying to withstand the move. Due to this, their Psychic were deactivated, and the previous fusion move went on to his the 2 Pokémon, causing a colorful explosion. She's fast. Fantina thought. She can react instantly to the moves I call out, as if she doesn't need to think, and call out a move before I can even blink. No wonder she is a legendary coordinator. We have 3 minutes left on the clock. Jude announced. Sure enough, the timer reached 3 o'clock and is still counting down. Fantina had lost almost half her points, while Pakura still hasn't lost any. Never give up, never surrender. Fantina declared. Drifblim, use Gust. Mismagius, Thunderbolt, and follow it up with Psychic. Nice work. She is trying to power up the fusion move with Psychic. Pakura thought. Lapras, counter that Thunderbolt with your own Thunderbolt. Aromatisse, use Energy Ball, and then use Psychic. The 2 Thunderbolt moves clashed with each other and exploded, causing the both of them to lose a little bit of points, while Aromatisse managed to turn Gust from a dull gray to a beautiful glowing green with her Energy Ball, and used Psychic to hurl it towards the 2 Ghost-type Pokémon. Fantina lost a few more points for the fusion move. Mismagius, counter the move using Psywave. Lapras, slow it down with Hyper Voice, and Aromatisse, use Disable. Pakura countered. The Hyper Voice managed to slow Psywave down, but at the price of the fusion move being destroyed by the Hyper Voice. However, since the Sparkles is making Aromatisse shine, Pakura didn't lose more points. The Disable also prevented Mismagius from using Psywave again. Drifblim, help out with acrobatics. Fantina called out. Pakura's eyes followed the erratic movement of Drifblim. Drifblim may be fast, but her eyes are trained to catch every movement. How else would she be able to plan a counterattack? Lapras, use Mist. Lapras obeyed, and opened its mouth and produced a thick white cloud to cover the entire battlefield. The 2 Ghost-type Pokémon were looking around for their opponents. Now, Aromatis. Use Dazzling Gleam to your left. Lapras, Water Pulse. Pakura commanded. The Dazzling Gleam assaulted the evasive Mismagius. The Dazzling Gleam also made the following Water Pulse attack to shine in a brilliant light, causing Fantina to lose points. Mismagius, Driftblim, Ominous Wind. The ominous wind blew away the mist, making the battlefield clear once more. Mismagius, use Aerial Ace. Driftblim, Giga Impact. The Aerial Ace and Giga Impact combined, making the fusion move shine in the contest hall lights. Lapras, use Dragon Pulse. Aromatis, use Flash Cannon. The Dragon Pulse glowed in a silver light thanks to Flash Cannon, and Aromatis made use of Flash Cannon to propel the fusion attack to meet Fantina's fusing move head-on. The two attacks clashed, causing a bright flash of light that everyone had to shield their eyes from. Time. Jude called out. And the winner of the exhibition match is. At that point, everyone looked at the scoreboard. Fantina had a quarter of her points left, while Pakura only lost a few, judging by the looks of it. It's Princess Pakura. Jude announced, and everyone cheered. Fantina and Pakura walked to the middle to shake hands to congratulate each other for the wonderful battle. Thanks for the battle. I had a lot of fun. Fantina said. I look forward to the day we can have a rematch. Likewise. Pakura replied, and they both returned to their places at the judges' table. Just then, one of Pakura's pokeballs opened, and Eevee appeared on her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Pakura facepalmed at the unexpected turn of events, while everyone else, including Jude and the other two judges, laughed. Mama is amazing. Manafi's eyes were shining at the exhibition contest battle, indicating he was absolutely dazzled by it. I want to perform on stage too. Do you? Ash asked, and Manafi nodded. I'll talk to Paku about it, then. Maybe she can include you in a closing exhibition match or something, or even include you in her exhibition performance at the upcoming Pokemon Showcase. Yay! Manafi cheered. Wow, she hardly lost any points. Pikachu commented. I'm glad I suggested to come down and watch this. Me too. Lucario replied. Pakura is way too fast for Fantina to catch up, being able to react instantly just after the commands left Fantina's mouth, and her Pokemon's moves are speedy as well. Not to mention, she is able to ruin combinations before they are even formed. Well, while both are applying battle skills to the contest battle, Paku has more experience, as Fantina is a gym leader and Paku is an Elite Four member. Ash said, nodding in agreement to Lucario's comment. The results were already decided even before the exhibition match started. I hope Pakura doesn't mind that I borrow her cosmetic case. Philip sighed, as he found the set item on the table of the living room. He looked at his hopeful female Pokemon, and sighed again. Pakura just had to get bored and groom you all for a short few minutes each, and now you want more. He was watching the TV, but his female Pokemon suddenly interrupted him, wanting to be groomed. You can't blame us. Madam shrugged. Girls like us like to keep ourselves clean and pretty. That's right. Raichu agreed. Pakura sure grooms her Pokemon well. She even buys the best grooming products for her Pokemon. Well, your owner isn't a girl, and he certainly doesn't wear makeup. Philip muttered. Besides, didn't you know Pakura can't put makeup on herself to save her life? Not that Pakura needed to put on makeup, because her natural beauty is surreal, but that is the reason why she doesn't put on her own makeup during prep time before an event. Philip frowned at the number of grooming items that Pakura had in the cosmetic case. He knew that this cosmetic case contained grooming products specifically for Pokemon, as Pakura would only buy grooming products for her Pokemon, never for herself. In fact, Philip was ready to bet she never used any of the makeup that was provided in her room. Are you kidding me? He thought, when he saw things such as conditioner, lotion, hairspray, lipstick, nail polish, various compact blushes, powder puff and even perfume among other grooming items. Did it mean that their region somehow invented these products specifically for Pokemon? Oh well, I'll ask her later. Philip thought, as he saw a range of combs and brushes Pakura used to brush her Pokemon's fur. He picked out a snazzy comb with wide teeth that was shaped like a half-moon, and beckoned to Pachirisu, who hopped to his lap. Philip proceeded to remove the tangles Pachirisu may have on her fur, starting from her head. Philip heard Jude's voice in the television, and realized they were showing the replay of the first battle rounds of the Pokemon contest they are hosting, which was opened with the exhibition match between Leader Fantina and their own elite leader Pakura. Wow! I may have known about Pakura's contest prowess, but this is still amazing. Pachirisu admired. She had stopped participating in contests ever since she joined up with Philip's team, as Philip was no coordinator. She can definitely defeat Johanna in a contest battle. Who's that? Philip asked. Dawn's mother. I wonder how she is reacting to Dawn's performance in her appeal. Pachirisu sniggered. She won't be pleased for one. Secondly, she did take Pakura's dress after all. Assuming she knew what dress Dawn is going to wear, it's most likely she would ask about the last-minute change of the dress, and who did her hair. Philip replied, just as Rosalind stepped into their quarters, humming some song. How was your date? Philip asked, sparing a glance at her before turning his attention back to the television. We had dinner at his floor, you know. He made the others eat outside, and he took over the kitchen tonight. His dishes are really exquisite, he may be better than the cooks we hire in this tower. Rosalind said. Is he participating in the cooking contest our region is going to host tomorrow? Philip asked. Naturally. Rosalind replied. I took him to my personal gallery, you know, and let him see all my works that I had done. He told me it was definitely a work of art, and asked me if I can paint a painting that screams tragedy. You don't strike me as the type to paint that. Philip said, not even looking at her. I didn't have any inspiration. Rosalind sighed. I thought after all I experienced as a member of the PAL elite, I would be able to, but... Experienced what? Philip said sharply. A real-life tragedy. You had a normal childhood, and you never made a single kill until you took that hunter exam. Also, you had the naive thought that all you needed was to win the trainers' tournament in order to apply to be an elite member. Rosalind stayed silent. I am not saying you are not talented, you are, but I don't know why you chose this region, because the idea that you have back then applies to the Elite Four member in other regions, not ours. Neither do I know why Pakura didn't kill you right then and there when you begged for another chance despite failing 2 tests. Just then, the elevator deposited the other 3 members, who heard what Philip had said. Philip is right. I know you appeal to the PAL locals by being likable, and having that cute charm, and being positive and all, but really, Rosalind, sometimes, you just can't understand that cheerfulness and positivity are not always what a person with a dark psychology needs. Jude said. I know, because I have been through a dark time where I thought everything was lost to me. Lay off her. Pakura said, and everyone looked up in surprise. She brought some light to our team, and she is serious in her position, and does her work well, since she does have 2 stars in her hunter field. She makes a fine PAL elite member, as she does have other talents they can interview her about, but all she lacks is the knowledge of the fact that sometimes too much light can be blinding. Besides, we can count on her to spin us into something wonderful, she does sugarcoat our good points. Yeah, she does think the best of everyone. We can't blame her of not knowing how we feel, as she never experienced them herself, and while she is psychic, she doesn't have the ability to sense emotions like the Dragon Princess did. Ash added. At everyone's, how did you know, look, Ash elaborated, according to the file I got from William, the Dragon Princess was well known for that ability. Rosalind nodded, as she knew she still had a long way to go to get their full acknowledgement of her being a member of the PAL Elite, despite her being named an official member a year before Ash became the league champion, and it seemed they had accepted Ash quicker due to the fact that he was able to empathize with them. Don't worry, you'll understand one day. Jude said reassuringly. But what did Pakura go through to be able to claim herself to have gone through a dark time? Rosalind thought, knowing Pakura's life before she became a PAL Elite member was unknown. So, are you using Pakura's products to groom your Pokemon? Jude asked, looking at her cosmetic case on the floor. Philip looked sheepish, as he rubbed the back of his head. Pakura shook her head in exasperation, but said, well, whoever wants to be groomed line up please. Ash had to stifle a laugh at the long line that was in front of Pakura. The Dragon Princess clasped the flask of tea she had made even though the warmth from the tea has long since leached into the cold air that was radiating from the hidden compartment located at the left side of her cave. Are you going to strike at them? Gothitelle asked. No, not yet. The Dragon Princess replied. I need to think of a good way to strike down that psychic elite, because she would be the first one I would target. I cannot just go in and physically attack her, because we all know she is a far-range combatant. The better way would be to beat her at her own game. Psychic power. Chimecho echoed. That's right. The Dragon Princess nodded. Also, she would think she has the advantage as she controls the element of fire, while I control ice. What she doesn't know is that my ice can resist heat. That would also cause another psychological blow. I need to find a good time to strike her, and when she would be alone. She apparently found a new male companion in the form of that Kalos elite member Seabold. Are you targeting her because she is the weakest? Espion asked. No, I am targeting her first because she needs to be taught a lesson. I don't know where she got the idea that she is competent and fit to be a PAL elite member at that time. Now she has it all, respect, power, and most importantly, the love of her family and a potential romantic relationship. She certainly doesn't deserve my respect. She's like, oh, I am a normal girl with a normal childhood, but I am born with psychic powers, so I think I am fit to be a PAL elite member, and since I failed 2 tests, I am going to be stubborn and make those PAL elites give in to my demand of another chance to become a PAL elite member until I can get in. The Dragon Princess was spitting mad. How dare this girl just waltz in and ruin the image she and the Dragon Prince created of the PAL elite for? If this is revealed to the public, her popularity would fall. To an extent, the other elite members' popularity may fall as well, because everyone would see them as favoring their applicants. Latios muttered. Wait, that's it. The Dragon Princess snapped her fingers. Change of plans, it looks like I'll strike sooner than later. After that, I'll bide my time and wait for the right time to get my revenge on Rosalind. You don't mean? Dragalge said. Yes, I mean it. The Dragon Princess replied, and rummaged one of the boxes for evidence. Makoto won't publish anything unless it's the truth, but if I send evidence in, along with the fact that I'll pour in some mind control, he will be forced to publish the article. She wrote a letter, and wrapped the evidence in a package, making sure to write the address of the company and the name of the recipient, before disguising herself, and making her way towards a telephone booth. The Dragon Princess dialed a number, and waited. Hello, Pierce International Postal Service. A female voice said. How may we help you? Hello, can I have a postman, preferably Tenma, to come down to Luanto City to post a package for the PAL Times Publishing Company? Sure, where are you now? The voice replied. I'm currently at the telephone booth located somewhere near the Plaza Hotel. I'm in a hurry now, so I would leave the money below the package. Tell the postman to keep the change as a tip. Okay, I'll inform him. The woman said. Thank you. With that, the Dragon Princess hung up. Let's see how she gets out of that mess. The Dragon Princess smirked. Ash brought his egg to the rooftop, thinking the egg might like some fresh air of its own. At night, the view of the city is spectacular, as the building lights twinkled like a vast amount of Volbeat and Illumise. With the bright lights, one could see to the garden below. Ash noticed a silhouette, black against the lights that shone endlessly in their region. The person seemed to sense Ash, and she turned, and beckoned him to come closer. You really should be getting some rest. Pakura said, as they watched some couples taking a walk, and probably whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. I figured I'd take my egg out for some fresh air. The night air's sweet, isn't it? Ash replied. Pakura nodded. It's also a good place to reflect on things. Yeah. Ash agreed, and fell silent. After a long silence, Pakura broke it. Thinking about what? Your mother. Ash shook his head. More like how all of us have one thing in common. We have something dark happen to us that allowed us to become experienced killers without even thinking, except Rosalind, of course. Why did you let her in anyway? I know you normally won't let someone like her in. Of course, I didn't actually tell him what happened when Rosalind applied. Pakura thought. Knowing his current personality, he'd flip if he finds out just what happened. I'm not doubting your choice, Paku. Ash said. But Rosalind, she only kills when she is forced to. I have looked over the missions that she had completed, and she only kills when William specifically said kill. Other than that, even if they escaped, she tried to chase and capture them alive. What? Pakura was somewhat shocked and livid. What is Rosalind thinking? When she was inducted into the elite, she swore she would kill if something goes wrong. And targets escaping is categorized under something wrong. How did you know? I read her case files. Ash answered. I sometimes get bored and read old stuff, for amusement. You really took after me for that one. Pakura thought. I think Rosalind thinks you're mad at her because she joined the elite. Ash remarked. I'm not mad at her. I'm worried about her. I think she is unaware how much of a double-edged sword being a member of this region's Pokemon League is, and only comes here for the prestige it would give her. She's going to have a total meltdown if she finds out, because unlike us, she won't be used to it. She's raised in a loving family, and her bullies are nothing compared to what Philip went through. And who's going to have to take care of her? Me. Pakura sighed in exasperation. So why even let her in? Ash asked. It's complicated to explain. The thing is that it should be one of the members of the dragon duo. At least they are much more competent in the psychic part than Rosalind, and they are not born with psychic powers. Not only that, their dragon mastery is undefeated, and they even had this region under their leadership, but they went missing. Pakura explained. Then again, they fight as a duo, so maybe they would both be in the Elite Four, making it an Elite 5 or something, but when they reach the dragon duo, it'd be a double battle. Ash nodded, as Pakura had a point there. Do you know why I ask? Because they would be the ones to take over us should something happen to us. Not that anything would happen, but the running of the region is the most important. And I don't think Rosalind is cut out for this. She's too soft, for one. Although she has been an elite for a year longer than I became champion, I don't think she knows what it actually means to become a part of this region's elite. I agree, actually. Pakura replied, just as Ash's egg glowed, signaling it was going to hatch. Hey, my egg's going to hatch soon. Ash looked at the gray egg, somewhat excited. I wonder what it is going to hatch into. Then, he stifled a yawn under his hand. Go to bed, said an undeceived Pakura. Maybe it'll hatch tomorrow or something. Well, see you tomorrow. Ash replied, as he left the rooftop. Ash burrowed down under his covers, not even bothering to change into his nightclothes, and drifted off into dreamland. Ash found himself in a place he recognized as the Dragon Shrine. Looking around, it looked like he was alone. There were 10 adults who were performing some ritual involving something in a treasure chest, when a voice, seemingly outside, said, Latia's, Dragon Pulse. The door burst open, revealing a silhouette, who entered the Dragon Shrine, a Latias following her. Ash noted that the Latias was wearing a mega stone. How dare you intrude on? A woman started, before she trailed off. Do we know you? Do you know me? The voice mimicked the woman mockingly. Maybe, maybe not. Should I even answer that? You're intruding into Blackthorn City's sacred territory. A man said, standing up as he readied his pokeball. Leave quietly, or we'll use force. I am here for something that rightfully belongs to PAL Region's Dracoy City, which was stolen by your so-called famous Dragon Clan members. The girl said coldly. What thing? Another man sneered. That item is ours, and it always has been. It's been in our Dragon Clan for generations. Yeah. Another woman backed the man. And where did you get that Latias? She demanded, wanting to catch one for herself. Especially one that can mega evolve. Not telling. The girls sounded bored. Well then, we'll just take that Latias from you by force, since a brat like you doesn't deserve owning her. Another man said greedily. And maybe take your keystone as well. Not only are you filthy scum that ruins innocent people's lives for your own reputation, you are also big, fat liars and greedy pigs. The girl spat. Anyway, too bad you all won't last long. You're the last ones after all. The girl took out another pokeball, and revealed a Latios, wearing a mega stone as well, which served to fuel their greed. The adults themselves summoned their dragon Pokemon, and commanded them to get the girl and her Pokemon. Latias, Latios, if you please. The girl said in a bored tone. The Ian duo easily beaten the adults' dragon Pokemon to a pulp. While the adults were staring in shock at their Pokemon, the silhouette took out a laser gun, and aimed the lasers at their chests. 3 of them managed to avoid them in time. We need to contact Lance and Claire. They are the only ones who can dash. The first one was cut off when his throat was slit by the girl with what seemed to be an icicle that covered her hand, an ice sword. The second one gasped, but took out her poke gear, but the girl froze the poke gear and shattered it. The third one crawled under the table, cowering under the girl's frightening actions. Latias, Latios, use Psychic. The girl commanded, and the remaining 2 alive members lifted into the air. The girl walked up to the 2 of them, and made sure they looked into her eyes, which was hidden by her fringe. It's too bad it didn't occur to you I was born with the gift. The gift to improve in dragon training with every battle I get into. Surely you know that every generation, one member of the Dragon Clan is born with this gift? The girl asked, sneering. One of the members, who was a woman, nodded in fear. The second one gasped. Don't tell me. The girl grinned. Yes, in this generation, I got the gift, along with the enhanced intelligence that came with it. Lance and Claire won't be able to hold a candle to me. The woman groaned. So no wonder their generation didn't seem to have anyone with that gift, because you already had it. Yes, you get it. The girl said in a falsely cheerful tone. Now, I hope you rot in the distortion world, for ruining so many people's lives to keep your reputation as the pure Dragon Clan. But in reality, your blood is the filthiest of the filth. With that, she ripped the woman's heart out with her own hand, and crushed the still beating heart, leaving the woman quivering and twitching on the ground when Latias released her psychic. The other struggled against Latios' psychic, and the girl proceeded to decapitate him. Good job, Latias, Latios. The girl praised, and they grunted in happiness at the praise, as she returned them. The girl proceeded to take the treasure box and their pokeballs, and escaped towards the edge of Blackthorn City. Let's see what I can do with my new powers. An aura surrounded her, and when she spread her arms, it started snowing all over Blackthorn, and the snow got harsher and harsher, until it became a blizzard with strong winds blowing. No one can hope to go out in this weather. For what they have done, they will suffer for eternity. The girl muttered, before teleporting away. Ash opened his eyes, and panted. He dimly realized that there was a warm furball on his chest. He rubbed his eyes to see a small, bipedal, feline Pokemon. Its fur is mussed and a pale gray color with the exception of its ears, which are cream-rimmed, and its paws, which have short cream socks. It also has a small, fluffy, slightly curled tail. When the furball opened its eyes, it was revealed to have wide, annular lilac eyes with darker purple pupils. "Daddy!" the Esper said cutely. Judging by the voice, Ash knew this Esper was female. "How did you get out of the egg case?" Ash asked. "Psychic," Esper said happily, and nuzzled her head against Ash's chest. "What shall we do today?" Esper. Ash said exasperatedly. "It's only." He checked the alarm clock next to him, 4:17 a.m. "But okay, we'll go outside and spend some time, but let me sleep after that." Esper nodded, as Ash brought her outside, only to also see Pakura there, reading. Pakura seemed to sense him, and turned, only for her attention to be directed to Esper. "Is that what was in your egg?" Pakura asked, and Ash nodded. "It hatched in the middle of the night while I was asleep." Ash replied, sitting on the couch, and getting a poke-nip critter, which was something like a catnip, only for Pokemon. Esper was busy batting away at the said toy, while Ash talked to Pakura about his dream. "I think the one who killed the Dragon Clan is the Dragon Princess," Ash said. "It's the only logical explanation. The girl came for something that belonged to Dracoy City, and the people living there told me that their dragon blade was stolen before it was returned to them by the Dragon Princess." Ash was discussing his theory. "I think you might be correct, Ash," Pakura replied. "But you said that the Dragon Princess thought they ruined innocent lives. Maybe she was a victim of those people before, and grew up to become bitter and vengeful towards them," Pakura replied. "The thing is, it looks like the Dragon Prince wasn't with her," Ash said. "I think he went missing even before she killed Blackthorn's Dragon Clan. But the question is, why did he even disappear?" Pakura asked, watching the Esper like she was some mildly interesting television program. "That's the question of the day, isn't it?" Ash gave a wry smile. "Well, since we won our tag matches, we have a break tomorrow. Maybe you can find out more then," Pakura suggested. Ash nodded, as he noticed Esper had gotten a poke nip and was now gnawing on it. He hastily took it away from Esper. "Too true. Well, good night Paku." "Night, Ash." Ash woke up from his dreamless sleep, and brushed his teeth along with taking a hot shower. He decided to dress in a casual black shirt that had a picture of a DJ with headphones on and looked like he was rocking to some music beat, judging by the position of his hands on the large CDs and a pair of jeans. When Ash came down to breakfast, only Pakura and her Pokemon was there, but this time, she was reading the morning newspaper, and it looked like she was sipping a cup of tea, while her Pokemon were eating in peace. He took an empty plate, and filled it with sausages, eggs, potatoes, bread. He poured himself a cup of hot chocolate for drinks. Ash heard a spitting sound, and looked up to see Pakura taking a napkin and wiping the tea she had spit all over the table. Pikachu, looking curious, went over to her, and see what she was reading. "Holy sheet!" Pikachu yelped. That was enough for Ash to get up from the table, and walk over to her. "Paku, hand over that newspaper," Ash said, holding his hand out. "Ash, there's nothing interesting in the paper." Pakura shook her head, but placed the paper behind her hands. "We'll see," Ash said, and he used telekinesis to get the paper away from Pakura, and into his hands. The article featured Rosalind, the elite who is simply after the prestige. Pakura Amuri, the leader of the PAL elite and PAL's current princess, was responsible of evaluating and accessing the applicants who wanted the vacant place within the elite and decide whether they were worthy for the status and title as a PAL elite. One of the requirements that everyone knew they should have was that the applicant should be a professional hunter, along with the fact that they should win a trainer's tournament. Along with these requirements, an applicant could only apply once. This means that the applicants only had one opportunity to prove themselves worthy. However, once the person was rejected by the current members, they are not allowed to apply again. 3 years ago, all the elite spots were filled up, with Rosalind Pyra taking the last spot for herself. Rosalind Pyra is famous for being a best-selling fantasy author and manga writer, as well as being a famous artist. In addition, she has enjoyed her position as a Fire Psychic Elite member, which secured her a hefty income, fame and most importantly, authority over a majority of the region. To put that into perspective, the ones with the most power over the PAL region are the Elite Four members and the champion. However, recent evidence has come to light that at the time when Rosalind applied for the position as a PAL Elite, she broke some of those requirements mentioned. In reality, she lost to Jude Harrison, who was designated as the first member of the PAL Elite Four at that time. Instead of leaving peacefully knowing full well of the standards that were being upheld, she stubbornly stood her ground and had the gall to ask for another chance to prove herself. This caused Pakura Amuri, who had, and still has, a type disadvantage against Rosalind's chosen fire type, challenged her to a battle to see whether she was worthy or not. Rosalind was confident that she would win, but she lost again despite the type advantage she had against the silent and deadly elite. In other words, Rosalind had failed 2 tests. Instead of accepting her defeat, she used her strange and mysterious influence over the PAL leader to secure that elusive and final spot within the PAL elite, even though there were much better qualified candidates for the position. What happened was something that no one would expect from a proud PAL elite candidate or even a decent person. Apparently, according to evidence, Rosalind was seen and heard begging the 3 PAL elites for a third chance and still persisted that she would still apply even if they outright rejected her. It was by sheer luck, and coincidence, that the 3 elites agreed to give Rosalind her third chance. The coincidence? Her psychic power, granted the 3 elites agreed that it was considerably weaker than the dragon duos. Rosalind's response to this was even if her power was weaker and greatly inferior to the dragon duo, she was still an asset of sorts and that she would not give up that elusive last spot. Speculation has arisen saying that Rosalind used her psychic powers to compel the 3 into agreeing into giving her that third chance. In addition to this, the PAL Times has now unearthed shocking evidence that could change, or will change, her public image. At the time of her application, Rosalind wasn't even a full-fledged hunter, little less a hunter at all. Furthermore, she hadn't read the terms and conditions properly and had thought all she needed was to win the trainers tournament and choose dual-type specialties in order to be able to qualify to become a PAL elite member. Philip Robinson, apparently exasperated by Rosalind's begging, then revealed that she needed to be a hunter in order to be able to even apply for the spot, and that she had to be thankful they even bothered seeing her. Instead of backing off, however, Rosalind had said that she did not care about the requirements, and that she is still going to apply for that position, stating that she had potential, only she hadn't hit her maximum point yet. This led to Pakura saying that she was going to reject her application, quote-unquote, right here, right now. Theoretically, Rosalind didn't have a chance to become part of their elite once Pakura says this. She replied to this by saying, "I don't care, I'm still going to reapply even if you reject me." It is very apparent that Rosalind holds herself above these restrictions. It is alleged that she only applied for the spot for prestige purposes, as well as the fact that Rosalind wasn't aware of the hunter requirement, although this is well known to people who have traveled to our region. Rumors have been flying around saying that Rosalind was simply drawn to the PAL region itself and only wanted to become one of the elite when she saw Jude and Philip battling in an exhibition match in one of the earlier trainers' tournaments. This means she was only after the fame, fortune and glory that came along with the significant authority over the PAL region. It is also likely that Rosalind had ignored the hunter requirement, and had decided that the spot was hers the moment she found out about it. Rosalind was a child when it came to how our region worked. Pakura Amuri had once stated at a private press conference, and to which the writers agreed. Rosalind displayed herself as a spoilt child when she asked for those other chances, thinking selfishly that she deserved such a prestigious and righteous position, although she had never met the other 3 elite prior to the application PRD. Evidence that was one lost and now found uncovered more atrocious and undesirable behavior of Rosalind's rise to the elite position. This came in the form of constant pestering and annoyances for the third chance. This was given when Pakura Amuri surprisingly snapped and agreed. Why Pakura didn't throw her out was unknown, though it is speculated that Rosalind used, once more, her psychic powers on them to make sure they listened to her request for the third chance, when she had wasted the other two previously. While she isn't as strong a psychic as the dragon duo, who are currently missing, the other three elites do not have such powers, making them susceptible to the influence of a psychic as such as Rosalind. She's not exactly powerful, admits one of the participants who lost to her in the 55th Trainers Tournament, but she'd be well up to using psychic powers on those elites to give her another chance. She was born with psychic powers. I think that's how she's doing it. There is no doubt that Red Satoshi, current champion of the PAL region, will investigate these claims. In the meantime, the PAL Elite 4 fans and supporters must hope that next time, they give the position of PAL Elite to someone with a fair mind, strength and most of all the acknowledgement of all the elites and the champion that he or she is worthy. Is this true? Ash asked, holding the article to her. Did Rosalind really? Pakura nodded. Yes. It's the truth, although I am sure she doesn't have any mind control ability of the sort, that's just a speculation. Ash turned the TV on, which no doubt, they would have a video on what happened when Rosalind applied. Ash stared stonily as Rosalind was revealed to depend on her Gardevoir because of the type advantage when she was up against Jude. She asked for another chance, and they agreed, and Pakura decided to fight her herself since she had the disadvantage for both her type specialties. Rosalind lost again, and sure enough, the article described the video accurately, with Rosalind begging for a third chance to prove herself, as if the spot was supposed to be hers. It was almost as if she thought she was the best shot they got. Ash almost hated her defiance for the other three, and also understood that anyone would interpret her as thinking she was above their restrictions with the way she behaved in the video. He had half a mind to kick her out of the elite at that moment. So she only became a hunter in order to get this spot. Ash clenched his fists, rounding on Pakura. Why didn't you throw her out? Please, I wonder that myself, you have no idea how much I regret that. Pakura replied. There are many instances I wish I killed her right then and there. Why else do you think we didn't have a public celebration like the others when she was named an official elite member? It looks like she needs to prove she's really worthy of the spot. Ash said. With this article all around PAL, they'll have a petition for her to step down. Didn't she win the Champions Tournament? Pakura asked. Yes, but she commanded without speaking. Ash snapped, just as the doors opened and the other three came out for breakfast. It's unfair as all of them said their commands out loud, and it's only 3-on-3. Yeah. What was I thinking back then? Pakura muttered. Her popularity would take the hardest blow, it's true, but ours would drop as well, because we were the ones who bent the rules. Hey, what are you two doing, standing there talking? Philip asked, as he came over to them, and looked at the article. His stiffened when he read the article's contents, and said grimly, you two need to see this. Jude and Rosalind came over, curious as to why Philip sounded forbidding, and went over to the trio. He snatched the article from Ash, and read the article, his lips moving to the words he was reading, and scowl deepening as he read down the lines. He hesitated when Rosalind asked for him to hand over the article. Just do it, Jude. Pakura ordered. She has a right to know. When Rosalind read the article, her eyes became teary, until she was actually crying. What's going to happen to me? Rosalind cried, waving the article. They'll most likely call for you to step down, because they see you as some spoilt girl that thinks that the last elite spot belongs to you. They would also feel you don't qualify to be one of us because when you applied, you weren't even a hunter. Jude said, lips pursed. But I am a hunter now. Rosalind protested. Yes, you are, but you only took the hunter exam because you found out about the hunter requirement. You should actually take the hunter exam before you even try for the spot. Pakura sighed. If we didn't say anything, would you have taken it out of your own choice? Rosalind stayed silent, as she wiped the tears off her face. It was useless, as her eyes were leaking out more tears. Everyone now knows you failed 2 tests, but yet you still stubbornly asked for more chances. The readers would know that you applied with the thought that all you needed was to win the trainers' tournament, and think you don't deserve what you have now. Philip shook his head. But didn't the fact that she won the Champions Tournament prove herself to them? Jude pointed out. Unfortunately, as I told Paku earlier, she did not say her commands out loud, like the other 7 participants, and it was only a 3-on-3. Ash pointed out. How did they find out anyway? Philip asked. Apparently, a footage of Rosalind's elite challenge was leaked to the press. Ash replied. I can safely say whoever did this, is out to get her. At this point, Rosalind flung a hand to her face, and rushed for her room, not even bothering for breakfast, her Pokémon going after her, calling her name. Rosalind is the most innocuous person among all of us. Philip said. It's really heartbreaking to see she, of all people, have to suffer this humiliation. Heartbreaking my foot. Ash thought. She deserved it for her actions if you ask me. She was reckless and ignorant applying for the spot shortly after winning the tournament. I certainly don't need people like her in our team. She'll just bring us down. Also, it brings to light the harsh reality of being a PAL elite. Pakura said. The locals have very high expectations of us, as we have to lead a region as well. I was right in saying she is just a child. How our region works is bound to crush her someday. I never thought it would be like this. The reporters would be investigating her past missions as well as per reader's request. It'll not help her case when they find out Rosalind keeps her targets alive and only kills when she is told to. Ash sighed. The PAL locals know that if something happens to either Paku or I, one of you would have to take over immediately. They won't accept Rosalind as a replacement should something happen to Paku. Not that he would accept her as a replacement either, but as an Elite Four, she would be slated to be the next one. Would they ask her to be kicked out of the tournament? Philip asked. Doubt it. It'd be a pain to replace her at this stage. Ash answered. In that case, she has until the tournament to prove herself, otherwise, she'll have to give up her elite position. Pakura said solemnly. Really, not that I care much whether she stays or not, but seriously, if she cannot stand the backlash, then she's a weakling, and we don't need people like her, do we? Ash rolled his eyes. The other 3 did not look happy at Ash's words, but they nodded resignedly, knowing they cannot help Rosalind now. I think we should get some breakfast. Philip mumbled. I'll be in the kitchen. Pakura replied, heading to the kitchen, probably to cook or bake something. When Ash got outside the tower with Pikachu and Lucario, all the people who normally hang at the garden talking, sitting on the various benches provided, and secretly smoking, which would always get them a fine because the region believes that the secondhand smoke may ruin the environment the wild Pokémon are living in, or the lungs of the Pokémon, for the matter, were all clustered into groups looking at something. It's most likely the article on Rosalind. Ash sighed, as he just walked right by on to show he wasn't going to have any part of the gossip. A bunch of people stared at him, but he ignored them. Hey, Red! A voice called out. Ash turned to see Gary and Paul running towards him with the article on hand. We saw the article, and we thought we should check if you're okay. Gary said worriedly. I'm fine, all right. Ash said tonelessly. But Rosalind certainly isn't. She's shut up in her room like Paku when she needs to do work or wishes to be alone. Is this article true? Paul asked, waving the newspaper he was holding. Ash nodded. Unfortunately, yes. The other 3 knew about it, but covered it up for Rosalind's sake. However, somebody leaked it to the press. She's going to have to tough it out. It's going to happen eventually, with what you told me about the PAL elites. You guys aren't ordinary elites, or champion in your case after all. Paul remarked. There is bound to be a high price for the fame and the fortune that you receive being part of the Elite Four in this region, and this is only a part of it. Yeah, but I hoped it wouldn't be quite this soon, but it's probably just as well to get it over with. Ash shook his head. Rosalind wasn't ready for this by the looks of it, but personally, I think she should have expected it. You didn't leak it, did you? Paul frowned. Me? Ash was offended. I may know who Makoto is, but the only time I interacted with him was when I challenged him for part of the water symbol. Ever since, I hardly talked to him, and because of our differing occupations, we barely even saw each other. Besides, I didn't even know of this matter until this morning. Sorry, just checking. Paul raised his hands in surrender. I don't think Red could have told, because the newspaper wrote about stuff that even he doesn't know. Like how the other three thought that Rosalind's psychic powers are weaker than the dragon duo's. You didn't know about that, did you? Gary asked. Ash shook his head. No, actually, I thought it was the public's opinion. I didn't think that the opinion originated from the three of them, and how true it was. You have to admit though, in the footage, Rosalind was really rude to the three of them, and arrogant too. Paul commented. From an outsider's point of view, anyone would think Rosalind thought she is above their rules, and thought she is the best candidate, as she did tell them she has potential. As if the other candidates they had didn't have potential. Ash nodded, as he knew Paul was right. Yeah, but if you ask me, Paku's right about how one of the members should be from the dragon duo. After all, they are the best dragon masters in the PAL region, and even more powerful psychics than Rosalind. Also, they did have experience running this region. Only they are missing. Gary finished. Yeah, if one of them shows up, it's most likely Rosalind would lose her spot before you can say, elite. Paul added. No offense to her, but she really needs to step up her game if she wants to keep that spot of hers. But knowing Rosalind, I'm sure she'll fight to keep her spot. But then again, we don't really need someone who only wants the position just for the prestige sake. Ash yawned in boredom. Well, I'll just have to give Makoto a call to see who his source is. After all, it was one of his subordinates who wrote it, but Makoto would never approve of this being published unless he has derisive evidence. But the question is, how did the person who leaked the story get their hands on the incriminating evidence in the first place? Gary asked. Maybe Makoto would know who sent the evidence. Ash answered, just as a woman approached them. Hello, Prince Red, the woman greeted. Hey, Mika. Ash replied. What brings you here? There's someone who would like to see you. Mika replied. Ash just knew it had to be something to do with the article published. Ash nodded, and gave a reassuring smile to Paul and Gary, who were looking concerned. Paul even had his hands in his pockets, a sign he was trying to hide his fear. He made his way to the Hunter Association's headquarters, and the receptionist, as if expecting him, escorted him to the elevator herself, and he followed her down the hallway, past the cubicles of the workspace of the other hunters. The other hunters, seeing him, started to whisper. Here's the place. The receptionist said, and Ash realized he was taken to William's office, and Ash knew this wasn't going to start well. Ash knocked 3 times, twisted the brass doorknob, and stepped inside. Jude, Philip and Pakura were already inside, and none of them looked very relaxed, while their Pokemon were trying to soothe them. Pakura's Sylveon was especially eager to do so as she was seen with 2 of her feelers wrapped around her arm, and rubbing her head against her leg. William was sitting at the other side of the desk, apparently waiting for him. Sit down, Prince Red. William gestured to the carved, straight-backed cushioned chair next to Pakura, and Ash obeyed. I think we'll make this whole situation a lot simpler by agreeing not to lie to each other. William said. What do you think? It'll definitely save time. Philip mumbled, and the rest agreed. Pakura simply nodded. We have a problem, Prince Red, Princess Pakura, and elites Jude and Philip. William said. A problem that began the moment the article was published which revealed the truth to light. The 4 of them stayed silent, not knowing what to say. If any one of the 3 of you have any sense, you should have just thrown her out in the least, because she has defied you 3 and the rules when applying to be an Elite 4 member. But yet, you didn't and even gave her a 3rd chance she was begging for. So here she is among you as a PAL Elite member. William directed this to the 3 elite members, who looked at one another, regretting their decision. Of course, there was nothing we can do, and watch her as she reveals her talent for painting, and her secondary occupation as an author. She was pretty good too, as she even created a cheerful, never-give-up public image of herself for the audience, and the people in our region were convinced she made a good elite member, because they thought she was already a hunter when she applied. You even gave her the 2nd spot, so we assumed she defeated Jude. Until now, that is. William went on. Do you know what this means? Rosalind would lose her position. Ash asked tentatively. Not just that, Prince Red. You of all people should know that Unique and Dangerous are our region's middle names, hence the requirements. You all would also be at risk for losing your positions for letting that girl walk all over you guys like she is the princess. William answered. There was a knock at the door, and the receptionist steps in. I was wondering if you would like some tea, Chairman William. The receptionist offered. I would. I would like tea. William replied, as the door opens wider and the receptionist was revealed to be holding a tray with a china tea set. Set it here, please. William patted the center of the table. The receptionist set the tray on the desk. It held a china teapot and cups, cream and sugar, and a plate of cookies, which were beautifully iced with soft-colored flowers. Thank you. William nodded, as the receptionist bowed, and left the office. William proceeded to pour tea for the 4 of them and himself, and filled his own cup with cream and sugar. They sensed he had said what he wanted to say, and is waiting for a response. We didn't mean to cause trouble for the region by letting her in. Philip mumbled. I believe you. William said, as Pakura inwardly gulped. She had let the girl walk free when she showed an act of defiance. Surely, there would be repercussions, but would William go so far as to annul his secret agreement for Ash's immunity in this region? Had she stripped Ash of what little protection she could give him from those people out for his blood? It doesn't matter. The damage has already been done, and we are already receiving mail, ordering us to kick her out of the elite. Some also said that all of you had a poor judge of character when it came to choosing your members, and asked to put you up for evaluation on whether you should be kicked out or not. Why don't you grant their requests and kick us out too? Jude blurted out. That is only a minority, and I am sure there would be a riot if we kick any of you out, because the audience has already been attached to you. Also, I do not want to look for new members, because you 4 have proved yourself competent, and you are already hunters before you took up the elite positions. Rosalind, however, is a different question altogether. She killed only because she had to and to keep herself alive to be able to have her elite position for 1 more day, but as for you, you all were willing to sacrifice your lives for the region, killing because you had to get rid of the problems to help our region. They all think that she took the hunter exam because she was forced to if she wanted a chance at the elite spot, not because of her own choice. William explained. The locals must have known this as well, hence that is why they think Rosalind is only interested in proving herself and wants her to step down. Philip said quietly, and William nodded, indicating Philip was right. But if the audience is attached to me, they should be attached to Rosalind, because she has been in here a year longer than I did. Ash reasoned, as he took a cookie. Pakura followed suit, and she nibbled on her cookie. Yes, you may not know this, but some locals thought she lacked empathy because of the image she portrays despite the fact that she is a psychic. William replied. You, on the other hand, not only have charisma that draws people to you, but you also have a sense of empathy that got the crowd to love you. I get what you mean. Jude said, as he finished his tea, and reached for another cookie. We can't exactly let go of her. She does light up our relatively gloomy elite, and she is our friend. Friend? Please, the most we all do is tolerate her. Ash thought. She made matters worse for herself when she forced you all to give her 2 more chances. As much as I agree with you, it's not up for me to decide. You know our region caters to the requests of our locals. While I can finalize the decision, the public has a great influence over it. And they are the ones who chooses even our prince and princess. William said. That is actually true. While they had worked to get their position, the most important thing is the approval of the locals in the region in order to be able to keep their positions. If majority are not satisfied with the person working in a certain position, that person would have no choice but to step down. While it is true Ash did dethrone Pakura when he defeated her and become the new prince, the public wasn't happy with the news and almost created a petition for Pakura to keep her princess title. However, Ash announced that he decided Pakura will keep her position and he hoped to work together with her to help the region. They gave him their approval as he had morals and sense of teamwork, besides being a hunter and a powerful trainer. This fact wasn't known to Ash, but it was known by William and the other elite members, who agreed to keep this quiet. Rosalind would have to do even better if the public is going to accept her as an elite member. William warned them. Her 2-star hunter status is not going to help her now, and neither is her talent or her secondary occupations. This tournament would be her only opportunity to turn things around. I'm sure Rosalind would convince everyone in the region that she is worthy of the position, and she wasn't after the perks that came with it, as she did express a wish to help this region as well. Jude replied. Tell her to aim higher in case she falls short. William answered. Otherwise, you'll be short one member once this tournament ends. And I don't want to see that happen either. Pakura knocked on the connecting door 3 times, before entering the room with her gardevoir, who was carrying a tray containing a bowl and a plate containing a pie. Rosalind was sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes red and squinty, and her hair looked like it had seen better days, as it hadn't been brushed, let alone washed, and her thigh-highs had come unglued and were baggy around her knees. Her espion was rubbing her head against her leg, trying to comfort her, but to no avail. You got to eat something. Pakura remarked, as she set the tray in front of her. Ramen? Rosalind sounded surprised. How did you know it was my favorite? Lucky guess. Pakura replied. She did not mention that she often saw Rosalind ordering takeout from a Japanese restaurant, and it was always ramen that she ordered. Rosalind nodded, as if her answer was satisfactory, and started on her ramen, which she noted was really delicious. I guess you know the price we pay for being a PAL Elite member. Pakura stated. We have to meet up to the crowd's expectations, because we are not an ordinary region. I noticed. Rosalind said sadly, as she took tiny spoonfuls of the ramen soup, which the salty taste reminded her of her tears. Back then, I just knew I had to have that spot. I did not think of the shadows and darkness behind the curtains of being a PAL Elite member. We warned you, but you didn't listen. Pakura said curtly. You said, I'm still willing to apply. Just tell me what to do in order to get in. I know. Rosalind cried. Back then, I just wanted that spot so badly. I thought I could handle them, but apparently. I can safely say you certainly did not expect the backlash you would receive when the locals hear about what happened when you applied. Pakura said knowingly. That's the price you have to pay, Rosalind. When you took the elite spot, you are basically signing up for all the challenges that would come with it. The high expectations of the locals, the dangerous missions, the killing your targets without hesitation. You only know about how dangerous it is to be a PAL Elite, but today, you found out about the expectations where you are supposed to follow our rules without question, and know about the workings of this region. Being an elite in this region is no joke, but at that time, you inadvertently thought of it as one, thinking we are just ordinary elites. Why do you think our challengers would wait months, or even years before challenging us? Rosalind stayed silent, as she knew Pakura was right. As you know, this position costs a lot more than risking your life to keep this region running. If you are unprepared, it can cost everything you are. That is probably why your parents didn't want you to apply for this position in the first place. All the perks you have now, they are not free, you know. Life as a PAL Elite member changed all of us. Or do you still feel like the sweet little girl you promised you would be to your parents, and think that it would be all beds of roses once you get in? Pakura challenged. No, I doubt I am that person anymore, and I'm sorry if I insulted all of you back then. I defied the three of you, and made you give me 2 more chances. Rosalind hung her head, as she ate her ramen. I didn't know that it would receive a huge counterblast when they found out. We did. That is why we covered it up. We didn't tell the public because we knew it would break you. Remember what I said after you were let in? No one gets left behind. Rosalind whispered. Yes, we know what it is like to be forcibly left behind. That was why I came up with this idea. You are a great team player, that was why we decided to give you a chance. Then again, you basically sealed your fate the moment you joined us. Pakura said curtly. But somebody leaked it. And here we are. I don't deserve that spot, do I? Rosalind asked miserably. It doesn't matter what the public thinks. It doesn't even matter what we think. It's a matter of what you think. Do you think you deserve that spot? Pakura asked. Rosalind stayed silent, and Pakura went on, anyway, you're not the only one who received backlashes before. All 3 of us did at some point. The locals did not think I was worthy of trying for a spot because I did not win a trainers tournament. They gave in only when I won against Jude and Philip, and I was already a 2-star hunter when I challenged them. I also receive hate mail, you know, how I am only good for my looks and how girls with big busts mean they have no brains, and I am better off their SEC object. Rosalind looked up. Really? Pakura nodded. Unfortunately, yes, and now it's your turn to prove yourself. They are going to watch your performance in the Pokemon World Championships carefully. The good thing is, we cannot dismiss you yet, as the Pokemon World Championships are still going on. So you have until that time to prove your worth to them. Pakura handed her a plate, which was a plate of chocolate brownies she had baked. If you do really well, especially if you didn't lose any Pokemon in the early rounds, I'm sure they'll reconsider. Rosalind received the plate with a word of thanks, as Pakura said, after all, you're the fiery phoenix, aren't you? Yeah, what about it? Rosalind asked. A phoenix would always rise from the ashes. Pakura answered. I am afraid if you do not convince them, we are not allowed to give you another chance you like to beg for so much back then. The controversy would only end, if either you prove yourself. She stopped her sentence there. But still, Rosalind could almost hear her say, or you step down from your position. Pakura stood up, heading for the connecting door once more. Before she opened the door back to her room, she stopped, turned back to Rosalind, and said, but your priority now is to think of the reason why you wanted this position so badly in the first place. If it's for the people, the Pokemon and for the sake of the region, then. You know you can draw your strength from this desire to protect everyone in the region as the region's strongest protectors. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. However, if you join just to prove you can be the very best to your childhood bullies or whatever, I'm afraid you won't be able to prove yourself to them, and neither would you be a loss to us. With that, she left back to her own room, leaving Rosalind to think. When Ash left the Hunter Association's headquarters, he found Cynthia waiting for him with 2 ice cream cones. She offered one to him, and Ash noted it was chocolate chip flavored. Here. I brought you this. Cynthia said, offering the cone to him. Ash looked at the cone, before accepting it with a word of thanks. Pikachu and Lucario looked at each other, not liking the way this was going. Why don't we take a walk? Cynthia asked, and Ash nodded. They took a walk along Luanto City, eating their ice creams in silence, and Cynthia decided to break the silence. I am on your side for this article. No one really deserves this humiliation. Cynthia said. Unfortunately, the article was objective, and told the truth. Ash replied. Yes, but that does not mean they have to expose her, atrocious behavior like this. Cynthia answered quietly, liking her ice cream. She really is a good elite member, being able to win the Champions Tournament. Tell that to our locals. Ash chuckled humorlessly. Not all of you understand the reality of being part of PAL's Pokemon League. I mean, even our battle gym members are hunters themselves, and had at least a star in their field. Naturally, they'll expect more from the Elite Four and the champion. Cynthia shot him a sympathetic look, and said, yeah, it's hard for us champions too, you know. The people expecting us to be the face of the region, the one they can count on to bring the victory of this tournament to them. They place their hopes on the gym leaders and Elite Fours too, of course, but they have higher hopes for us that we would bring home the win. Works differently here. Ash mumbled. We don't become an Elite Four or the champion to be acknowledged by everyone. The one who is acknowledged by everyone becomes the Elite Four or the champion. In other words, our position essentially depends on their approval. And Rosalind is on the verge of losing hers. She'll be fine. She's strong, after all. Cynthia smiled. Thanks for the vote in confidence. Ash replied. Why don't we get some lunch? Cynthia suggested, and Ash realized they had stopped outside a cafe. Ash nodded, and they entered the place. They snagged a table at the back, and looked at the menu that was provided under the table. What do you want? Cynthia asked. I'll go to the counter and order it for you. I guess I'll order the chicken patty with potato wedges and scrambled eggs. Ash mumbled. For drinks, it'd be cherry cola. Cynthia nodded, and left the table to order their food. Pikachu wasn't happy with the way this was going. Sure, Cynthia orders Ash's food for him once, but Pakura makes his food for him all the time when they were traveling together. What was more, after a while, Ash did not need to tell her what he wanted, she somehow knew, and when he woke up, the food was already waiting for him. Pikachu doubted that Cynthia could cook, as probably back at their own plateau, they had cooks to make their food, like how the Battle Tower staff prepares food for them. He definitely knew Pakura would make a good wife with her cooking skills and the ability to complete various household chores, and even fix tears in various clothes. He knew Lucario shared the same point of view, as he once stated that Ash should just marry Pakura and be done with it. He also agreed with Pikachu that Pakura would make the hottest wife in the entire PAL region. After she is the region's beauty queen, and is always in the hot columns for Pokestiwaile's year-end fashion hot and not columns. Ash had laughed it off as a joke, but unknown to him, Lucario was actually serious. Meanwhile, Ash had formulated a plan on how to sabotage Scylla during the cooking competition. He had taken some laxatives from Pakura's first aid kit. He couldn't actually tell it was a first aid kit at first, as the top of the lid was actually pink in color, and the clutch was in the form of a pink ribbon with a jewel in the middle. With these laxatives, he would place them inside the ingredients the competitors would use, disguised as Scylla, of course. He checked his Communidex for the time, and figured the best time would be after he finishes lunch, as by then, the competitors would most likely be in the locker room getting ready for the competition. When Cynthia came back with his food, he nodded to thank her, and ate his lunch, thinking of how he could infiltrate the Pokemon Center rooms to take Scylla's clothes. He knew from Pakura's information that the boys would be sharing one room and the girls another. Meanwhile, the disguised Dragon Princess was walking past the cafe with her protective Espion. Although she wanted to leave him behind, he refused to let her go without him, insisting that the Dragon Prince told him to protect her when he's not around. Look at that. It's so clear she's manipulating him. The Dragon Princess remarked. She had decided to go out and celebrate, as she had been feeling happiness the whole morning thanks to the article which exposed the truth behind Rosalind's rise to becoming an elite member of their region. She knew that Rosalind was an insult to the requirements the dragon duo had made back then, which was why she exacted revenge in the first place, in the form of the article. What added to her satisfaction is that she could sense Rosalind's distress from her location in the cave. Indeed. Espion replied. Do you think Ash would use his psychic powers to check her? I doubt it. Ash still has morals despite his personality. The Dragon Princess said. It looks like he's planning a major sabotage. Maybe we can help him a bit. I don't like those people either. One tried to steal my Gardevoir after all. Besides, we're celebrating, aren't we? Espion nodded, and with that, they walked past the cafe, thinking of how they could play a part in that sabotage without the champion finding out. Knew that Rosalind girl was a fraud. Looks like PAL isn't as great as a region as we thought. May said, as she was reading the newspaper with her brother Max. Max nodded. If they allow a fraud as a member of the Pokemon League, perhaps we can actually defeat the other members too, even the champion Red. He was daydreaming about him betting with Pakura that if she lost to him, she'd have to marry him, and she agreed. He won, of course, and Pakura accepted him as her consort, and they had a huge wedding right in PAL, and had lots of children. Since she had to stay home to do household chores and take care of the kids, this led him to take over her position as the leader of the elite. Max? What are you drooling about? May asked, as they stopped at the edge of the forest. Don't you think if I get Pakura as a wife, I would live in comfort for the rest of my life? Max asked. Furthermore, I'd get a good lay in bed too. You're too young to think of such things. May chided. Have you been reading Brock's Pawn magazines or what? Max's face turned red, and May was in disbelief. Wait, you did? Brock always leaves them lying around, and as a curious teenager, I'd take a look. Max muttered, much to May's dismay. But really, if Pakura is already a turn-on with her clothes on. Max was dreamily staring at a direction, most likely thinking what Pakura would look without her clothes on. I'm going to have a talking to with Brock about where he stashes his magazines. May muttered angrily. They did not notice they had walked past the tree the Dragon Princess was hiding, and it was too late as the Dragon Princess grabbed them, knocked them out, and levitated them up the branches of the tree, tying them to the said branches. She searched Max's pocket, and extracted the key to the boy's room from his pocket. She then disguised herself as May, down to the clothes, and headed to the Pokemon Center. No one's inside. Good. The Dragon Princess thought, unlocking the door to the boy's room. She knew where the room was as there was the room number on the tag attached to the key. She snuck inside, and wrinkled her nose at the mess the boys have made in the room, as she closed and locked the door. Much to her disgust, there were leftover pizza on the carpeted floor. Seriously, you don't live here. The Dragon Princess thought, as she let out her Galade and got him to levitate her over to Scyllane's bed, and secured his outfit and even got a pair of his shoes and the signature bow tie he always wore. She nodded to Galade and he used teleport to get them out of there. Okay, time to use another disguise. The Dragon Princess dropped her illusion as May, and disguised herself as Pakura. She returned Galade, and let out her Espion. She disguised Espion as Sylveon, which was Pakura's signature Pokemon, and made her way to Ash, locating him via aura. He was already somewhere near the building where the cooking contest would be held. Hey, Ash! The Dragon Princess called out to him. Ash turned his head, and was relieved to see Pakura running towards him. Paku! Ash sounded delighted to see her. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you. The Dragon Princess replied. Here, this may help you. She tossed Ash Scyllane's clothes and shoes, which gave Ash a pleasant surprise. How did you get them? Ash asked, somewhat awed. I have a few tricks up my sleeves. The Dragon Princess replied. Oh, don't forget to sabotage Brock next. Why Brock? Ash asked. He didn't participate in this cooking contest because he is preparing for a Pokemon beauty contest that is going to be held somewhere in the top 32. The Dragon Princess replied. She had extracted a memory that held a conversation about this event from May while she was tying them up in the branches. Thanks for the info. Ash smiled, and the Dragon Princess nodded. By the way, that contest is something that you would participate in, right? I would, but I'm not a Pokemon breeder, Ash. The Dragon Princess replied. True, but you are very good at grooming Pokemon, maybe you can give it a shot. Ash remarked. I already have a lot on my plate with my positions as a judge in the Pokemon contest and the upcoming Pokemon showcase. What is more, I still have elite and princess duties in addition to my participation in the tournament. The dragon princess said dryly. Besides, I think Jude would be the one participating. With that, she gave a wave to Ash, and walked away. As she left, Ash called out, "Remember to send Dawn the repair bill for your mega charm. It always has been a long line in Jude's cafe. His shop is one of the more popular ones after all." Philip sighed, as he was queuing up for a slice of chocolate cake he loved very much, and was very popular in their region. True, Pakura can bake those too, but she is so busy Philip hardly even had the time to ask her to bake a cake for him. Besides, she isn't exactly close to him, he doubted she would even bother. Is it just me, or are the stores in Pau much more crowded lately? Pachirisu asked. Well, can't help it. We do stock the best quality goods, and there are lots to see. Philip replied. At least no one's asking me about the article on Rosalind. Philip someone managed to procure a slice of chocolate cake, and he sat down with a cup of Earl Grey tea. He sighed in relief at being away from the crowd. What do you think of the article, though? Pachirisu asked Philip. I can't deny any of those things written in the article, because it's all true. Philip sighed. I admit I did play a part in giving Rosalind her license, because I was one of the examiners in the year she took part in it. The public just wants the best people to be their regional elites, and feels that Rosalind doesn't play that part well, huh? Pachirisu sighed. And this region believes in utmost respect for their regional rules and the superiors. In this case, the superiors would be us. However, Rosalind had not shown respect to our rules, and dared talk back to us. She even underestimated our challenge and made a fatal mistake, which is something she shouldn't make if she had traveled our region. Philip said, slight anger creeping into his voice. So, in a way, I say she deserved this. The public loved Pakura much better than Rosalind despite the latter's sunny smiles and her bubbly personality, because they felt she lacked the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, unlike Pakura who can relate to how people feel with just her words. You have to admit though, that girl does lighten up the PAL elite. Pachirisu commented. You're right, but she has a long way to go before the public recognizes her as an official member. The way things are now, she's as good as being put in probation. And you know elite members who are on probation are stripped of their share of regional authority, according to the rule book the Dragon Duo had made. Philip replied. They're all gone. A shocked female voice said. Philip looked up to see Champion Diantha at the counter. I'm terribly sorry. The female cafe employee replied. It has always been one of the most popular orders. What a tragedy. Diantha looked down on the ground, distressed. I came all the way here after shooting my movie because I thought I could have the famous chocolate cake in my friend's cafe. It's the end of the world. End of the world. Philip and Pachirisu looked at each other. Philip looked down at his slice, which was relatively untouched, and said, Hey, we can share a slice, if you want. Really? Diantha turned to the source of the voice, and was slightly surprised to see Philip, but masked it quickly. Philip nodded, and Diantha promptly took a seat next to him, as he used his fork to cut the slice neatly into half. He cut the cake without spilling a crumb, and in 1 second too. Diantha thought. Something tells me he had been training with weapons, with the precise cut and how fast it was. And there is also the article on his fellow member too. Why did the locals themselves criticize Rosalind just because she wasn't a hunter when she applied for the final elite spot? Sure, Diantha could understand the anger that Rosalind disrespected the region's rules, but didn't the other elites give her a third chance and somehow succeeded? Otherwise, why would she be here instead of being back at her own home? As if Philip read her mind, he said, in a way, Rosalind deserved this. It was pathetic seeing and hearing her plead for 2 more chances she never actually deserved to prove herself, as if that spot had her name on it. If you ask me, Pakura should have killed her on the spot. Killed her? Diantha was shocked, as she hastily swallowed her bite of chocolate cake. She dimly noted it was delicious and the chocolate was rich. Why would all of you consider to kill an innocent girl like her? An innocent girl like her doesn't have any business applying to be one of us. After all, the PAL elite members are never innocent. Philip retorted. Rosalind joined out of her own volition, then she has to face the consequences of defying this region, as she has no right in doing so because she is a lowly tournament winner at that time. She also broke one crucial requirement that was set beforehand. If she really wants to be one of us even after this article comes out, then she has to stand up for herself, and prove her desire to put her life on the line for this region instead of just joining for her own purposes. Otherwise, she's useless to the region, and we will dispose of her. Philip's words was like an icy bucket of water splashing on her insides. Although PAL was a prestigious region with exceptional elites, it looked like there were a dark side to the members themselves. Only Rosalind was clean, and they are going to dispose of her because of it. Philip finished his cake, and gulped down his tea. Well, now you know why we are an independent region, and why we choose to isolate ourselves. In fact, if it wasn't for this tournament, we wouldn't even have revealed ourselves. But as long as you stay away, I'm sure you'll be fine. With that, he jogged away, leaving Diantha to watch after him. No, somehow, somewhere, Philip Robinson is putting up an act. Diantha thought. He has not opened up to me yet. I don't know why, but there's just something about him that makes me want to help him. Rosalind couldn't imagine the dirty look she got as she made her way out of the tower on the way to meet Siebold, as he had invited her to watch him in the cooking contest, and she had accepted. As much as she would have liked to stay in the tower, she knew she couldn't hide forever, and would have to confront them sometime. Thanks Arceus she had a protective espion, or she might have been in serious trouble. Some of those people even made extremely threatening hand gestures towards her as she had walked past them. Someone had even written on the fountain outside the battle tower, in chalk, but still Rosalind is a mutinous phony. A mutinous phony? Her reputation is being besmirched, and all because she wasn't a hunter when she applied. She supposed she shouldn't just immediately apply after winning the trainers' tournament, otherwise, she might not have stubbornly begged the other three for more chances to prove herself worthy of the spot. But really, she earned the hunter's license, and her occupations as an author and artist are thanks to her own hard work. Rosalind had ignored the whispered remarks about her, like how she did not deserve the high life she is living now, and Rosalind was sure they had whispered loudly on purpose so that she could hear them. Are you all right? Siebold asked, concerned, as Rosalind entered his preparation room. I'm fine. It's just an apple core. Rosalind replied. Still. That was way cool on how your espion used psychic on that person who tried to attack you. Some sharp reflexes your espion has. Siebold commented. That's why she's my partner. Rosalind smiled proudly. But really, that was a derogatory article. Siebold went on. I don't think the article matters anymore, Siebold. Since the article told the truth and not exaggerated lies, I cannot do anything about it. They even played the evidence on TV. You know, when I joined up, my best hope was not to disgrace myself and... Rosalind paused. And what? Siebold asked. I want to be myself as well, you know. I could tell that the negative events that changed all of the other four was what allowed them to cope with the PAL elite life. While it is true they retained their personality, but I don't want to cope with elite life like this. If possible, I don't want to have to kill anyone, nor do I want anyone to have to kill me, but PAL is a kill or be killed region. And killing is inevitable in the hunter exam they made me take if I ever wanted a chance to attain the last spot. But still, I don't want the elite life to change me. Turn me into some kind of monster I'm not. Siebold stayed silent. So Rosalind was trying to maintain her identity, her purity of self, despite the implied darkness of the PAL elite life. He had to admire her determination, but her determination had cost her, as evidenced by the article. Curious, Siebold asked the question that had been bugging him, why did she want to become a PAL elite member in the first place? Rosalind stayed silent, before saying, because I want my own abilities to be challenged, and only this region could give me the thrill of challenge that I always wanted. There is something exhilarating fighting to protect the region and Pokémon living here, while taking all responsibilities of an elite member and taking up a secondary occupation and a leisure activity they can interview us about. However, Pakura said this reason would be the very reason why I would lose my spot if I keep fighting, as this is under the category of for my own benefit. As much as I hate to admit it, Pakura is a wise leader. Siebold thought. She has the ability to look into the confusing mess of a situation and see things for what they are, and figure out the solution. Only she is giving Rosalind hints and not the answer, in hopes that Rosalind would find out what she really needs to do, in order for Rosalind to be able to prove her worth. But, I keep wishing that I could think of a way to show them that they don't dictate my life. That I am more than just a girl with a normal childhood. Rosalind went on. Only you can't afford to think like that, huh? Siebold said rhetorically. Yeah, that's how the Elite Four works in this region. After all, like Pakura said, we are the lead protectors of this region. Rosalind sighed. My teammates are probably going to get some sort of punishment as well. All because they allowed me to walk free and let me in despite the fact that I was intransigent towards them, forcing them to give me 2 more chances to get that spot. It's most likely my fault should they get some kind of retribution. I'm sure your fellow elites won't want to see you leave. Siebold reasoned. After all, you became friends with them during those 3 years, right? Even they can't hold a grudge for that long. Rosalind sighed. I don't know. Jude was the only one friendly towards me back then. The other 2 were more hostile. Siebold's eyebrows were furrowed in worry. Do you know why? He asked. It's because they said I lack empathy, despite being a psychic. Tears welled up in Rosalind's eyes again. I try to understand how they really feel, but I don't have the power to sense emotions like the dragon duo, and neither do I want to experience a life-changing setback in order to be able to empathize with them. I cannot afford to be affected by their dark psychology because I am determined to stay strong for them. Her secrets are starting to pour out. Siebold thought, as Rosalind went on, if only you knew how hard life was for me, that you'd know that I knew they thought I was second-rate at best. Yeah. 2 years ago I overheard them wishing that the dragon duo never disappeared, and that they'd have chosen one of them as a psychic specialist over me. They said the members of the Hunters Association even thought that the dragon duo were much stronger psychics than I would ever be. It was so sad. And did you know they didn't even throw a public celebration for me when I officially became an elite member, unlike the other 4? Yes, Pakura herself ordered the region not to organize a public party for it. All we had was a meal at the plateau with the Zodiacs, and that was about it. Not that I am much of a partygoer, but at that moment, I knew that they never really accepted me as part of the elite. I never complained about all these because I didn't want to prove my parents right about how this life would crush me. Rosalind's skirt was doing an adequate job of absorbing her tears, as Siebold placed his hand on her back, patting her comfortingly. It was clear that Rosalind is one of the nicer members of the PAL elites, and she is a person with good intentions. Rosalind lifted her head, and she had this look in her eyes that reminded Siebold of those blazing coals that were used in fireplaces. She had a fixed concentration in that look of hers. However, I know they would never leave me behind. True, Pakura did order the celebration not to be held, but she was the one who ordered the matter to be covered up. I need to think of what do I fight for and why do I fight, and prove myself to be worthy of my position. I may not be like the other elite members or the champion, but I have traits that makes me unique among them. I will show the Dragon Duo members who the strongest psychic is. That's the spirit. Siebold smiled, just as an announcement called for all participants to gather at the kitchen. Good luck. Rosalind said. Thanks for listening. Siebold nodded to Rosalind, before leaving the room. She decided to give herself a few more minutes before joining the audience. Unknown to him, he walked past a disguised dragon princess, who was listening to their conversation. Why did you manipulate Rosalind's emotions like that? Her espion asked. You basically erased her despair over the matter, and gave her the feeling of hope. Please, that girl is all talk but she doesn't actually act. The dragon princess sneered. She is more concerned about her reputation rather than her fighting skills. That would cause more psychological blow when I strike later, and remove the emotional manipulation I put on her. She's the type to need to watch the horror with her own eyes in order to unlock more of her psychic potential. Espion remarked. I concede she saw the kill or be killed part of PAL. However, she does not know how scary a life-changing event could be, how horrifying the people can be to others, or even the reason why we created the Elite Four. The Dragon Princess shook her head. Well, no matter. She would get what she deserves soon enough. Well, Jude, it looks like we have a big event ahead of us. Jean said. Jean was a famous fashion designer in the PAL region, and is also Jude's personal stylist and wardrobe designer. He was also a 2-star youth and beauty hunter, a member of the Zodiacs and also a member of the PAL Pokemon League, having his own gym, where he gives out part of the wind symbol to trainers who have defeated him. So why don't we start our prep, and after that, you can pop over to check on the arrangements. All right. Jude said to him back absent-mindedly. You can even watch the cooking contest while I do the prep. The prep is going to take quite a while, so it should help with entertainment, yeah? Yeah. Jude nodded. Disturbed over the article? Jean asked sympathetically. How did you guess? Jude asked. Everyone's talking about it. Jean replied. There was pandemonium in the Hunters Association when the article came up. We had a Zodiac meeting, and poor Makoto was being interrogated on how he got the information. So what did he say? Jude asked. It turned out someone had anonymously sent the tape in, and wrote a letter, telling him to write an article about it. The hacker hunters checked for forgery on the evidence, but turned out nothing, so Makoto was forced to publish it, as the others said the public has a right to know the truth. Jean answered. I must say, the article surprised me. The way she begged for another chance. Yeah, I get it. Jude cut him off. Rosalind's mistake was to challenge us immediately after she won the trainers tournament. She didn't bother training for another few months before trying for the elite spot, as she was confident she was able to take us on after she won. That was her downfall, and how she wasted her one chance. But she didn't care, did she, and asked you for more chances? Jean retorted, as he started on Jude's hair. Yeah, the problem is, if anything happens to the leader, one of us would have to immediately take over, as per the rules set by the Dragon Duo. This is so that the region can be kept running. I admit, Rosalind herself doesn't know this fact well, and thus she isn't ready to shoulder the burden of sharing the authority of running the whole region. The locals must be aware of this too, because they will petition for her to give up her elite spot if she doesn't prove herself in the future matches. Jean agreed. They had decided to give her this chance because Rosalind is still fairly popular in this region, and she was announced as being a PAL elite anyway. That's good news, but let's just hope she doesn't blow this chance away, because she certainly can't beg for another to prove herself. Jude sighed in frustration. Rosalind always thinks the best of everyone and is a really sweet person, which does bring a nice change to our dark psychology, since she tries to get along with everyone, but she's naive for her age. The problem is, she used telepathy for the Champions Tournament, which means everyone now knows what she is capable of, which would make it hard for her to prove herself, as they may already have thought up of countermeasures against it. Jean shook his head. I think Rosalind can make it. Jude said. If she can pass all the hunter exams within 3 weeks, then she can prove herself worthy of the position. With this article, I am sure there would be many people waiting to challenge her to try and take her position away. She needs to prove herself to be stronger than all of them. Jean remarked. The thing is, the winners of the trainers tournament would usually choose to challenge the entire Elite Four to become champion, which is pretty common. While it was true all the elite spots were filled up, they also can choose to dethrone an Elite Four member and take the spot for themselves. If they choose the latter challenge, they must choose a specific elite member to challenge in an attempt to replace them in the elite. However, when challenging the said elite member, they must battle the elite member with the two types they would specialize in should they win the challenge. The only catch is that they cannot choose the types the other three members they did not choose to challenge had. Also, the challenger must also meet the other requirements that gives them the right to apply to be an Elite Four member. Another thing is, if an elite member isn't happy with his or her ranking, they can challenge the person with their desired ranking as well. If the person with the desired ranking loses to his or her challenger, they would have to switch rankings. Rosalind had tried to challenge Philip for his ranking once. Although she didn't lose as badly as she did against Pakura, Philip still managed to crush her despite the type disadvantage thanks to the fact that he was able to outwit her in terms of strategy. Rosalind needs to find a reason why she is fighting to keep her position. A reason that would fuel her desire to still be part of our group. If it is only to prove herself to her childhood bullies, I am afraid she won't be able to keep her position for much longer. Jude shook his head. Why do you become an elite, then? Jean asked. Jude smiled. My reason is that I wish to protect the Pokemon here, because they were there for me at my darkest times. He scratched his purloin under her chin, who purred and nuzzled his hand. The people here also believed in me when no one else would, so I wish to fight for them too. There was a tap at the door, and Alessa stepped in. Can I have a minute? She asked. In the mirror, Jude watched as Jean nodded, and left for the adjacent room. Alessa came up behind Jude, and they examined each other's reflections for a while. You have questions about the modeling show? Jude asked, finally breaking the silence. Alessa shook her head. No, I'm here for a more personal reason. Shoot. Jude checked his nails. Look, I'm sorry about my outburst earlier. Alessa apologized. It's fine. Jude said in a tone that dismissed her. But Alessa wasn't done. They all believed in your innocence now. Alessa stated. They meant the fellow workers from the entertainment industry in the Unova region. She roughly knew the reason behind why Jude harbors a secret hatred for the opposite gender, since they had worked with each other and therefore, they knew each other before Jude moved to the PAL region. Of course. But before the Dragon Duo organized a trial for me that was televised in all the regions, did they? When Alessa didn't answer, Jude said, Look, you weren't there. I was. I saw the looks in their eyes that asked me how I could besmirch their entertainment industry. Although I wasn't close to the Dragon Duo, they believed that I was manipulated, even when there was no proof I didn't kidnap Lacey out of malicious intent. The Dragon Duo wrote to me, and offered me a chance to further my career here, and not only that, they told me they would be waiting for me to join the Elite Four they were creating. Alessa kept quiet. And that is why this region is my home now. I am grateful to the Dragon Duo, and I would do whatever it takes to find them, because I believe something happened to them which was why they vanished. I want to save them like they did me. Jude went on. It doesn't matter what people back in Unova think now, because my modeling contract doesn't exist there anymore. But I miss you. Alessa thought. After Jude left, although she knew the show had to go on, it was lonely. Without him, as he was very friendly, often wishing to be friends with everyone he meets, and for everyone to get along. He is also extremely sociable, often spending time with most of his workers outside of work, and everyone thought he was funny, witty, and extremely able to hold a conversation. I'm not going to say that I don't think you ever cared for me, because I think you did, and I am sure you believed in my innocence back then too. The thing is, I care about you too, Alessa. You were a really good friend back then, and as your former friend, I'll say, once more, please stay away from us, from me. Jude warned her, and went to the door to call for Jean to continue his prep. Anyway, you better get ready for the modeling show. Aquamarine would arrive for your prep soon. The kitchen consisted of multiple cooking stations, equipped with all the kitchen equipment anyone could think of right off the top of their heads. It was also complete with a sink, stove and even a high-tech oven that can also serve as a microwave. In front of the stage, there was also a long table with 10 chairs, which was the judges' table. At the side at elevated platforms, there were people standing around the kitchen, barricaded by railings. This was the venue of the cooking competition. Welcome, everyone. The speaker was woman with long, dark blue flowing hair which tied back into a large ponytail of which a large section of her bangs were covering one of her eyes. She had eyes that matched her hair, and her forehead was covered by a pink headband which had a cake design stitched on the side. She was wearing a cupcake print dress along with a frilly apron. My name is Artemis, and I am a 2-star gourmet hunter. I shall be your host for this afternoon. The woman announced, to cheers from the crowd. Among the crowd were 4 certain PAL members. You can watch Seabold if you like, Rosalind. Ash said. But we are going to Jude's fashion show after we watch our masterpiece. Rosalind sighed, but nodded, trying to ignore the stares that she is currently receiving. Pakura had told her to just treat them as if they were air, but seriously, if you ask her, it doesn't really work. Then again, Pakura is much less sensitive than Rosalind. Where did you apply the laxatives? Philip telepathically asked Ash. All the ingredients. The laxative is so potent it only needed 1 drop in order for it to work. Ash replied. You are going to harm a lot of people with this sabotage. Ash could almost imagine Philip frowning in disapproval. Sacrifices have to be made. Ash mentally shrugged, just as Artemis welcomed the participants, who all walked out to their assigned kitchen stations. Among them was Silan, who was near the front row. Seabold was 3 rows behind Silan, and also more to the right side of the kitchen. Artemis also welcomed the famous chefs from other countries, who would be the judges for the contest. And right here. Artemis announced as she motioned towards the curtain, which opened to reveal tables and tables piled with various ingredients, ranging from fruit, vegetables, meat, and even various berries that were usually found in the wild. There was even olive oil among the ingredients, which was said to be one of the most expensive cooking oils in the world. We have provided the ingredients the participants may need for the making of their dish. The theme of the dish would be decided by lottery. When time starts, participants must come up to these tables and get the ingredients they want. They would have 45 minutes to cook 1 main course. The judges would taste the dishes, and decide on the final 8 participants to compete in the final dessert round, which would be held the next day. Now, let's spin the roulette. At the screen, there was a box containing texts, but they were switching between one to another so fast it was a blur. Finally, it stopped, and Artemis said, It looks like the theme for the main course is Western food. Is everyone ready? When the participants nodded their assent, Artemis then said, Now, let the contest begin. The clock behind her also started counting down, and all the participants rushed to the tables, carrying baskets to help contain the ingredients they would be collecting. Seabold, however, stayed at his station. His eyes were closed, presumably thinking of what he wanted to make in the first place. 2 minutes later, he opened them, and proceeded to collect the ingredients he required. There were sounds of chopping, stoves getting turned on, and even frying as the participants hoped to finish their dishes as fast as possible, as speed is also a factor when the judges were to give marks for their dishes. Soon, the kitchen were filled with various aromas, making the audience who were watching hungry. I'd eat them, if I didn't know what was in the ingredients. Pakura thought. I've got to make some more of those laxatives later. Ash must have used them all if all the ingredients were spiked with 1 drop of them. Just then, there was a crash, and someone's dish fell all over the floor. The poor woman was in tears as she had to start all over again, but one of the judges who came over to see what was happening, assured her that they would give her more time, while they cleaned up the mess. The other cooks, including Silan and Seabold, turned to see the scene, though Seabold returned immediately to his cooking after he caught a glimpse. Seabold's efficient, I'll give him that. Philip said. That is because he's working as a chef in a restaurant back in Kalos. He sometimes prepares meals for Grant and Valerie. Rosalind replied. A veteran, I expect. Pakura muttered, as one of the participants finished her meal. Siebold turned out to be the third to finish cooking his food. Soon, everyone were putting their finishing touches on their dishes. By the way, Paku, how long does it take for the effects to kick in? Ash asked telepathically. Unfortunately, it only takes 5 minutes before they start going to the toilet. The laxatives you took were no ordinary straight from the pharmacy type. It's actually an herbal concoction. You know, there are a lot of cases where people had a bad stomach ache but for some reason they can't let the indigested food out in the toilet, and they are in a hurry. Good. Ash inwardly grinned, as the judges called out one person at a time to look at their dish, marking them for their appearance and the time it took to make the said dish. They then took a spoonful of the dish and sampled it themselves, and giving them marks for the taste. Each judge would give 10 marks, 3 for appearance, 2 for the time it took, and 5 for the taste. As there were 10 judges, the total marks would be upon 100. The 8 people with the highest marks would get into the dessert round. When they got to the second row, the judges suddenly had a stomach ache and needed to head for the toilets. Ash took it as his cue to go down, along with the other 3. The audience started whispering at their sudden appearance on stage, and Ash took a bite of the previous dishes, before spitting them out, having tasted the laxatives. There are laxatives in all these dishes, he announced, much to the audience's horror. What's going on here? One of the judges held her stomach. It means someone must have sabotaged the participants. Rosalind said grimly. Philip, lend me that device you got to detect substances. Now. Philip nodded, and handed Rosalind the device, and Rosalind typed a few buttons, and used the device to detect the substance that was inside the dishes. The device beeped, and typed out the word laxatives. Unknown properties, other than the fact that it was an herbal concoction. Somebody must have put laxatives in the ingredients. Rosalind said knowingly, trying not to let the audience see her shaking hands, as she played along with the plan. The person who could have done this would be the only one that doesn't have laxatives in their dishes. The participants whose dishes have not been taste tested by the judges shuddered. Their dishes may have been filled with laxatives for all they know, as Rosalind approached their dishes with Philip's device, and each of them came up with laxative positive. When she reached Cylon, however, Philip deactivated the device, leaving Rosalind to frown. Philip, can't you get a new battery for this one? Rosalind grumbled, to the audience's amusement. Okay, let me change the batteries, but it'll take a while. For now, why don't we taste test the dish ourselves to see if there is any laxatives? Philip suggested. I'll do it. Pakura volunteered, as the audience gasped at the princess' bravery. If I get a stomachache, then there's laxatives. Otherwise, there isn't. They could really learn a lot from the princess. A woman remarked. She is the epitome of what a PAL elite should be. Rosalind can learn a lot from her. There they go again. Rosalind thought, somewhat bitter, but deep inside, she knew they were right. Meanwhile, Pakura approached Cylon's plate and said, "May I?" When Cylon nodded, she proceeded to take an empty plate and took a few bites worth of Cylon's dish. The traders were watching Pakura carefully. If she finds Cylon's dish to be exquisite, maybe she'll join us more often to taste his meals. And I can get to know her better. Max sighed, watching Pakura take the food. Max, she's testing for laxatives, not for the taste. May grumbled. She needs to accept we are meant to be together. Max said dismissively, watching Pakura chew on the food slowly, and swallow. Max, she's like a whole 7 years older than you. Dawn reminded him. Love has no age. Max replied, and the others waited with bated breath to see if there were any laxatives. After a few minutes, Pakura shook her head. No, no laxatives. Pakura said, just as Philip returned with the device, and detected the remaining dishes, which came out as laxative positive. What? Cylon was shocked, as the others turned to him. So you're the one who put the laxatives? Rosalind concluded. No, I didn't. Scylla protested. Don't worry, we got surveillance cameras. The footage would tell us everything we need to know. Philip said calmly, as he signaled for the guards to go to the security room to retrieve the footage. Philip connected the data to the laptop he brought along, and typed something in his keyboard, and his face got stonier as the footage played. He connected his laptop to the screen behind him, and everyone gasped, while Scylla turned pale. The security footage clearly showed his face and outfit. But wait, really, that's not me. Scylla cried. I was with my friends, they can vouch for me. Your friends would probably cover for you, knowing the circumstances. Ash replied curtly, as guards came to take him away, while the public booed him and some even grabbed ingredients and threw them at him, much to Ash's glee. In this region, evidence is everything. Remember, you are not in your region anymore, Scylla. He turned to Artemis, who was holding her stomach painfully. I am very sorry for this inconvenience. I would make sure Scylla would be handled appropriately. Not at all. Artemis wheezed. It looks like we need a break, before starting the contest all over again tonight. He would be disqualified for trying to take out the competition and poisoning us, as one of the judges is actually allergic to laxatives in general. Please alert Elite Jude of this matter, and get him to take his Pokemon Connoisseur license away. We would also be banning him from taking that S-Class Connoisseur exam. Ash nodded, as Artemis finally rushed for the nearest toilet. Pikachu and Lucario secretly shared a high-five between them. Another target down. The judge is actually deathly allergic, and I bet Ash knows about this, but doesn't care about their lives when he planned the sabotage, as he just regarded them as sacrifices. Pakura thought. He really took after me in that aspect. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry. Ash retrieved a file from his room. He had decided to give himself some downtime before going to Jude's fashion show. He opened a file, which contained various pictures and information, and all of them about the traitors. There was already a red X on May's and Dawn's faces, signaling the fact that he had already sabotaged them and subjected them to humiliation. Of course, they won't know they were targeted and why, but he would try his hardest to get his revenge in the worst way possible, whatever the cost may be. Who's next, Ash? Pikachu asked, as he watched Ash strike off Scylla's picture. Ash pondered this question. Who should he go after next? Suddenly, he remembered about Pakura mentioning a Pokemon beauty contest that was going to be held. But that was in the top 32, so he would have to wait. Iris? No, the dragon duo should beat her at her own game as the worst humiliation, and if only he could find them, perhaps he could enlist them as an ally against that group. How about this one? Lucario pointed to Max's picture. He has an obsession with Pakura after all. You can use it against him. Ash stared at Max's picture for a long time, and replied, all right then, he'll be the next one.